Hey everyone, if you're enjoying my RM audiobooks, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit that hype, and maybe check out my Patreon if you want to support the channel even more. Your support means a lot and helps me keep these coming. Now, sit back and enjoy the story. A Soup of a Man. Chapter 15, Saving America, sort of 35 miles south of Kandahar, Afghanistan. Insurgent-held area. January 25th, 2020. Watchtower. This is White Bishop. We have eyes on the target location. Master Sergeant Frank Rock whispered into his comms unit while laying flat on his stomach looking down at a hive of activity. Watchtower, be advised, enemy strength is at least 4 times greater than mission parameters predicted. Please advise. As Frank sent the message, he heard a snort from his second-in-command next to him. Not that he could blame the man. When it came to their type of work, greater than mission parameters was a polite way of saying intelligence had really fucked up, and please advise meant we need to fucking leave. He had a few moments before HQ was going to get back to him. So he quickly glanced at the 12-man team that was mostly laid out in a line on either side of him. He knew each of them, trusted them, and didn't want to have them throw their lives away on the impossible. The mission had originally been intended as a covert search and destroy mission. The local terrorist cell was apparently cooking up some sort of drug for the black market to fund terror attacks. So orders were to find the lab, destroy it, and then go home. Nice, quick, and simple. However, looking at the literal fortress that was below him, he knew something had been left out of the report. No simple heroin shop needed this much protection. If his men went in with their current numbers, they'd do some damage, yes, but everyone would be kissing sand and dirt permanently. White Bishop, stand by for new orders. The colonel's voice broke the sergeant out of his grim predictions. Frank grimaced. If greater than mission parameters meant intelligence had really fucked up, and please advise meant he needed to fucking leave, then stand by for new orders meant shut up and get ready to be fucked. He shifted where he lay so that he could see his men better and signaled the troops to get ready. His order went down as well as he expected it to. No one made a sound due to their location, but he could see the resigned looks they all had on their faces. However, as he readied his weapon, he heard a sound that shouldn't have been present, especially as he looked up and saw not a cloud in the sky. The sound he had heard was a very loud crack of thunder. His eyes immediately started raking the sky, as did his men, because they all knew what thunder with no clouds meant. Something was traveling at supersonic speeds, mostly likely a missile, given their location, but seeing as no explosion had occurred, a fighter jet was much more likely. Watchtower, please advise, we have a possible bird in the sky. Frank leaned into his comms before looking upward, then glanced back at the enemy compound, which was now streaming with activity. Be advised, target location is now on alert, and a covert approach is now impossible, permission to disengage. White Bishop, this is Black King. Frank felt himself tense up as the voice every Black Ops operator knew sounded in his ears. It was the voice of General Sam Lane. Your mission parameters have changed. We have an asset inbound. You are now operating in a support capacity. Support capacity? Frank asked. However, before he could question anything further, the sound of thunder shook the sky overhead, and this time it was accompanied by blur slamming down in front of their position. Master Sergeant Rock, pleasure to meet you. Frank's eyes could do nothing but widen as he looked up and saw Superman standing in front of him. I would advise your men to stay here. I can deal with this. I would like to avoid casualties on both sides. Okay, Frank asked, peering up at the very large man whilst lying prone on the ground, finding himself a little confused and a tiny bit intimidated under the gaze of the superhero. He and everyone else had heard of how Supes were now part of the military, but in truth, apart from a few photo ops, the Vought heroes hadn't really done anything. Before he could ask anything of the man in the bright, colorful costume, the newcomer was gone. A rush of air and a little sand covered him as Superman pushed off of the ground and rocketed towards the insurgent camp. Clark stopped mid-air, his eyes sweeping over the facility that Lois' father had informed him of during his briefing. The thought still made him grimace. Clark was not happy to be doing any of this. In fact, he had all been ready to tell the government to go to hell and then refuse any orders from them. He'd been even more resistant when the first one they had given was to go execute a man without a trial, and then to go kill Homelander after he was done, all in the name of patriotism. The only reason he was doing any of this was because of what was being produced in the factory below him. Compound V. Ever since Homelander's insane plan had come to light, Clark and the U.S. government had been trying to track down where he had shipped it to and who was taking it. Despite his extreme objection, bordering on hatred, of what Homelander had done, Clark had to concede the man had put more care and thought into distributing the drug than he believed the short-tempered narcissist was capable of. The trail was nearly impossible to follow from Homelander's side, so it meant that they were only finding labs and factories like this after they appeared on the U.S. intelligence radar. That was only ever after a superpowered individual appeared and a lot of people died. Clark was brought out of his musing by the sound of gunfire and the small feeling of pressure rippling over his body as the insurgents started to shoot at him. He did nothing as the entire insurgent base lit up in a barrage of bullets, every guard and terrorist with a gun firing at him. He waited for a few moments as some of the guards exchanged their AK-47s for heavy caliber guns, and a few even grabbed RPGs. It was about 2 whole minutes before the flashing of gunfire and explosions stopped, mostly due to the terrorists' ammo supplies running dry. He slowly lowered himself to the ground, causing more than a few of the men present to back away from him in fear. Clark quickly surveyed the area, and seeing no V or anything else dangerous in the courtyard, he was moved forward into the main building. The guards moved to stop him, hefting their guns to fire at him once more, and when their bullets failed, tried to club him, their weapons shattering against his skin. He didn't even need to push them away or lift his hands. Most just backed away, seeing they couldn't stop him, and the few brave enough to leap onto him did nothing to slow him down. With a slight flex of his muscles, the men flew off of him. After this display, and the one outside, the remaining men mostly ran rather than fight. He eventually reached the area of the building he was after. Most of the structure was just a storage area for weapons, vehicles, and supplies, but what was in front of him was the prize. It was a very large, very clean white medical room, which clashed with the rest of the rusting structure, and it was filled with medical equipment. The room was occupied by only 6 men. 5 were wearing lab coats and looked to be in their 40s to 60s. The other occupant was clearly a guard who was holding the older man in a tight grip and was pressing a gun to his forehead. "Stay back, or I kill him," the guard yelled in his native Pashto, fear evident in his eyes as he sweated. "You tell him, he leaves, or I kill you." He is saying that if you don't leave, he will key dash. The older man in the lab coat trembled as he tried to translate the guard's words before Clark cut him off. "I understand. Release him now and leave." The guard's eyes widened as Clark's steady, calm voice replied in his native tongue. His eyes, however, turned into red pools of energy that blasted a hole into the lab bench next to the guard. "If you don't, I will have to hurt you." The guard was shaking now, fear evident in every fiber of his body. He looked from Clark's red, glowing eyes to the smoldering hole next to him. Clark didn't even need to flash his eyes or move a muscle before the guard pushed the older man away from him and ran out of the room. Clark kept watching, making sure the man was truly committed to leaving before refocusing his attention on the men in front of him. "Please don't hurt us. We are not terrorists." The older man was quick to raise his hands up, his voice shaking slightly as he looked from the destroyed bench to Clark. "We were forced to work with these people. They have our families. I'm here to help. Are your families here?" Clark moved forward, trying to be as non-threatening as possible. They're in the small building on the south end of the compound. One of the other scientists moved forward, shaking a little, but seeming willing to trust the superpowered stranger. "All right, I'll go and get them, then get all of you to safety," Clark promised, giving the lead captured scientist a firm nod. "I also need to know the compound you were making. Where is it?" The scientists looked at each other. Each one shifted uncomfortably, exchanging looks before the majority looked back to the elder scientist and gave him a few reluctant nods. The elder scientist nodded back before gulping and then looking over to Clark. Then he wrung his hands a few times as he worked up his nerves. "We can only make a few vials, and they already took them a week ago. We don't know where they went." The elder scientist shook as he spoke, his nerves clearly fraying, fearing that the bad news would cause Clark to react with violence. "But we're starting to make more over there." The elder scientist quickly pointed to the far side of the lab, where chemistry equipment, including a centrifuge, was humming away, separating and purifying various chemicals and compounds. Clark narrowed his vision and then quickly scanned the area to make sure there was nothing else. Satisfied, his eyes flashed red one more time and annihilated the chemistry equipment. Clark frowned in anger at what the facility represented. More V in the world was not ideal, but there was nothing he could do for now except take out the operation around him. "Thank you." Clark returned his focus to the scientists, his eyes becoming crystal blue once more as he put a friendly smile on his face. "Now, let's get your families." Outside, Frank and his men had given up hiding and were now merely sitting on a ridge as they watched Superman tear through the insurgent encampment. No one said a word, but he knew what all of his men were thinking because he was thinking the same thing. Thank Christ he's on our side. Superman was, in a word, unstoppable, and what made his actions even more alarming and inspiring was that he hadn't even hurt anyone. The superpowered man was just casually strolling through the base and letting the enemy's fire roll harmlessly off of him. Occasionally, there was a flash of red light that destroyed a section of wall, but as they watched, the soldiers could clearly see not a single casualty had taken place. It was about 10 or 15 minutes later when Superman reappeared, this time not flying, but on foot, carrying a child in one arm as he led a group of men and women to Frank's position. Sergeant, call him medevac. Some of these people need treatment. Superman spoke as he handed the child in his hands to a woman next to him, and then they all need to be relocated somewhere safe. They can't stay in this country. Frank looked at the more than 36 people who were standing by Superman and wanted to protest that this mission was classified and that he couldn't call in an evac, nor did he have the authority to promise them protection. However, as he tilted his head slightly to the right, he could see the remains of the compound in the valley below, now on fire and clear of all insurgents who had fled. As he looked at it, the main building suddenly exploded, reinforcing the point his mind had already reached. He was very much not going to argue with the man in front of him. "You've got it, sir." Frank nodded and then nodded to his tech specialist to get it sorted. "Thank you, Sergeant. Apologies, but I need to leave these people with you. I'm needed elsewhere." Clark stretched out his hand and shook Frank's hand before giving a nod to the men who had waited patiently on the ridge. "No problem, sir. Another mission?" Frank asked as he took his hand back, trying to hide a wince from Superman's strong grip. "Sort of. I'm delivering medical supplies to refugees in Syria." "Thank you again for your help, Sergeant." Superman gave the sergeant another thankful nod before moving off to a less crowded area before taking off. Frank just watched as Superman rocketed into the sky before letting out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding in before chuckling as he watched the American icon disappear into the sky. Well, shit. God help anyone who fucks with Uncle Sam now. The 7 Meeting Room, Vought Tower, New York City, January 26, 2020. The iconic table where the 7 met was almost dead silent as Stan Edgar sat and stared, quietly sipping a cup of his favorite espresso as everyone else pored over the contract they were here to review. In truth, the meeting likely should have been held in their DC offices or even in the Pentagon, but he had insisted it be held here. It almost brought a smile to his face. He remembered how quickly the DoD had caved to his demand, which had largely been to show them who was in charge, but also because he really didn't want to have to sit in that go-doffel helicopter the company had just to take a meeting in DC. I'm on page 134. Chain of command doesn't apply to other military contractors in the field. I don't see why it should apply to us. Edgar leaned back in his seat as he gestured to the very large binder he had opened next to him. Well, when they're in actual combat, whom exactly do your heroes report to? Robert A. Singer, the U.S. Secretary of Defense, leaned back in his own chair, a snarl almost on his face, hating this meeting as much as anyone could hate anything in the world. Same person as always, me. Edgar replied, his voice even and his face emotionless as ever as he picked up his cup again and held it up, allowing it to be quickly refilled. Robert forced himself to remain calm and gave a quick look over to his legal team that sat on his side of the V-shaped table. The military lawyers and officers looked at each other and whispered before their lead counsel gave his boss a reluctant nod. In truth, he wasn't surprised. The whole meeting had gone this way. Vought raised something they wanted to be changed. It got changed. They raised a point and it was shot down. Excellent. Moving on. Subheading 16. We need a top secret Yankee White designation for Compound V. Edgar took a quick sip of espresso, not bothering to look at the document now, as they were finally wrapping up. Come on, Stan. Only one man okays that. Robert finally forced himself to defend the DoD's position. Vought was pushing this too far. You want to stroll into the Oval Office and start barking orders? Yes. Edgar's blunt reply and calm voice pretty much hammered the Secretary of Defense back into place. Half our own heroes don't know they have Compound V in their veins. You want China finding out? Fuck it, fine. I'll call POTUS and get him to swallow this crock of shit. Robert couldn't help himself but curse, earning a look from his team and Vaught's, but no one said anything. It didn't even faze Edgar, however. I have to insist on this one. Best efforts to limit collateral damage. We prefer stronger wording. That's the standard language for our New York contract. LA, Chicago. Edgar listed off, but gave a small sigh, deciding he could afford to be magnanimous. But to keep everyone happy, we'll change it to something like, our very best efforts to limit collateral damage. Exactly what casualty allowance are we looking at here? Robert's scowl actually deepened, which was the first impressive thing Edgar had seen the man do all meeting. Officially? 0, of course. He replied immediately, having known the question was going to come up, and was prepared for it, only pausing to sip his espresso. But cone of silence? 34%. Conservatively. Jesus. Robert again had to reel in his anger and his disgust at the meeting before forcing himself to refocus on the task at hand. Okay, what about Superman? Regarding Mr. Kent, I wasn't aware there was an issue. It was my understanding that he was already working seamlessly with your people. Edgar finished his cup off and set it back down, his focus on the man in front of him. He represents a much larger potential issue. Robert pressed his eyes, narrowing at the smug bastard he had been forced to deal with. Which is? Edgar's eyebrows quirked up, his eyes never leaving Robert's. Insubordination. The Secretary of Defense shot back, leaning forward in his chair, while his left hand balled into a fist and pressed to the table. "Oh, come now. I've read the reports. He's taken out nearly a dozen training camps, several labs, and even captured a few terrorists you've had your eyes on for a while." Edgar scoffed at the ridiculous point his adversary was trying to launch. All without any casualties, I might add, on either side. Not to mention the aid work he's done delivering supplies and helping with aid relief. All great PR for you and the service. Yes, he has, by repeatedly ignoring orders. Half of those camps he was not clear to engage with. Those labs he took out were ones we have no idea where he found out about them, and he refuses to inform us. He repeatedly interferes in the regions where our troops are deployed without checking in, which usually results in a headache for our intelligence assets in the area. Robert started rattling off the grievances that had been piling up on his desk in Washington since the Vought bill had passed. That wasn't to mention the fact that he had people like Sam Lane screaming their heads off to anyone that would listen that Supe's and Vought in the military was a disaster. His only saving grace there was that the outspoken general had the tact to do it in private and behind closed doors. And that isn't even mentioning those supplies and aid he delivered on our behalf were straight up stolen from us. He didn't ask permission or clearance. He just took them and then handed them out to random refugee groups around the world. Most have been in countries we are not cleared to be in. Yes, well, not that your diatribe wasn't interesting, but I'm not hearing anything you specifically want done. Edgar interlaced his fingers and brought them to rest on his knee as he leaned back further into his custom-designed chair. What I am asking is, what assurances do we have that you can keep your people in line? The Secretary of Defense glared daggers at the Vought CEO, not willing to drop this topic, as he had been forced to do with everything else. "Well, Bob, we have kept our assets in line for 70 years without fail, from Soldier Boy to Homelander. We have ways of guaranteeing compliance, regardless of their abilities." Edgar's emotionless stare sent a chill down Robert's spine, and he couldn't help but flinch, earning a small smile from his opponent. "However, if you want assurances, then you may have mine." "Yours?" Robert asked, his eyebrows raising in confusion as he looked at the cold, calculating CEO. "Yes, you have my personal assurance that I will maintain order. I have, let's call them contingencies for all our heroes that will put them back in line promptly. Now, seeing as we are almost finished, let's order lunch in." Robert could help but shift in his seat as he leaned back, his mind processing what he had just been told. He also wasn't sure what was more disturbing: the fact that Vought had contingencies in place, or that their CEO seemed so casual about the fact. Samaritan Embrace Auditorium, downtown New York, January 27th, 2020. The room fell silent as Homelander approached the podium. To most of the people gathered, his look of quiet reluctance seemed genuine, as did the somberness in which he held himself together. However, as Clark sat in the front, he could tell it was all an act. Homelander was just playing to the crowd. Clark was only there to keep up appearances and keep an eye on Homelander. Since the fiasco, which was last year, he had decided to follow the old axiom: keep your friends close and your enemies closer. Today, I can report to the American people that Black Noir has conducted an operation killing the super terrorist known as Nakib. Homelander paused as the crowd applauded the news, which only caused Clark to repress a sigh. The government had originally requested that he lead the mission and take out Nakib, but he had turned them down once it was clear that they had no interest in taking the man alive. So they had moved right on to the next superpowered person on their list, and evidently Black Noir had done the deed. But that doesn't mean sacrifices won't still be made. The proof of that, sadly, lies before us. For today, we mourn a fallen member of the Seven, Translucent. Homelander moved over to the empty casket that was supposed to be holding Translucent's mortal remains, but in reality was just an empty box. The only thing that was preventing Clark from snorting or rolling his eyes was his self-control and the fact he was sitting next to Maverick, the fallen hero's son. Homelander moved forward to stand in front of the casket, his voice somber and pensive as he expertly lied to the crowd. "Murdered in cold blood by the cartel, super terrorist El Diablo. Before he left, Translucent said to me." The voice trailed off as Clark stopped listening. He had partially moved into the tower now that he was officially replacing the Deep. He knew he needed to do it to keep Annie safe, but didn't stop him from hating it. Every morning for the past few days, he had heard Homelander practice this fictional version of events in the mirror. So he knew what was coming. First the voice crack, then the fake tears, the soulful promise to Maverick, and finally the barely veiled pivot towards making the whole event about himself. "To all the great sons and daughters of this great nation, I will save you." Homelander's voice faded back into Clark's thoughts, mostly because his senses picked up that Annie had moved onto the stage for a musical number. "I'll do it for you. For America. And for a dear, dear old friend. Goodbye, brother. And thank you." As the lights faded from Homelander in the casket, there was a small round of applause before the spotlight appeared on Annie. She was wearing her original costume. Vought had tried to push her back into their more racy version, but Clark had squashed that very quickly. which brought his mind to the matter most concerning him these days, protecting Annie. He knew she was still talking to Huey and was getting involved in some plan to try to take down Vought. The only reason he hadn't confronted her yet was that she and Huey had done nothing but talk. Yet, and he didn't want to risk exposing things by confronting her. He knew the two of them were under close watch. As the song ended, there was another round of applause and a moment of scheduled, respectful silence as pallbearers appeared from offstage to take up Translucent's casket and then carried it offstage. What followed next was a little milling around as people paid their respects to Maverick and chatted before they started to spill outside. As they exited, Clark made it a point to be the focus of attention for a few moments, which allowed the boy and his mother to graciously leave without being swarmed by the media. As they reached their car, the woman gave him a thankful nod, which he returned before she got in the car and drove off. Clark's attention was then directed back to his current situation as the world around him exploded into flashes and shouts from the thousands of fans that had come to pay tribute to their fallen hero. As he waved, doing his best to keep up appearances, Homelander and Annie also appeared. Their arrival and joining in consoling the crowd caused the flashes of cameras to go even crazier and the shouts from the crowd to grow louder. He was about to try and leave when a Vought assistant appeared next to him and pointed him over to an area with a cameraman and crew already waiting. "Superman, please this way, we've got your interview with Vought Daily World News Network already set up. As per Ms. Clark's instructions, it's the only one we have scheduled to keep you free and clear." The assistant smiled as she quite artfully moved Clark over to the waiting interview before he could register what was happening or protest. However, by the time he had opened his mouth to say anything, the woman was already gone and the camera was on him. He forced a smile on his face as he knew what was coming next. The Vought Daily World News Network had once been the Daily Planet News Network and was Lois's current employer. He hadn't seen or spoken to Lois since last September when they had recused everyone from Vought and still wasn't sure how he felt about everything. Officially, she had been away doing her show overseas whilst embedded with heroes serving in the military. The truth, he suspected, was she was making up her stories and was hiding somewhere until she was sure she was safe. So, Superman, a very emotional day. How are you feeling? Clark had to keep the surprise off his face as instead of Lois appearing before him, it was VDWN's second reporter, Kat Grant. Well, Kat, it has been very emotional for many people. Translucent meant a great deal to many, and I just hope today can bring a sense of closure to most of them. Clark kept his smile on as he answered the question without lying or really answering it either. Whilst Lois would never have let that fly, Kat didn't seem to register what Clark had just done, so continued on with the rest of the interview. It wasn't a very long or engaging one, so Clark mainly switched off and let his brain answer on autopilot. It was only a few minutes later when Kat was signing off and the cameraman turned off his camera. He was just about to leave when Kat caught him off guard again. Clark? I mean Superman. Or are you okay with me calling you Clark?" Kat shifted awkwardly as she grabbed his attention before he left. Clearly her confidence didn't extend to being off camera. "Whatever you are comfortable with. I do prefer Clark, however." He smiled, helping settle her nerves as she gave him her own smile. "Is there something I can help you with?" "Not really. I just wanted to ask if you've heard from Lois at all." Kat's question caught him massively off guard. "Wait, you haven't heard from her?" Clark asked, alarm spiking through his body as he felt his blood turn to ice in his veins. "Not exactly. She's still talking to Perry and filing stories. I know she's supposed to be overseas, but no one else has talked to her, and Jimmy's still here." Kat moved closer to him so that she wouldn't be accidentally overheard by anyone. Jimmy. Clark's brain raced to recall all the Jimmys he knew, but none matched up with Lois. Jimmy is her cameraman, great guy, one of the best. She's never done a story without him, especially not one overseas or near active combat. She used to joke that he was her good luck charm. Kat sighed as glanced around them, knowing she didn't have long before their conversation became the focus of major attention. "I might be overthinking it, and I know I'm not as great a reporter as she is, but I still have good instincts. Something just feels off. I understand. I haven't spoken to Lois in a while, but the first chance I get I'll check in with her and make sure she's okay," Clark promised. His stomach started doing backflips. He wasn't sure if it was worry over Lois or the thought of seeing her again. Kat gave him a grateful nod and quickly moved off, satisfied with his promise to check in with her friend. As she moved away, Clark looked over to see that Annie and Homelander had both finished their interview and were getting ready to leave. Seeing his chance, he moved away from the crowd line, gave one last wave, and then took off heading back to the tower. 82nd floor of the 7 Tower, Stan Edgar's office. Stan Edgar didn't even look up from the report he was reading when he felt the gust of wind blow through his office. He didn't need to look up to know which superhero had come to pay him a visit. He knew exactly who it was. Only 6 superbold individuals on the planet produced that type of result when they arrived, and out of those 6, only 2 had the nerve to approach him without an appointment. From those 2, it was a simple matter of registering the sloppiness of the arrival. Homelander's arrival always made a mess. Papers blowing everywhere. The gust of wind was hard and caused an unpleasant sensation on one's face. Superman's, however, was refined and elegant almost. It was done with precision and timing and resulted in nothing more than a light lifting of papers and a gentle breeze stroking one's face. Mr. Kent, how fortuitous. I was just reading a report on your activities in Syria. Edgar carefully closed the file he had been readying and greeted the hero with a friendly smile. Very thorough, precise, and well executed. Excellent PR for the company, although I can name about a dozen members of the DoD who have issues with it. Well, my job is to save lives, not take them. As for the medicine and food, I only took what could be spared without harming existing relief efforts or compromising the safety of American personnel. Clark replied, shutting the window he had come in through and taking the seat in front of the CEO's desk. Yes, like I said, precise and well executed. Still, it ruffled a few feathers at the Pentagon. One should be careful doing that. Edgar leaned back in his chair, interlacing his fingers as he did so. However, I don't believe seeking my advice on this matter is why you are here, no? No, it isn't, Clark nodded. He found it odd, but Stan Edgar was one of the few people he felt he could be genuinely direct with and brutally honest. As duplicitous as he was, Stan Edgar always valued frankness in private. We need to talk about Homelander. He isn't getting more stable. He's getting worse, and he discovered that little secret you were hiding away. I want to know what's being done. Being done? Edgar raised a curious eyebrow. Yes, to keep Rebecca Butcher and Ryan safe. Along with everyone else, you and I both know who put V in the world, and that's the tip of a very large iceberg. Clark leaned forward in his chair. The action added gravitas to his already imposing figure. What is your plan to contain Homelander? Whilst I do appreciate your vigilance on this matter, it's not necessary. Whatever plans Vought does or does not have regarding any superable person in their employ, including Homelander, is strictly confidential, you understand. Not necessary? You know what I've always respected about you, Mr. Kent? Edgar gave Clark what could only be described as a respectful yet detached smile. It's not your powers. Far too many fools have those these days. It's your ability to manage situations, any situation that you find yourself in. Did you know more than 60% of Tier 1 superheroes at your age are near insolvency and completely reliant on us to maintain their lifestyles? Am I to assume that is completely by chance? Clark's rhetorical question earned him a small nod of concession. You, however, are not only financially secure, but have built yourself quite the portfolio over the years. The Kent family land holdings are one of the largest in the U.S., and your own personal holdings are not insignificant. You hold stock in various companies, including VUF, nearly 5% through various subsidiaries and brokers. Edgar mused his mind, recalling all the data and information on Clark's finances as if they were in front of him. In fact, you could easily retire off of the passive income and assets that you possess, even before royalties. What's your point? Clark's eyes narrowed, feeling a subtle shift in the other man's tone that told him that the good nature of the meeting was about to come to an abrupt end. Nothing in particular, Mr. Kent. Merely reflecting on your good fortune and your ability to choose the right position given circumstances. Stan gave a purse of his lips, almost as if he was trying to smile slyly, but years of putting on a poker face had robbed his muscles of the memory to do it right. If there were a point, hypothetically, it would just be that myself and Vought are very well informed regarding the actions of all our heroes, and with such knowledge would be able to keep them in line. Clark was quiet for a moment. His eyes narrowed, as such the Vought CEO's face. He knew what was happening. He had experienced this before. He was being warned to stay out of something, to keep in his lane. However, where in the past he could simply ignore those people and carry on with his work, he felt this time was different. He had this uncomfortable feeling that there was something that Stan Edgar knew, something that was about to shift the dynamic of their relationship. And how are you going to keep Homelander in line? Clark pressed, deciding that if Stan Edgar wanted to go down this route, then he was more than willing to roll the dice as well. Without Ryan or me? We have our ways, Mr. Kent. We have our ways. In my experience, everything can be managed, and everyone has something they value, which can be leveraged. Stan Edgar leaned forward, now his cold eyes meeting Clark's warm, sapphire blue ones. Even your extracurricular work with General Lane can be accommodated, regardless of its legality, as long as it's done in the company's interest. Clark chuckled. He was a little disappointed with the Vought CEO. He had expected the man to be holding something more substantial than just his work with Sam Lane. Sure, the work was technically off of the books of both the U.S. government and Vought, and Clark was certain that Sam Lane's whole organization was illegal, but in truth, Clark didn't care. He was using the General as much as the General was using him. Clark didn't work for Sam Lane. The two were just using each other to try and clean up the mess Homelander had made by releasing V into the world. Is this your attempt at managing me? I would never dream of managing you, Mr. Kent. As I said, you already have a fine sense of right and wrong. Stan just maintained his direct stare into the other man's. He was one of the few people Clark couldn't read. It reflects well on the family you came from, which puts you right where you need to be at the moment. What with a public and nation so recently fearful of foreign-empowered aliens crossing their borders? For the first time in years, Clark froze, his mind stopping as the words hit him like a cold blast of Arctic air. Only two other people on the planet had known about this particular secret. He had recently buried the first, while the only other person would die before she told anyone. Staring at the corporate avatar, there was one last desperate wish that he was reading too deep into the man's words. But as he looked into the unblinking eyes, he knew he wasn't. Stan Edgar knew. He didn't know how, but he knew. I'm not going to stop. Clark stated bluntly he knew what the truth would likely cause panic, terror, and public backlash against him, but he would sooner die than let fear control him. Mr. Kent, you misunderstand me. I'm not telling you to stop. In fact, I am very pleased with everything you've done. It's done wonders for our stock price, and the shareholders have never been happier. Stan Edgar leaned back in his chair with a smile fit for a commercial or a talk-show interview. This conversation is merely demonstrating that, whilst your offer is appreciated, we here at Vought have things well in hand. Just continue your work, and if we need a more direct approach with Homelander, we will let you know. The two stared at each other for a few moments, neither man blinking or showing signs they would back down. Clark knew what was happening. He was being reminded that he was not the company's sole asset and could not dictate terms. The silence lasted for several more minutes until Clark finally stood up and made his way to the door, pausing just before he opened the door to leave. He took a deep breath. When this all comes crashing down, and it will, Vought will shoulder the blame for what follows. Clark paused again, and he realized that Mr. Edgar, like Homelander, was headed for a disaster born of his own hubris. Don't worry, despite all this. I'll still save you, because that's my job. Clark's room, 99 floor, 7 tower. Clark released a deep breath as he entered the room that Vought had given him since he officially joined the Seven. The room used to be translucent, but no trace of the dead superhero remained. He had to hand it to Vought. Their cleanup crews were second to none. About a week ago, the room had been fully furnished with a career's worth of awards, commendations, and keepsakes. Now, one would think it was rebuilt a week ago, so completely bare was the two-story luxury apartment. There were no photos, decorations, statues, or awards plastered on the walls, and what furniture was present was very minimal. Apart from the bed upstairs, the only other furniture present in the entire apartment was a single plain white desk and chair with a laptop resting on it. The Vought marketing team, when he had first moved in, had spent days trying to convince him of different themes and aesthetics for his room. However, he had shot them all down, not because he was particularly interested in a Spartan style of living, but because he didn't want this place at all to feel like home. The tower was the Seven's world. Literally and metaphorically, it was a place where superheroes stood above the little people who got put in harm's way by their actions. As he moved over to the desk he had set up, his eyes quickly scanned the room again, searching for signs that the security team had been present again. He released a deep sigh as he saw the 12 new listening devices that Vought had placed since he had been gone. He spent a few moments going through the room at super speed, removing the devices from where they had been hidden, making sure to break them completely before he stopped moving. Greetings, Master Cal. I hope you have had a pleasant day. The friendly robotic voice greeted him as he sat down in front of the laptop that sprang to life as it sensed his presence. Not really, Kellex. I need another analysis of the data from Afghanistan and Syria, focusing on potential buyers and/or likely targets for use. Clark sighed as he sat in the only chair in his apartment. Of course, sir. I have also finished the variations of the Prime simulation you wanted me to run. Would you like the results? Yes, please. Clark edged forward in his seat, hoping for some good news from the day he was having. All outcomes are the same or significantly worse from the Prime result. Scenario Z, A 877661 provided the worst result. Total time was 11 months, 3 days, and 9 hours, with 238% more casualties. Scenario ZA 5899441 provided the best result. Prime outcome delayed by 4 years, 18 days, and 22 hours with 2% fewer casualties. Okay. Just perfect. Clark released a deep, tired sigh as the data ran before his eyes, forcing him to run a hand through his hair and rub his eyes as instantly felt tired again. Try scenario variations of the program Zeta, Epsilon, 32398 through to Zeta 99998. Run, submit results, and then rerun for analysis. Of course, sir. I will let you know when the simulations are complete. Also, Miss January has returned, sir. Clark lifted his head and peered through the adjacent walls. He had to look through Maeve's apartment to see Annie. Luckily, the Queen of the Otherworld was not present. The last time he had looked through the wall, what he had seen had been disturbing and was not something he wanted to view again. He quickly saw that Annie had indeed returned and had clearly gone to see Huey again given her baggy clothes. large hoodie, and sunglasses. He quickly moved out of his apartment, ignoring Ashley's attempt to try and speak to him about doing some commercials for Vought's new Supes in the military initiative. The red-haired former assistant had been promoted and was now basically number 3 in the company, working directly for his Aunt Mary, who had taken over since Madeline Stillwell had died. Ashley said something else about a new team member or something along those lines, but Clark just ignored her, focusing on moving to Annie's room. He knocked on the elegant, heavily metal door that led to his friend's room. He could have just walked in, truth be told, as all members of the 7 had access to each other's rooms, something that he wasn't very keen on and was asking his aunt to look into getting changed. He didn't have to wait long before Annie appeared at the door. She was a little out of breath, but smiling as she saw her friend. "Clark, come in." Annie stepped to the side, gesturing for him to enter, which he gladly did. His eyes immediately went to the sofa, where one of the cushions was just out of place, causing him to sigh. As he walked fully in, he could see that the same team that had tried to lobby him to accept their advice and tailor his apartment to a certain style had clearly won their battle with Annie. The room was barely his friend. Her favorite colors of gold and cream, white were present, and there were a few pieces of art that fitted with his friend's taste. However, most of the room was simply expensive art and extravagance for the sake of extravagance. No Annie at all. "Like what you've done with the place," Clark teased, gesturing to the larger-than-life poster of Annie as starlight plastered on one of the walls. "Oh God, please ignore that. I've requested like 50 times for them to take it down." Annie groaned as she looked at the poster herself, feeling the same uncomfortable she always got now when she saw starlight plastered on anything. "I'll talk to my aunt, see if she can't do something about it," Clark offered, his gaze still fixed on the poster, not really looking at it. "Hey, is everything all right?" Annie asked, noticing her had gone pensive on her, something he was doing more of lately. Clark didn't answer her immediately. His eyes just stayed fixed on the poster, before he released a deep breath and looked at one of his oldest friends. "You need to stop." "Stop what?" Annie asked, with a forced chuckle suddenly shifting as she felt uncomfortable. Clark released a frustrated sigh. His eyes raked over the room quickly, his eyes piercing through stone, metal, and plastic, making sure Annie's room was clear of bugs before he talked more. Thankfully, there were none. It appeared that Vought was focusing its attention on him over his friend. Seeing the room was clear, he strode over to the couch and shoved the slightly misaligned cushion away, allowing him to pick up the dossier that was there. You need to stop this." Clark gestured with the file to emphasize his point, his voice taking a hard edge. "You need to stop meeting Huey in parks or on the subway. He also needs to stop. I am hand dash." "No." Annie's blunt statement cut him off, causing him to look at his friend who was standing defiant in front of him. "Annie, you don't understand." Clark moved forward, his voice softening for Annie to loudly cut him off again. "For fuck's sake, Clark." "Yes, I do. I'm not some damsel that needs saving. I understand what the fuck is happening. I'm not that little girl that needs saving anymore. I can look after myself." It was Annie's turn to sigh, as she looked away from her friend, feeling the weight on her shoulders before turning back and looking him in the eye. "I don't need you to save me. I know what I'm doing." "Annie, I don't see you like that. I swear. But this is incredibly dangerous. People are going to get hurt, and if Vought finds out about this, I might not be able to protect you." Clark moved forward, trying to show he was just concerned for his friend, but Annie just moved back away from him. "People are already getting hurt, Clark. I was in LA, same as you. I know what these monsters are up to, and like I just said, I can look after myself." Annie held up her hand, causing Clark to stop, a look of determination he had never seen before on her. "We have a plan. It's going to hurt. Maybe even take down Vought. You just stay out of it." "Okay. Annie, please just stop and think about this. People will be put in danger. Just let me handle T-dash." Clark quickly moved forward this time. Annie didn't move away from him, his eyes filled with worry for his friend. "Jesus Christ, Clark. You can't handle this, okay?" Annie exploded, moving forward and ripping the dossier out of Clark's hand before he could react. "Annie, what are you saying?" Clark looked shocked. He knew Annie was struggling with everything that had been going on, but this was something else. "You can't do what needs to be done, okay? Is that what you want to hear?" Annie glared at her friend before releasing a deep breath and calming herself back down. "Clark, I love you like family. You're my best friend, and I truly believe you're going to save the world. But this isn't something you can do. Vought and the others, they are not playing fair, and Clark pressed, his heart sinking as he knew where Annie was going with this. "And you can't do what needs to be done. You're the best man I know, Clark, but we don't need a white knight to slay the dragon." Annie winced slightly at her harsh words, but kept her resolve as she pushed on. "We need someone to just get Vought out of the way, so you can save the world, and that is what me and Huey are doing. Yes, it's a little murky, but I know what I'm doing. Just stay out of it, okay?" Clark opened his mouth to retort, but stopped himself as he felt the phone on his belt start to vibrate and let out a small tone that sounded almost like an alarm. Any other tone he would have ignored, but the alarm tone had been set up, so he knew the moment one particular person was calling. Annie's eyes widened in confusion as Clark suddenly snatched a phone off of his belt and turned around so she couldn't see him. Clark's eyes read the very short message that was present. "He's back. Please help. I've got to go. We will talk about this later." Clark didn't wait for Annie to respond, instead striding to the doors that lead to her balcony and throwing them open. Annie had to raise a hand to her face as a blast of cold air struck her as Clark suddenly vanished into the air, taking off so fast that he had cracked the floor and window. Annie just stared at the cracks. Never in all her years had she known Clark to be so careless with his takeoffs. What in the world could make him that worried? Gold Galore comic book store, Clarkson Avenue, Haitian Kings, drugged in. Late January 27th, 2020. Huey was trying to keep the contents of his stomach down as he frantically scrubbed the last remnants of Susan Rayner from his hair. The memory of the incident still burned in his brain, and he guessed it would likely stay there forever. They had gone to see her to pass along the information about the super terrorist Frenchie's contact had unwittingly smuggled into the country. Something that MM and him were not happy about. And there was something else Frenchie was protesting that he didn't know about. In truth, the boys were running mostly blind since Butcher had disappeared off the face of the earth and Lois had gone back to her cover as a reporter. Huey hadn't spoken to the boys' original female member in months and only knew she was still alive from news reports he heard her giving and the fact MM spoke to her occasionally when she checked in to make sure they weren't dead. As a result, Rayner had been reluctant to meet, especially with the main fact they were still among the most wanted men in America. But MM had managed to swing the meeting. Everything had been going well. Rayner was even looking into getting MM a chance to see his family and possibly helping them get out of the country. She had even started talking about how their smuggled Supe was the last piece of a puzzle she had been working on and how everything was connected. Then her head had fucking exploded. The thought made Huey wrench forward again, but just managed to keep the contents of his stomach inside his body. He wasn't sure if it was simple practice by this point, given all the awful things he had seen, or that he just had nothing left in his body after having already thrown up a few times in the shower he had just left. "Fucking excellent, Huey. Sure, I'm glad you got us into this shit," MM stated loudly as he walked over to Huey, rubbing his hands vigorously with sanitizer. "She had a husband, right? And a kid?" Huey asked, ignoring MM's comment as he maneuvered himself to lean on the sink and look at his friends, the weight of what he had pushed them into crashing down on him. "2 kids, Frenchie answered, knowing that the truth was what his friend needed. "And I got her killed." Huey felt his stomach churn again. Just when he thought he was getting used to all of this, something new like this rammed itself down his throat. "You didn't get her killed," MM stated bluntly as he finished cleaning his hands with a towel, his words truthful, but in no way meant to spare Huey's feelings or make him feel better. "That wasn't meant for us." "How do you know?" Huey glanced upward. "Because if it had been, all of our melons would be splattered on the paving stones." "Nah, someone was watching her closely." The moment she said, "Shit, she wasn't supposed to," MM finished, mimicking his head, exploding to emphasize his point. "Somebody from Vought?" Huey asked, earning a shrug from MM, who thought the answer was obvious enough to support itself without him saying it. "So you're saying that Vought maybe just assassinated the deputy director of the CIA? And now we are in the middle of that too. Happy now, motherfucker?" MM leaned and shaking his head before scoffing and moving off, not wanting to vent on the kid. As MM moved off, Huey felt the burner phone in his pocket vibrate, causing him to scramble and grab it. "Hello." Huey answered slowly. "It's me." Annie's voice brought a rush of calmness. "Before you freak out, I'm on a burner phone. It's fine. Yeah, but somebody could be listening." Huey moved away from MM and Frenchie, heading into one of the unoccupied areas of the drug den, where bricks of cocaine were being stacked like firewood. "Huey, we did it. We fucking did it." Annie's voice sounded extremely pleased as she whispered into the phone. "Clark tried to stop me, but that doesn't matter. I got a gecko. He's getting me the V in like a day or two. So what do you think? The New York Times? I would have done the Daily Planet, but they're Vought now. Oh, how about CNN or MSNBC? We could even try." "Okay, wait. Just hold on a second." Huey tried to slow Annie down. Damn, his head hurt. "Come on, this is what we've been waiting for. Let's burn these fuckers down. Then Clark can stomp out the embers." Annie's enthusiasm was evident through the phone. After months of inaction, she was raring to go. "Just let's take a beat and figure out the best way to do this." Huey took a deep breath, trying to focus himself as the dangers of what he had just put Annie up to reared to life in his head, imagining her head exploding unwelcomingly, pushing into his head. "Why?" Annie asked in disbelief. This was everything they had worked for. They already knew what came next. "Huey, what's happened?" "Nothing. Vought's just dangerous is all." Huey tried to sound calm and collected as he lied. "I mean, you gotta be careful. I don't want you to get hurt." "I'm not gonna get." Annie was about to lay into Huey like she had Clark earlier, that she could take care of herself when she suddenly stopped. "If something happened, you know you can trust me, right? We're in this together." "No, I do trust you." Huey tried to remember what Lois had told him about lying, that the key was staying calm and telling it to yourself as much as the other person. I just want to take our time and do it right. Huey, I know when you're not telling me the truth. I kind of live with it every single day. Annie's voice caused Huey to freeze as he listened to her pour her trust and honesty down the line. Don't lie to me. Not again. I'm not. Swear to God. Huey felt his stomach lurch, and even he almost believed it. Annie bit her lip. Half of her believed him, and the other half screamed at her that she knew he wasn't being honest. Huey, whatever, ifoe gatego kropka. Huey lowered the phone as he listened to the silence of a dead line, then dropped it back into his pocket. He was hating himself for the lie, but the rational part of his brain was already working overtime to justify it. However, before he could determine which side was going to win out this time, the whole basement exploded into action as Terry, the doorman from the cage upstairs, came tumbling down the stairs. Suddenly, about 7 heavily armed men, not including Frenchie, and rushed to the stairs, hosting a range of handguns and assault rifles as the sounds of heavy footsteps sounded out. Huey had to stop himself from cursing out loud. There, wearing a very tacky tracksuit, was none other than Billy Butcher, grinning ear to ear. All right, easy does it, lads. Easy does it. Billy gestured to the gangsters as easily as if he was waving down a taxi in London. As I try to tell this cunt, I'm with that lot over there. Frenchie gave Butcher a playful salute before gesturing to the other men to lower their weapons, which they did, albeit very reluctantly and slowly. What the fuck you wearing? Asked, leaning on a pillar, gesturing to the striped jacket and pants Butcher was wearing. That is a fucking excellent question. Butcher replied, stepping on Terry to get over to his team and causing the already injured doorman to cry out in pain. You called him. Huey looked over to Frenchie in disbelief, feeling a little stung by the betrayal. Im suri, patitia. This is not a game now. We need a real captain. Frenchie responded, looking only a little sorry, but without a hint of remorse. Frenchie's right. This is fucking mess, son. We got a Supe terrorist, Rainer's blown her noggin. And we're the most wanted cunts in the country. Butcher moved over to stand in front of Huey, listening off the situation before smiling at Huey and placing a large hand on the thin man's shoulder. But don't you worry. Daddy's home. Huey felt the blood drain from his face. However, before his brain could protest anything, another voice caused the group to turn their attention back to the staircase. Oh, great. And I suppose that makes me mommy. Huey's eyes widened as Lois' sardonic voice sounded down the stairs. Honestly, can't leave you boys alone for a minute without someone dying a violent death. Huey moved past Butcher, who moved to the side, letting the younger man go. As Huey passed Butcher, his eyes narrowed. Butcher had an odd look on his face now. It was like a cross between a scowl and a grin. Huey moved to greet Lois, as did Frenchie, and Kimiko. However, as she came into view, all of them stopped and did a double take. There, on her lower torso, was a small but very noticeable feature. What? Started trailing off, his eyes fixated on the bump. Frenchie continued before trailing off, his eyes fixed on her belly. Pregnant? Huey finished, his eyes darting from her stomach and looking at the woman's unamused face. Really? I hadn't fucking noticed. Lois snapped irritably as she shifted, placing her hands on her back as she tried to crack her back and shifting on her feet, disliking the extra weight she was straining to carry. As she stretched, her stomach suddenly glowed red as 2 eyes shone from within before they disappeared. All the boys bar Butcher took a big step back. What? No one gonna offer me a seat? Chapter 16, Family. Gold Galore Comic Book Store, Clarkson Avenue, Haitian Kings Drug Den, January 28, 2020. Butcher sat there, frozen. The note might have looked to everyone else like the scribblings of a madman. The semi-faded paper from Tony Cicero's stared at him as if it was a mocking puzzle that, if only he could solve it, if only he were smart enough to put the pieces together, he could get his life back. Becca, his dearest Becca, was out somewhere being held hostage by that cunt Homelander with a kid. The thought almost made him tense too hard and tear the precious lifeline, but he took a deep breath and calmed his nerves. He looked over the crayon-scrawled list for the millionth time, searching for anything he had overlooked or a connection between the mad scribbles. However, as he looked at the list, there was only one gleaming ray of hope amongst the quagmire of meaninglessness he had written, the very last item on the list. Superman. The whole event was hazy. If he hadn't seen Becca and gotten the bruises to prove that it had happened, he could have mistaken the whole thing for a dream. But it was real. His Becca was alive, and there was one person on the planet that could tell him where the monster was holding her. Clark Kent, the Superman. Butcher felt his hands nearly clench again, but he took another deep breath. All of his training, all of his experience, years of plotting, following, diving headfirst into a pile of shit, everything he had done, and now he was totally reliant on a fucking soup. The mere thought alone made his blood boil, The actual fact was enough to make him want to kill someone, well, several dozen people, but he needed control. His eyes shifted over to where Lois was sitting with the rest of the boys. She looked so out of place amongst the drug den and heavily armed guards around them all. There she was, a noticeable baby bump, feet up on another chair with her shoes off, drinking some sort of herbal tea that had got her. Frenchie was next to her cleaning his assault rifle, while Kimiko sat next to him, constantly writing on cards that read boy and girl, tapping the latter as she tried to convey something that the other man just didn't get. His eyes then moved to the other occupant of the table. Was on his laptop with the screen open to the news article and obituary of Susan Rayner. Looking at the screen, Butcher couldn't help but sigh. He knew he should feel more at her passing, but in truth, Rayner's death was more of a complication for him rather than a source of sorrow. With her gone, both his actions and the world they inhabited were a lot more dangerous for everyone in it. She would never have admitted it, but Rayner's effort and presence on the board had kept the scales balanced. She had taken over from the colonel as the broker, keeping everyone in their boxes. The boys, Vought, U.S. military, the Supes, and even Sam Lane all kept, well, mostly in their lanes because Rayner had wielded the CIA's big stick to keep it that way. However, with her dead, the board was not only in chaos but also open. That thought was the one worming the way into his head, the possibilities now that the status quo was gone. That status quo had been an uneasy and at times volatile peace enforced by mutual fear on everyone's part, but whilst others were afraid of what would happen now that peace was gone, Butcher wasn't. The so-called peace that Rayner had been busy enforcing was merely fear of pulling the trigger, of rolling the dice on Vought, and had been a peace that they had been slowly losing. However, if he was going to do anything, he needed back in, or at least needed someone with enough juice to make what he was doing tolerable, if not approved by the powers that be. With Rayner gone, there were only two people on Earth that could fit the role. Neither was exactly a great option for Butcher, and if he had a third option, he would have taken it, but you had to play the cards you were dealt. Mallory hated his guts and never wanted to see him again, but that was a movable feast seeing as her protege had just been murdered. She also hated Supes as much as he did, and like him had very little to lose now, and there was a chance she would want back in. Especially after years of being on the sidelines, Mallory would never admit it, but he knew she missed it, the rush, the power she once held. She was his first and best choice. The other was Sam Lane. Although he would never say it out loud, he liked Lois and even better admired her a little. She was very good at what she did, even if she had an annoying moral streak. Her dad, however, was a very different kettle of fish, and by a different kettle of fish, he meant a white shark with as much of a conscience as one. Sam Lane had a hatred of Supes that even eclipsed his own. He had no idea where it came from, but everyone that was aware of it knew that Sam Lane would burn down a building full of orphans if meant offing his soup. Mallory had once called Sam Lane the only true patriot she ever met, and she had meant it both as praise and warning. He was the only person that Butcher could remember that scared her. He was also aware that the two had a history together. He wasn't privy to it, but the way Mallory had talked it had been pretty. He released a deep sigh as he stood up, carefully placing the precious piece of paper into his pocket before standing up. Mallory, get her on board, get things running again, and then crave out a straight line to Becca. He just prayed to God that this worked, otherwise he would have to find a way to get Lois to contact her father, and he was sure it would be safer for him to go fight Homelander naked with a spoon than have that conversation. Okay, I'm off, Butcher announced as he read-oned his classic black trench coat, making sure to grab a pistol that holstered underneath his right shoulder. Where are you going? Huey's annoyed voice sounded out from behind him. The youngest member of the team was barely containing his anger at the situation he was in. Going to meet a contact, Butcher grunted, moving towards the exit only to find his path blocked by Huey. Boo! Huey pushed. Although Butcher was not in the mood to be challenged, he was secretly impressed with Huey's attempt. The lad had grown a spine, bless his heart. Someone who can help us nail this Supe terrorist cunt. Butcher brushed Huey aside and picked up a pack of cigarettes that Frenchie had left out. Who was the contact? Huey pressed, moving to Butcher's side to glare at the man, his breathing becoming heavier as did so. What is their actual name? Butcher fixed Huey with a stare. A year ago, this would have sent the boy running, but now Huey just returned it, causing Butcher to change tact and just smile slyly at him. You'll love it. No, I won't. I never love it. Huey grimaced as Butcher moved away from him, heading for the exit again. The casual dismal caused Huey to finally snap. I never fucking love it. Noted. Butcher shrugged and kept going. Not a word from him. Huey turned his attention to the group sitting at the table. He left us for fucking dead, and now he's back. And what? It's like nothing happened. The table stayed silent, as everyone exchanged quick glances with each other. Frenchie looked a little abashed, but unapologetic, whilst both and Lois had the same look of resignation on their faces. The two had already discussed the Butcher situation last night in private, and whilst it wasn't ideal, they still needed Butcher and his skills. However, there was one person that reacted to Huey's outburst. Butcher just released a deep breath and decided to stomp out this little rebellion before Huey said or did something that needed more of a response. Yeah, you know what, I'm sorry. Butcher whirled around his voice, and demeanor shifting into one the boys knew well as he fixed his gaze on Huey. Sorry that I trusted this lot was smart enough to save themselves like they've done 100 times before. Okay, then where the hell have you been? Huey stepped forward, evidently trying to assert his dominance, but coming off more like a puppy than a pit bull. Well, technically, I called him back. Frenchie spoke up, trying to be casual and end the argument, all of which earned him a sharp kick and glare from Lois. He blew up Madeline Stillwell. Huey shot back, laughing without any sense of humor in his tone. I told you, she was already dead when I blew her up. Homelander off the slag. Butcher calmly replied. His tone was shifting now, and the look that was forming on his face was not one Lois liked to see. Oh great. Okay, totally. Huey scoffed in disbelief, looking to the table for support, but finding that everyone was just remaining quiet. We're just going to pretend this is normal. What, like we're a bunch of lemmings? The room went silent as Butcher moved forward, closing the distance so swiftly that Huey could do nothing but flinch, freezing in place as the taller man leaned in towards him. Huey fought every natural instinct he had to show fear, but even then the look in Butcher's eye and their close proximity caused him to gulp. Well, who else are they going to follow? Butcher snarled, looking more like a wolf marking his territory than a man at that moment. That's enough, you two, unless you want to get them out and start measuring them. I'm sure Frenchie won't mind helping. Lois' distraction allowed Huey to step back without losing face. Butcher's snarl disappeared as he glanced from Lois to Huey, then shook his head and scoffed. Satisfied, he briskly turned and left. The room was silent for a moment. Huey, learn to pick your fights, or next time I'll just let him kill you. Lois' tone was casual as she looked away from the door Butcher had left by and continued drinking her tea. I can't believe it. You're okay with this? Huey turned back to Lois, who had for him been the sole voice of reason in the entire group, the anger rising in him again. He's an arrogant, crazy psychopath. Lois just looked at Huey for a moment. Her gaze caused the fight to go right out of him, and he shifted under her steady gaze. Lois' eyes had a piercing quilty that no matter how often Huey was exposed to it, it still sent shivers up his spine. Her gaze shifted to Mem. The two shared a brief look before Mem sighed and stood up quickly, followed by everyone else, leaving her and Huey alone. Sit. Lois gestured to the chair that Mem had just been sitting in. Huey just glanced at it, which earned him another piercing gaze from Lois as she now pointed to the chair. Sit now. Huey took the seat, quickly feeling like a schoolboy being reprimanded by a teacher again, or that he was back with his mom, before she left being mad that he broke a plate or something. The situation was made even more bizarre in Huey's mind by the very visible sight of Lois' baby bump. He couldn't help but pity the kid a little, powers or not. With Lois as a mother, that kid was not going to get away with much, if anything. Huey, you need to stop pushing Butcher. Lois sighed. Huey opened his mouth to say something, but was cut off by Lois' steely gaze and raised hand. I get it. I really do understand, but like it or not, where we currently are, we need him. No, we don't. We have options. Huey had the look of a man that thought himself the only sane man in a world of crazy people. Any Clark, you. Literally, anyone else who hates Vought. Lois just looked at Huey for a moment, her eyes searching for something until a look of understanding crossed her face. She released a deep sigh and shook her head. She paused for a moment as she collected her thoughts and finished off her tea before speaking again. Huey, we are in a very different world now. One that me, Butcher, or in fact never been in before. Vought took off the gloves. There are no more rules anymore. Supe's in the military. That was just a warm-up. Raynor's death, that's the first shot. The first shot in what? Huey asked carefully. A war, Huey, a war. Everything up until now has been clandestine, even if you didn't think it was. There were rules, lines both sides didn't cross, but that's gone now. Lois paused as she shifted in her seat. Huey wasn't sure if it was the topic or the baby making her uncomfortable. Whilst I'm flattered by your faith in me, but even if I wasn't currently eating for two, I can't do what Butcher does. But don't get me wrong, I could do some damage, but in the end, we'd lose. Why? Because what Butcher's more deranged and violent than you. Huey scoffed. Out of the two of them, Lois seemed much more suited to leading and planning than Butcher. He has more drive than me, Huey, more relentless focus, more zeal. I may hate the man, think he is an asshole, and God have I wanted at times to shoot him, but I have never not respected him. Lois swung her feet down from the chair opposite her so that she could with some effort lean forward to look Huey square in the eye. I'm someone, Huey, if chained to a pipe in a cell with my execution was about to happen, I would plan, pull at the pipe, try to bend it, pick the lock, batter with the guards, and when they came, try to resist. Butcher is the man who would just cut off his own arm and then beat the guards to death with it. And with what we are facing, we need someone capable of doing that. Huey went silent at Lois' words. He heard them, but wasn't sure he fully accepted them. It was like there were these three worlds he was existing in. The first was Butcher's world, where everything was shit and extreme violence seemed to be the only thing that worked. The second was Annie's world, where all they needed to do was push some people out of the way, and Clark could then swoop in and save everyone. Then there was this sort of strange real world where everyone else was ignorant of the other two and just went about their daily lives with not a care in the world. Huey, his name, caused him to look back up at Lois, who was just smiling at him. It was that type of warm, friendly smile that just made everything, if not better, more manageable. I do understand what you were saying, but now isn't the time for it. However, right now we need to dash. All pull together? Huey finished her sentence with a look of resignation on his face. Well, yes, but I was actually going to say we to help stand me up. My feet are swelling, my back kills, and I need to pee. Lois chuckled, patting her baby bump and shooting Huey a mischievous smile. Oh shit, of course. Huey scrambled to his feet and helped Lois up. She clung to his arm as they started to walk, as she tried to stretch her back. As they moved, Huey's eyes went to the bump again, and he just couldn't but ask one of the many questions that had been on his mind. Susu? Boy or girl? Lois just looked at Huey with raised eyebrows, a mixture of humor that it had taken him so long to broach the subject, and genuinely impressed he had. It's a girl. Thank you for asking. Huey smiled at the new piece of information, his head already trying to determine what the girl was going to look like with Lois and Clark's good Lou. Clark, the stray thought caused him to wince as he looked at Lois. The other question that he had been burning to ask, but had yet to dare even to think too loud. He wasn't sure if it was courage or just his usual lack of survival instincts, but he found his mouth forming the words before his brain could shut him down. Lois does. Does Clark know? Huey asked the question. It rolled off his tongue awkwardly, but came out before he could stop it. There was silence in the air as both of them froze. Huey was sure he was about to see the darker side of Lois again. However, to his shock, he saw something that he never thought he would. Lois was biting her lip and looked unsure of herself. When she spoke again, her voice lacked its usual confidence. He doesn't, and believe me, I know this isn't ideal. She then looked up at Huey, and she could see the uncertainty on her face, like she voicing an argument or conversation she had had in her head 100 times already. Everything just happened so quickly, I had to go into hiding but keep up appearances, making remote interviews. It all got away from me. And when I found out, I was already deep underground and Clark was overseas. Even when he's not, he's surrounded by Vought these days. And I can't let Vought find out about this. Why? Huey asked the question on instinct. Sure, Vought was evil, but Supes had kids all the time. In fact, there was all section of the entertainment industry about children of Supes, so Clark having a kid couldn't be that dangerous knowledge. Huey, you've seen the glow. My baby is a Supe, a natural superpowered baby. No V, no enhancements, the very thing Vought has been presenting their heroes as for decades. Lois looked genuinely scared, a rare emotion on the usually steely reporter, her hands going instinctively to her stomach, as if to protect it from the mere concept of harm. If they find out, there is nothing they won't do to get a hold of her. And I can't imagine what they would do if they succeed. Vought Security Estate, 5 Ponds Wilderness Area, New York State. Okay, you've got this, just aim right here. Homelander's voice seemed genuinely content and happy to a child's ear, but to an adult, it was clear he was struggling to maintain the facade. Just try your best. John watched. Ryan, his own flesh and blood, picked up the large baseball and threw it towards him. He braced, ready to catch the ball that was going to break the sound barrier. However, instead, Ryan's arm just flailed about and the ball barely reached in between them. It took every inch of his control to keep the encouraging smile on his face as he walked over to the ball. How is he so bad at this? When I was his age, I was lifting cars above my head. John's thoughts raced through his head as the picture of the all-American father-son bonding exercise didn't seem to be going how it should. However, as his brain failed to come up with anything else to do but keep going, he picked up the ball and walked back over to his spot. He gave Ryan a wide smile and threw the ball a little more gently than he did last time. But again, Ryan's coordination was a mess, and he missed the ball by a mile. As Ryan turned around and went after the stray baseball, John couldn't help but let a flash of anger cross his face. Meanwhile, Becca was just standing at the kitchen window, staring out at the two. Her heart hammered away, and she bit her nails as she looked at the phone in her hands. Homelander had his back to her, and she could see Ryan, but her son wouldn't easily be able to see her unless he was specifically looking for her. Her mind was racing. Vought had lied to her. They had promised to keep the two of them safe, and instead, they had just let the monster back into their lives. No, it was worse than that. He was free to come and go whenever he wanted. He was an animal that had abused her, hurt her, who had disregarded every protest she had made, and then rap. Ding, zong, ding, zong. The sound of the generic doorbell caused Becca's mind to both stop down the dark path it had been headed and become confused. No one ever rang the doorbell, mainly because no one ever visited the entire neighborhood, was made up of either people like her that Vought was hiding or paid actors to help sell the illusion this was all real. Becca cast a quick glance at Ryan and Homelander before quickly scurrying towards the door. There was no peephole, owing to there never being any visitors, so she was forced just to open the door. The sight that greeted her brought instant relief. She saw the emblazoned golden S crest and then looked up to meet the warm blue eyes above it. "Mrs. Butcher, I got your text. May I come in?" Clark stood politely at the door and offered a comforting smile. He had already scanned the house and knew where Homelander was, so he elected to be more diplomatic in his approach this time than he was guessing Homelander had been. Becca's eyes widened in surprise at the request, more so at the politeness of it than at itself, and then gestured for Clark to come in. As he walked in, he couldn't help but notice the thin veneer of normalcy that barely hung over the house. It was obvious even to someone without X-ray vision. Artificial, fabricated, fake. Everything about the house, the neighborhood, and the entire community was concocted to create the illusion of normalcy. Clark couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the fake photos on the wall or the school report in Ryan's name from the online homeschool program he was on. Vought had gone to great lengths to try to create the illusion of an ordinary childhood, so much so that it was almost believable, almost. What will happen when Ryan finds out that it isn't? That question stuck in Clark's mind as he walked into the fake home. They're out back, in the garden playing catch. Bika moved through the house, ducking her head, slightly trying to look through the hallway to the garden. When she was sure Homelander was still playing catch, she turned back to Clark. "Thank you for coming. It's okay. I wouldn't have been here sooner, but there was a tenement fire en route." Clark apologized. He had dealt with the fire quickly, but still felt horrible that he hadn't been able to arrive as quickly as he promised he would. Becca was silent for a few moments as she looked over her shoulder to the garden again, then back to Clark, fear and hesitation in her eyes. He didn't push her, sensing that what she needed most of all was the control and safety that had been taken from her family. Is he listening?" she asked. Clark glanced at the garden, reading Homelander's vital signs. The other superhero was completely engrossed in the game of catch and had tuned out the rest of the world. "No. He's not listening. We just need to be careful. I need to know, Becca trailed off, her hands shaking by her side. She pushed down the fear and the doubt, then took a calming breath. "I need to know, you're not like him, are you? You're actually good, right? I'm not like Homelander. You can trust me." Clark spoke slowly, putting every ounce of honesty he had in his body into those words. Becca let out a sigh of relief and felt herself almost cry as well. She knew it might be naive to take a Supe or anyone at their word, and maybe it was her last desperate hope talking. But seeing Superman in front of her was different. He didn't carry himself like he was invincible or that she was beneath him. He felt like a protector whose entire existence was about saving whoever was in front of him. "Thank God. I need you to help me, please. I need him to leave." Becca was trying to steady herself and felt tears that she managed to force away. "You need to make him leave." Clark just looked at the woman and then nodded, speaking slowly. Okay. I need you to get Ryan inside and then get in the basement." "The basement?" Becca asked, confused until everything clicked. In her mind, there was only one way Homelander would leave, and it wouldn't be by choice. "I'll get him away. You just keep Ryan safe." Clark's tone turned serious. If the worst happened, he was ready. He gave her a small smile and then a nod before heading toward the garden. Becca froze for a moment, and then she moved. Clark, on his part, had only got a few steps before she suddenly passed him and placed her hands on his chest. Wait. Just wait a second." Clark complied with Becca's request and could see the unease and disbelief on her face. "You're willing to go fight Homelander, just like that? Fight the most dangerous man in the world, without a second thought?" "Yes," Clark responded without hesitation, his honesty so intense that Becca's fear and suspicion just melted away. "Why?" Becca's voice was a mixture of awe and just shock. She couldn't believe her ears. Vaught's propaganda was one thing. Company rumors of him being the only decent superhero were another, but this was a whole other level. This was pure suicide, all for a nobody like her. It was Clark's turn to look confused at the question, but he answered with the truth. "Because you're afraid, and you're scared for your son." Becca just searched his eyes for any hint of deception, but found none, causing her to stumble back slightly in shock. The man in front of her was serious. He was willing to go out there and fight Homelander. A fight between the two of them would be devastating, just to keep her and Ryan safe. There was a part of her, well, actually a really large part of her, that wanted to just step aside and let him do it, to go out there and fight, but that part was drowned out by the more rational, the more controlled side of her that knew she couldn't ask for that. Where it would lead was something she couldn't be responsible for. "No, I need to keep Ryan safe." Becca was trembling for a moment before she took a deep, steadying breath. "I'm not going to lie. I am terrified of him, but I can't ask you to do this, knowing where it will lead." Clark looked at her. She was putting on a brave front, but the woman was clearly terrified, more than terrified, in fact. He wanted to press the issue. Every fiber of his upbringing was telling him to act, to help this woman. But the look in her eyes stopped him. She needed help, desired it even, but at this moment she didn't want it, for the same reason Maeve or Annie hadn't asked him to do it, what it would unleash. Okay, I understand, but know if he ever hurts you or Ryan, I will stop him. Clark stated, a scowl flashing across his face as he hated not being able to act. Thank you. Come on, let's get this over with. Becca took a deep, steady breath, composing herself as forced a motherly smile on her face as she turned around and walked into the garden. Clark followed close behind, easily visible not only because of his bright costume, but also the fact he was easily a good head and half taller than Becca. As they went out on the small porch area, the scene that greeted them was almost idyllic, a boy and father playing catch, if it was not for Homelander's growing frustration. Okay, Ryan, buddy, just use your powers. Homelander sighed, trying to keep a smile on his straining face. What do you mean? Ryan asked, looking at the tall blonde man in confusion. Homelander fought back at his frustration. How was the kid not getting it? It was simple. All you had to do was throw the ball hard. Your body would do the rest. Maybe a little demonstration would help. Show off what he could do, and that might push Ryan forward. Homelander rolled the ball he had in his hand before twisting and launching it straight into the air. With such force, Ryan was pushed back a little. Ryan's eyes widened in amazement as he tried and failed to track the ball as it disappeared into the sky. I can't do that. Yes, you can. All you have to do, I dash. Homelander moved over to Ryan, barely able to contain his excitement, before he was cut off. Clark. Ryan's voice was accompanied by him, rushing over to where Clark and his mom had appeared. The boy was evidently overjoyed to see the man. Hi, Ryan. How are you doing? Clark greeted the small blonde-haired boy with a wide smile, his eyes briefly glancing at Homelander. I'm good. Me and Dad were just playing catch, Ryan stated with enthusiasm, although Clark could tell that Ryan was more excited telling him about it than the act itself. Can you believe he's never seen a real baseball game? Or ever thrown a fastball? Homelander's voice caused everyone to look at the man, a disturbing possessive look in his eye as he looked at Ryan and Clark together. Clark just looked at Ryan, who seemed to have deflated at Homelander's blunt, ignorant criticism, causing him to step in and help the young boy. Well, we'll need to talk to your mother about a baseball game, but I can teach you how to throw a fastball, as long as your mother's okay with it. Becca looked at Clark, then at Homelander, and then finally at her son, who was almost in awe at the chance to learn from Clark. She had wanted to get Ryan back inside and away from Homelander. He needed to be doing his homeschooling, and his piano lessons was coming up. However, looking at her son's wide, hopeful eyes, she just gave a small nod. It has to be quick, though. Ryan needs to get to his studies, Becca added, and quickly eyeing Homelander, who just smirked at her, like her attempt to establish authority was funny. Clark moved Ryan back over to where he had been standing and then spent a few minutes quietly talking to the boy. The action caused memories to come flooding back to Clark, remembering his father had done the same thing, showing how to grip the ball, where his balance point was to follow through the whole motion and to command the pitch, don't aim. Although, Clark also remembered with a smile on his face that his pa had taught him in the middle of Evans Field, 5 miles out of town, just after harvest, and had worn full body armor as a precaution. Homelander just stood there watching the interaction intently and resisting the urge to scoff at Clark's advice. He was about to step in and take charge when Clark suddenly stood up from his kneeling position, a smile on his face giving Ryan a nod, before turning to Homelander, gesturing for him to get ready. Ryan looked nervous for a moment, but that disappeared when he saw that Clark was still smiling at him. The young boy then squared his shoulders and then threw the ball. Snap! Becca's eyes widened as the sound reached her ears. It certainly was a far cry from the burst of sound that occurred when Homelander had thrown the ball. However, there was no denying that Ryan had thrown a fastball. The ball had perfectly snapped out of his hand and traveled at speeds belonging to the major leagues. Ryan just stood dumbfounded for a moment before looking over to his mom, who just smiled at him with all the love a mother could. However, as he turned to face his father, Ryan's face fell. Homelander just looked at the ball, amused at the attempt he just witnessed, and threw the ball back to Ryan, who flinched, but the ball didn't hit him as Clark caught it with ease. Good attempt, and a lot better, son, but you need to Homelander sighed as he tried to think of the words, remembering how he'd been taught to harness his strength and the pain he endured. To push past the weakness and grab your strength, your power. Becca moved forward, ready to end this. Not liking what Homelander was trying to teach or instill in her boy, the whole reason she was here was to stop just that. However, she stopped herself partly because of the glare Homelander shot her, but more because of the raised hand Clark gave her as he kneeled back down next to Ryan, handing the ball back to him. The boy was just staring at the ball, clearly desiring to do what his father told him he could do, but didn't know remotely how to do it. Clark let out a deep breath and looked Ryan straight in the eye. Ryan, but different from other boys your age, and that is okay. Your strength doesn't come from your arms or legs. It comes from here, and here Clark stretched out his hand, and with 2 fingers gently tapped Ryan's heart and then his head. The act caused Ryan to look at Clark cursorily. Your strength is all about focus and control. My pa, he told me. How did he say it? There's power inside of you, a strength that's yours and yours alone. Don't force it, it's part of you. Imagine instead there's lightning in you coursing just underneath the surface. Don't grab it, don't force it, just let it flow. Just let it flow, Ryan repeated, nodding his head. Although it sounded strange, everything Clark was saying seemed to make sense to him. Just let it flow, breath, focus, release, that's it. Clark responded, giving Ryan a pat on the back as he stood up and aimed the boy towards Homelander. Ryan just stood for a moment and closed his eyes, tried to focus on what Clark had told him, muttering the words under his breath. Just let it flow, breath, focus, release. Crack. Boom. Becca was forced to take a few steps back to steady herself as the air pressure from Ryan's throw hit her. The sound also cracked the kitchen window as the ball broke the sound barrier the moment it left his hand. The ball itself had exploded when it struck Homelander's gloved hand. The force and speed upon impact reduced the baseball to mulch. Ryan was wide-eyed for a moment before he exploded into a massive grin and awe at what he had just done. Homelander looked shocked, as well evidently hadn't expected Clark's approach to work, but quickly overcame that and smiled massively. He began to move towards Ryan, ready to sweep the boy up into a massive hug and congratulate him on moving past his weakness. But before he could, Ryan rushed over to his mom. Mom, did you see? Did you see what I did? Ryan was bouncing and grinning like it was Christmas and his birthday at the same time. I sure did, buddy. Becca smiled at her son, who she had never seen this happy. Why don't you head in and I'll make you a sandwich to celebrate? Ryan looked like he was about to protest, turning around to try and get support, but before Homelander could say anything, Clark spoke up. Listen to your mother. We will do more later, I promise. That seemed to mollify Ryan, who just nodded and raced inside before anyone could stop him. Homelander moved towards the house, intent on spending more time with his son, but found his path blocked by Clark. Becca looked at the two men, but was prevented from intervening when Clark just gestured with his head to go inside, which he quickly did, leaving the two most powerful men on the planet alone. The garden went quiet as the two men stared at each other. It's great seeing my sons getting along so well. Homelander spoke, first a grin on his face. I'm going to say this again, and for the last time. I am not your son. Clark shook his head. The depths of John's self-delusions were fiercely alarming. You're still clinging to Vought's lies. I've already told you. You need to let them go. Embrace who you are and what you can. Sighing, it was Homelander's turn to shake his head, looking disappointed at Clark's declaration. The only thing I am ever going to embrace is you staying away from here. Clark declared, his face stern as he looked at Homelander, who just smirked. You'd keep a father from his son? Not very just or righteous, is it, son? Homelander's tone went cold as he stared at Clark. A real father from his son, never. Clark conceded, but then fixed with an equally icy glare. An abuser from his victims, however, that I will always do. He's mine. Homelander's face fell, and all pretense of friendliness disappeared. He's a human being, not a thing. Clark shot back, taking a step forward and closing the already small gap between them even further. I am warning you to stay away. You just keep making threats, and yet, I don't really see you doing anything. Homelander snarled, stretching his arms out to his sides and gesturing around, showing he was unconcerned about Clark's threat. What if I were to do what I want? Even if you could stop me, you can't be here all the time. I don't threaten. I make promises, and I always keep my promises. Clark's hard stare caused the hairs on John's neck for the first time ever to stand up, but the superhero kept his composure. And I may not be able to be here all the time, but I swear if you hurt that woman or that boy, I will stop you. Homelander just looked at Clark, his eyes void of any emotion as he searched the younger hero's face before a sly grin appeared on his face. And how will you do that, son? You can't be here all the time. And besides, do you really think you can take me? I was about to ask you the same question. Clark shot back. His answer caused John to freeze, as it was likely the first time someone had ever pushed back when he went down this route. Seeing him freeze, Clark pushed on. I may not be able to be here all the time, but anytime you're here, I will be too. So what's it going to be? Are you going, or do you want to see what happens if you want to stay? Clark's question hung in the air for a few moments as the world seemed to slow down. Clark tensed as he made the ultimatum, largely because Homelander was tensing too. The sheer density of their muscles caused the very air pressure to shift, making the area around them drop a few degrees. As he looked at Homelander, Clark was certain that this was about to be it, that the pre-verbal fire was about to be lit, or he was, until Homelander's face broke out into a sly smile. Progress. Definitely progress. We'll get you there, son. Oh, we'll get you there. Homelander smiled and chuckled at Clark like this was all a big inside joke only the two of them were in on. His smile stayed plastered on his face as he turned around and prepared to take off. I'll be back later. You bond with Ryan. And if you want to have fun with Mommy, she's a real firecracker. Clark was about to respond, but was unable to as Homelander rocketed off into the sky, leaving him alone on the ground. The Man of Steel stayed where he was for a few moments, mostly to make sure John actually left and also because he needed a moment to feel less dirty after the conversation he had just had. Once both were achieved, Clark walked back inside the house. She shared a glance with Becca before moving to sit with Ryan and help the young man with his mathematics. The rest of the day passed swiftly until Ryan finally went to his piano lesson with a neighbor, leaving the two adults alone. The moment Ryan was gone, Becca's whole attitude and manner shifted, revealing what Clark had already seen, a very tired and exhausted woman under a mountain of stress. She walked over to the pot of coffee she had made, pouring herself a glass before going under the skin and taking out a flask and adding a large swig to her drink. "He's coming back, isn't he?" Becca asked, turning to face Clark and taking a sip from her Irish coffee. "Yes, as long as he knows where Ryan and you are, he will come. I can't keep him away unless I take some drastic measures," Clark responded honestly, the look in Becca's I told him she was close to asking for him to do that, but not yet. Seeing this, Clark reached into his pockets and laid out 2 signal watches on the table. "What are those?" Becca moved over, looking at the brightly colored Superman-style watches. "They're a way of contacting me quicker than a phone. The watches emits an ultrasonic sound that will alert me if you're in danger. I'll show you how they work." Clark picked up the watch and showed Becca the way to activate the signal and how to take it off. If it is forcibly removed or damaged, it will emit the signal as well. "Thanks." Becca just stared at the watch, her brain racing as she tried to piece together the series of events that had caused her life to become this. She released a deep, almost mournful sigh. "There isn't anywhere we can go, is there?" Clark looked at the woman. He knew there was one place on Earth Becca and Ryan would be safe, a place that if Clark activated its defenses, not even he could get into. However, there was a large issue with that plan, one that made it infeasible as a solution. Not that would be healthy for Ryan, no. Clark sighed before looking around at the house, a grimace forming on his face. In truth, this place isn't good for him either. He's safe here. Becca shot back instantly, but her face fell as her mind reminded her of the reality she was in. Or at least he was. Look, he has a normal life, schoolwork, boundaries, a mother. He'll be fine dash. "Becca, it's fake. Apart from you, this is all fake." Clark gestured around him to the house, whose walls and shelves were covered in pictures of things that never happened. Ryan's getting older, and one day he's going to ask to do things he can't do here, go swim in the ocean, watch a baseball game, meet people. "You don't think I know that?" She shot back. There wasn't a day that had gone by where her mind hadn't brought up these questions. "What am I supposed to do? I don't have an answer to that, but I know this isn't your fault. You've done amazing, and if you can hang in there a little longer, I could try and see about changing this." Clark replied slowly, taking his time to show he wasn't there to demand anything. "Ow," Becca asked, a hint of hope in her voice. "Well, firstly, I think we need to dash." Clark began to talk before he stopped, as an alert from Kelleck sounded out, forcing him to look at the screen that suddenly materialized on his suit's inner forearm, the message causing his face to fall. "I'm so sorry, but I need to go. A friend of mine needs help." That's okay." Becca blinked at the abrupt declaration and was about to ask what was wrong, but before she could, Clark had disappeared. The only sign where he had gone was the open door and the sound of a sonic boom overhead. 7 Tower. Annie's apartment. Late January 28th, 2020. Annie was breathing in rapid breaths as she all but sprinted into her room. Today had not gone to plan, like at all. First, Vought had her out doing this whole girls get it done shit. Then A-Train was back, not good at all, plus there was Stormfront, her new teammate who seemed to hate her for no reason, and to top it off, Gecko had dropped several vials of V on her. She had already managed to send a vial to one of her news contacts. She had had that set up to go at a moment's notice. What she wasn't ready for was to be left with the remaining pair of vials of V with no idea who to send it to. She felt like she was holding a tiger by the tail and didn't know whether to hang on to it or run. No, the V was the dynamite that would bring Vought crashing to the ground. Then the board would be freed up and Clark could start fixing the shit they had created. Now where to hide them? She had put one vial in a false bottom of an ugly statue Vought had given her, while slipping the other one into her boot for the moment. She was just shooting off a text to Huey when she felt the rush of cold air hit her. She turned on instinct, her hand raised ready to fight as she saw A-Train standing smugly in her apartment. "Hey, their new girl. Who you sexting?" A-Train asked, a smirk on his face as he looked at Annie, who just lowered her arm, knowing she wasn't fast enough to hit him. "Get out," Annie demanded, her eyes glaring at A-Train. There was a rush of wind that hit, forcing her a few steps back. It took only a moment for her to realize what had happened. A-Train was standing in front of her, holding the vial from her boot, a sly, ominous smirk on his face. However, it was defeated slightly by the visible layer of sweat that was dripping from his forehead. Clearly, despite his claims of a full recovery, A-Train was still nowhere near his old level. "What are you doing with this?" Train asked, holding the blue vial up. His hand shook a little as he held, fighting the urge to just take the glorious substance right then. "This is not how it looks." "Okay, Annie stayed calm as her mind raced through everything she could do or say to try and get out of this. This is just a misunderstanding. Homelander should have charred your ass. The moment he found out you were fucking that pencil-dicked white boy. A train spat back, resisting the urge to smash Annie's face in only because he knew Homelander would want to do it. I saved your life, me and Clark. Annie fired back, hoping the debt he owed them would be enough, but saw another path as A-Train shifted at Clark's name. And I can tell you he won't be happy if I tell him you're threatening me. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what shit you think I owe you. A-Train just stared at her for a moment before a smirk appeared on his face. Or who you're fucking to protect yourself. Messing with this burns all bridges around here. A-Train lifted the vial of V, knowing that he held the ace card in this fight. The bitch had fucked around with V, and he was going to enjoy watching her pay the price. Messing with this stuff was a one-way ticket out of Vought's loving embrace, into a shallow grave. It was why he and Popclaw had been so careful with it. He just held up the V as he walked to the door, a grin on his face, but was stopped by Annie's voice. You're not going to tell anyone anything, Annie stated bluntly. As A-Train turned round, he was a little taken aback by the hard stare he was receiving. Annie seemed to have changed into someone hard as nails in the time it had taken him to walk to the door. Her whole demeanor was different. Gone was the happy friendly. Why's that? A-Train asked, his tone clearly mocking her attempt to sound tough. Because you killed your fucking girlfriend. Annie stated calmly. Her heart was hammering, but her face showed no sign of hesitation or worry. That's what you told Huey, right? That you killed Popclaw. You can't prove anything. A-Train shot back as cold had gone cold, and his grip on the veil almost caused it to shatter. Did she suffer? Annie asked, already knowing the answer, and was a bit alarmed at how good she was doing and how great it was feeling. Did you look in her big, sad eyes while you did it? Fuck you. A-Train's response was weak as he felt himself trembling, the memory flooding into him. Yeah, see, I looked at the Vought forensics report and Annie just exhaled, shaking her head at the speedster in front of her. Wow, all those needles jammed into her arm at the same time? I mean, one of them actually shattered the bone. Did you know that? Would someone really do that to themselves? I mean, doesn't look like an accident to me. I mean, Vought's happy to bury it, but, say if Sports Illustrated found out. The threat hung in the air as the two superheroes stared at each other. Annie's heart was pounding, but she was fighting back a smile as she could see she had A-Train, who was just standing there frozen. She walked over to him and took the vial from his hand and was about to demand he leave, but he spoke first. There's only one problem with your threat. A-Train's voice cut her off guard, and she looked at the speedster's now blank face. What's that? Annie asked. It was her turn for her tone to be mocking. You can follow through if you're dead, A-Train stated before suddenly exploding forward at speed so fast that Annie couldn't think or react. She suddenly found herself struggling for air as A-Train's hands were on her throat, squeezing the life from her as he rushed her around the room, slamming her into the walls. The lack of air, constant motion, and pain from striking the walls with force meant she couldn't do anything. She was starting to black out when suddenly the constant motion stopped. Annie gasped for air and was greeted by the sight of A-Train hitting the wall on the far side of the room and Clark standing next to her. Ah shit, fuck. A-Train cursed as he stood back up, rolling his shoulder as he felt his back was certainly bruised. Leave now. Clark's voice boomed so loud that the windows cracked. A-Train looked at Clark, his face fixed in a glare, was clearly about to keep pushing. But as soon as he saw Clark's eyes, his resolve melted. The speedster just looked at Annie and then Clark before vanishing in a gust of wind. Clark took a moment to steady himself before he turned around back to Annie, who was picking herself off of the ground, offering her a hand, which she took. How did you know? I was in trouble. Annie managed to ask, taking in deep breaths, as she felt her body already starting to heal. I didn't exactly. Kellex warned me that A-Train was back and that you'd also spoken to Gecko today. Clark explained, releasing his grip on Annie now that she was okay, before giving her a quick scan and was thankful nothing was broken. So I thought I'd talk to you before you did anything drastic. I can handle myself, Annie grunted as she moved over to her apartment's kitchen to grab some water, knowing where Clark was going with this. Clearly, Clark responded, gesturing to the broken walls around the apartment before bending down and picking up the blue vial that Annie had dropped. And is this part of handling things? Yes, Annie shot back, turning to face her friend, forgetting about the water for the moment and crossing her hands over her chest. I have a plan. It is going to take Vought out, and you're not going to stop me. Clark sighed, closing his eyes for a moment. He just wanted to keep his friend safe. Despite what she thought he did have a plan, it just wasn't as brash as hers because he knew who delicate and volatile the situation really was. Annie was Annie, however, and was never going to just sit back as things went wrong. No, she would, and would run through fire to save people. He released a deep breath and looked at her, knowing he needed to bring her, trust her with everything, put her in danger in order to keep her safe. I'm not going to stop you, Annie, but this is... Clark lifted up the blue vial of V, pointing at the dangerous subject before trailing off. The room went quiet as Clark just stared at the pure, undiluted vial of Gecko had gotten Annie. For Annie, Clark just seemed to have frozen in place, staring at the vial, with an expression that Annie had never seen before. Clark, Annie moved forward, her anger and frustration as she just looked at her frozen friend with concern. What is this? Clark asked, his eyes still fixed on the vial. It's Compound V, Annie replied, her voice unsure as she glanced at the undiluted substance. This is V, you're sure? Clark's eyes snapped to Annie. His voice had an urgency and alarm to it that just seemed out of place, coming from the ever-stalwart Clark Kent. Yeah, Gecko got it for me, straight from the lab as it was being delivered from wherever they make it. It's a purest sample. Annie shifted under Clark's gaze as he just looked back at the vial. This is impossible. Clark's whispered statement was clearly to himself as he stared at the first vial of V he had ever encountered. Clark had known about the substance for years and knew what it was used for both by Vought and heroes like A-Train. However, due to it being under tight Vought control and that he didn't want any part of the drug scene like A-Train, Clark had never had reason to be near the stuff. In fact, he had actively avoided it. However, now that he had it in his hands, he wished he had taken a greater interest in the Vought drug as it sent a cold chill through his body. Clark, what's wrong? Annie finally just decided to ask the question as Clark was really starting to alarm her. V, the drug been slightly modified, engineered, but it's Kryptonian blood. Clark's eyes widened as he kept scanning the vial in front of him. However, no matter what spectrum his eyes examined or how deep he looked into the genetic structure of the substance before him, it just confirmed what he had first seen. The vial, Compound V, the very thing that made Supes, which had caused so much damage to the world, was Kryptonian blood. Annie's voice then broke him out of the spell the vial had cast over him, causing him to look at one of his oldest friends as she looked more confused than ever. Clark, what the hell is a Kryptonian? Author's notes. Okay, I am back. Sorry for the delay. Life has just decided to happen and throw thing after thing at me. And truthfully, I have had little time to write, so it's messed up my old writing schedule. But never fear, I am committed to my stories until they are finished, so I will keep updating them as long as I am able. As always, thanks for reading. Each view is a little piece of motivation for me to keep going. Also, shout out to Dracomancer1, my great beta reader. His help as always is invaluable to making these stories the best they can be. Anyway, as always, please follow, favorite, and review as you desire. Chapter 17, Truth. 7 Tower, Annie's apartment, January 30th, 2020. Clark was sitting quietly on the sofa, reading over the latest intelligence report that General Lane had sent over. Annie paced back and forth in front of him. He had stayed with her after revealing the truth of what he really was and where he came from, which was when she had just started pacing. She hadn't really done much but pace for the last day since he explained everything, aside from sleeping for a bit and taking a call, but then it had been right back to wear out a path in Vought's carpets. I have to say, you're taking this a lot better than I thought you would, he remarked calmly before setting down the reports on the table before him. And he took a deep breath. You're an alien, a real alien, like from outer space. Her mind had violently pulled everything back together from the insane haze that had fallen over her. Jesus, Mary, and Joseph, you're a space alien. Aliens are real. The room fell silent as the superheroine gasped, trying to catch her breath as she finally stood still after what felt like ages reeling from the bombshell that Clark had dropped on her. Or, not Clark, she reminded herself. His real name was Kal-El from the planet Krypton. Her best friend was an alien. She stayed there, staring at him as if trying to spot a hidden set of antennae, an extra eye, or a green tint to his skin. He just looked back at her with a very human set of raised eyebrows, and she didn't know if the normalness was freaking her out more than any deformity could. Oh yeah, this is a lot better than I thought it would go. Clark nodded as he picked up the glass of water from the table and gave it a sip. How are you so calm about this? Annie asked, gradually coming down from the shouting she had been doing, mainly due to her being able to catch her breath and her throat protesting her. Clark, Cal, whatever. How are you so chill about? You just told me you're not human. Clark couldn't help but chuckle at her whispering the last part, as if someone was nearby, and could hear them, or like she hadn't been shouting it a few moments ago. Well, I kind of had, practically my whole life to get used to it. So it's not that big a shock for me. You keeping a cool head really helps. My head is not cool. My head is the opposite of cool. Annie burst out again before taking a quick moment to take a breath and try to calm down again. Clark, look at me. I'm freaking out here. In truth, I'd have been worried if you weren't freaking out. That's sort of the base level reaction to this type of news. Clark gave her a friendly smile as he stood moving over to her and holding her arms whilst looking her in the eye to help her calm down. You haven't fainted. You're not trying to kill me. You didn't run off screaming the aliens are here. You're next. You're next. And I'm pretty sure you're not going to rustle up an angry mob with pitchforks and torches. That's fair, I guess, Annie reflected. Looking back on her reaction, it had been pretty mild compared to how she knew most people would have reacted. So, you're really an alien? Yes. I was born on the planet Krypton, located in what you would call the Andromeda Galaxy. My people were called Kryptonians. Clark explained slowly again, knowing he was probably going to have to do this a few times due to Annie still getting over the shock. My superpowers are the result of my unique biology, which is enhanced by Earth's, well, let's just say friendly atmosphere and climate, along with the sun's greater solar radiation. Solar radiation? So you get your powers from sunlight? Annie asked, moving over and finally collapsing on a chair as Clark nodded and took his seat on the couch again. Partially. My biology is different from yours. Krypton's environment was extremely harsh, bordering on uninhabitable, so my people evolved with the ability to sustain ourselves on, how to explain it? Clark paused as he tried to simplify the very complex biological processes that occurred within Kryptonian life. My cells work like cold fusion reactors. They have parts which absorb solar energy and make energy. It's complicated. So, without sunlight, would you be like normal? I mean human? Annie jumped to correct herself as she tried not to offend her friend, all while trying to understand what was happening. Not exactly. My skin, bone, and muscles are naturally denser than yours, and my body is designed to survive in an environment that would tear even most enhanced humans apart. Clark leaned forward, taking comfort that Annie seemed to be relaxing more and not on the verge of freaking out again. I would be stronger and more durable than, say, you, but far less than I am now. I wouldn't be able to fly or use my other abilities. Okay. Annie nodded as she took in the information, which was sort of going over her head, but she just wanted to try and make this seem normal. She paused for a moment, bit her lip, and then asked the question Clark had been waiting for. So why are you here? On Earth, I mean, and not Krypton. Krypton's gone, Clark answered. His tone was sorrowful as he tried and failed to keep his face from falling. Gone? How? What happened? Annie looked at her friend, who appeared as if the weight of the world he was already carrying had just been doubled. The planet reached the end of its natural life cycle. Krypton was ancient, and its core had become unstable until eventually it exploded. The shock wave set off a chain reaction which caused our sun, Rao, to go supernova, which annihilated anything that survived, as well as the entire system. Clark sighed as he recounted what he knew of the end of his people from the fortress's records. The whole of Kryptonian civilization, gone in a flash. What about your people? Are there others? Annie asked, her shock at Clark being an alien, being replaced by the horror that her friend was apparently telling her he was alone in the universe. Someone else must have survived, a colony, a spaceship. Clark just looked at her, his eyes giving her all the answers she needed as he then turned his attention to the sample of Compound V on the table. I'm the only one, the sole survivor of the oldest race in the universe. Or I thought I was until I saw this. Clark lifted up the vial and affixed it with a stern look as he brought the bright blue liquid up to his eyes. The tests I ran on the serum, the things I found, it means that there's... He stopped short, but Annie started to read between the lines. She watched as her best friend's face turned into a rapidly moving mixture of emotions. Anger, frustration, horror, and hope. It was only a small glint of it, but it was definitely there. Despite all she had seen of his life, hope was a strange thing to see on his face. She was so used to seeing him inspired in others, much more rare coming from his person. However, as she looked at it, she could see where it was coming from, and she completely understood why. There was something in the blue vial that held the answer to a question that Clark had been asking himself all his life. Was he truly alone? Her friend had always seemed a little distant from even other superheroes as long as she knew him, but where before she had thought it was merely because of his level of fame and power, she now knew the truth. He was lonely on a whole other level. Now, here was a chance to end that loneliness. So what are you going to do? Annie asked carefully. Her question broke Clark out of his haze and caused him to place the vial back onto the table. His hopeful face became a frown. I'm not sure. I'll need to find the source of it. But even my contact with the military is drawing a blank at the moment. Vought certainly kept this secret away from prying eyes. Clark mused, sighing as his mind raced through his limited options at the moment. But I will find it. For now, we keep going, we protect the people, and we fight Vought. What about Huey and Lois? Annie asked. The question earned her an unreadable look. I know you don't like how they're doing it, but they're the only other people up against the same things we are. It really might be worth reaching out. Clark suddenly felt like he had a bitter taste in his mouth that he was swirling around before he suddenly leaned back in his seat, the couch groaning from his weight. It's something to think about. For now, we act as if everything is normal and prepare for the fallout from what's coming. What's coming? Annie's eyes widened at Clark's words, feeling like she had forgotten some big event. and then it hit her. Oh shit, I got the whistle blown on V. First things first. We have a meeting with the others about this movie they're trying to push on us. He stood, picked up the vial of V again, and this time placed it into a shielded compartment on his belt. Is that really important right now? Annie said as the two of them moved towards the door of her apartment. No, not at all, but appearances are needed now more than ever, and I have yet to actually meet this Stormfront. Clark responded. His demeanor shifted with practiced ease, and the facade he presented to Vought and the world slid into place. Also, I might have promised my aunt I would attend. I sort of caused her a few problems recently. Oh, come on, Clark. She's covered for you all your life. I'm sure she would let you out of this if you asked nicely. Annie smirked while they started walking down the hallway that separated the Seven's rooms from each other. Well, I may have disobeyed orders from the president last week, Clark admitted as they got into the elevator, causing Annie's eyes to go wide and turn on him as he reflected on his actions. I think I might have actually committed treason when I did it, or at least something that'll cause a few hearings. Annie just went silent as the doors closed on them and elected not to ask any questions about Clark's recent actions overseas. Learning that he was an alien and V had something to do with aliens was enough for one day. Hell, it was enough for several lifetimes. The two eventually reached the Seven Command Center. Everyone was there apart from Homelander, whose absence Clark took notice of. He shifted, then took the right-hand seat next to the team leader's chair. Maeve was seated second from the right, and gave Clark a small nod while Annie took her seat across from them in between Noir and Stormfront. Clark also looked to the window where Ashley and his aunt were standing, and his eyes was clearly focused on the meeting, but his aunt was shifting as she read something on her pad. She also kept glancing at her phone, which she took out of her pocket every few seconds like clockwork. Okay, we ready, guys? Adam Burke, Vought Studios' most prolific director, stood forward, drawing all eyes to him as he gestured to the storyboard. Heat vision doesn't work like that. It burns at an average of 5,000 degrees. Clark's voice cut off the eager director, who suddenly froze looking at the hero who had the script in front of him and was clearly making notes. Homelander would more than likely melt through the chassis and part of the road in that scenario. He would do better to either pick up the car or dash. Oh well, I mean semantics, we could change things, but it's not really important, it's just for the trailer. Adam chuckled as he trailed off. Clark was not impressed by the response. Alright, first of all, that's not how you use the word semantics. Secondly, it is important that future super-abled children can watch this and not come away with an unrealistic understanding of what's possible. Clark responded. His calm demeanor and commanding presence were making Maeve and Annie smile as the director just sweated buckets. Thirdly, ignoring all of that, this script doesn't make sense. The dialogue is very one-dimensional, especially the women, and you have the team meeting me for the first time at a horse ranch in Nebraska. Yeah. Adam winced and adjusted his glasses uncomfortably. I'm from Kansas, and it's a farm, Clark replied bluntly, causing Maeve to chuckle as Adam opened and closed his mouth to try and think of something to say. Also, I have never said y'all in my life. Well, we can. Adam looked over to the two executives in the room. Ashley just looked like a deer caught in the headlights, whilst Mary, having just turned fully away and with her phone pressed to her ear, wouldn't be of any help either. I think Superman raises a good point, Stormfront spoke up. Adam faced the newest member of the Seven, who was just smiling like the cat who ate the canary. We're going to need some real overhaul. And he's bang on. You write all your women as either unknowable Hitchcock bitches or Michael Bay fuckdolls. I mean, I get that a lifetime of jerking off to Transformers didn't exactly make you popular with the ladies, but, you know, a little effort would be nice. Oh, well, excuse me. And you know what? I do have two sisters. Adam shot back, squaring off with Stormfront. It sounded like Superman was too much for him, but not the newest girl on the team. And excuse me, hello, Homelander really loves the script. Ashley butted in too, trying to reassert control over a meeting which had been set up as a formality, an easy rubber stamp on a screenplay that was practically done already. Well, then where is he? Stormfront gestured with one hand to the empty chair. Everyone turned to look. Ashley opened her mouth to respond only for a sudden cracking sound to split the silence. Mary had dropped her tablet on the floor in shock. Clark would have moved over to ask her what was wrong if he didn't already know what had happened. She was white as a sheet as she turned around blankly and stared at the group before all but running for the door. The room fell quiet. Everyone apart from Clark, and Stormfront glanced at everyone else. The latter was still smirking at Ashley, completely unfazed by what just happened. Ashley herself looked completely lost, scrambling to look at her phone which hadn't gone off and displayed no email or text to explain what just happened. Clark glanced over at Annie, who met his eyes, and realization dawned on her, which brought a growing smile to her face that she tried to hold back. Miss Barrett. Clark's voice caused Ashley to snap to him as he calmly stood up from his seat. You're going to want to follow my aunt, as this is important. Ashley stood for a second before grabbing her phone and clipboard and started running after her boss. Burke was left alone in the room, full of superheroes. He shifted and glanced at the exit. Clark just looked at him and gestured with his head for him to leave. The director didn't need any other excuse and made a break for the door. Well, damn, that was a lot better than anything you'd see on VEV, wasn't it? Anyone want to get some ice cream, my treat? Stormfront smiled from her seat. She leaned back and swayed side to side, looked around the room, then zeroed in on Clark with a glint in her eye and an extremely friendly smile on her lips. Who about you? Big Blue? You look like a double-chip chocolate guy, am I right? Annie's eyes widened as she looked from Stormfront to Clark, whose face still held the usual stoic expression he wore when dealing with the Seven. He opened his mouth to respond before suddenly his head snapped to the window, and before anyone could do anything, he vanished. The only trace of where he went was the open balcony door and a fading rush of air. Everyone in the room looked at each other again, confused by what just happened. The silence was only broken when Stormfront shrugged her shoulders and looked at Annie. Well, he sure lets a girl down easy, doesn't he? Vought Security Estate, 5 Ponds Wilderness Area, New York State, midday. Becca just stood in the archway of her kitchen as she looked at Ryan, sitting down, whilst Clark examined him. She had scrambled to activate the signal watch as soon as Homelander had left, after what occurred only half an hour ago. She knew that Homelander was egotistical, vain, and was certainly not completely sane given how he acted and what he had done to her, but the depths of that insanity had been a mystery to her until today. He had thrown her son off of the roof. The image of Ryan laying on the grass face first and unmoving was firmly lodged in her brain. She knew, no matter what, it was going to stay there forever. There was only one thing that was keeping her in control: the alarming reality of just how Ryan reacted when Homelander threatened her. He had pushed him clear across the yard, and then his eyes had turned red. It was the first time she had ever seen her boy get truly angry, and although she was proud he had stood up to Homelander, she would be lying if she didn't say it hadn't scared her a little. However, her fear was somewhat relieved as she watched as Clark knelt in front of her son and tended to him with an ease that belied his size. He had come the instant he had heard the signal, just like he had promised, just missing Homelander, who had flown away mere seconds earlier after Ryan's brutal rejection. The new arrival had been gentle and calm as he asked what had happened before moving to look the boy over. Clark's voice snapped her out of her haze as she watched the giant of a man stand up. Her own thoughts had drowned out the apparent conversation he had been having with Ryan. It's all good, nothing broken. Now I need to go upstairs and pack. Just like we talked about, okay. Clark smiled at Ryan, who shifted a little before looking over to his mom, and then back up before giving a small nod. Ryan moved quickly from his seat, but walked without energy or his usual vigor that drove her crazy at times. This was what could only be called a fast trudge. He shot her a quick glance, still holding the arm that he had tried to use to break his fall as if it caused him pain still before moving past her to the stairs. She waited a few moments until she heard his footsteps at the top of the stairs, then turned. Is he okay? I mean, really okay. He passed out for a few minutes, and he complained about his arm. He hasn't, bro dash. Becca's mouth moved faster than her brain as all her fears came tumbling out of her. He's fine, small sprain on his ulnar tendon, but I think that's from when he pushed Homelander away. The man is incredibly dense. Ryan's muscles weren't ready for it. Clark sighed as he ran a hand through his hair and fixed Becca with a look that was both reassuring but held a hint of worry. What is it? She pressed and moved closer to the man of steel. He's absolutely fine. That's the issue. His bone and muscle density are 500% greater than when I last saw him, and the metabolic activity in his cells has increased. Ryan's biochemistry is changing on a fundamental level. His powers are starting to come in fully. Clark took a glance up at the ceiling, gazed piercing wood and plaster to make sure Ryan was indeed packing, which he was, before returning to look at Becca. I think the physical and emotional aspects of today's incident have triggered them. Also, because of that and the incident, you can't stay. I can't protect you here. But where can we go? There's no place on earth that he won't find us. Becca felt panic spiking through her. She had gone to Vought for that exact reason, and it hadn't done anything. He'll just come and dash. You're right. I can't hide you from him. Clark cut herself as reassuringly as he could. Part of him wanted to take them to the fortress right then and there, but Ryan needed people and life, not a cage, and that only left one place. But I can take you somewhere, a place where Ryan can be around people who have experience with a Superbowl child and wouldn't treat him differently. You want to take him to Vought? Becca asked, horrified. She would rather burn down her fake house with herself in it than live through this again. No, not Vought. Trust me. I won't promise you Homelander won't come around, because I can, at least not yet. I will promise you it will be better and healthier for Ryan, and he'll have a lot more positive influences. Clark placed a hand on her shoulder, looking her in the eye, and summoning every ounce of honesty he could. And I promise I will protect your son. Becca just stayed still. She looked at Clark, Then at the walls of the house covered in tasteful artwork and pictures of nature landscapes. The decorations, vacation photos, the report cards, all of it was fake. Not one thing around her was really real, and as she looked at Clark, she knew he was right. She found herself nodding even before her mind had reached the same conclusion. Okay, what do I need to do? Becca asked as she took a steady breath in. Pack up everything you want and need, then get in the car. Clark gave her a reassuring smile. Becca opened her mouth, but he beat her to the question he knew she was going to ask. Don't worry, we're not driving. It's just a lot easier for me to carry everything in the car. That makes sense. Becca chuckled awkwardly as she tried to calm herself down before giving Clark another questioning look. So, where are we going? Home, Clark answered with a smile. 2 hours later, Kent Family Farm, Smallville, Kansas. Becca stood awkwardly on the wooden floor of the old farmhouse's front porch, her arm draped over her son who stood just as awkwardly next to her. When Superman had said he was them to somewhere better for Ryan, Becca wasn't sure what she had imagined, but this certainly wasn't it. She had half expected to be whisked away to his California mansion filled with secret gadgets, or some sort of top-secret institute for superpowered youngsters no one knew about, not a farm in the smallest of towns in small-town America. Ma, are you in? The most powerful man on Earth suddenly affected a rural farm boy accent as he pushed open the front door, leading the shocked pair into a hallway with a staircase leading up and a living room to their left. I brought company. Clark Joseph Kent. Martha Kent appeared walking through the living from the kitchen with an apron on, clearly in the midst of cooking, her voice as reprimanding as any mother ever. You very much know I am in with that hearing of yours, so you've no excuse shouting your oh my. Hello there. The matronly woman paused suddenly as she saw Ryan and Becca standing next to Clark holding a suitcase each and looking very awkward. She gave her son a quick glance, which he returned with a small nod and gesture of his head towards the newcomers. The Kent matriarch quickly broke into a smile and moved forward, projecting such a wave of warmth that Ryan and Becca could do nothing but blink. Clark, for goodness sake, where are your manners? Not introducing your friends? I thought I raised you better than that. Martha moved forward looking at Ryan and then to Becca with a posture that was nothing but welcoming. Amata Kent, Clark's ma, but don't worry. I don't have a silly name like my son, so you don't need to call me Super Mayim or anything like that. Ryan giggled a little at the bad joke, and Becca felt herself relax as she suddenly realized what Clark had meant by people with experience with Superbowl children. She found herself smiling without effort as she addressed Superman's mom, a concept somehow both very ordinary and very strange at the same time. I'm Rebecca Butcher, but everyone calls me Becca, and this little troublemaker. Becca gave her boy a small squeeze, which caused him to become a little embarrassed. This is my son, Ryan. It's nice to meet you, Mrs. Kent. Ryan smiled as he greeted the woman who looked like she had come straight off of one of his mother's recipe book covers, right down to the hairstyle and apron. Bless my soul, what a polite young man. Martha was radiant as she bent over a little to be level with Ryan, then whispered conspiratorially, Tell you what, after you get unpacked, I'll show you where I hide the chocolate chip cookies. Not even Clark knows where they are. Ryan looked down shyly, just managing a small nod that only earned him a wider smile from the elder Kent. The bedrooms are upstairs, Clark chimed in, then gestured to the staircase next to them. Becca, turn left at the landing, and yours is at the end of the hall. Ryan, turn left, and it's the first door on the right. That's where you'll be sleeping. Ryan looked at Clark, and then to his mother, who managed to keep the smile on her face as she just gave her son a firm nod. With Ryan leading the way, the two of them climbed the stairs, disappearing from view. The moment they were gone, Clark let out a deep sigh and took stock of his own feelings, stressed and unsure what to do next. Martha just moved over to her son and placed a gentle hand on his shoulder, causing him to look at her and give a small smile. Clark, what's happened? And what do you need me to do? She knew her son well enough that even if hadn't just shown up with two strangers, she would know something deeper was wrong. The question drew a sigh as he tried to figure out where to begin. Releasing the deep breath he just took, he started to explain everything. He decided to start with what was in front of him, which was the two innocent people he had rescued from the proverbial dragon's lair. Then once he got through that minefield, he would work out how to broach other big news about the extraterrestrial origins of Compound V. While Clark made his delicate explanation, Becca and Ryan found themselves moving through what looked like a Norman Rockwell painting. She wound up in a rather comfortable bedchamber. As she explored, she found it to be a little cramped. It was clearly a spare room intended for guests, with a double bed taking up most of the room and boxes of old trinkets tucked into one corner. Meanwhile, Ryan hadn't moved since his mom had left him standing in the room Clark had said was his. It was large and spacious. A single long bed occupied the center, with a writing desk against the other wall. The walls were filled with photos, posters, and more than a few shelves that were lined with awards and what were clearly childhood mementos. All of them had one thing in common. They all belonged to Superman. Ryan couldn't but edge across the floor like he was standing on sacred ground, like his ordinary boring feet would somehow pollute this sanctuary. He brought the bag he had brought and gently placed it on the bed before opening it up to start unpacking. He actually felt himself holding his breath as he opened a set of drawers, wondering what would be in them, what heroic costumes were stored within. However, as he opened the first one, he found himself disappointed. Instead of a brightly colored supersuit, the space was empty. In fact, as Ryan unpacked further, he found that everything he opened was empty, and it was clear that the room, although well-maintained, had not been occupied in years. The desk was bare apart from a few photos and a fine layer of dust. Even the keepsakes on the shelves were old and clearly had been placed there most likely to fill space rather than for any real sentimental value. Ryan lifted the last item from his bag, his thick winter coat. Then he let out a small, dejected sigh. He should have expected it. This was just a room after all, and since his father had thrown him from the roof, he knew heroes weren't real. He shuffled, coat in hand, over to the closet he had yet to open, wondering what the point of all of this was. But as he opened the door, he froze. The boy knew he grew up in a bubble more ignorant of music and movies than other kids, but if he knew one thing, it was superheroes. He would sneak onto his mom's laptop when she wasn't looking to read their stories, look at pictures, and watch videos of them. So he knew exactly what he was looking at. There, hanging on an innocent coat hanger before him, was a black woven t-shirt with a large S-shield crest on the upper middle along with a pair of blue trousers and a belt. Superboy's costume. Holy shnikes, this was Superboy's costume. The words rang inside his head as he stood there, just looking at the iconic piece of clothing. This simple, relatable, realistic look had made Ryan fall in love with heroes when he had first seen it. It was an old and shaky video taken by an amateur, but it had shown the then Superboy leaping headlong into a tornado just to rescue a girl's kitten that she had left behind. He knew Clark was now a grown man, and his Superman identity was even more impressive, but he remembered how he felt when he had seen that young black-haired boy do the right thing, like he too could do the impossible. Ryan had dropped the coat, and before he knew what he was doing, he had the hanger clutched in hand and was holding the costume. His mind raced as he felt a surge of confidence rush through him. He started to scramble out of his own shirt, careful not to let the sacred vestments drop. It was a little awkward, but a few moments later he was standing proud and tall with the black shirt on, the red S shield on his chest. After pulling on the slightly too long trousers, he turned to face the mirror in the corner. Ryan puffed out his chest, placed his hands on his hips, and struck a triumphant pose. Then he paused. Superboy wouldn't be scared. Superboy wouldn't have let anyone touch his mother or speak to her like Homelander did. He felt his hands tensing at his side as he looked at the image and tried to imagine himself standing proudly in front of his mother protecting her. The image vanished as reality returned to him. You're not Superboy, though. He could fly and lift buildings, but you can't do anything. The clothes don't even fit right. You're not Dash. It looks pretty good on you, although I don't think black's your color. The boy found himself whirling around as he suddenly saw an amused Clark standing in the doorway looking at him while holding a plate of food, which he carried in and placed on the bedside table. The shirt's heavier than it looks, isn't it? Yeah, it is, Ryan answered, feeling more awkward than before. He shifted, suddenly feeling like the t-shirt weighed 1,000 pounds. Why is that? It's a special blend of tungsten-impregnated Kevlar. My Aunt Mary, she worked for Vought. She had it made when I wasn't that much older than you. Clark moved and took a seat on the bed, somehow looking both very natural as someone in their childhood bedroom, but very out of place as Superman parking his hind end on a Jayhawk's bedsheet. We tried a bunch of other fabrics, but they tore apart when I ran or jumped. My mom will tell you I looked pretty darn silly early on. Yeah, Ryan forced a smile on his face, knowing where this was going, and he knew he had to give the expected answer. This was where Superman was going to step in and give him a speech about powers and how he had a responsibility to use them. How he wasn't normal and had to be ready because someday he would be a superhero. He might have grown up lonely with only his mom to speak to, but he still read comics, watched movies, and knew scenes like this by heart. Ryan, what do you want to be when you grow up? Clark asked as he looked past the boy's smile and saw tension and stresses all too familiar on a face far too young. I want to be like you. Ryan forced out what he knew to be the right answer, how he had to be strong and ready to protect his mother and do what he knew was expected of him. I want to be a superhero. I didn't. The answer caused Ryan to blink and freeze. Surely he had heard wrong. He looked up, staring like the man was some sort of an alien with 3 heads. The room fell eerily silent for a few moments before the boy broke eye contact and spoke awkwardly. You didn't? No. I wanted to be a farmer like my pa for a really long time. You know, working the land, getting up with the sun, feeding the cows, the chickens, plowing the fields, and the rest of it. I think I would have liked doing that. Clark patted the bed next to him, causing Ryan to come over and sit next to the world's greatest hero. He looked at the wall as if he could see that life. When I was about your age, I kind of started to want to be a reporter. A reporter? Really? Ryan looked confused again. This wasn't going anything like it did in the movies, TV shows, or comics he had read. Oh yeah, I thought they were awesome. Clark chuckled with a genuine enthusiasm that made Ryan smile as the man recalled his very humble boyhood dream. They got to travel, meet interesting people, and share their stories with everyone. They influenced people's lives, kept powerful people honest, and showed folks who never went anywhere what the whole wide world was like. Ryan smiled at the description and for a moment felt overwhelmed by the genuine enthusiasm and zeal the older man had. He himself felt for a moment that he too wanted to be a reporter, a job Clark had made out to be the greatest job in the world, even though he knew the reality was probably not as described. The two of them sat there for a few moments, then Ryan looked away, smiling. So if you could be anything, Ryan, what would you want to be? Clark felt he needed to know the child next to him a lot more than he did. And in truth, when this had all started, he hadn't thought he would end up in this situation. Now that he was more relaxed, Ryan thought hard for a moment. He pushed past the part of himself telling him to say what was expected of him. I don't know. I like making stop-motion Lego animation. So, maybe something in movies? I also like school, so a teacher. Ryan shifted as he tried to really think about the question he was being asked before looking up into Clark's face. But don't I have to be, a superhero? Ryan, I'm going to be honest with you. Being ordinary isn't really an option for people like us, Clark admitted. He placed a comforting hand on his shoulder and gave a reassuring smile. But normalcy is something you can have if you want it. There is nothing wrong with wanting to settle down and live peacefully. You have that choice. But I have these powers, aren't I? Don't I have to use them to help people? Ryan was feeling weird in his chest, like it was lighter and heavier at the same time. No. The answer was a shock to a system that was fast running out of ways to be shocked. Clark smiled and decided to clarify what he meant. If you want to do what I do, Ryan, to be a superhero then, that's okay. I'm not going to lie. It's an incredible, amazing life, and you will affect the lives of millions. But most importantly, it's a choice. I fundamentally believe that. I believe that we make our own destiny, and no one has the right to force a way of living onto anyone. So what do you want to be? I don't know, Ryan finally answered truthfully. The day had left him without the faintest idea of what he wanted from life. But he did know one thing at the moment as he looked up. Could you show me how to be like you, like strong and brave, and do things you do? Like you did with the baseball. I just want to keep my mom safe. Clark looked down at the wide, trusting eyes that clearly wanted not to be afraid and needed someone to show him how to handle what was happening to him. Okay, buddy, I'll show you, but first things first. Eat your dinner, brush your teeth, get a good night's sleep, and we'll start tomorrow, okay? Okay, Ryan gave the larger man a nod, causing Clark to stand up and walk past the plate of food his ma had put together and toward the door, only stopping when he heard a quiet voice. Thanks, Clark. He gave the kid a smile and then left the room, closing the door slowly and letting out a contented sigh before turning to face the worried woman who was standing next to the door. Becca still looked like she could explode at any second, but seemed much calmer than before. Thank you, Becca whispered, looking at Clark with tears in her eyes as she glanced at the door. Thank you. 7 Tower, floor 82, Stan Edgar's office, same time. The executive office was in absolute chaos. Mary stood frozen as the office swirled around her in a blur of confusion, anger, and panic. Phones were ringing, pieces of legal paperwork were either being passed back and forth or just shredded, and more than one person was on a laptop or else had a phone pressed to their ear and was shouting to be heard. However, her eyes were not on the mayhem around her, but rather on the sole center of calm in the storm. Stan Edgar just sat behind his desk, unmoving. He had been reading some papers someone had given him, but had since put them down and had his back turned to them all. Mary edged forward until she could see the Vauxio looking at a silver shield-shaped pendant in his right hand and tracing it lightly with his thumb. But before she could see more of it, he closed his hand, then turned to face her. What's the matter, Miss Clark? You seem unnerved. He asked the question which from anyone else would have sounded cynical and sarcastic, but from him sounded bland, ordinary and genuine, almost as if the company wasn't burning down around them. Sir, we're down 68% in morning trading, 20% in the last 5 minutes alone. The stock is in free fall. Our investors are climbing over each other to be the first to denounce us publicly. The FDA is trying to rush the door, and if the shares hit 19, then we're going to have to do a buyback. Mary moved forward, moving into the eye of the storm. We need to release a statement soon, or else the stock price will collapse, and we will all need to start talking to some damn great lawyers. And what kind of statement would you release if you were me? He asked, looking at Mary with piercing eyes that she would never get used to even if she lived to be 100. We've only got 2 options. First, we deny. Deny everything. High risk, high reward. If we don't pull it off, however, we are all looking at serious jail time, especially if there's a legitimate whistleblower. That leaves option 2. Mea culpa. Confess to everything they know already and try to survive this and hide everything else. Mary stated, her mind trying to figure out which option was better and which one her boss would go for. They've called it. Daniel Prestia's voice sounded out clearly across the room. He was head of finance and Vought's CFO, which technically made him number 2 in the company, but hierarchy had never been so straightforward. They've suspended trading. We dropped 649 points, and that's just today. We need a response, sir. Both are excellent suggestions, Miss Clark. Stan Edgar's voice caused the already quiet room to go even quieter. He was serene even now as he turned to fully face the room. However, neither are appropriate for this situation, and I've already come up with a response. You have? Mary asked, wide-eyed as she couldn't, but looked shocked at the man who had just been sitting there for the past few hours. Yes, I have. Bill, start the prep for legal. I've emailed you what we're going to need. Pat, likewise. Gear up the media machine. I want all hands on this, calling everyone. Anyone who doesn't answer you is fired. And lastly, Maureen, get a team together and burn everything you can. Stan stood up, placing both hands on the table. Mary could see the glint of the pendant still in his left hand, but was quickly directed back to his face as he looked around the office, seeing everyone nodding. Good, now everyone get out. Stan gestured to the door. He leaned slowly back down into his chair, watching them all fill out, waiting until Mary was just about to leave. Not you, Mary. We need to talk. Yes, sir. What do you need? She moved over quickly, and her heart was hammering as her mind was already trying to figure out what he could want her for. I need to know, apart from the birth certificate, the clinic papers, and the false records with our medical team, is there anything I've missed? Stan asked the question with such a slight tone of emotion that it almost sounded like concern. Yes, sir. Mary just looked confused for a moment before her eyes widened when she realized what he was talking about. You know. Yes, I know about Clark and your assistance with his adoption. Stan actually scoffed a little, an utterly joyless sound, as his right hand started to caress the pendant again. To be honest, I actually know more than you, but that isn't the point. I need to know now if there is any lingering trace, any unpulled thread. No, sir, but I'll bring over everything I have in case I miss something. Mary swallowed as she looked at the man, not sure if his show of emotion was more disturbing than his apparent omniscience of what she had done. I just wanted to dash. I know what you wanted and why you did it. Edgar cut her off. His voice gained a hard edge as he gripped the pendant tight in his hand for a moment before relaxing again. Tell me something. Do you really care for your nephew? I do, she replied immediately without hesitation. Mary admitted finding that statement more true than she first realized. Clark was her family and truly the closest thing to a child she had after messing up her own relationships with her own children. She was about to leave when she found herself stopping and turning to face her boss. He was still sitting there staring at the pendant in his hand, as if it was the important thing in existence, a question forming in her mind. Why do you care, Mary asked abruptly. This is more than just the company. Why do you care about my nephew? Why are you helping us? The Vought CEO didn't reply. He just looked at her in a way that sent a shiver up her spine. It wasn't anger or anything similar. The gaze felt like a scorching response, as if she had just asked a deeply personal question she shouldn't have and should have known better. She shifted for a few moments before she quickly turned and left, not wanting to push the issue, leaving the Vought CEO alone. I owe his father, Stan whispered as he clasped his hand tight around the pendant before standing up and ready to enact his response to the situation at hand. Midland Beach Sewer System, Staten Island, New York State. Late evening, January 30th, 2020. Annie was panicking as she walked through the underground tunnel system. The day was not going like anything she had pictured. Sure, it had started off great, but now she was in a sewer following the smell of fish guts like a dog. The group they had tracked down had rammed a speedboat into a whale that the deep had stupidly summoned, then escaped into the sewer system, forcing them to chase after them. She had thought that revealing Compound V to the world was going to be the final nail in the coffin of Vought, but then came Stan Edgar with a long-winded speech about unity and pulling together. He had pointed the 7, minus Clark, who had disappeared to who knew where, at the super terrorist that had appeared on the radar after he crashed a police helicopter. Homelander had been dismissive of Stan's reasons, but they were all still there, and all going after this terrorist and the group with him. She had toyed with signaling Clark, but at the moment didn't think it was needed. Although she hated Vought and didn't like any of the 7 apart from Maeve, this was real superhero work. The terrorist had killed people, and his attack on a police helicopter had killed 2 officers, so he needed to be stopped. So it did whoever was harboring him on that boat. Annie, the familiar voice caused her to freeze. There was Huey, walking out from the shadows covered in blood and guts with a relieved smile on his face at the sight of her. You got my message, Annie, I dash. The blast from Annie threw Huey clear across the room and into the adjacent wall. She had tried to use as little power as possible as she heard the heavy footfalls of Homelander approaching from the opposite direction. As he stepped into the slightly illuminated tunnel, his face was fixed in an evil scowl. Slowly, he walked over to the prone figure of Huey. Annie moved forward as well, quickly slipping her hand into her pocket and subtly pressing the watch Clark had given her. She prayed he would be quick. Oh, come on. Him, really? You gotta be fucking kidding me. Homelander sighed as the pathetic thing in front of him scrambled to prop himself against the wall, but the Supe ignored him and looked over at Starlight. This guy again? Really? I didn't know Dash. Annie tried to come up with an excuse, but Homelander raised a hand that he clenched into a fist. Shut it. What? Do you have rocks in your fucking head? Or is my boy frying your brain every night too much? Homelander asked, moving forward before placing his hand on her arm and all but launching her forward. You know what doesn't matter. I'm sorting this out now. Kill him. Why Dash? What no, he's... Clark wouldn't... Annie felt her blood freeze as she looked ahead. Clark is not fucking here. I am. And I'm tired of you not being on the same page as the rest of us. Homelander smirked at her as he felt his blood flowing downward at the sight of Huey's fear and Annie's panic. Kill him now, or I'll kill you both. I Dash. Annie strutted her brain going haywire as she tried to think of any way out of this. Oh, come on. Fucking chicks, right, Hugh? Homelander joked as he moved behind her and then gripped her arms like a vice. Raise your arms like you just don't care. Then let off a blast and fry the worm. Do it now or die. Annie felt herself freeze and was about to refuse to spit in Homelander's face when she saw Huey's face. He was looking at her with complete love, serenity, and forgiveness, even giving her a small nod. It caused her to freeze for a moment as she knew what he was telling her to do. She felt sick as the heat built up in her hands, praying for anyone to stop it. What is that? What the fuck is that noise? Homelander's question caught her off guard as he suddenly started twisting his head, listening to something she couldn't hear. Her eyes widened in understanding, and before she could do anything, suddenly felt herself being slammed against the wall, Homelander's hand around her throat. His free hand started searching her costume, not caring for decency or respect, as he manhandled her, before finally pulling out the signal watch from her pocket. He looked at it for a second before slamming it into the wall, destroying it. He was furious. What the fuck was that? What the fuck are you playing at you by Dash? Homelander's voice cut off at the same time Annie felt his hand leave her throat. As she sucked in precious oxygen into her lungs, her eyes widened as she was suddenly greeted by the sight of Clark holding Homelander in a headlock. The latter was looking shocked as his arms went up to start trying to pry the arms off, whilst the former was shifting to keep his grip his face, one of pure concentration. John, that's enough. Enough, John. We are not killing anyone. Clark's was loud enough that it caused the room to shake as he struggled to maintain his grip. You are not going to H. Clark's grip broke as Homelander's snapped his head back into Clark's face and then drove his elbow into the other super stomach. Neither action caused any real damage, but their suddenness was coupled with just enough force to make Clark lose his grip. Homelander quickly pushed away from him and turned his breathing heavy as his eyes started to glow red. Clark squared off from him as his eyes also went red. Oi, coons. Both men froze and turned as appearing from the darkness of an adjacent tunnel was Billy Butcher wearing a long black trench coat covered like Huey in blood and guts. William? My God, today is a day for reunions. Homelander smirked at the man, turning to face him, but still positioning himself to respond to Clark. I'll love to catch up with you and all, but I need a few minutes. First, I need to teach my boy a lesson, then kill the pathetic worm on the floor, and then I am all yours. By the way, your wife makes delicious pancakes. Yeah. Well, eat this motherfucker. Butcher smirked as he stepped aside, only for a slim Asian man in a baseball cap to appear. The man thrust his hands forward, then wrenched them downward. Clark felt himself get heavier. As the floor smashed apart, he saw the same thing was happening to Homelander. Before either of them could react, he heard the ceiling crack, and all he could do was lift his hand as rubble and what appeared to be several cars slammed into him. Clark was momentarily thrown as the unexpected force in which the objects hit sent him smashing further into the earth than he would have liked. His world became a blur of darkness that only stopped when he managed to use his powers to halt his descent, hovering in the dark pocket of earth he had created. Well, that was interesting. Homelander's voice sounded out from somewhere nearby, the muffling sound clearly showing that he was buried too. Clark, however, ignored him as he righted himself and shot upwards, barreling through the rubble, earth and metal that had been compacted on top of him. He could hear Homelander doing the same nearby as the two men started to race to the surface. Clark reached it first, smashing through the final layer and then through the hole that now existed in the ceiling, shooting further in the air than he had planned. However, the new vantage point allowed him to quickly scan the area for signs of where everyone had gone. His heart sank as he saw the trail of destruction below him. Boom! Crack! Clark's head snapped up and saw that a nearby apartment block was half demolished, on fire, and purple sparks of lightning shooting into the air. He shot forward towards a roof, and the air bent around him as he tried to reach the scene as swiftly as possible. There was still time for him to stop this from resulting in snap. No! Clark's voice cut out as the sickening sound reached his ears as Stromfront's hand left the Asian man's neck. Clark shot forward, gripping her arm and almost holding her in the air. "What did you do?" "What I had to, Big Blue. What I had to," Stormfront responded, so casually that Clark actually let go of her, looking in shock at the superheroine in front of her. "Don't worry, I'm sure you'll get there first next time. I said he was mine." Homelander's voice caused both of them to look over to the other superhero who had arrived, a look of barely suppressed rage on his face. "You snooze, you lose, Gramps," Stormfront responded with a shrug as she walked away from Clark and past Homelander. The two heroes stood still for a moment. Homelander just looked at the mutilated corpse in front of him and then turned and left without saying a word. Clark just felt sick. He had been a few seconds too late to help. A few seconds all. People had died and a man had been executed. Clark looked at the corpse and lifted his hands to his cape's clasps, removing the cape so that he could drape it over the fallen man. As he knelt over the man, Clark looked up at a young Asian woman cowering on the roof, and his eyes connected with hers for a moment. "I'm sorry, I couldn't stop this," Clark managed to whisper before he saw the woman slink away, running for her life, taking nothing with her but leaving Clark feeling disgusted. A few hours later, Clark's apartment, 7th Tower. Annie knocked on the door again before deciding to just push it open. She knew someone was inside as she heard sounds coming from within. As she walked in, she heard a TV on and the news report from earlier playing. It was the one that made her feel sick, as it showed Stan Edgar pinning Compound V on the deceased Madeline Sitwell and turning this whole thing into victory for Vought. Playing on fear of superpowered terrorists to drive the public into supporting Vought and driving their stock prices and position not only back to normal, but higher than ever before. As she entered the apartment, properly she saw him, bent forward in a chair, still in his Superman costume minus the cape, hands still sticky with blood. "Clark Watt dash." Annie tried to speak, but Clark cut her off as he spoke in a somber voice. "They killed that man. Annie, they killed him and people are celebrating it." Clark glanced up at the TV, which was showing the public's reaction to the terrorist's death and Stromfront's heroics, all of which were positive. Is this what the world is now? Is this what people want? No justice, no closure, just violent, bloody fights where the bad guy is executed without a trial or chance to reform. Is that the justice people want now? I don't know, Clark, was all Annie could manage as she looked from her friend to the TV, whose images made her feel sick. Maybe this is how the world works. I don't know. All I know is we are losing, and whatever we do, they just get stronger. Yes, they are. Clark's voice changed as he suddenly stood up, a look of resolve on his face as he turned and started walking towards the door. "And I'm tired of just reacting." "Clark, where are you going?" Annie asked quickly. She found it difficult to keep up with him. "To find Huey, Lois, and Butcher," Clark responded as he glanced at Annie as they moved towards the elevator. "My way isn't working, and neither is yours. So we need to do something different, especially if we're going to stop what is coming." "What's coming?" Annie asked as the doors started to close, looking at her friend with worry as he had an edge to his voice. "The end of the world, Annie, or more accurately, the superhuman apocalypse," Clark responded as the doors slid shut. Chapter 18, Teammates in a Drive. Gold Galore Comic Book Store, Haitian Kings Clarkson Avenue Drug Den, February 2nd, 2020. "What did the Colonel say?" MM asked. Butcher's only response was to throw a file at him before starting to pack up a bag. "The fuck is this?" "A lead the Colonel gave me. Raynor was having a gander at this old Supe, Liberty, before she died. She thinks it's worth a trip." Butcher responded while stuffing his clothes into the bag on top of the guns and ammo he had already stored before letting out a sigh. "She also found Becca for me. I'm going to get her to safety, and then I'm out." "Whoa, wait, hold up. I mean, I'm happy you know where she is, but what do you mean you're out?" Emma moved forward, grabbed Butcher, and swung the man around to face him. "Shit, even if you do get her, and that's a big fucking if, Vought's not just going to let you guys go. We need to finish this." "Look, you're right. Vought isn't going to let us settle down in Orlando. So when we get gone, we have to stay gone." His friend shot back as he moved back to put the last of his things away and get ready to leave. "You'll all be fine without me, Lois, and you will take over, get this sorted, and everyone will be fine." "Motherfucker, I don't want to be in charge, and neither does Lois. We can't do this shit without you." MM responded with a glare. Butcher paid him no mind and slung a full backpack over his shoulder. "What's happening here?" Lois appeared to have heard the very much not quite conversation and eyed Butcher's packed bags. "Where the hell are you going?" "The Colonel gave him Becca, and he says he's out," MM responded, moving to stand next to Lois so that the two of them presented a united front. "And that you and I are now in charge of this shit show." "Butcher, we ain't dash." Lois grimaced as she moved forward, only to be cut off by the sound of their drug den hideout, exploding into activity as their hosts rushed towards the stairs brandishing weapons. Move it. Grab that piece." The Haitian king leader screamed at his men as he pumped a shotgun and moved towards the staircase that led down from their comic book storefront. The three of them all looked at each other before moving, as well fearing the worst that their recent activities had somehow blown their cover. Butcher grabbed a rifle and took position up against a pillar. He looked to his left, and soft Frenchie had appeared clearly, just having been woken by the noise. The shirtless Frenchman rubbed his eyes before grabbing his handgun and flipping over a table for cover. He was blinking hard, trying to regain focus. Kimiko appeared as well, striding forward to stand in front of the armed gang members. Her bloodlust was up since losing her brother, and she was ready to tear anyone apart. Huey scrambled out of his room with the rifle that had given him for protection. It still looked so awkward in his hands despite the training he was getting. Lois moved as well, only to find shoving her behind him as he took up a position in front of her, but well behind everyone else. The former Marine just gave her a look when she made to protest, glancing down to her stomach and then to her eyes. The subtle hint was enough to stop any further protest, as she hefted her own weapon and allowed herself for once to be placed far from the action. The entire room went quiet as heavy footsteps rang out as someone descended the stairs. "Gentlemen, please lower your firearms. We don't mean any harm." The clear, calm voice caused Lois and the rest of the boys' eyes to widen as Clark appeared wearing civilian clothes, holding the Haitian king's doorman off the ground by his shirt. Not a single one of the gangbangers obeyed the order, just tensing up as they froze, looking at the tall man, who was holding one of their own like a rag doll. Annie also appeared, freezing on the steps as she saw the scene that awaited her below. For his part, Clark just stayed calm, but now looked awkward as he glanced at all the guns. "Okay, I'm just going to put your friend down, and then we're going to talk about this like calm people, all right?" He took the lack of response as a yes, and slowly lowered the doorman to the floor. "There we go. Now, as you can see, I'm not here to hurt anyone. We can be reasonable about this." Again, no one responded. Lois tried to move forward and de-escalate the situation, but found herself held in place by MM's arm. The large man just shook his head, not wanting to risk her or her baby, as their hosts were clearly agitated, more so than when Butcher had shown up, likely because of that event and everything that had happened in the last few days. Looked over Butcher to say something to their drug-dealing host, but the man just shrugged, clearly indifferent, when just glared at him. Butcher sighed and tried to move forward. "Gents, stand do dash." Butcher was cut off by the sound of a gunshot as one of the gang members fired his weapon. Bang! The noise and flash were followed by silence. Everyone stared. Clark was motionless for a second. Then, under a room full of eyes, he slowly lifted his hand up to his face and removed his glasses. The left lens was gone, and a black mark covered his forehead. His eyed as if he had been hit by a thrown cup of water and not a hail of shotgun pellets. With his free hand, he wiped his face, clearing away the scorch mark that had resulted from the close-range blast, before looking at the gangster responsible. "Please don't do that." Clark stated, his voice still calm, but sent a chill up the spine as it was done with a sternness that just radiated authority. "Now that you can see shooting me doesn't work, would you kindly lower your guns?" The gang members just looked at each other, clearly uncomfortable with their inability to do anything except acquiesce to the demand made of them. It was a little slower than Clark would have liked, but the men did eventually lower their weapons. Clark gave them all a grateful nod as Butcher moved forward and exchanged a look with the Haitian king's leader. Lois didn't move yet, focused as she was on steadying her breathing and heartbeat rate back to normal. "How in name of fuck did you find us?" Butcher asked bluntly. He scowled at Annie first, then zeroed in on the youngest member of the group, that clumsy, nervous little. "If you're thinking it was Huey, you're mistaken. He was extremely careful not to leave any trace." "No, I found you through your colleague's search there." As Clark nodded to the clear, hungover, and slightly high Frenchman, everyone else turned around and the room stilled. "Mais, quoi? How?" "I cover my tracks perfectly. I used cauterizing tights." Frenchie slipped back into his native language as he looked back and forth frantically. "I could not have tried dash. You brought a kilogram of cocaine from a Romanian drug dealer named Andre 2.5 blocks from here, about 18 hours ago. That's how I followed you here." Clark sighed, then chose to continue in the hope of convincing everyone that Vought wouldn't knock down the door any second. "I worked out you were operating from somewhere in Manhattan, but couldn't narrow it from there. Again, really good job of hiding. Then I remembered something an old cop I used to work with told me. Track the man's habits, not the man. So I just shook down every drug dealer on the island until one gave you up. A whole bunch of them gave you up, actually. Andre was just the first to know where you were." Every single one of the boys looked back at Frenchie, who, despite still being very hungover, was still able to look very sheepish. Just sighed and shook his head, then walked over to tidy his clinic in the corner of the room. Butcher just rolled his eyes and moved back over to where he had dumped his bag before slinging it over his shoulder once again. "Well, that was entertaining. I'm off. You wankers can sort this all out ourselves." Butcher just looked at everyone before giving a nod and moving toward the stairs. He glanced at Clark as moved past the man, his eyes raking over the man, clearly assessing him as a brief scowl appeared on his face. However, before he managed to reach the stairs and push past Annie, who was still hesitantly standing on them, Clark's voice caused him to stop. "If you're departing to find and or rescue your wife, Mr. Butcher, Rebecca is safe." Clark's words caused the room to freeze as Butcher quickly turned around to stare at the man wide-eyed. "She's currently living on my parents' farm in Kansas with her son." He looked down and decided to repeat himself. "They're as safe as they can be. However, I must ask you not to go there, at least not yet." Butcher just dropped his and strode over to Clark, who was a good few inches taller than him and clearly larger, but that did not stop him from almost coming nose-to-nose with the man. The two didn't move as Butcher's hands turned into clenched fists and hatred burned at his eyes. "And why? The fuck? Not. Because currently, you are the most wanted man in America, and you stick out like a sore thumb in Smallville. They are safe currently because nothing is drawing attention to them." Clark replied, not moving an inch, as he calmly responded to Butcher's threatening gaze. "Secondly, and more importantly, however, I promise your wife I'd keep her and her son safe." "What the fuck does that mean?" Butcher stood back, his rage not abating one bit as his scowl deepened. "It means, Mr. Butcher, with what I know about you, Ryan's origins, and how you are reacting right now, I don't think the boy would be safe within a mile of you." Clark's assessment was given with cold honesty as he looked at the man who would likely have beaten him to death right now if he could. "You fucking periwinkle bass dash." Butcher moved forward again, only to be cut off by MM, who moved in front of the man, pushing him back. Hey, let's just dial it back a bit." MM stood between the two men, looking at Clark before glaring at Butcher, whose scowl stayed put but looked at least willing to listen before turning back to Clark. "You clearly came to talk. So talk, what do you want?" It was Clark's turn to go tense as he looked at Annie, who finally moved off of the stairs and gave him an encouraging nod. He let out a deep sigh as his body language shifted. He was no longer the beacon of calm in a sea of trouble. No, he was agitated, and it was clear to everyone that being here wasn't his first idea. I would like. Okay, firstly, I don't like anything this team does." Clark fixed the visible members of the boys with a stare as he looked between them, his arms crossing his body. "However, that being said, you and us are currently the only people currently fighting Vought, and neither of us is getting anywhere. Well, anywhere productive. So we need to talk." The room fell silent as the boys looked at each other. MM gave Butcher a look, raising his eyebrows, indicating that he was in favor of hearing the Supe out. The action only received an audible scoff and shake of his head as he looked at the supposed Man of Steel, seeing only another obstacle in his way. Huey moved forward to try and voice his support for the idea, but wasn't able to say anything as Lois appeared from her spot behind, everyone moving forward with an apprehensive look on her face. "Yeah, Clark, we do." Lois moved forward, placing her hands on her stomach as she gave him an awkward smile, trying to fight the apprehension and fear spiking in her. Annie's eyes widened as Clark just froze solid, his eyes going to Lois' stomach as he just seemed to freeze to the world, especially as a red glow appeared briefly from Lois' stomach, causing her to shift slightly in discomfort. Then Clark did something Annie had never heard him do in the entire time she had ever known him. He swore. Almost. "What the foo dash? Sure dash, Lois, you're pregnant." 5 minutes later, Lois' room. Lois was sitting awkwardly on her makeshift bed as Clark stood, unmoving, just looking at her. He seemed incapable of anything else at the moment. They had moved into Lois' room, both for privacy, and as it was clear that until they had talked, Clark wasn't much use to anyone else. Butcher had grumbled about it all being a waste of fucking time, and that he didn't have time for the East Ender shit happening, but MM had silenced him and let the two talk in private. So, Lois took in a deep breath as she trailed off before deciding to just go for it and get it out of the way. "Look, Clark, I'm sorry I didn't reach out sooner. I was just scared. Okay, you were constantly overseas, and when you weren't, you were near impossible to pin down, and I just didn't know WH dash. You're pregnant?" Clark's hesitant question cut her off as the man suddenly blinked, his brain seemingly caught up with, or at least making sense of, his new reality. "You're really pregnant?" "Wait, that's a stupid question, of course you are, but just how?" "Well, Clark, you were there when you know we." Lois chuckled, slightly finding Clark's typical male panic in the face of fatherhood, helping to normalize the situation. "No, that's not what I..." "Lois, you shouldn't be able to. I can't have." "What I mean is the chances of this are astronomical." Clark started and stopped as his brain fired through every possibility before he stopped himself and took a deep breath to steady himself. "Lois, you... and I shouldn't be able to make children. I'm not human." "I know, Clark, you're a Supe, but lots of Supes have had children dash." Lois started looking at Clark, who despite being super, was clearly doing the ordinary male thing of panicking at the news he was to be a father. "Lois, I'm an alien." Clark blurted out his panic as his eyes went up from her small bump to her eyes, his mouth moving faster than his brain could process. I'm from another planet called Krypton. My powers don't come from V, their natural abilities, well, at least when I'm under yellow sun, and V is actually made from Kryptonian genetic material, which is a whole other thing we need to talk about. But back to the point, I was told that compatibility between humans and Kryptonians so low, it was basically impossible, and I really don't care, because none of that matters, and this is the best news I have ever heard. I'm going to be a father. Clark was panting with a stupidly wide grin on his face as he finished his 100-meter dash of explanation. Lois, however, was sitting there frozen as she looked at Clark processing everything he had just said, and for the first time in her life didn't know how to follow up with a question. She was really regretting her reporting skills to pick up everything someone said and wished she could just focus on the sheer giddiness Clark was exhibiting at being a father rather than his first statement. "Clark, sweetie, what was it you said about being an alien?" Lois finally managed to ask, suddenly very typical as she found her brain freezing at the news. "Oh, yeah, where to start? I'm from a planet called Krypton." Clark tried to become more serious again, but found it difficult as the smile on his face wouldn't shift even as he started explaining everything to Lois. She sat there unmoving as she listened to the impossible story of a dying world, desperate parents, a last hope, a kindly couple, and the genesis of Superman. However, even as her brain told her that Clark had gone insane, her heart knew he was telling the truth. Our baby is a hybrid, an alien hybrid?" Lois asked, her hands going to her stomach, looking at it before looking up at Clark's bright, warm blue eyes. "Because you're an alien?" "Yes, I'm an alien," Clark summed up. "Okay." Lois nodded, looking away from Clark, staring blankly at a wall for a few moments before resolve appeared on her face, and she stood up facing him. "So what happens next?" "You're taking this really well." Annie freaked out when I told her. Clark just blink. "Oh, believe me, I am freaking out. I am just doing it internally." Lois gave Clark a very tight smile, and he could see that underneath the surface, she was managing only to keep herself calm. "A few years of dealing with all of this has made me great at compartmentalizing, so we will deal with this later and focus on that. Well, I say fuck the wanker, and fuck all of them." Butcher's voice cut clear into the room as Lois pointed to the makeshift door of her makeshift room. Realizing a sigh, Clark stood up and followed Lois back into the main area, where Butcher was sitting on a table with his legs on it. The rifle he'd been wielding sat across his lap. He was staring potently at Annie as he spat his words out, glancing at Clark and Lois as the two appeared from Lois' room. The scowl on his face deepened as he then smirked at the two, shaking his head in disgust before turning back to his conversation. "Butcher, man, come on." MM spoke up, trying to move forward to stop the conversation, only for Butcher's voice to stop him. No, you see my plan is golden, and we all get to go back to normal lives by lunch." Butcher grinned as he stood up, placing the rifle on the table, and then moving into the middle of the group like a ringmaster. His smile turned playful as he gestured at Clark with sadistic glee. "We get the all-American farm boy over there to fly over to Super Wanker, punch the knob in his sticky pudding, and then smash Wanker Tower into pieces. Then whilst the rest of us sit on the beach sipping Mai Tais, or you Yanks kicking back on your old porch sipping lemonade, Spandex Boy punches what's left of Vaught into dust. We all retire and live happily ever after. I can get my wife back, and everyone goes on with their lives." Butcher grinned, or more accurately smirked, as he looked at Clark, his exterior barely containing the seething rage emanating from him as he looked at the new Supe keeping him from his wife. The boys glanced at each other, no one saying either because they didn't want to be the one to spark something off, or in a few cases because they didn't disagree with what Butcher had said. Clark, however, glanced at Lois, who just gave a weak apologetic smile and shrugged her shoulders at Butcher being Butcher. "Extreme, indiscriminate violence will not solve the issues we face, Mr. Butcher." Clark moved forward into the area that Butcher had taken over. "Please, enough of the Mr. Wanker shit. Call me Billy, and I think. Yes, extreme, indiscriminate violence will solve each and every one of the issues we are facing." Butcher smiled as he gestured to his team for support, and although no one replied, it was clear his view was not unsupported. "Especially if it's against fucking Homelander. I think it will be very effective. It's not that simple. We are dealing with more than just Homelander and Vought. Things are escalating to a CRI dash." Clark grimaced at the attack Butcher was launching at him. Although he knew this was coming up, it didn't make it any more pleasant. "Oh, fuck you." Butcher cut the man off, throwing his hands up in disbelief before a snarl appeared on his face. "Of course, it's as simply dealing with Homelander and Vought. One's making soup cunts with V, and the other is handing it like fucking candy. We take out them, we go home, your spandex pussy ass just doesn't want to fuck with your cash co dash." Butcher, shut the hell up. MM stepped in his strong, calm voice, causing Butcher to stop his tirade and just roll his eyes and head back to his seat as MM looked at Clark. "What the fuck do you mean shit is escalating?" "I've been studying patterns, looking at everything that has been happening in recent years, gathering every piece of data I could, and it all points to one singular outcome. Clark moved forward, his sheer gravitas commanding the room. As he moved forward, a sense of foreboding hanging over everything. What outcome? Huey asked, looking at Annie, who shifted uncomfortably. Clark had told her all this already. It filled her with dread. The superhuman apocalypse. Clark responded, causing everyone in the room apart from Annie to look at each other. The act caused Clark to take a deep breath and elaborate. Super abilities, by their very nature, cause escalation and division. They divide, both metaphorically and literally, between people, those with power and without. And Supes are just people, which means dash. Scoff. Butcher's reaction to Clark's statement caused the Man of Steel to glance at him and repress a sigh before continuing on. Supes are just people, people with powers, and power escalates everything. Small actions become major events. Stupid decisions become horrendous disasters. And poor lifestyles become toxic environments, poisoning everything. Clark's face fell into his own scowl as he recalled the destruction and abuse he had seen in the superhuman community. Couple this with the prevailing morality that most Supes hold, especially the leadership in their community, and eventually it's going to ignite into a fight. That fight will be a superhuman one, and the level of power that will be brought to bear to win it will devastate the planet. The room fell silent until Huey cleared his throat and lifted his hand to get attention like he was in school again, causing everyone to look at him. Come on, I know things aren't great, and a lot of Supes are bad, but isn't that a little extreme? Do you know how many superpowered individuals there are currently in the US alone? Clark asked, fixing his gaze on Huey, who just shook his head. There are about 250 active Supes in the country. Spoke up, saving Huey from trying to think of a response. That number only represents the ones Vought has advertised as superheroes and are actively in the public eye. Clark replied, his arms crossing over his arms as his answer caused everyone to look at each other. Vought has been exposing infants to V since the early 50s. The Superable community is much larger than people think. How many are talking? Butcher surprised everyone. His voice was level, and he no longer appeared to be scowling, just deadly focused. Honestly, don't know. Vought has sealed those records somewhere that I can't currently find. I suspect the number is in the low thousands by simple math. A few hundred children every few years for 70-plus years equals a large group of people. Clark's grimace became more pronounced as he relayed his less-than-ideal findings. If there were that many Supes in the country, more people would be aware, no? Frenchie asked, his eyes darting to Kimiko before he gave Clark a curious look. The vast majority likely don't possess powers on the level of active superheroes, so go unnoticed. We're talking about minor abilities at best, like fast reflexes or being really healthy. I originally thought it was just to increase the chances of a major Supe, but now what? Lois jumped on Clark's, trailing off, her eyes narrowing at the man. I don't know, really, it's just a gut feeling. It's like someone beyond Vought, not Homelander, but someone who has manipulated events over decades, creating an environment that is purposefully volatile, designed to increase the chances of superhumans, disseminating V into a controlled population, but also keeping them separate from people, with hedonistic lifestyles and poor choices. Why would anyone want to do that? Huey asked, his face one of confusion. Honestly, I don't know, but it's a problem. A problem that Homelander's spreading of V has heightened to a global scale. More superhumans on the planet is basically the random proliferation of walking nuclear weapons. Weapons that think for themselves, that eventually will lash out, and most have been fed a hedonistic, irresponsible lifestyle for years, and that isn't even the major issue. The major issue is Ryan. Why? What does the lad have to do with anything? Butcher moved forward again, his eyes narrowing his eyes. He's a natural-born Supe, Clark replied, releasing a sigh. That's something that Vought has been after for decades, and the fact that it is possible has me deeply worried, as I think that is what all of this has been about. Homelander having a kid? Huey asked, very confused about the conversation everyone was having. No, Supes without V. A new world of superhumans, Lois whispered, earning a solemn nod from Clark. Well, fuck, that shit ain't gonna play. And whilst we're gonna have a long talk about my missus, first let's get this fucking care circle over with. Butcher scoffed with a mirthless smile on his face as he looked at Clark, clearly wheels turning in his head about how to remove the Supe in front of him. Clear hatred there. His mind just wanted Clark out of the way, so he could get his wife back and fuck off from this shit show. He, however, also showed very reluctant acceptance that that desire had to be pushed back for the moment, as he picked up the document that displayed Liberty and Raynor's findings. So, Spandex boy, you want us to get all touchy and start sharing? Then let's share. Butcher threw the file at Clark, who caught it with ease and brought it up to read. So, then share. What do you know about a Supe broad cunt called Liberty? Clark looked at the file, briefly flicking through the very thin file that the deceased deputy director of the CIA had put together. His eyes moved at alarming speeds, as he seemed to blink for a moment the file, going from being thrown into his hand to being fully opened on the last page. He was holding the Liberty advertisement for Budweiser in his hand, looking at the cowled and hooded face on the cover. Liberty, Tier 1 Supe. Operated between 1951 to 79, mostly in the Deep South, Georgia, mainly. Basic powers for the time, limited flight, super strength, vulnerability, heavily involved in Supe supremacist movements, Church of the Collective, and the like. Clark moved over to stand next to Annie again, placing the file on the table as he relayed what he knew about the woman. Incredibly popular in the mid-50s, fell out of favor in the late 60s after complaints from civil rights groups, became too much for Vought to cover up. Targeted a lot of African Americans for crimes, and killed more than a few. No one has seen her since 79. Do you know what the address is? It belongs to a woman called Valerie Hunter. She's a 59-year-old African American woman, 2 daughters, and a couple of grandchildren living in rural Georgia, Mem asked, gesturing to the address that Rayner had scribbled on the Budweiser advert. I don't recognize the name or the address. Most of my information about Supes like Liberty comes from my research into Vought records, my interest in them as a child, and the limited access that the Army has given me to their records. Clark replied, his face forming a frown as he failed to come up with anything useful until suddenly he let out a sigh and a strained look replaced his frown. However, if you want information on an early Supe, I know someone we could talk to that knows nearly everything. What's the catch? Butcher asked, his mind already forming plans on how to get around Clark and get his wife regardless of what was being discussed here. Well, the catch is we need to drive to Minneapolis, in Minnesota. Clark gave a rueful smile as he looked at the gathered room. So who wants to take a road trip? Route I-80 Ohio, Turnpike, February 3rd, 2020. The car was more than a little cramped, which Lois supposed was to expect, as 5 fully grown adults were stuffed together into MM's minivan. Well, the van MM had stolen was more accurate, a fact that Clark was not happy with, but was keeping his protest to himself. The van was occupied by Lois herself, Mem, Annie, Huey, and Clark. The remaining members of the boys had elected to stay behind and look into other avenues. Lois shifted as she sat in the middle back seat, separating Huey and Annie, whilst MM drove, and Clark took the front passenger seat to give directions. The atmosphere was awkward at best as they traveled through the Midwest. The car was silent. The only sound was the hum of the engine, and Clark occasionally giving directions. It had been hours since they had left New York. Clark had suggested he fly everyone there, but that idea had been shot down by both MM and Butcher. The latter was no surprise, and the former still didn't trust the Supe enough to put his life in their hands. Would someone mind if we turned on a radio? Annie finally asked from the back seat, earning a shrug from MM, who just gestured at the radio. Clark turned the radio on and began fiddling with the buttons as it scanned for a station. It took a few seconds before the very loud and clear singing voice of Annie came through the radio, signing her new song, Never Truly Vanish. The song played clearly for a few seconds before Annie's inevitable protest came out as she groaned at the tacky song Vought had made for her. Oh God, please turn to something else. Annie cried from the back seat, earning her a chuckle from Lois, Clark, and Huey. You have a really good voice. Huey leaned forward to grin at Annie, who just looked more embarrassed than ever. You can do that like the wavering thing they do on American Idol. Vibrato. Mim answered finally, saying his first words since they had started driving hours ago. Clark, please change the channel, Annie demanded while feeling even more embarrassed. What, it's not that bad. I think we should listen to it. Clark smirked, his joke earning him a kick in the back of the seat from Annie. Hey, change it or I will pull up the Superboy album on my phone. Annie threatened, her smirk going large as Clark's face fell, and he turned to look at Annie. You wouldn't dare. He mocked, threatened her, his eyes narrowing at her. Try me. Annie smirked back as she pulled out her phone menacingly. Clark sighed in defeat before moving to the radio and tuned the radio to one of the few stations not playing Annie's song. The station in question was playing We Didn't Start the Fire by Billy Joel, earning a nod and statement of approval from most of the car. Hold on, you have an album? Huey asked with surprise in his voice as he leaned back in his seat and looked at Clark. It wasn't anything important. Clark tried to deflect, earning a chuckle from Annie. It was like over a decade ago, and it wasn't very good. Maya made me do it for publicity. Singing Supes were big at the time. Why have I never heard about it? Huey pressed, not wanting to let this piece of lost Supe trivia go. He might be less fanboy than before, but he was still interested in Clark and Annie's super lives. Well, Vought sort of suppressed it due to a small incident I had during the filming of the music video. Clark shifted in his seat as he could literally feel Annie's laughter desperately trying to escape. What incident? Lois asked, her eyebrow raised now as she could tell Clark was embarrassed. Well, see, I was 15 and they had these backup dancers who were dressed. Clark gulped, really hating his decision to tease Annie as she knew too much about his past to work. And it was when you see the thing is dash. Clark got sued for looking at them naked. Annie blurted out, finally unable to contain her laughter as she wiped a tear away from her eye. What? Both Lois and Huey shouted out, causing to wince and scowl at them, but it's not like it sounds. Clark went scarlet as he protested. His powers came in. Apparently all the skimpy costumes caused it, and boom. Clark's in trouble. Annie clarified, still putting herself together as she tried to breathe normally, before tapping the side of her right eye. You know, his X-ray powers. Huey just looked confused before putting two and two together. OH. Really, Clark? Lois asked teasingly, unimpressed, as he tried to stop being scarlet. Yeah, well, I didn't think it was so funny. Clark chuckled, defending himself, remembering his less-than-grand moment. I told my aunt, and she just said, oh, just keep it quiet and don't say anything, and my parents weren't happy either. Then it turned into a whole thing when I apologized. Well, that was good of you. Huey spoke up, trying to support Clark from the women ganging up on him. Yeah, and it was the right thing to do. Annie spoke up again, this time more calm and with a smile on her face as she looked at Clark. But half of them wound up suing Clark. And his aunt was furious, since no one would have known if he hadn't apologized on set in front of the cameras. It cost something like $3 million in settlements. It was the right thing to do. Clark declared, turning back in his seat to face the road and look at the map as they approached a junction indicating they needed to turn off. Honestly, the hardest part of the whole thing was that it took me over a week to stop seeing through people's clothes. Yeah, well, that all is very fascinating. M's voice cut in as he glanced in the rearview mirror to give Lois a look before turning back to the road. It's getting late, and unless we all want to be stuck in this car for another 10 hours straight, we need to stop for the night. Not to mention to get some food. I'm for one am starving. Lois agreed, her stomach grumbling to prove her point. Well, that's two for getting some grub. A meal does sound good. Huey agreed, his stomach also grumbling as he looked at the bag of peanuts that Butcher had thrown to him when he had asked about food. I could demolish donut. Annie agreed, her enthusiasm causing Huey to smile and just to shake his head as he sighed. There should be a diner and a motel in about an hour. Clark looked at the map and then looked over to him. You want to take the third exit on the right and then follow the signs for Cafe's Motel and dinner. 4 hours and a dinner meal later. Cafe's Motel, near midnight, February 3rd, 2020. Clark stood, unmoving, his arms crossed behind his back as he tilted his head up towards the sky with his eyes closed. Lois stood apprehensive for a moment as she debated whether to go talk to Clark. A million thoughts and feelings went through her head as she looked at the man. However, before she could make a decision, Clark broke the silence of the night as he tilted his head to the side and spoke. You should be sleeping. Clark's voice was calm and smooth as he stood like some key piece of nature, the heavens rotating above you. I know, but I sort of gave up my room to Annie. Lois moved forward as Clark's head returned to its tilted position, his eyes still closed. They had divided the rooms, the men taking one and the women the other. She and Huey are. I know, Clark replied, opening his eyes as he turned to look at the woman carrying his child, his face forming a small smile. I heard Huey sneak out of the room and the two of them talking, mostly about candy bars. It was very adorable. And you're okay with it? With them? Lois asked, tentatively looking at the man that caused her heart to jump every time, something her rational brain hated. Clark's smile faltered for a second, but his face didn't fall. It just became more tentative and strained. He just looked at Lois for a moment, his impossibly blue eyes connecting with hers, and for a moment nothing else existed for her but those soulful eyes. It caused her to gulp a little when he broke off the gaze and looked back to the sky, an act that she knew he pretended not to notice. I'm not one to judge anyone in that regard. Clark sighed as his eyes tracked the heavens above them, causing Lois to look up briefly at the stars. Besides, he makes her happy and she him. In the end, that is all that matters. And what about us? Lois finally asked after a long period of silence, her eyes trying to see what Clark was looking for in the sky. But whatever truth he saw was beyond her. I know I hurt why dash. I love you, Lois. I think about you all the time. Clark's reply cut her off as he turned fully to her, his eyes looking into her raw emotion present. Don't ask me why. It's not logical, and I know I should hate you. You lied to me. You used me, hurt my friend, abused my trust, and you've committed acts I can't condone. And yet I love you. So much for being the Man of Steel. Being tough is overrated. I love you too, Clark. I won't apologize for what I am, who I am, but I'm sorry for what I did, and for what little it's worth, I do hate that all of this was the only thing I could do, Lois replied, suddenly feeling very small as she looked at the man, her hands wringing in front of her. You know, I often wonder what the world would have been like if things were just a little different with Supes. With a world without them? Clark asked, his eyes darting to her hands before looking at her small bump, his own emotions causing them to shift. Sometimes, but that's more Butcher's dream. Lois scoffed at her comment, causing her to smile and ease the tension in the air. No, I often think about a world without with Supes being, well, people rather than icons or corporate gimmicks. You know, with real lives when they went home and real people around them. with secret identities? Clark smiled at the thought he himself had sometimes his own mind conjuring up such a world, balancing 9 to 5 jobs while saving the world, keeping the world safe without revealing themselves, saving the world without lawyers and PR men telling them when and how. Yeah, Lois smiled at Clark, her hands unconsciously going to her stomach. What do you think Clark Kent of that world would be like? Haha, a lot more mild-mannered for one. Less preachy maybe, certainly no logos or merchandise for 1 inch. Clark chuckled at the idea of him having a secret identity, a world where Clark Kent might have been a real person, not just a facet of Superman. The thought caused his smile to drop a little. I think I would be more real. You're the most real man I have ever met, Clark. Lois defended Clark to himself, her hand moving to take his without thinking, giving it a gentle squeeze. You're honest, brave, true, and have the biggest heart of anyone ever. I often find myself disconnected, Lois. Like I'm watching the world rather than being in it. Clark sighed, his face falling as his eyes looked to the floor and then to her hand in his. I'm not human, and I'm not a Supe. I'm rich, well-connected, and powerful beyond measure. I live in a bubble, Lois, and I save people whose lives I really don't know anything about. I just don't feel like I belong. Lois just looked at Clark and found herself looking at not a scion of justice. Not a superhero lamenting the weight he carried, nor even an alien separated from humanity. No, here was a person trying to find a place in the madhouse they called the world, a place that was his, that he had chosen and earned, not given to him. She suddenly found herself moving back towards the motel, pulling a surprised Clark by his hand. You belong with us, Lois whispered, placing a hand gently on her stomach as she smiled at Clark, leading him with their intertwined hands. Now, come on, you need to get to bed. Lois, you know I don't sleep. Clark chuckled as he allowed her to pull him towards the motel, a smile on his face. Oh, I know. Lois' smile turned teasing and started to move quicker. Who said anything about sleep? Edina, Minnesota, super-duper house. Early morning, February 4th, 2020. Auntie, 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 Auntie. The sound of pounding feet rushing up the stairs woke her up before the shouting did, but the loud, childlike, enthused voice certainly made sure she wasn't going back to sleep. She released a sigh as she rolled over her hand, going to the empty space beside her, causing her heart to ache for a moment. However, the moment quickly ended when the door to her bedroom flung open and the large round figure of her charge and team mate Bobby Badowing appeared. Auntie, 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 you'll never guess who's here. Bobby was almost bouncing with joy as he stood at the foot of her bed, his large frame shaking with excitement. Bobby, she sighed as he sat up in bed, bringing the sheets up to cover her body as she glanced at the alarm clock and saw it was only 7 a.m., before returning to Bobby and giving him a wry smile. We've talked about this. What does a closed door mean? Oh, sorry. So sorry. I forgot. Bobby's eyes widened as he went red with embarrassment, but before she could calm him, he turned around and closed the door, a loud knocking occurring after it was shut. Auntie, can I come in? It's okay, Bobby. She chuckled, a smile on her face. Others might find Bobby too much, but to her he was just innocent and sweet. Tell you what, I'll be ready in 5 minutes. Why don't you wait in the kitchen and I'll make pancakes? Yay, pancakes. I'll tell everyone. The enthused shout shook the door slightly, as did the pounding of feet as Bobby rushed away, forgetting whatever he had woken her up to tell her. She sat there for a few moments, banishing the last vestiges of sleep before finally slipping out of bed and doing her morning stretches. As she rolled her shoulders, banishing the last remains of tension and ache from her body, she moved into her private bathroom and started to get ready for the morning. It didn't take her long before she was dressed in the awful orange and yellow costume Vaught had forced on her. She looked at herself in the mirror briefly. The act caused her to lament the lack of her old uniform with its brilliant hues of red, blue, and gold. Orange was never my color. Was it, Flyboy? She smiled at the faded picture of the love of her life that sat on the bedside table. The faded image caused her heart to ache again. I'll be back soon, love. Stay out of trouble. She blew the faded image a kiss as she tied her hair back, electing not to put on her red wig just yet. It was still early, and the team wasn't scheduled to do anything today anyway. As she left her room, she immediately noticed that the rest of the house was already awake. Noise sounded throughout their fairly large suburban home. A flash of shadow appeared just behind her, coming through the wall of the room adjacent to hers, and before she could stop, she felt the unpleasant chill and tingle as another one of her charges passed straight through her. Rachel, her voice snapped slightly more sternly than she meant to, causing the dark, cloaked woman to stop dead. What have I said about going intangible through people? Rachel, or Shadowstool, as she was known to the wider world, turned slowly, looking sheepish as she did so. The young woman's face, which had a small bruise over her left eye and a recently applied bandage to her nose, looked genuinely apologetic as she stood at the top of the stairs. The sound of conversations and laughter emanated from downstairs, causing her to look from her charge to the stairs. Sorry, Annie, excited. Bobby told me he's brought friends. Shadowstool made her statement quickly before grinning and then bounding down the stairs before she could be questioned. Wait, what? She called after her teammate to no avail, finding herself very confused as quickly followed Rachel down the stairs and tracking the sound of loud conversation to the kitchen and dining room. Come on, do it again. Do it again. Bobby's voice rang out as she could hear the floor buckling under his weight as he bounced. Bobby, calm down. I'll do it later, okay? The familiar, powerful, friendly voice caused her to both smile and freeze, surprised that he had dropped by without calling first. However, as she walked down the corridor and turned into the kitchen, her smile dropped, and she froze again as not only did she see Clark with the rest of her charges, but 4 other people with him. Her eyes quickly flashed to the 2 women both she recognized but never met. One was that reporter for the Vought New Channel, Lois Lane, and the second was clearly Starlight, in civilian clothes. It was the 2 men that had caused her to freeze. She watched the news nightly and knew both as those wanted men whose faces for months had been plastered everywhere. Hi, Diana. Sorry to just drop in. Clark's voice caused her to look at the young man. His face was a smile, but his eyes told a different story. But we need to talk about a lot of things, including a soup called Liberty. Diana stood there for a moment, her eyes just wide, her mind racing, the silence causing her charges and her superhero team to just look at each other nervously. None of them had ever seen Annie act like this in the years they had known her. She was always confident, smiling, and certain of herself. What made it stranger was she was freezing because Clark. They all knew Clark. They all loved Clark. He was nice and fun. Whenever he visited, they had a great time, and he always brought Fuck. Diana loud swear caused all of Super Duper to jump in shock and just stare their leader in shock. Diana herself just looked at Clark before moving forward to slump herself into a seat before whispering, "Fuck." Chapter 19, Wonder. Several miles north of Licata, Sicily, fascist Italy, Europe, near midnight, July 9, 1943. The P-47 Thunderbolt jolted again in the warm midnight air above the Mediterranean, causing Captain Steve Trevor to curse slightly as he tried to keep his path steady and smooth. In truth, the aircraft wasn't suited for the mission or the flight they were on, but it had been the only thing he had been allocated, and when orders came, he worked with what he had. A knock on the cockpit window caused him to look to his left to see the helmeted and goggled face of Soldier Boy. The man was lightly holding onto the wing of the craft with the left arm, which bore his overly large shield, propped up on one knee, so he could tap the cockpit. It was his positioning that was causing the increased wind resistance. The superhero gave a look of disappointment and a hand signal that they were running behind. By his demeanor, he was clearly blaming Steve for the delay. The pilot just looked at his own watch and saw that they were only behind schedule by 5 minutes and were fast approaching their destination. Steve relayed the information via his own set of hand signals, with some difficulty since the person he was signaling to was still making keeping the plane steady nearly impossible. However, instead of giving a thumbs up or doing anything remotely sensible, the super soldier just shook his head at him and pushed off of the wing of the aircraft. Son of a bitch. Steve cursed loudly as he felt the plane nearly spiral out of control while the superhero plummeted into enemy territory. He was really starting to regret taking the assignment to drop, for want of a better word, part of the avenging squad into an active battlefield, although, as he thought about it, in truth he hadn't really volunteered. His commanders saw him as expendable and the whole avenging squad as a sideshow, but it was a real chance to see combat. They had been running missions for just about under a year now, and he couldn't blame the brass for their views. These superhumans were powerful, and regular enemy troops stood no chance against them. But they could also be undisciplined, arrogant, and egotistical. Soldier Boy was a prime example. In fact, in Steve's eyes, he was the very essence of what was wrong with the Supes. Tap, tap, tap. The sound at his right brought a smile to his face as he looked over to see the complete other end of the superhuman spectrum, and the one that sold him that they could help end the war. Wonder Woman was lying flat on the other wing, doing a much better job of keeping the plane stable. She was stunning, with raven locks flowing freely as the wind blew them behind her, and her angelic face was glowing as she smiled at him. Her red, blue, and gold costume hung to her figure, perfectly accentuating every one of her curves, and although Steve had voiced concerns about it being impractical for stealth missions or actual combat, even he admitted she looked good in it. His thoughts about her looks were quickly pushed to one side as she lifted up her hand and gave her own signals to say that she was going to follow Soldier Boy, most likely to make sure the idiot didn't get himself killed. She turned around preparing to let go, but paused for a moment before she turned back to Steve in the cockpit. Her eyes slightly hidden by the aviation goggles she was wearing to protect from the wind, but he could tell they twinkled with mirth. She lifted one hand to her lips and blew him a kiss, and he guessed a wink as she managed to yell over the engine and wind, "See you, fly boy. I'll be back soon. Stay out of trouble till then." Wonder Woman disappeared with that, letting go of the aircraft and slipping gently away into the night to land in enemy territory. Steve felt his heart flutter at her departure, but worry seeped into him as it did every time he saw her leave. He knew it was made worse by the irrational choice his heart had made to feel both vice-tight and light as a feather whenever she was around. This in turn had led to their ill-advised night together in Cairo. He knew he was being foolish and that this whole romance was probably doomed and had no future. For a man like him, even under the best of circumstances, would never have a chance with a woman like Diana. No, he knew that loving her wouldn't end well. In the heat of war, it could be overlooked, but back home, especially back where he was from, it would be the death of him. Edina, Minnesota, super-duper house. Early morning, for February 2020. The woman smiled at the memory as she set down a tray of snacks in front of her charges and turned the TV to the channel that Bobby liked, making sure the volume was a little louder than usual. Her team wasn't happy at being sat out of the meeting and wanted to help, but they trusted her enough not to push the issue. She quickly looked over to Joy, who was dressed in her own Vought costume as her sidekick, Lady Fold, and received a subtle nod from her right-hand woman. Diana returned the nod before retreating back to the kitchen with one last look at her team, her friends, and her protectees before closing the door tight behind her. Diana then looked at an entirely different team, not one made of unique teens and young people she had rescued for Vaught's abuses, but one forged by that same brutal reality. Her eyes flicked to Clark, then the rest of his entourage. There was Starlight, the famous Lois Lane, and her eyes lingered on the two men she had seen on the news, Marvin T. Milk and Hugh Campbell Jr., two of the most wanted men in the country. Well, this is complete shit, Diana sighed. She moved over to the stove and lifted it with one hand into the air to get to the spot where she hid her cigarettes and lighter. Total bullshit. You turn up with a bunch of fugitives asking about liberty. Yeah, not how I saw this day going. And look, you've got me smoking again. Diana tucked her long raven hair back behind one of her ears as put the stove back down and then took out a cigarette from a packet that looked about 5 years old and lifted an old heavy lighter with the United States Army Air Force's logo to light it. The woman pulled the smoke into her lungs for a moment before her face suddenly twisted in disgust, the cigarette clearly having passed its expiration date. She looked around trying to find a place to put it out, but saw nowhere in her clean, organized kitchen where she was willing to leave a burn mark. Fucking things have gone to shit. Typical, Diana sighed as he casually put the cigarette out in the palm of her hand, throwing the stale packet to the side but holding onto the lighter. Don't suppose any of you have any smokes on you? You know smoking leads to cancer, right? Clark replied whilst everyone quickly shook their heads at her question, fixing her with a slightly disparaging look. I'm 101 years old. I've held raw plutonium, survived being buried in volcanic ash, and breathed in a dozen different nerve agents. Diana just replied with a small smirk as she leaned against the kitchen counter and looked at the motley crew in front of her. So, I'm not overly concerned about cigarettes and cancer. 101? Wow, you look. Oh shit. Annie moved forward, trying to ease the slight tension in the room, only to stop as relation dawned on her. You're the Wonder Woman. God damn it. Of course, she's a fan, Diana sighed, really feeling like she needed a cigarette now that it was clear that the universe hated her. Wait, Wonder Woman, that WW2 Supe, the one on all those posters selling war bonds, vintage comics and stuff? Huey asked, looking between Clark and Diana, his knowledge of early Supe straining. I thought she disappeared in the 50s? You're her. I'm not Wonder Woman. My name is Diana Prince. I'm a semi-retired superheroine called Annie Sis, and I definitely can't help you. Diana's tone was clear and decisive as she gave a pointed look to the guests in her house. I look after this house, the surrounding suburbs, and a team of very special young people that the rest of the world doesn't care about. Sorry. Diana made her apology, giving a little sigh before moving off of the counter and heading towards the door, not bothering to look at Clark. She knew he was a good kid and one of the few Supes she would let near her team, but she had no intention of being dragged into whatever this was. She had saved the world already, stood up for what was right, did everything she should have, and where had it gotten her? Under Vaught's thumb, having lost everything she cared for. You were once. Clark's voice stopped her as she reached the door that led to the living room. She could hear the TV on the other side. Before all of this, you were Wonder Woman, one of the greatest heroes ever. And I am sorry, but we need answers, and you are the only one who knows enough to help that we can trust. Tell you what. Diana spun around, her frustration building as she felt her hand turn into a fist by her side, while the other gestured to Annie. Miss Midwest America already spilled the beans on Vaught's biggest secret. Supes are made. It's all drugs and babies. Yeah, I know it was you. So, I don't know what else I could tell you that you think could help. Who's Liberty? Spoke up and drew the attention of the room to the man who also placed Raynor's file on the kitchen table. You recognize the name, and by the way you reacted, you know something. It's not my problem. I don't have to deal with her or any of that anymore. I just protect my kids Diana's voice started to almost plead as she looked at the file and felt the smiling hooded figure of Liberty staring up at her. So, I would very much like for you to leave. Diana, we need your help, Clark replied calmly and moved forward. Diana just grimaced at him. I said get out. She gestured to the door and made it clear that she wasn't messing around. Clark could hear her elevated heart rate and could see her muscles tensing. Look, lady, we just want answers and then we'll go. Mim tried to intervene and back up Clark, but as he moved in closer to Diana, she snapped and spun towards him without any kindness. Annie spoke up. Hey, we just want to help, okay? Vaught is up to something, and we're just trying to stop it. Her plea came as she moved in between MM and one of her childhood icons. Diana's knuckles went white by her side, her mind racing with worry as she knew where this can of worms could lead and how much she needed to protect her team. Annie, for her part, was starting to feel a lump forming in her stomach. Here was possibly the greatest heroine ever, who looked like she was about to kick her ass to throw her out. Clark and MM had a similar reaction. They had both moved to intervene, but stopped short of doing anything as they didn't want to cause an actual fight. The look on both of their faces made it clear they were not happy with how this had gone. Deal with her? Huey's voice caused everyone to pause, then at the man who had just ignored the fight about to break out in front of him. His face was pensive. What? Diana didn't know how to react. She looked at Huey, glancing at Clark, who didn't respond. You said I don't have to deal with her or any of that anymore. She's still alive, isn't she? That's why. Or at least that's part of it. Huey's mind was racing as he looked at the Liberty poster and then back at Diana, his eyes narrowing as he saw a flicker of a grimace at a statement. I'm right, but it's only a small part. You're not afraid of Liberty, but there's something isn't there, something about what you know. Diana's eyes narrowed, and the room fell silent. She kept looking at Huey with an unblinking glare that made him want to melt. Somehow, and he had no idea why, he managed to just maintain eye contact. He couldn't do the steely gaze Clark could do or the fuck you and fuck off Glower Butcher had perfected, and he was damn sure his wasn't intimidating, but he managed to keep it. Just as he felt himself about to gulp and blink, something answered his prayers, and Diana blinked first. And I thought you were just here for emotional support. She smirked out after sighing and rubbing her eyes. She felt a headache coming with another look up at Clark. He's smarter than he looks, but I still can't help you. I don't know anything that'll help with whatever this is. Diana, I know about V, Clark intoned. His face fell into a seriousness that caused the superheroine to pause and look at him with narrowed, questioning eyes. And I need to know where it comes from. And what is so important about Liberty that the deputy director of the CIA was looking into her. They make it in labs. There's one in that big tower you work in, Diana replied. Her tone was almost believable that this was all she knew, but Clark could hear a slight tremble in her voice. And I don't know why Liberty was important. I know what V is. I know what the pure formula is made from, Clark said firmly, sharing a knowing glance with both Annie and Lois, which didn't go unnoticed by him, nor did he miss Diana's eyes widening. I need to know where they are keeping it. How do you know about that? Diana fell quiet. She was in more panic than she had been in years, not just for her, but for her team. How do you know about it? Because I am one, Clark said. His voice was unwavering in its honesty and clear in its subtle meaning. The statement caused Diana to step back in shock and Clark up and down with new eyes as she processed what she had just heard. Huey and MM, for their part, just shared puzzled look, with the former being the most curious and suspicious at whatever secret was being discussed. Well, shit, they really do walk among us. I always thought it was going to be something blue in that, with a tail and tentacles. Diana sighed defiantly, deciding that she really needed a smoke at her earliest opportunity, before looking Clark in the eyes. Turns out it was a lot more human. Look, sport, I honestly don't know a lot, and I'm not. I'm not the person I used to be. I'm not Wonder Woman anymore. Why? The question caused everyone to turn to Lois, who was seated at the kitchen table. The question having slipped out, she might have been better at concealing it than Annie, but Diana sighed as she saw another fan. I'm sorry, I know this is all important, but I always kind of thought you were made up. You know, to sell stuff to housewives and war bonds, to lecherous men in the 40s, but you're real and here, how? Do you know who Steve Trevor was? Diana asked as she moved away from the group over to a small cabinet in the kitchen that held some photos. Yeah, he was Wonder Woman's beau in the old WW2 comic books, Lois answered as she glanced at Clark whilst Diana stood in front of the cabinet, her eyes staring at something tucked in the back of the photos. He was a pilot and secret agent, tall blonde with a square jaw, right? Yeah, that was the comic book version, fair-haired and blue-eyed all-American dreamboat. Diana chuckled without joy as she turned back to the group, laying an old photo on the kitchen table. What a load of shit. That was my Steve Trevor. The group glanced at the photo of Steve Trevor. He was standing next to his plane, wearing a WW2 uniform, a wide grin on his face and his arm around Diana, who looked identical to the one in front of him. However, it was very clear what Diana meant by the Vought comic version of Steve Trevor being a load of shit. The man in the photo was very clearly African American. The living, breathing Steve Trevor had dark skin, hazel brown eyes, and short curly hair trimmed into a crew cut, and he was slim with a light frame and a round face framed by a thick mustache. Vought created the fair-skinned spy version to crush the rumors. Apparently, a white woman and black man didn't play well with audiences. Diana smirked as she crossed her arms over her chest again, not a hint of joy on her face. Steve and I, we didn't care what people thought or said. We were the real thing, and I loved him more than you can imagine. What happened? Huey asked. He was trying to reconcile the smiling, youthful version of Diana in her shining Wonder Woman persona with a more tired and exhausted Diana dressed in the awful Annie's costume. That bitch Liberty happened, Diana snarled as her worst memories started to bubble up. After the war, Trevor and I went back stateside. He was from Alabama, and I didn't have anyone left in New York, so we settled there. We got married, in secret of course, and tried to live our life. Why in secret? Huey asked. He would be first to admit his knowledge of the 20th century was sparse, mostly limited to Supe's basic WW2 knowledge, and Billy Joel. It was MM who answered his question. It was illegal as why, the man answered, still looking at Diana with a feeling like he knew where this was going. In Alabama in the 40s, for a black man and a white woman to be seen together was basically a crime, and to be married, well, that was lynching territory. Yeah, which is what happened. I was still Wonder Woman, Vought poster girl, and all that, so to put money on the table I started doing movies in Hollywood, Diana spat out. An audible click was heard as her hands became fists. I begged Steve to move to LA with me, but he couldn't. He had family there and a community that looked to him. So I divided my time flying back and forth. It worked for a while. No one knew who I was, and Steve had his work with the NAACP to keep him busy. We were together most of the time. We were happy. It was December 1949 when I came back to find Steve hanging from the tree at the end of the street, beaten to a pulp with a sign around his neck. Diana went quiet and started breathing heavily. Her heart became a stone in her chest again, and fire burned around it. She could taste the cold December air still in her mouth, feel the slick red blood on Steve's body, and she could still hear her own scream as she clung to him. She could also remember with satisfaction what she had done next, although if she was honest, it had never removed the pain. I found the people who did it. The fucking monsters were having themselves a little party in a field that Saturday night, patting themselves on the back, praising the Lord that they kept the inferior colored race in its place. The glint that appeared in Diana's, I sent a shiver down Huey's spine. It was a look that he had seen cross Butcher's face at times, but never to the sheer degree he was seeing. I killed them all, every last one of them, ripped them apart, and beat them so badly that even their mothers couldn't recognize them. There was a long silence as the room exchanged glances. No one was really sure how to react to Diana's declaration of brutal revenge, killing over 70 years ago. It was Clark who finally spoke up. I'm so sorry that happened to you, and I need to know, how does Liberty fit into this? That fucking bitch knew. She even had photos, how I don't know. Maybe the fucking racist piece of shit was there. It was certainly her kind of crowd. She showed them to Vought, and they gave me a choice. Play the role they wanted for a bit, and then disappear, or go to jail. Fucking Liberty and Soldier Boy were more than ready to help with the latter. Diana sighed, releasing her fists as she felt disgust replace the rage in her chest like it always did when it reached this part of the story. You see, that group of assholes I killed included 3 sheriffs, a district attorney, 2 congressmen's sons, and the brother-in-law of the governor. I was ready to fight it, to say fuck Vought and all of it, but there's also Lyda to consider. Lyda was your daughter, wasn't she? Lois asked, already knowing the answer, her hand going to her stomach. Diana nodded, a delicate smile gracing her face as she remembered her daughter, Hippolyta Trevor, our little Lyda. My parents were Greek immigrants, and Steve always liked the old stories, so he wanted her to have a strong name. She was perfect, so smart, so beautiful, but she couldn't walk. Her muscles were. I learned later that for those given strong doses of V, their children can develop problems and issues. I couldn't leave her, couldn't risk it. Can you imagine a mixed-race little girl with no parents in the 50s? I didn't have a choice. I understand. Clark spoke softly, causing Diana to look at him. She sometimes hated how he had the luxury of being so compassionate and honest all the time. It made it impossible to stay focused on anger and fear. I know this is difficult, but I need to know about V and why Raynor was looking into Liberty. Because that bitch is back, Diana sighed, moving over to the door to the living room. She opened it slightly and spoke to Joy quickly, who passed her newspaper from the room that Diana threw down next to the picture of Liberty. Your hashtag trending, Portland tweeting, girls get it done newest addition to the 7 is fucking Liberty. She's the same person. Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at the photo and back to the old advertisement. And Lois shared a look as both of them started to try and place this new piece of information into what they already knew, but the look they both shared was clear both were confused. Annie and Huey shared a look as well, which was more of mutual concern as both had renewed worry for the other's safety. Clark, however, just filed the information away, knowing he needed more to connect it to everything else going on. His eyes stayed fixed on Diana. You mentioned a pod? What do you know about it? Is Stormfront connected to it? And do you know where it is? Clark asked, his voice tense as he felt his heart in his throat, anxiety gripping for the first time in years. Please, I need to know. I saw in 1941 during Freddie Vaught's Compound V trials. The fucker had defected to America early in the year and brought it with him. Apparently, he figured out Germany wasn't going to win the war in 1941, so he jumped ship before everyone else got wise to get the best deal possible. Diana sighed as she recounted what she knew, eyeing him briefly as she tailored her answer to leave out the more exotic parts of the pod story. It was just over 7 feet in length, made out of this metal I had never seen before, and I know it's where he Gerda Ross stuff to shoot up the original team with. Me, Ben, J, Teddy, fucking Crimson Countess I, and the other two. Wait, defected? I thought Frederick Vaught was a German immigrant who founded Vaught America in the late 30s to fight Nazism and protect his adopted country. Huey asked, remembering the biography of the Vaught founder that he had learned when reading up on the country. What? Hell no. Freddie Vaught was a full-fledged card-carrying Nazi. His name wasn't even Frederick Vaught. The government made that shit up to help set him up with a new life as part of the deal. Diana scoffed, more than a little surprised that the group hadn't even learned that much about the enemy they were fighting. Her eyes flicked to Clark, who just stood, unmoving, but it was clear by the look in his eye that he hadn't missed the fact she had jumped on the chance to avoid talking about the pod. She swallowed the lump in her throat before jumping back into talking to Huey and the others gathered in the room. He was Jonas Vogelman until he defected. Brought his family over after the war. Even had a hellspawn of a nephew named after himself. Probably thought it was some sick joke to hide his extended family under a Jewish name. Freddie was a true believer too, blonde-haired, blue-eyed Aryan supremacy crap. The whole 9 yards. He only defected because Germany didn't have the resources to let him carry out his experiment successfully. Motherfuckers. MM smirked, shaking his head at the news and crossing his arms over his chest as he leaned back. Can't say I'm fucking surprised. Actually explains a lot of Vaught's BS over the years. Motherfucker. LL, you think Stormfront might have popped Raynor for getting too close. Fuck, I don't know. Wouldn't put it past her, especially knowing that we know all this and it would make sense. Lois sighed, tried to tie the threads together in her head, but her reporter instinct screamed at her she was missing something. Is there anything else about Liberty, Stormfront, whatever the bitch is calling herself that you can tell us? She and Frederick were close, like sleeping together close. I actually think she might have been his wife. Diana said as her face scrunched up as she tried to recall the details and gossip from 70 years ago. Or mistress at least. I know he was married with a daughter, and no one ever met either of them. And he was certainly sleeping with Liberty. I don't know for certain, but Frederick, despite being a racist asshole, didn't seem to cheat. He hated weakness and saw infidelity as moral frailty. His wife? Fuck, Annie's felt that this was getting more and more confusing instead of clear, and was starting to wonder what really was happening with Vaught and Supes. This was beyond just corporate greed. Yeah, however you've been handling her, be more careful. Especially you. Diana nodded at her protective instincts kicking in as she addressed the group, and anyone else you've got that isn't 100% Lily White. I always got the feeling she was as much, if not more of a believer than Freddie was. The way she used to look at people was a type of evil I thought we'd buried in the ashes of Berlin. Be fucking careful with her. Could Diana and I have a room, please? Clark's voice sounded out clearly across the room. He wasn't looking at anyone, but was standing with his arms crossed staring at the floor. The rest of the room looked at each other, uncertain of what to do due to the sudden coldness coming off of Clark and the sheer emotionlessness radiating off of him. Annie was the first to stand her brain, correctly guessing what Clark needed the room for and the questions he was going to press. She gestured to Huey, who just glanced at Clark and followed suit, heading to the door that he held open for Annie. Didn't move. His suspicions had already been piqued by talk of the pod, and he hadn't missed the fact that Diana had taken every opportunity to change the subject when Clark brought it up. Please, I'll let you know when it's something to worry about. Lois' calm, professional voice is what moved him in the end. He clearly didn't want to go. His whole demeanor screamed it, but he trusted Lois enough to give her the benefit of the doubt on this. He just eyed the 2 Supes in the room, his gaze lingering on Clark for longer as the man stayed completely still as he waited for the room to clear. Lois herself looked at Clark as she left the room, her eyes lingering on the man before closing the door and leaving the 2 Supes to talk whilst they mingled with the other occupants of the house. You know, ever since I met you, I just knew you were different from the other Supes. There was just something about you. I never thought it would be this, Diana sighed as she picked up the photo of Steve Trevor that she gently and lovingly placed back in the cabinet. Ever since you crashed into that planet, Vought, 10 years ago and came out covered in burger meat, juices, and buns stuck to you. I knew one day you were going to show up on my doorstep and make my life complicated. Please don't talk about that. My mother still uses the hamburger incident to embarrass me. Clark chuckled at the memory of one of his less than heroic moments before lifting his head up to look at Diana. I need to know about that pod and where it is. I don't know where it is, that's the truth. God, this is all so weird. Diana raised a hand to stop Clark from cutting her off. Her honesty stayed with him for a moment as she took a deep breath and looked to the door that led to her team. You know what Vought will do to them if they find out I told you half of what I just did, let alone this? I could take care of myself, but you know they won't survive. That's why I made the team, to protect them. Vought won't find out, I promise. And if they do, I will protect them. You have my word. Clark moved forward, drawing Diana's eye back to him, causing her to nod as radiated security and confidence. What do you know about the pod? And do you have any idea where it is or how I could find out? I don't know much. I know Frederick Vought, or someone he knew, found in the Arctic in the early 20s. They were there on some kind of research expedition, and a freak meteor struck a few miles away. Diana's voice was quiet and low as she glanced at the door again, taking a deep breath as she steadied her nerves. They decided it was worth a look and found a 7-foot-long, oval-shaped pod with markings on it in no earthly language, made of metal no one could identify. It took them a decade to get the thing opened, and whatever was in it advanced Frederick Vaught's understanding of genetics by decades. The person inside the pod didn't wake up, or anything? Clark asked, his heart hammering in his chest as he felt himself closer than ever to possibly ending the crushing weight of being the last of his kind. I don't think so. Honestly, I don't know. All I know is that when Vought got to America, he somehow brought the pod with him, and he used it to make the first serums of V. Diana looked at Clark and felt her heart go out to the man. The look on his face told her he was desperate to find it. I only knew about it by accident. Freddie talked about it when he thought I was unconscious after the first series of injections. Honestly, I was pretty out of it. I only saw it once when Freddie's benefactor forced him to move it somewhere after me. Ben and the others survived the trials. 1 in 50 survived, and he called it a success. What benefactor? You mean the U.S. government had the pod moved? Clark looked at her, his eyes widened, his mind racing through everyone he knew that he could talk to in government and every lead he could follow to find the pod. No, not the government. They were like investors from what I understood. They gave him equipment and volunteers, but they didn't want to know anything. They just wanted the product superheroes to defend America. Diana remarked, her barrow furrowing as she thought about the Compound V trails and her volunteering for it for the first time in years. No, Frederick had someone with a lot of money and influence backing him up. I know they were the ones who arranged to get him out of Germany with the pod and arranged the deal with the government. Do you know who they were? Clark asked, feeling his heart sinking as his brain failed to summon any candidates for the mysterious benefactor. Sorry, I knew they existed by context and gossip I picked up. I never met them, no one did. I don't even think Frederick met them. Diana sighed as she hated that this was all she could tell her friend. She cast a glance to her side as another memory came to her. I did hear them. Once it was after the injection. I was practicing my super hearing and I heard Freddie and him arguing. Like really going at it. What were they talking about? Clark pressed on, needing to know as much as possible, hoping for the slimmest lead that could give him a path to a potential survivor of his homeworld. I think it was about the pod. Frederick wanted to keep it there, but his benefactor was adamant they move it. He had this authoritative voice and this analytical way of speaking. Like a general, Diana closed her eyes as she tried to recall the hazy memory that she in truth had put out of her mind long ago. I don't remember what they said, but it sounded like the benefactor was more concerned about the pod than the trials or anything else. He sounded almost desperate. And you have no idea where the pod is now. Clark felt the lump in his throat sink to the bottom of his stomach as frustration started to build in him. He was so close, and yet nowhere. I don't, but Diana spoke, pausing herself briefly as she took a deep breath and glanced at the door again before she continued. But if you need a lead, I think Stormfront might know where it is. Stormfront. Clark glanced at Diana with narrowed eyes before looking at the picture of the woman on the front cover of the newspaper. That pod was the most important thing to Frederick Vought, and even if I'm wrong about her being his wife, she worshipped the man. Diana moved forward, her finger tapping the picture that Clark's eyes were fixed on. If she's still around and still waving the Vought banner, I would put good money that she's still involved in making soups and mean she knows where that pod is. Thank you. Clark gave her nod as he felt a weight shift back to his chest, pressing down on him as he thought about what to do next. You're welcome, Diana whispered as she looked at the alien in front of her. He seemed so human, so normal, and didn't help she had known Clark for years, which just served to make him more normal. What are you going to do? Find the pod. And from there, just keep people safe. Clark smiled at Diana, but his usual charming smile seemed to lack its usual friendliness. You know, the usual. I wasn't just talking about the pod. Diana just gave her own sad smile to Clark's deflated one. You know everyone in our community is talking about you and Homelander. Rumors are flying and people are feeling the tension building. One even said you came to blows. Is it true? Sort of. He was trying to kill a friend of mine. Clark's eyes were on the floor again, and his voice fell. What's the community saying? People are scared. Honestly, they don't know what to think. Diana looked away from Clark, feeling the lump forming in her throat as she recalled what she heard from others and what Joy picked up from her friends. Mostly, they are picking sides. You or Homelander. A few think you two are going to work it out. Most though think it's going to come to a head soon, in a very definitive way. And Clark looked up from the floor to Diana, his face one of slight trepidation. Where are people coming down? Diana released a sharp breath as she shifted under his gaze. Nearly all of it's falling Homelander's way. He's been the leader of the Supe scene for decades. Everyone idolizes him, and people like what he stands for. That being they could do whatever they want and keep the good times rolling. Clark guessed, feeling not at all surprised he could put the list of halfway decent Supes together on half a piece of paper and still have room left. Yeah, whereas people see you as either out of touch, old-fashioned, or just a wet blanket, people love you, Clark. But most Supes ain't people. Diana sighed as she delivered her all-too-accurate assessment of the Supe scene. The few who would back you are either your personal friends, like Alex or Annie, or the young, idealistic crowd. And even then, they ain't exactly running up the stand next to you. What about you? Clark looked at the heroine. His tone was clear, and she knew what he was asking. I need to protect my kids, Clark. Diana replied hesitantly, not at all liking the urge, and voice sounding in the back of her head, in a voice that sounded a lot like Steve. That's what I'm asking you to do. You know, when I find that pot, it's going to change everything. Clark stood up, squaring his shoulders as he looked Diana in the eye. I'm willing to do it alone, but I could use your help. So what will it be, Wonder Woman? Diana opened her mouth, but before she could give an answer, the door swung open as Bobby appeared with a smile on his face as he basically jumped into the room. The room shook a little as his large frame wobbled. He was clearly ecstatic, a large smile plastered on his face as he smiled at Clark. Clark, that pretty lady you work with is on TV. Bobby announced. He moved forward and looked ready to drag him into the other room. Bobby, Diana's firm motherly voice was accompanied by a sigh as she looked at her charge. Remember what we said a closed door means, and about knocking? Oh, sorry. So sorry. I forgot. Bobby resembled a large tomato as he went red with embarrassment for the second time that day and quickly ran out of the room, swinging the door shut behind him. No, that's not. Diana released a chuckle as she let another sigh. She loved Bobby, but he never remembered any of her tips or instructions. She moved towards the door to talk to him before he started knocking. Bobby, what is I, Rachel? Sorry. Rachel apologized as she phased through the door, stopping for a moment as her foot got stuck in it, causing her to pull it through, causing the door to break. I just wanted to, ask. That's it, ask. How to explain something to Bobby. Explain what? Clark asked, causing Rachel to look at him with a wide smile. Maeve and Homelander on TV. She's apparently Rachel trailed off as she tried to recall the word Homelander had used. A lesbian? Diana asked, with a raised eyebrow, hoping she had pieced the word together right. Yeah, that. Rachel smiled as she looked between Diana and Clark. So how do I explain that one? Joy said to ask you. The two superheroes looked at each other, before Diana just gave a grin and patted Clark on the shoulder, before walking into the other room. This one is all yours, Space Boy. Enjoy. Kent Family Farm, Smallville, Kansas. Very early morning, February 4th, 2020. Butcher felt the rich, firm earth beneath his hand as he crouched down to look at the house his wife was being kept in. He had left Frenchie and the female to do whatever it was they did when they were alone, as he decided he was done with letting Supes control his life. Lois Steel Boy Toy could go fuck himself. He was getting his wife back, and it looked like it was going to be much easier than he thought. Even though he hated everything Supes touched and had been to enough Supes homes that he knew they were always hiding shit somewhere, he had to admit the place looked nice. In fact, it came pretty close to what he had wanted as a young lad growing up in the hot, cramped, shithole council estates of the East End of London. Wide open spaces, fresh air, a sense of tranquility when you were outside, no constant stream of people outside, and everything just felt nice. As he edged toward the house, keeping low so as not to be spotted in case someone was up at this ungodly hour, he steeled himself for what was coming next. Get in, grab Becca, leave the kid, run and never look back. Looking around only intensified his desire to do so. Any small qualms he had of leaving the kid had already been crushed. He couldn't give two shits for the Supe freak, and anyway, this place looked nice enough to grow up. He leaned around the truck he was hiding behind to assess the best approach towards the farmhouse that held his wife. That fucking farm boy, Supe, naive prick, he can raise the rate babdash. Click. Butcher's mind froze as he heard the familiar sound of a gun being cocked. A bolt-action centerfire rifle, if he wasn't mistaken, as he felt a presence behind him. He went still and raised his hands while still crouching as he felt the barrel being pressed in between his shoulders. He suppressed a grimace as the person clearly had an idea of what they were doing, and he could do anything at the moment. If they had pressed it against his head, he might have been able to grab it or at least make a move, but the barrel was positioned just right so that making a play for it or moving would likely result in a round to the chest or torso at least. Howdy, friend. Now I don't know who the hell you are or what you think you're doing, but ain't no good has ever come from a man sneaking around outside a house in the early morning. Martha's calm voice was accompanied by her pressing the barrel harder in a butcher's back. Now you best tell me what you're up to before this old hair trigger goes off. Butcher just sighed, knowing that he was never going to live down the fact that an old, slightly overweight frail lady had somehow got the drop on him. However, his embarrassment and concern at the situation were mostly mollified by the fact he knew who was pointing the gun at his back. It was the great spandex-wearing and low-as-fuckboy idiot's mother, Martha Kent. He remembered the name from the file he had created on Clark, so his concern at being shot in the back had dropped to zero. Look, I'm not with Vought, nor am I some nut job. Billy spoke calmly, not wanting to spook the woman, who was likely terrified as this was likely her first time pointing a gun at someone. Now, we both know you're not going to shoot me. I'm going to stand up so that we can F-U-C-K. Bang. Butcher went stiff, stopping his attempt at getting back on 2 feet, and immediately went back to his knees, his hands raised up as he heard the bolt click as Martha readied the next round. He blinked hard to try to stop the ringing in his right ear from where Martha had fired a round next to his head. He could feel the rifle barrel pressed back into between his shoulder blades. He suddenly found himself more than a little impressed by the woman holding him captive. She had been quick to subdue him. She was fast on the reload and made it very clear she would shoot him. Martha. Butcher froze again as he heard Becca's voice shouting from Kent's front porch. She was blocked from his view by the tractor, but he could picture her in his mind. Martha, I'm fine. It's just a fox trying to get in the hen house. I just scared it off. Just go back inside. Martha shouted back, pressing the gun into Butcher's back, waiting till Becca went back inside before speaking again to Butcher. I ain't my blessed boy. I'm an old Kansas farm girl who's been handling guns since she could walk and shot enough living things that I have no trouble putting around in you. Now, these nice people are under the Kent family's protection, so you've got 30 seconds to tell me who are, what you want, and why you have a handgun tucked in your trousers before you sprout a new breathing hole. Easy, miss. My name is William Butcher, and Becca's my wife. I'm just here to see her, and the gun is for protection. Butcher spoke as honestly as he could, his hands raised as he tried to think of a way out of this if it went wrong. Please, I need to see her. There was a moment of silence as he felt the hot barrel stay firmly pressed into his back as the gun-toting farmer's wife stared at the back of his head. Butcher just leaned forward, his hand digging into the dirt as his mind formed an idea that if she didn't believe, he would roll forward, cast the dirt in her eyes, and then take the gun. Sure, he would take a round, but if he moved fast enough, it should be manageable enough. What color are Becca's eyes? Martha asked, not moving, yet her eyes narrowing at the man. Blue, tinged with hazel. Billy replied immediately as the image of his wife's face appeared before him. How does she take her coffee? Martha pressed her voice, still cynical and clearly not yet trusting the man in front of her. She doesn't drink coffee, finds it's far too bitter. She drinks tea, that herbal blend shite. Butcher replied, his voice taking a light tone as he felt his heart skip a beat, remembering his wife's tics. She also smokes when she's stressed, snores when she sleeps on her side, hates anything with onions in it, and always tucks her laces into her shoes when she puts them away. Becca, can you come out here, please? My boy told you not to come. Martha finally removed the gun from his back, taking a few steps back to keep distance between them. I told him you would come regardless. My Jonathan wouldn't have mattered who told you to. Yeah, well, we're all idiots when it comes to love. Even your boy. Billy stood up slowly as he turned around to face Martha Kent, who still had her old heavy bolt-action rifle pointed in his general direction, which he just nodded at. And you are one tough old bird. Well, spend half a lifetime waiting for some scary man to show up to take your boy away, and the other half looking out for some idiot coming round here to use you against him. I reckon you'd learn quick how to handle things. Martha replied, her eyes still on the man who matched Billy Butcher's appearance from the news and her son's description of the man, but still kept herself ready in case it was a trick. Lucky it wasn't my husband. He would have shot you. He clipped one of those religious nut jobs once that came here, trying to take Clark, thinking he was the Messiah or something. How did your boy react to that? Billy asked, relaxing a little as he got the sense Martha believed him now. Clark never knew anything, not a tenth of the things we did to keep him safe, and not one I regret. Martha replied, her grip tightening on the gun as she looked Billy up and down. And I will protect that boy too, so don't do anything stupid, and I'll be waiting inside. Billy. The voice caused whatever Billy was about to say to freeze in his throat as he turned around to look at his wife at long last. I love oof. He managed to eke out before he felt Becca barrel into him, and the two began to tightly embrace. Are you okay? Butcher managed to finally catch his breath as he took in the fact that his wife was in front of him alive. Did he hurt you? No, no. Homelander's done nothing since he showed up. Clark saw to that. Becca replied with her eyes, taking in her husband, her eyes lingering on his new beard. I'm okay, I'm fine. I thought you were dead. I stopped looking. I shouldn't have stopped. Butcher took her face in his hands as he stared into her eyes. I am so fucking sorry. I couldn't call anybody. I can't imagine what it must have done to you. Becca took her husband's face in her hands, feeling his warmth again. The warmth she thought she lost forever. I'm sorry. I'm the one who's so fucking sorry. No, you've done nothing wrong. Butcher smiled at her, stroking her face as he breathed every ounce of herself. And look at you. My girl. Always. Becca leaned in for a kiss, and the two embraced once more as the world seemed to melt away. Butcher wasn't sure how long passed, as the two of them quickly moved things along her hands running over his chest, having missed the feel of him under her hands. Whilst he took every chance to savor every moment as his hands rang across her back and took in everything they could. He couldn't really follow what happened next. They kept going, both missing the feel of each other, and ended up in the nearby barn amongst the hay bales. He soon found himself putting his trousers back on as his wife fished her brow out from some hay, a great smile on her face. Once you grab the kid, we can start making tracks. North or south you pick. Butcher smiled at his wife as his mind began thinking of the next steps, and when he could unload the kid without Becca getting wise. I've got things I can set up both in Canada or South America, places no one will find us. I am not leaving. Becca replied, the excitement and joy from a few moments ago, quickly leaving her. I can't, Ryan needs me, and this is the best place for him. What are you talking about? Of course you are. Grab the kid and let's go. Butcher replied. The smile he gave her was almost believable, but Becca could see it in his eyes. You don't really want Ryan to come with us, she replied, her voice becoming firm as she looked at him. Of course I do. I said I'd take him, didn't I? Butcher smiled at her as he moved to try and embrace her, but stopped when she backed away. And I want to believe you. I really do. Becca just crossed her arms over her chest, feeling suddenly cold as she looked at her husband. Then believe me? Butcher asked, his voice wavering as he looked at her as trying to sound sincere. Now come on, we got to get shift on. Listen, if the three of us leave, you're going to find a way to get rid of him. I know it. Becca took a deep breath as she just stared into her husband's loving eyes and saw the glint of the darkness lurking there. It won't be in an obvious way, and it won't be right away, but you will. No, Becca, no, please. Butcher swallowed as he felt his heart sinking in his chest. Billy, I know you. I know you better than anybody. Becca steeled herself as she looked at the man she loved, and what she saw staring back was killing her. And I see it in your face right now. I can't risk it, not my son. They won't let him go. None of them. Butcher felt anger rising in his chest as he started to fail to control that darkness that dwelled deep within and the voice that whispered about wanting to see the world burn. You and me, Becca, you and me, we've got a chance. Babe, it's Ryan they care about, not us. Yeah, and then what? Becca's question hung in the air as Butcher failed to come up with a response, just looking at his wife as Becca's voice got hard and cold. Ryan gets abandoned by the one person he loves just when he finds out his life is a lie. Leave him without a mother, right? Then we have Homelander all over again. Then there's two all-powerful monsters in this world. We could disappear, all right. Butcher moved forward, reaching out to his wife, but stopped as she raised a hand and backed away. His voice was imploring her now as he felt hope leave him. Just start again. Start a new family. I have a son. Becca yelled back, gesturing to where the house lay, just beyond the barn. He's a fucking super freak. Butcher roared, anger taking over him. It left him as he saw Becca back away, terrified of him. He felt his heart break all over again as he tried to fix it. Fuck. Listen, I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. Becca, please come with me. You were wrong about me. Do you know that? Becca whispered before raising her head to look her husband straight in the eye, as she turned her heart to steel to get through this. You put me on this pedestal, and the truth is, I never knew how to save you. You were always one bad day away from pounding someone to death in a parking lot. That's not true. Butcher whispered. He knew it wasn't true. She had saved him, made him a better man, a far better man than the one he had been when he had met her. Billy. She whispered his name gently before breathing deep, closing her eyes so she could say the next words without looking at her husband's distraught face. He raped me. And when I found out I was pregnant, I went to Vought. I didn't come to you. I didn't come to you because I was scared, because I knew that you'd chase after him and you would seek revenge, and it wouldn't be good for anybody. I love you. Butcher's last desperate plea was made with every ounce of his being he had left, every ounce the soul he had torn apart in his quest for vengeance. I love you. Becca felt tears in her eyes as she opened them to look at the man who loved her, who worshipped her. But the hate that you carry and the path that you're on, it started so long before me. I can't risk it, not around my son. Bex, I'm not leaving without you. Butcher responded, staring at his wife, his hands tightening into fists as he felt anger wash over him. You have to go, please. Becca's voice wavered, but she steeled herself, reached into her pocket, and felt the watch Clark had given her. We will work this out, all of it, but not like this, not when you're like this, please go. You are coming with me. Butcher moved forward. He would drag her if he had to, but stopped as Becca slowly brought out a watch and held it up. What's that? A signal for Clark. I swear I will use it, and he'll make you leave. Becca threatened. She hoped she looked serious, because inside she felt terrified. Please, Billy, we will sort this out, but you need to leave just for now. Billy just stood, unmoving as he looked at his wife. His mind and heart was tearing itself apart, as he didn't know what to do. This was his Becca, the woman that had saved him, brought him back from the abyss, the woman he loved more than life itself. He could drag her, he could get to her before she could press the watch and take her away, but she wouldn't stay. He knew that. She would run back to the kid first chance she got. Becca never abandoned the thing she loved. That's why he loved her. That's why they worked, but he wasn't it anymore. He wasn't the thing she loved more than anything else. The kid was. Butcher started to try to convey everything that was in his head, but just trailed off as he felt the fight leave him. He just backed away from her, heading into the shadows of the barn. I love you. With that, Butcher, her sweet William, disappeared from her sight. He vanished into the darkness of the barn, just as the sun truly broke free from the bonds of dusk and illuminated the barn. The shadows that had swallowed him, as if he had been a mere figment of her dreams, were banished and revealed the now bare barn. She raised a hand to her mouth as she felt the sadness and grief wash over her. She stayed there for a few moments until she could compose herself and left the barn. You all right, sweetie? Becca jumped as Martha's voice sounded out next to her as she left the barn. The older woman was seated on a chair next to the barn door, rifle laid across her lap. She stood up as Becca spotted her. Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. I'm just making sure you were all right. I'm not. I'm really not, Becca admitted, taking a deep breath to keep the tears away. I know, dear. I know. Martha patted her on the back as she started to lead Becca back to the house. But you're doing the right thing. You just can't see that. Am I? Doing the right thing? Becca asked, uncertainty in her voice as she glanced back at the barn. Is Ryan safe? Martha asked. Becca gave a nod in response, her heart racing back in her chest as she looked at Martha's kind, understanding eyes. And does this keep him safe? Yes, Becca admitted with a whisper. She loved Billy with all her heart, but Ryan wasn't safe around right now. Maybe never if she was honest with herself. Then take it from a woman who's already raised a boy with amazing abilities that both astonish and terrify you. Martha smiled at Becca, placing a comforting arm around her as they reached the steps to the house front porch. All you can do is try. Everything else is second to that. Chapter 20, Making Movies. Kent Family Farm, Smallville, Kansas, April 10th, 2020. You ready? Clark asked as they stood on top of the grain silo, placing a confronting hand on Ryan's shoulder. The young boy was wearing a bright blue skin-tight suit based on Clark's suit. There were slight differences, however. Ryan's legs were red, and the blue of his torso was formed like a massive V-shaped shield that ended at his pelvis, meaning the red of his legs rose to his waist in sharp angles on his side. Where the blue and red met, there was a faint golden line. The suit also included red fingerless gloves that were sewn into the blue sleeves, and there was also a lack of cape as well. However, just like his own suit, emblazoned in the middle of Ryan's chest was the massive symbol of the House of L, the red S-like crest cut through the sea of gold beneath it. In truth, Clark hadn't meant to dress Ryan in a manner that made him look like a mini Superman and created the appearance that the boy was some sort of sidekick. It had been as a result of Ryan's training and needing a suit that wouldn't tear or rip. Clark could remember having a similar problem, and with his old simple black Superboy outfit being too big, he had been forced to look into alternatives. Fortunately, his aunt had had dozens of different costumes made over Clark's youth. Ryan's current attire was an old prototype that she had rejected and was the only one of the rejected ideas that had been made and would fit Ryan. No, not really. Ryan looked up at Clark after glancing over the edge of the very tall building. An audible gulp followed. Are you sure I can fly? Yes. Your genetic metamorphosis, for want of a better word, has progressed enough that you are now producing. Clark trailed off whilst letting out a small chuckle as he saw that his explanation was going over Ryan's head, who looked completely lost. Sorry, forgot your age. Your body is, well, you're developed. You know what? How we fly is complicated. I'll explain it when you're older, but I am 100% sure that you can fly. Okay, Ryan replied with uncertainty in his voice as he edged nervously towards the sheer drop of the silo. So I what? Jump? No. Eventually, once you learn, you'll be able to lift off with no effort, Cal demonstrated by rising off the ground a few inches, floating for a moment before touching back down. Until then, you need to generate thrust to get airborne, so it's less jumping and more like a leap. Imagine you're trying to dive into a pool, but instead of going down into water, you're going up into the air. I've never been to a pool, Rhea replied, looking back up at Clark with a worried expression, another audible gulp following. Yeah, Clark let out a short breath, feeling like he was doing a terrible job at this. However, he quickly gave Ryan a supportive smile, before kneeling and placing his hands on Ryan's shoulders. Okay, Ryan, I am right here. You can do this, and I've got you. But if you want, we will leave this for another day. Ryan looked into Clark's warm, caring eyes before looking away into the sky where a few birds were flying carefree and untroubled by the world below. I want to try. Let's do it, let's try. Okay, Clark smiled, standing up and lifting off the ground into the air, floating away from the silo before turning to face Ryan, who gave him a nod. I am right here, whenever you're ready. I've got this, I've got this, I've got this. Ryan started walking backwards as he started bouncing on the spot, trying to psyche himself up before dashing towards the edge of the silo. I've got this, 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 I've got this. Ryan's shout was accompanied by him launching himself into the air as he leapt off of the silo. Clark smiled as he saw the young boy close his eyes in sheer terror, completely missing that he had achieved what he was trying to do. Ryan's leap was hard and accompanied by a crunching sound as he dented the metal roof of the silo with his takeoff. He flailed his arms around a little, and for a moment, it looked like he was about to fall out of the sky. However, his body's new physiology had kicked in, and as the inertia of his leap slowed, Ryan was now gliding through the air unbound from the pull of the earth. Easy, easy. Clark gave a wide smile as he gilded over placing himself in front of Ryan, his right hand gently placed on Ryan's chest to stop the boy in the air. Ryan, deep breath, stay calm, and open your eyes. Oh God. Ryan opened his eyes, immediately earning him a chuckle from Clark as Ryan panicked, seeing no ground under him, and flung his hands out to grab Clark, but in use to his new ability, just started cartwheeling in the air. Oh God, Clark. Please, how do I stop this? Don't worry, it takes practice. Clark placed a well-timed hand on Ryan's shoulder, stopping the lad, so he was upright again, steadying the boy before letting go. Pretty cool though, right? Yeah, Ryan let out a wide smile on his face as he looked down to see where his mom, Martha, and seated Lois were watching from below. He gave them a wave, which his mom returned before looking at Clark. I can't believe I can do this. I don't feel like I'm doing anything though. Shouldn't I need to concentrate or something? Like I said, it's very complicated, but flying isn't like a muscle or lifting a heavy thing. It's not conscious. Clark scratched the back of his head as he tried to explain their natural ability, which by its nature on this world wasn't natural. It's like breathing or, yeah, not good at this part. Okay, it's just something your body can do and will do in certain circumstances. What we're going to do is learn how to use it, learn control, and how to do more than float in the air. Okay, so how do we move? Ryan asked, trying to stay upright. Being weightless was strange. Every small movement made his whole being shift. This is so weird. Yeah, it's going to be weird for a while. Clark chuckled as he moved to be next to Ryan, placing a hand on the boy's back and pointing to a cloud above them. Moving whilst flying is about instinct, trusting yourself and body to get you where you're going. It's less active thought and more unconscious feeling. Ryan just looked at Clark confused. He was sort of following what Clark was saying, but the superhero had lost him. Clark's face fell into a look of thoughtful completion. He knew he wasn't doing a good job at describing how this all worked largely because he had no base to draw from. He had largely taught himself how to fly, mostly through trial and error. The only material on teaching how to use superpowers was Richard Brinkerhoff, and that was someone Clark didn't care to get reacquainted with. The man was the world's leading expert on superpower development and training, but he was self-serving, played favorites, and didn't really care to develop his students into heroes, only products Vought could see. However, as he looked at Ryan, a thought formed in his head, and he quickly, but slow enough that Ryan could react, reached his hand out towards Ryan's face. The boy's reaction was exactly as expected, and what Clark was hoping to happen. Ryan leaned back, and as he did so, floated backwards before stopping. You see what happened? Clark lowered his hand and gave Ryan a small smile as he moved forward, speaking to the confused boy. You flew, Ryan, and stopped, all by yourself. It's all instinct. That what flying is, instinct, trusting yourself. I think I get it, Ryan said, looking from Clark to the small, slow-moving cloud, which was his target. So I just have to WHOA. Boom. Clark's head snapped up, keeping track of Ryan, before quickly following the boy who was rocketing through the air. Ryan went straight through the cloud, causing it to blow away as he rocketed away into the sky, gaining speed as he went. It wasn't long before Clark caught up with Ryan, though. Clark smiled as he heard Ryan shouting, not in terror or fear, but in sheer joy as he soared through the air. This is amazing. Ryan let out a whoop as he did a loop in the air, starting to slow down as he let out a pant. He felt weird, like every inch of him was on fire, full of energy, but he also felt drained. This is incredible. Yeah, it is. Clark smiled as the two hovered in the Earth's stratosphere, looking out into pure wonder. Their moment was broken as Ryan's labored breaths caused him to turn. Feeling tired? Yeah, was all Ryan was able to get out as he sucked in air, the strange rush of power and tiredness washing through him. No surprise. You almost reached Mach 1. Clark grinned, but as he glanced at Ryan, it was clear the boys didn't know that unit of measurement yet. You were going very fast. Remember, flying is a natural ability for us, but like any natural ability, it requires energy. The faster you go, the more you burn. Understood? Yeah. Ryan nodded as he gulped in another breath, which didn't seem to be doing anything to alleviate his exhaustion. Good, come on, let's head back. I need to teach you a bit more about flight safety and how to get your energy back now, okay? Clark smiled as Ryan nodded, floating with him as they started to descend back down at a steady pace. Now, this is the tricky part. What is? Ryan asked as trailed behind Clark, who floated down slightly quicker than Ryan could. Landing, Clark grinned as he looked over his shoulder to Ryan, giving the boy a wink as they headed back to the ground. He stopped as the farm became clear below them. Now, it's all about easing into it, okay? Just trust yourself like before. Right? Ease into it. Ryan breathed, feeling oddly better now that he was stationary and the sun was shining on him. Just ease into it. Oh, damn. Ryan slowed down. Clark's eyes widened as he tried to reach for the boy, who instead of gently floating shot towards the ground like a bullet from a gun. The sudden action caught Clark slightly unprepared. Crash. Crack. Ryan. Oh God, Ryan. Becca's voice rang out as she ran towards the small, crater-like hole in the earth next to the house Ryan had caused. Ryan, are you A.H.? Clark landed next to the hole, his vision narrowing to peers through the dark to spot the boy, only for pain to shoot through him, forcing him to one knee. Oh God, the storm cellar, Martha whispered as she saw Clark stumble, as she realized her horror where Ryan landed and rushed to hold Becca back. Clark, what's wrong? Lois appeared as well, her stomach now swollen as she moved as fast as she could towards Clark, stopped her with a raised hand as Martha reached her as well. Stay back. Clark's statement caused both Becca and Lois to stop as he stumbled back to his feet. The sight of him froze both women. Clark was pale, deathly pale, and getting worse by the second, and looked like he was struggling to stand as balled his hands in a fist, willing his body to work. It wasn't the paleness that stopped the women, however, it was the sickly green lines starting to slowly appear over his body. It was like a river of liquid jade was replacing his blood as whatever was happening to Clark started to creep over his body. Ryan, Clark called out as he leapt forward, landing into the storm cellar. The feeling of his blood boiling in him intensifying as the green rocks glinted up from the floor like 1,000 serpents' eyes. The floor-to-ceiling lead-line safe that his father had spent 2 decades of his life placing glowing green meteor rocks and had been shattered by Ryan's arrival. The boy had crashed right through it. Clark gritted his teeth as the room's darkness and absence of sunlight sharpened the pain he was feeling. Fortunately, Ryan hadn't gone too far into the old storm cellar and was lying next to the tarp-covered ship his parents had also hidden down here. Ryan, are you all right? Clark half-raised, half-stumbled over to the boy who was pale like him with sickly emerald-like lines appearing over him. Ryan, can you hear him? I don't feel good. Ryan groaned, bruises present all over his face as he turned over to look up at Clark, who moved over to him. I know. Come on, let's get you out here. Clark knelt down as he lifted Ryan from the ground. His body protested the act as he felt himself struggling to lift Ryan. Clark turned around, walking back towards the hole Ryan and blew into the roof of the storm cellar. Each step was agonizing. He pushed off the ground, attempting to fly straight out of the hole into the sky to bathe both of them in the golden rays of the early morning sun. However, Clark's own strength left him as he barely managed to leave the storm cellar. He crashed to the ground barely a few feet from the hole, clutching Ryan as best he could. Ryan. Oh God, Ryan. Becca rushed towards them, ignoring Martha, who was trying to keep her calm, whilst attempting to keep both her and Lois away from the hole. Ryan, what's happening? We need to get E-. Crack. Boom. Becca found herself thrown onto her back as Clark suddenly shot from his kneeling position into the air, the ground breaking slightly from his rapid departure. Clark was gritting his teeth, his face one of pure concentration as he used every ounce of power he had to gain altitude with Ryan clutched to his chest. The farm and ground rapidly disappeared below them as Clark blew through clouds as he pushed further and faster until he finally reached the outermost layer of the atmosphere and began floating weightlessly in space. Clark moved Ryan slightly away from him as the sun's undiluted power started pouring into both of them, the paleness and sickly green lines vanishing. Remember, my son, that your strength is the strength of all those who have come before you. The wisdom, the might, and the power of Krypton reside in and with you. Now and forever. Jor-El's words raged in Clark's ears as the sun banished the weakness from him, strength and power flowing through him like a current of pure electricity. As Clark opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sun, shining brightly, illuminating the earth below, an almost invisible hue hanging in the air, separating the fragile world from the vast emptiness of space. His eyes then locked onto the floating Ryan dressed in his colors, the large crest of the House of El on his chest. The rest of Jor-El's message rang in his ears as he watched Ryan hang in the air. Under the sun they call soul, You will be greater than any other. You will be to them as Rao is to us. In time, my son, you will lead Krypton from the darkness and shadows of its ruins back into the light. Guide them, Cal. They will race behind you. They will stumble. They will fall. But in time, they will join you in the sun, Cal. In time, you will help them accomplish wonders. Come on, let's get you home. Clark whispered as he placed Ryan in his arms, hanging in the air for a few moments before gently descending back to Earth. When Clark landed back at the house, he was quick to relinquish Ryan to his mother, doing his best to comfort the woman and assuring her that he was fine and nothing was wrong. He had shared a look with his mother, who gave him her best reassuring look and moved off to assess the damage the accident had caused and quietly secure the meteor fragments. Lois, to her credit, didn't say anything until after Becca asked Clark to help take Ryan to his room, leaving mother and son alone. As he descended the stairs, he was greeted by Lois, sitting at the dining room table, her now large stomach visible under her pregnancy clothes, a sharp look on her face as she spoke on her mobile to someone. No, I don't know where he is. Well, the fucker stopped answering my calls. What did Huey get when he called him? Lois spoke in a hushed tone, her face in a frown as he glanced up, seeing Clark approaching. A dog toy. Then he might be going to get terror. He's at Judy's last I know. Start there and get the fucker back on track. I need to go, call me if anything comes up. Anything I can help with? Clark asked as he entered the room, trying to act as if everything was normal. Lois hung up the phone as her eyes narrowing as she looked at Clark. He would have smiled if not for the tension in the air. Being 7 months pregnant hadn't slowed her down at all. Clark, what the hell was that? It's a private matter. One that I have handled, Clark replied, his arms crossing over his chest as he met her gaze. Ma is cleaning up the cellar. I'll have the hole sealed and fixed. Everything is all right. Okay. And oh, not okay. Lois glared back, looking at Clark like he was crazy, a hand going to her stomach, a tinge of worry entering her usually strong voice. Clark, you stumbled. You never stumble. You turned pale and looked like death. What the hell was that? What is in that storm cellar? Clark went quiet, staring at Lois, his mind racing with everything, his eyes glancing to her stomach before flicking back to her eyes. He closed his own and let out a sigh. It's not something I can tell you about. Why? Lois asked, hardness taking over from the worry in her voice. I love you, Lois, but... Clark opened his eyes, another sigh escaping as he trailed off, stopping himself before he said this wrong. You don't trust me? Lois' eyes widened, relation flooding her as she felt a tightness in her chest, as she couldn't deny that Clark had good reason not to trust her. I don't want to trust you. I love you, but... Clark replied, moving forward to stand in front of the table directly across Lois, a heaviness evidently sitting in his chest. But you've killed people, you've lied to me, and I don't trust those around you. All that is in the storm cellar is death, nothing else. I can't trust you or anyone with it. Clark, I know I've done things, but believe me, I would never dash. Lois tried to explain the strange mix of emotions now in her chest, and how the life forming inside of her had changed a lot. This isn't about you. Clark cut her off, standing up straight, looking her in the eye, a grimace forming on his face. This isn't me. This is about Ryan, Annie, Diana, her kids, and everyone else. This is about if I tell you, if you confirm what you are thinking right now, that you swear to me honestly that you would never use it, ever. Lois tried to keep her gaze with Clark, her eyes connecting with his impossible blue ones, but she wasn't able to. Her eyes flickered away as she heard the voices that she always did when trying to put the past behind her. It was the laughter just behind her, just beyond the wall, the voices fooling around, giggling before they started to whisper to her, demanding she do something. No, Lois replied, rising from her seat and leaving before Clark could say another word. The superhero just watched her go before taking a seat and placing his head in his hands. Clark wasn't sure how long had passed before he finally released a sigh, bringing his head up and rubbing his eyes. He wasn't sure when his life had got this complicated. Maybe it always had been, and he just hadn't noticed it, but he was missing the days when all he had to worry about were idiot gangbangers trying to pull a heist in a city. The sound of footsteps caused him to look at the hallway and see his ma had returned. She deposited the thick radiation gloves she was wearing onto the little desk by the front door before walking over to her son. I've got it cleared up as best I can. Still wouldn't go too near the hole for now. Martha sighed as she moved closer to Clark, her body protesting. She was starting to feel old these days and was certainly slowing down. I've locked what I can back in the safe. Most I put in that old lead lockbox. The safe's had it though. We're going to need another one. I'll get some here by the end of the day. Clark nodded, looking at his mother as she took the seat across from him. So now we know. The rocks affect Supes. Not surprising given what you told me about V. Martha's grimace at the events of the day only lifted when she glanced at the stairs, her face falling to one of concern. How's Ryan? He'll be all right. High orbit flight to soak in unfiltered solar radiation did the trick. Clark responded, his eyes going to stairs as well before falling, which is the problem. What do you mean? Martha asked, leaning forward and placing a comforting hand on her son's. She could feel his worry rolling off of him. Ryan's abilities, the changes his body is undergoing, it's more the V. Clark brought his spear hand up to his chin, gripping it with worry as he squeezed his mother's hand back. Or maybe it isn't, I don't know. I don't know. Clark, it's me. Tell me what's wrong. Martha pressed her son, an icy spike shooting through her as she had never seen her son so worried. Ryan's genetic structure is changing on a fundamental level. I thought it was just the compound V serum he had inherited from Homelander kicking in, activating his abilities, but Clark gritted his teeth as he took in a deep breath before pressing on with his bad news. After the flight and the accident, I scanned him down to his genes to make sure he was all right. Ryan's human DNA isn't being augmented by V. It's being replaced by cryoption gene sequences and structure. So Ryan's turning into a cryoption? Like you. Martha sat up, her eyes widening as she glanced back up at the stairs. I don't know, possibly, probably some of the base genetics aren't changing, but that's not to say they won't. The fact is he is changing, and I don't know why or how. Clark felt a foul taste in his mouth as he leaned back in his chair, really wishing his life would stop getting complicated. I know that Becca isn't carrying cryoption genes, so that leaves Homelander, whose molecular density is too great for my vision to penetrate. Or it could be Vought shooting him with something when he was a baby, or something else I don't know about. Hey, it will be all right, son, okay? Martha leaned forward again, taking both her son's hands in hers, as she comforted him, trying to take the slight bit of weight off of him. What's the next step then? What's the plan? Keep training Ryan, keep him safe. Take him to the fortress if it continues, and try to figure out how to use half of the things in there to help. Clark sighed as he tried to focus on a plan, regretting that his ability to use the fortress technology, for now, was limited to turning the lights on, interacting with Kellex, and hearing Jor-El's message. I need to find a missing pod. Maybe they'll start putting pieces together. And for that, I need to find out what Stormfront knows without alerting anyone. I've been at it for a month, but she and Homelander have been sticking together like glue, and I haven't gotten anywhere. Well, I can't help with the space side of things, but Mary called earlier they've started shooting that new 7 movie. Martha smiled at her son as she tried to do her best to help, which always felt like her try to help a giant move a mountain by picking up pebbles. They need you on set, apparently, and everyone else in the 7 is going to be there, including Stormfront, who would bring things like her phone and laptop with her, who will also be distracted during filming. Might be a good time to snoop around. Clark looked at his mother, a smile forming on his face as he chuckled a little. How did I get so lucky to have a ma like you? I don't know. How did I end up so lucky to have a son like you? Martha smiled before standing up, holding her son's hand still as she looked at him, giving him a motherly look. Now, I'm going to make dinner. You go and talk to Lois. I'm not saying tell her about the storm cellar, that's for you to decide, but you need to work things out. Lord knows I know it ain't simple, but please try. Understood? Yes, ma'am. Clark could only nod when his ma gave him that look and would have to try his best to make peace, or else there would be held pay. I'll try. Good. I don't want my grandchild born to parents who won't talk. Martha smiled as she moved off to the kitchen, calling over her shoulder. If you can smooth things out before I finish, I'll make peach pie. Vought Studios, Upstate New York Facilities, April 11th, 2020. Clark hated this part of his life as he strode through the massive, sprawling film sets and trailers that was a Vought Studios production. His eyes swept over the production, taking in everything he could, the Teamsters working or resting, the interns running around, the prop department setting up the sets, and the camera crews trying to get the best shots. His eyes quickly spotted someone he'd been wanting to talk to for the last month, but due to how hectic his life had gotten, it had very regrettably fallen low on his list. Superman, Mr. Kent. Hi. I am a huge fan, and I can't tell you what an honor this is. Your Aunt Miss Clark made me your assistant for the production, so if you need anything. Clark glanced at the fairly tall young man that was trailing behind him, clearly an intern as he held a clipboard and looked completely out of his depth. I'm Max, by the way. Maximus Quill, so just call Max if you need anything. Anyway, your first scenes are on set, and you're gone. Maeve. Clark's voice cut clear across the production lot as he left his assistant behind, heading over to Maeve as she stood next to a slightly dark-skinned Hispanic woman. The two looked exhausted. Clark, I keep telling you please call me Maggie. Maeve chuckled, feeling a massive weight lifting off of her as she greeted the incredibly tall Clark with a hug, before gesturing to the woman next to her. Clark, this is Elena, my girlfriend. Elena, this is Clark. He's one of the good ones. Elena, it's a pleasure. Clark gave Elena a polite smile and nod as he broke apart from Maeve. And I wish to express my sympathies for what has happened. Homelander had no right to do that to either of you. If I could do anything, please let me know. Wow, you are really tall and whoa. Elena's eyes looked Clark up and down. She was still getting used to meeting superheroes wholesale, and Clark looked every inch like his comic book version. Thank you, and Clark. Okay, that's weird. I know that meeting we just had was shit, but this is making me freak out. You're really that tall and very solid. Elena, Maeve half chuckled, half groaned as her girlfriend just stared at Clark, not a desire as many did, but at the sheer size and impressiveness that was Clark. It's alright, I get a lot. Clark chuckled. He was used to the reaction that regular people gave him. It was either overt fawning, light, barely veiled subtle flirting, or by far his most preferable, slight awe and shock like Elena. Sorry, but can I ask you something? Elena was quicker than most, getting over the shock of meeting Superman and Clark's sheer presence, which he guessed was likely a result of her relationship with Maeve. Go ahead. Clark smiled as he glanced at Maeve, who just shot Clark a half-apologetic smile. You don't sound like I thought you would. I thought you had like this strong Midwestern accent. Elena asked, eyeing Clark up and down. Although he looked like Superman, he was missing a lot of the Midwestern son of the earth attributes the movies and TV shows gave him. But you don't sound like a hick. Elena. Maeve's eyes widened in shock as her girlfriend just blurted out the question without hesitation. She turned to apologize to Clark, who was just chuckling. Oh God, you've got a good one here, Maeve. Clark gave Maeve a smile as he wiped away the tear that was threatening to form an eye due to the humor of the situation. Well, ma'am, my accent only comes out around my ma or when I'm kicking dirt around my fellow Jayhawkers. Rock Chalk Jayhawks. I dropped my accent when I attended GodU in my second year. My aunt in Vought marketing said it made me more appealing and separated Superboy from Superman. Wow, that sucks, but it's good to know that Vought are condescending assholes to everyone. Elena smiled as she glanced at Maeve, bit her lip as she knew Elena was still pissed at Vought tried to push her into a more masculine role. They want me to dress up like a lesbian Ken doll. Apparently people will like me more if I act like a man around Maeve. Clark, can I have a quick word? Maeve jumped in before Clark could respond, giving Elena a quick glance before pulling Clark off to one side. Maeve, if you need help, I'll talk to my aunt about Elena and see if I dash. Clark started to offer before Maeve spoke, cutting him off. I want in. Maeve's blunt statement was accompanied by a quick glance around, eyeing the young assistant assigned to Clark, who was lingering nearby, before turning back to Clark. Whatever you and Smurfette have got cooking up, I want in. Whatever you need, I need the bastard gone and buried. I'm not killing anyone. Clark looked Maeve in the eye, his tone and stare causing her own to falter for a moment as she looked away. Clark released a sigh as he quickly glanced around himself and pulled Maeve a little further away from everyone. But I could use the help. What do you need? Maeve perked back up, feeling both her heart rate rise in anticipation and the knot in her stomach grow 3 sizes. First, I need to speak to Annie. Second, find out Stromfront's schedule. And third, break into her trailer without anyone noticing. Clark whispered his plan, casting a quick glance at the young intern who was just standing awkwardly a little ways off. After that, we can talk about moving forward, okay? Well, Stormfront's trailer is in our lot by the main set. You can't miss it. It's the trendy hipster one. Maeve smirked at her dig, pointing off behind Clark, who as he turned could see the area she was talking about. As for your resident walking Hallmark card, she was heading to the main mess tent. I'm pretty sure I saw her mom around too. Donna's here? Clark asked, surprise in his voice. From what he understood, Annie and her mom had stopped talking since the whole Believe Expo situation. If Donna is the slightly freaky, pushy, ultra-Christian stage mom I met briefly as Annie's mother during her debut, then yes, she is here. Maeve responded. Her tone made it clear that she didn't hold a high opinion of the woman. Okay, thanks, Maeve. I'll be in touch soon. Clark gave Maeve a nod, which she returned before turning and giving Elena a raise of the hand and a smile. Elena, it was great to meet you. I'm sorry, but I'll make sure we will catch up soon. Yeah. Elena just waved to Clark as he retreated off, whilst Maggie came back to her side. He is very tall, right? Like freakishly tall, and those muscles can't be natural. They're real, and yes, he is freakishly tall. Maggie just chuckled as she looked. Elena gave her a look that made both of them chuckle after a few moments. It didn't take Clark long to find the mess tent. It seemed to be the main hive of activity at the site, with people coming and going as quickly as possible. He was constantly trailed by the assistant that his aunt had given him, who despite Clark's efforts to shake, seemed to be stuck to him like glue. As he entered the mess tent proper, he finally released a sigh and turned to the young man. Okay, Max, please, I need you to stop following me around. Clark gave his best polite smile as turned to look at the intern, who just opened his mouth to respond, only for Clark to speak first. If you want to help, please go get something to eat, and I promise you I will look at the schedule when I can. Thank you. Still polite as ever. The soft velvety-like voice caused Clark to pause and turn around to face someone he hadn't spoken to in a long time. The intern took the opportunity to slip the schedule into his hand before disappearing into the tent to get some food. Clark did a quick double take, releasing a small chuckle at the intern's commitment to give him the schedule before looking back at the woman who was standing in front of him. He had briefly seen her at the funeral, but they hadn't spoken. She had grown tall in the years since they were young kids. Her raven black hair fell in perfect locks around her face, and figure was still perfectly proportioned. She was wearing very tight clothing. Her jeans clung to her long legs, and tank top seemed strained to keep her bosom in place. Hi, Lana. It's good to see you again, Clark smiled. He had to admit she looked good. He cast a quick glance over her. She had always been good-looking, but the adult Lana was in a league of her own. She was stunning, and he could see more than a few of the men in the tent checking her out. "Are you here with someone?" "Oh, I thought your aunt had already told you." Lana suddenly lost her confidence. She now looked a mixture of embarrassed and anxious as she bit her lip. "I'm actually in the movie. I'm playing my girlfriend," Clark guessed, as Lana trailed off, the awkwardness not lost on either of them. "Yeah, I know this is a little weird. I am playing Lisa LaSalle. It's not a big role, and we have only a few scenes." "So?" Lana found herself trailing off again. She was kicking herself as she looked at the man Clark had become and didn't remember being this bad with him. But then again, he hadn't looked like a Greek god the last time they really spoke. "Lana, it's fine." Clark gave her an awkward smile as he glanced to the corner of the tent, where he saw Stormfront was leaving Annie and her mom alone with a smirk on her face as she went. "So, you're moving out of modeling?" "Well, my agent told me my modeling career is going to end at some point in the next few years. My looks won't last forever," he said. Lana scoffed with little amusement as she crossed her arms over her chest, as she hated that success had a ticking clock attached to it. "So I'm branching out. I'm doing this to try and stay relevant. I'm also doing a clothing line, so just seeing what sticks." "Well, I wish you the best, and I guess I will see you on set." Clark's eyes darted to where Annie suddenly stood up from the table, her body language clear that she wasn't happy before turning and striding off. "I have to go, but it was great seeing you again." "Yeah, it's great to see you too." Lana smiled, her eyes flickering over Clark. She bit her bottom lip as he walked away. She adjusted her top a little before trying her luck. "Hey Clark, do you want to grab some coffee and run lines with me later? We could do it mine or yours trailer." "Yeah, sure." Clark agreed quickly with a smile, half listening to what she had said as he left to follow Annie, leaving Lana with a very wide smile as she watched him leave. Clark found himself almost running after Annie, whose stride was like a woman possessed as pushed past people. Even if he didn't possess enhanced senses that made reading people easy, he would be able to tell that Annie was pissed. She was radiating it like some bomb about to go off. He was also clearly not the only one aware of it, as everyone who was remotely in Annie's path quickly gave her a wide berth or just outright vanished. "Annie," Clark finally called, having to actually glide over the ground to catch up with her, his hand going to her shoulder. "Annie, what's wrong?" "She's sorry. She wants to make up. She was just doing what was best for me. To give me a better life." Annie ranted as she turned to face Clark before pacing back and forth in front of him as she gestured with her hands as she paced. "She did what was best for her. All those shitty pageants. The diets. The fucking shit I've had to swallow. All those fucking conventions and church groups I just had T.O. go to. Fuck. I mean, why did she even come? Stormfront invites her, and she just shows up. No call, no text, just AHHH. Annie's scream was accompanied by her eyes flashing as several nearby lights blew, and she punched the wall next to her. The flimsy temporary structure had no chance as Annie's fist went straight through the wall. The plywood splintered and left a large hole in the building. Annie's eyes went wide as she looked into the lucky deserted storage room, a slightly embarrassed look on her face. "Feel better?" Clark asked with a small smile on his face, as Annie turned around, giving a small chuckle. "Yeah, a little." Annie released a deep breath as the two started to walk together. Her demeanor turned serious as she looked up at Clark. "I really want to punch that Nazi bitch, like I really want to. First, we find out everything we can, and then I promise you if it comes to punching, you'll get your chance." Clark smiled at Annie, who chuckled at his joke, before he too turned serious, glancing around to make sure they weren't being followed or overheard. "We need to get in her trailer. You've been here for about a week. Do you know her schedule?" "She's pretty erratic. Apart from her scenes, she's all over the place. She's spending a lot of time with Homelander. The two are doing it like bunnies. They've punched a few holes in Homelander's trailer." Annie responded, casting a glance as the two stopped quickly to grab a cup of coffee to look normal as they kept walking, looking like just two friends catching up. "I also heard A-Train is out, like out. This movie is his last act in the 7 before they bring in Shockwave. I heard. My aunt sent me an email with talking points for when it officially happens." Clark gave a perfect fake smile as he spoke to her, giving a wave to a few of the crews working nearby. "Shockwave might be a problem. I've read his file. He's not a lot better than A-Train. A lot of collateral damage, parties, and drug abuse. He also doesn't have a heart problem, which means he can push himself hard. That will make things difficult to manage if it comes to fight, and I'm not around. I should be okay. I've been practicing. My reaction time is quicker, and I've got a few tricks for speedsters now." Annie replied with a smirk, ignoring the memory of her body aching from the closed-doors training she had been doing. "I was more worried for our non-powered friends." Clark sipped his coffee as they rounded a corner to a more quiet part of the production. "However, that's for another day. Right now, we need to focus on finding out what Stormfront knows. You got a plan?" Annie poured what was left of her oversweetened coffee onto the grass as she turned to face Clark now that they had some privacy. "Yeah, take this." Clark handed over a USB drive with a small red light glowing on the side as he glanced quickly over his shoulder, his super hearing picking up someone walking nearby, but they quickly moved away. It will crack in her computer in her trailer. Once you do, we'll download everything, plug and wait till the light goes green, and we are good. Okay, and whilst I'm breaking into an actual Nazi lair, what will you be doing? Annie asked, looking up from a USB drive to Clark with a raised eyebrow. Keeping watch and distracting said Nazi if she appears. And if that doesn't work, probably something loud. Clark gave Annie a playful smile, and Annie just shook her head, letting out a small chuckle at Clark's tease. It took most of the day before they got their chance. The two were on set constantly, and even though some of their separate scenes were supposed to be shot simultaneously, Clark didn't leave Annie by herself. It brought a smile to her face as she watched Adam Burke try and fail to delicately direct Clark about failing when the man just gave him an impassive glance and kept standing where he was. She was sure that Clark's vigilance was being interrupted as something more by the crews and staff of the production. She heard more than a few people whispering when they were near, and a few of the women shot her jealous looks. It was very late in the day by the time they were able to make their move. The sun was low in the sky, and it looked like production for the day was almost finished. Okay, Homelander isn't around, and they just called Stormfront to her final scene of the day. Clark spoke as he cocked his head to one side, listening to everything around them, before turning back to her. Remember, just until the light goes green. Okay? I'll be listening, so if you need me, just signal. Are you ready? Yeah. Annie nodded as she took a deep breath and readied herself before casting a look at Clark. You know I hate this part, right? I know. Clark chuckled as he placed his hands on Annie to protect her neck from whiplash, and the two blinked out of existence before Clark reappeared alone. Clark turned his attention to the trailer. He had left Annie in the trailer, his eyes piercing metal as he watched her first keep her stomach contents inside her and then get to work. However, as he watched Annie, his hearing picked up a rush of wind, causing his head to snap upwards quickly, catching the arrival of the one man he didn't want to see. Homelander had a look barely concealed rage on his face as he haphazardly smashed into the ground, causing it to crack and the nearby trailers to jostle, before striding towards Stormfront's trailer. Fucking ungrateful. I'm not their hero. I don't represent them. I don't speak for them. Homelander was completely out of it. His eyes were narrowed, and the muttering was more than a little concerning. I'm the fucking hero. I keep them safe. I'm the one saying what they're all fucking thinking. Fucking ungrateful little dash. John. Clark intercepted the man, his shout loud enough that Annie could hear it from inside the trailer. Oh, Clark, my boy. Sorry my mind was elsewhere. Homelander quickly put on a very wide smile. It looked genuine, but Clark knew Homelander well enough that he could see past the veneer. I was just dealing with something at the tower. Just need to speak with Stormfront, get her 2 cents on my little situation. She's got some really good ideas. John, we need to Todd dash. Clark started knowing that this conversation was going to be difficult, as the last time the two had met they had started to come to blows before they were hit by a bus. When are you going to start calling me Dad? Homelander caught Clark completely off guard with the comment as Homelander looked at him in a way that reminded Clark of his father, a very deranged, delusional, completely out of touch of reality way. I know, we had that little disagreement, but hey, the supervillain is dead now. Water under the bridge. Look, I've been talking to Stormfront about us. You know she used to be a mother. Really? You told her I'm your son? Clark raised his eyebrow at the comment, his eyes glancing at the trailer, quickly his hearing picking up that Annie was climbing out of the back window. And what did she have to say? Well, she was over the moon. She says we have the same eyes. Homelander just smiled broadly at Clark, taking his questions in his own delusional way that they two were connecting. She says that I need to, well, make an effort to connect and see things your way. And you know what? I get it. Get what? Clark frowned, knowing whatever John would say would be completely delusional or just make his skin crawl. The whole not killing thing, doing things the right way. Homelander smiled, pushing on as he kept connecting with his son, remembering what Stormfront had said about needing to form a bond. I get it, killing them, criminals, it's too easy. They're no challenge. You are all about hard work, pushing yourself, and doing your best. You're a real salt of the earth type of man. It's your upbringing, and I respect that. Where's this going? Clark asked, his arms crossing over his chest, using every ounce of his willpower to endure this so that Annie could slip out of the trailer unseen. It's not going anywhere. I'm just saying I understand is all I'm just trying. Homelander ran his tongue across his teeth as he fought back a sigh and kept a smile on his face. I want to be a better dad to both you and Ryan. Do better than how I was raised. Show you my side of things. See if we could be family, a real one. Look, I need to go and dash. Clark tried to end the very strange and delusional conversation as he spotted Annie walking away, casually, now clear of the trailer. Hey, we got time. Just give me a chance. Homelander smiled, jumping onto his chance to keep things going, feeling Clark was finally warming up to him. I was thinking, if it's okay with you, of course, if I come by the farm and visit Ryan. I know you moved him, and, good call. He needs to be around real people, and a little country living would be good for him. I was thinking I could also bring Stormfro Dash. John, I'm going to say this one time. Clark moved forward, leaning in so that his head was practically next to Homelander's. "This is the last warning. Stay away." John's eyes narrowed at the threat before a small smirk on his face as he saw the steel in Clark's eyes, the implied use of violence to get his way. He nodded with pride at Clark. His boy was getting there. Sure, they had come to a slight altercation, but Clark was starting to show promise. His boy just needed a little more of a push. Stormfront was right. Clark couldn't be strong-armed into his rightful place, above the people he needed to be shown, guided, taught how to be the god he was. Stormfront was right. He needed to give Clark space, let him have things to care about, things to protect, fragile people, sheep, and we saw the wolves circling his true nature would come to the front to slaughter the wolves to protect what was his. Getting there, my boy. Certainly getting there. John just smiled as he walked away from Clark, a wide smile on his face as he headed toward his trailer to wait for Stormfront to show up. He was feeling instantly better about his shit day. Sure, the sheep were being idiots listening to that cuddling SJW bleeding heart idiot Victoria Newman, but his boy was getting there. Just a few more pushes and Clark would let go of that silly morality that he held on to be like everyone else. But what to do? Maybe another villain attack? This time with more casualties and more damage? Or he could amp it up and do something to that blonde strumpet that his boy was always defending. Stormfront would have an idea, he was sure. She had been right so far about his boy and his sheep. Whilst Homelander's thoughts rattled around in his skull as he thought of the best way to push Clark finally into accepting reality, the object of his dark fascination was walking the opposite way quickly. Clark felt every cell in his body shiver as he focused on keeping his heart rate down and as the anxiety in his chest from spilling over. Homelander had found Ryan. He knew there had been no stopping that. But apparently, the man's mind was more fractured than even Maeve or his aunt could warn. Now Stormfront was pouring more poison into his ear and feeding his delusions that he could have everything he wanted. "Clark, are you okay?" Annie asked, slipping back next to him as the two started walking back through the production, the shorter superheroine glancing up worriedly at her friend's grimace. "No," Clark replied, bluntly, his momentary anger getting the better of him before he sighed. "We need a win soon, or I can't stop all of this spiraling into a war." A Soup of a Man. Chapter 21. In Rao's Name. Gold Galore Comic Book Store. Haitian King's Clarkson Avenue Drug Den. April 18, 2020. The meeting that had been called wasn't one that everyone present wanted to take part in. Clark sat with Annie to his left and Lois to his right. He had tried to persuade the latter to stay at the farm, but that had gone down like a lead balloon. Next to Annie was Huey, who despite everything still looked out of place at the clandestine meeting, sitting nervously like a teenager worried about a first date. Following Huey were Kimiko and Frenchie, who for some reason seemed to be avoiding looking at each other. Clark guessed it was likely something to do with the dried flakes of blood the woman had under her fingernails. Butcher was planted next to them, yet his position clearly kept him apart from the group as his eyes fixed on nothing at the moment. What stood out most about the Englishman today were the bruises and cuts on his face, and a superhero in attendance could see multiple hairline fractures all over his upper torso along with a cracked rib. Clark had pressed Huey on what had happened to the man. He knew Butcher had visited the farm despite his warning and then disappeared when Becca had asked him to leave. Huey hadn't been big on the details, but apparently Butcher had tried throwing the towel by letting Vought find him, only for his team, namely Huey and to drag him back to just this side of sanity. Huey hadn't gone into details, not that Clark wanted them. He found that whenever anything was explained to him about how the boys operated, he just wished he hadn't asked. All he knew was that Noir had shown up and nearly killed them, but something had stirred in Butcher during the fight that caused the man to get back into the fight. Clark's observation of Butcher was put on hold as he turned his eyes to the newest additions to the secret drug hideout conference scene and the ones who looked the least happy. Completing the U-shape of the meeting was General Sam Lane and his daughter Lucy Lane. Both were in civilian clothes and looked about as happy as turkeys on Thanksgiving. Lucy looked the more at ease of the two. She was putting on a polite front and calm demeanor, which unfortunately just didn't reach her eyes, which kept glancing around examining everyone for a weakness or waiting for a trap to be sprung. Lois had gently explained that her sister worked in the CIA, and since Rayner's death had become the team's unofficial CIA contact, which had apparently made her 1,000 times more paranoid than normal. Not that anyone could blame her. Lucy gave Clark a gentle smile and nod of her head, her eyes glancing at her sister, most notably her stomach, before sitting up straight again, her eyes fixed on who was starting the meeting. General Sam Lane didn't even try to look friendly. He sat rigid as a ruler, and the scowl on his face was enough to peel paint off of walls. He was only at the meeting because he had forced his way in. He had figured out something was up due to Clark's avoidance of his overseas duties for the past few months and pride from his daughter Lucy what the boys had discovered. So it was either invite Sam Lane to attend this little meeting to assess what they had learned so far or add another person to their very long list of people pissed at them, and that could cause problems. So the group as a whole had elected just to invite him. However, Clark had a feeling that he was missing something about Sam Lane that most people in the room were aware of. Butcher seemed to tense when the man moved, and his daughters eyed him with what seemed to be trepidation. This was the first time Clark had really had the chance to examine Lois' father's sister. He had met the latter only very briefly and during a very intense situation. Whilst the former he had only dealt with remotely apart from one brief in-person meeting where he had tried to get Clark to kill Homelander. Lois' younger sister looked more like her twin than a little sibling. The two had the same build, eyes, and even many of the same mannerisms. The only real difference was largely clothing style, and that Lois was a hair taller and slightly more voluptuous than her sister, who had a slight musculature to her. The only way Clark could describe Sam Lane was as a soldier. The man was broad-chested, heavy muscles adorned his body refined from years of hard exercise and healthy living, and he had a square jawline with dark, piercing eyes. It was hard to tell how old he was. Clark knew from his research into Lois' father that he was about 72. He had had his daughters late in life and had been much older than Lois' late mother. From the very limited information Clark had been able to gather on the man, the age difference between General Lane and Lois' mother had been quite large and been the source of a lot of gossip in D.C. However, despite his dark gray hair and the light age lines on his face, the man looked like he could strangle an ox if needed and didn't look anywhere near his actual age. In truth, every time Clark looked at him, he had a strange feeling like something was slightly out of place with Lois' father, but couldn't tell exactly what. So you're telling me that you suspect this Stormfront of being Liberty, a superhero from the 50s who in turn you think was the wife of Frederick Vought and a real-life, living Nazi? General Lane asked the question without a hint of sarcasm or conjecture. His tone was even and his stare showed that he genuinely wanted a reply. Yeah, we have it from a reliable source, and it does explain a few things about Vought, replied, taking the question as the start of the briefing as everyone turned their attention to him. We don't have any proof at the moment, but we are working on that. So far, we can't find any records about Frederick Vought defecting to the U.S. or the agreement he made with the government. If they do exist, they're buried somewhere deep. I'll have a word with a few of my contacts and see if I can dig up anything in the Army records. It was nearly 80 years ago, but if there was a deal, I should find it. General Lane gave a small smirk before sighing and looking at the evidence board of information had put together. So we have a Nazi as America's Knew It girl, a possible 80-year-strong conspiracy that we don't know who's behind it, if it exists at all. Vought being behind the super terrorist attacks and Homelander is sleeping with said Nazi. Am I missing anything? Nah, Gov, you're not. But this ain't your bleeding show. We learned that lesson when you helped with electroshock. Butcher's harsh tone earned him a small glare from Lucy and caused other boys to tense. Even Lois eyed her father, who just narrowed his eyes at Butcher but didn't respond. And ma'am, what about the info that the two Ronnies over there pulled from Stormcunt's laptop? There wasn't a lot on it, Clark replied as he crossed his arms as he spoke, glancing at both Butcher and Sam Lane, before continuing. No personal data or relevant information. Mostly it was notes on ideas to rile up the public, a few online message boards for some less than stellar groups. The only thing of real note was emails between her and Stan Edgar. And what did Eva Braun and Vought's big slapper have to talk about? Butcher accompanied his question with a slight narrowing of his eyes as he stared at Clark. The Sage Grove Center, answered, drawing the attention back to him and giving Clark a small nod as he took over. The emails weren't very detailed, and they didn't go into specifics, but they go back years, and it's the only thing they really discuss. There are allusions to some sort of work going on, but no real details, just snippets like work in progress. The project needs more funding, stuff like that. However, the emails from the last few years show that Stormfront is not happy with the progress at the center and is pushing for some big project she wants completed. What did Stan Edgar say? Huey asked the question, trying to seem useful, feeling a little more left out than usual with Sam Lane present. He doesn't, which is what's pissing the bitch off in a big way. He just carries on talking about other topics and ignores her. Replied, tapping his evidence board where the printed emails were. Huey glanced at them and quickly glanced away. Even if Stormfront wasn't a Nazi, she defiantly wasn't shy about using racial slurs. What exactly is the Sage Grove Center? General Lane's eyes were fixed on the section of MM's board that showed pictures of Sage Grove and the emails they pulled from Stormfront's laptop. On paper, it's a psychiatric hospital in Pennsylvania that's been in operation since 1953. Privately owned, caters to a very select clientele. Gestured to the images of the center and the very few printed documents that they had. And that's pretty much it. What do you mean that's it? Butcher asked, his face suddenly in a frown as he leaned forward, his eyes narrowing at the evidence board. Was the best at this, and for him to come up empty was very rare. There's got to be more. Place is a front for Vought, right? Owned by some shell company of a shell company with connections to the cunts. They have no digital footprint, online documents, reports, not even a website, and I also couldn't find any records or mentions of the business in Vought's database. You can't even find it on Google Maps. Clark frowned as he relayed the very little they had. It's why I asked and Lois to look into the place as well in case they found something I couldn't. And General Lane looked at Clark, his eyes fixed on the man, before flicking to him as the man answered. And nothing. LL, and I tore through every contact, trick, and record we could think of. Nada. MM's face showed how much he liked admitting his expert ability to dig up dirt had failed, and that a few scraps of paper is all he had to show. The center is its own organization, with no apparent or even clandestine ties to Vought. It's funded privately through charitable donations, which by their nature are anonymous, and even when LL got into the financials, there was no trail to follow. It gets a few checks from a usual crowd of charity bigwigs wanting to deduct money for tax reasons, but it largely runs off the interest of a fund set up in the 50s in a very large amount. What about oversight? Huey's question caused General Lane to give the young man a critical look. Although his face didn't show it, his daughters knew the look. He was impressed by the insight shown and was reassessing the young man. It's a medical facility, right? So it must be reviewed and have inspections by a federal department. If Vought or someone is hiding something, they must be getting around those somehow. You're right, Huey. It's something I thought of too. Lois moved to try to sit up straight and look more authoritative despite her heavy pregnancy and pain shooting down her back at the act. As a private medical facility, it has much less government oversight than a public one would, and the Department of Health has over a 10-year backlog on inspections. When Sage Grove last had one, it was in 95, and from what I could see, it looks like they either just bribed or threatened the guy to pass them without an actual inspection. Well, I don't know about the rest of you wankers, but I feel like taking a peep at this loony bin, Butcher announced, slapping his knees as he stood up and rubbed his hands together as he looked at the group and grinned. So, Clark, Annie, you feel like joining us? Hold up, you want us to go with you? Annie was shocked at the offer from the man who had done nothing but look at her and Clark like they were something he would scrap off his shoe after a long walk. Of course he does, Clark replied, looking up at Butcher, who just smiled at him. If there's trouble and Vought shows up, who are they going to focus on? Them or their billion-dollar turncoat poster kids? Annie scoffed as she shook her head at Butcher. So we're fucking bait? Oh yes, dearie, the very best on the market and at a bargain price to boot. Butcher smiled at her before glancing at Clark as he turned around, nodding to himself. Oh yes, this is going to go fucking beautifully. I want to report. General Lane spoke, still rigid and unmoving as before. And we don't work for you, Gov. Butcher turned around, his fuck you smile still present, but his eyes had narrowed as he looked at the Lane patriarch. Unless you forget, you burned all those bridges after the electroshock fuckery. Have it to me by noon the day following the op. The general replied without missing a step, standing up from his seat with Lucy quickly following suit. Lucy, stay here. Lois will need protection whilst the others run the operation. Lucy quickly nodded at her father's orders, showing no hesitation or discomfort in his curt manner, something that caused Clark to frown. Lois' father didn't waste any time and quickly strode out of the room, leaving the drug den and his cable of anti-Vought cohorts behind. The tension in the air evaporated as the man left. Clark turned his head slightly and suddenly realized that Frenchie had actually been concealing a loaded gun which he only now set down. Love you too, Dad. Lois leaned in her chair to call after her father, who was already gone. The statement was taken as a signal that the meeting was over and everyone had broken up. Still an asshole. Clark waited for a few moments, as Annie went with Huey to talk about things, quickly disappearing as Huey shot him a small smile and nod. Butcher and Frenchie moved into another corner of the basement to discuss the plan for Sage Grove, whilst Kimiko just wandered off to draw, and Lucy just moved off, awkwardly trying not to be in the way. Clark turned his attention to the woman carrying his child, who was currently just enjoying the time off her feet. Can I ask? Clark leaned in, trying to approach this delicately, knowing he and Lois weren't in a great place at the moment. Has my dad always been that big of a dick? Lois chuckled, shooting Clark a tight smile as she moved slightly in her seat to look at him better. Yes, he has. Not exactly what I was going to ask. Clark smiled at her joke, feeling a little more comfortable now that it was clear that Lois wasn't going to react defensively about her father. There seems to be a history between him and the group. What happened? Lois was quiet for a few moments as she bit her lower lip, debating exactly what to say before suddenly sighed. Do you remember a hero called Electroshock from a few years ago? Vaguely. He died in a fire at a hospital he was trying to save. Clark recalled he had never met the mid-level hero and didn't know too much about him. I'm guessing that's not what happened? Yeah, we were working him and another Supe, Ironcast. They were friends, for want of a better word, and into some real sick shit. Lois' face recoiled enough at the memory alone that Clark knew he didn't need or want to ask for specifics. Anyway, long story short, things didn't go great. We got Ironcast, but Electroshock got away, found out about us. When after contact, he lost a leg. It was a whole shit show. Anyway, he was going to expose us to Vought. We were on the clock, so you called on your father, Clark guessed, earning a nod from Lois, who grimaced at the next part of the tale. Technically, the Colonel did, We needed help, and we're a little desperate. So she called in a favor. Lois continued her story, shifting a little as she remembered the next part without fondness. Next thing we know, there's a fire, but Electroshock wasn't responding when it happened because he'd been hiding out at the hospital, believed being surrounded by sick and defenseless civilians would keep him safe. 113 people died, including 43 children. 113 and one Supe. Your dad. Clark's eyes widened, glancing at the stairs that General Lane had left by. Have you ever met a real patriot? A man who knows absolutely that he serves his country and that every action he takes keeps it safe. Lois glanced at the stairs too as Clark looked at her, seeing a sadness tinged on his face. Someone who never doubts the mission or second guesses, who would bleed on the flag to make sure the stripes stay red, making any sacrifice to get the job done. The things a man like that would do. There were a few moments of silence before Lois looked back from the stairs as she smiled sadly at Clark. My father's the truest patriot of all. Sage Grove Center, Cherry Grove, Pennsylvania, April 20th, 2020. So this is it? Annie asked as they looked from the tree line at the psychiatric hospital just a few hundred yards away. Vaught's big secret. Someone's secret at least. Mem replied, closing up the back of the van. They had burrowed for this operation, looking over at Kimiko, Frenchie, and Clark, who were dressed as orderlies. Still don't think bringing him is a good idea. He can't hear you, Clark called out as he placed the thickened rimmed glasses over his eyes and dropped his shoulders. And we agreed. I come with you, and Annie stays out here. Come on, Ami. What do we have to worry about when having loose Superman watching our back? Frenchie stated, a smile on his face as he patted on the back, who just shook his head. All right, chaps, we're burning daylight. Butcher grunted as he hefted the very large rifle he brought with him as he climbed onto the van's roof. Let's get moving before some bird-watching wanker spots us by accident. Clark just rolled his eyes before giving Annie and Huey a quick nod as he went with the infiltration team down to the chain fence that surrounded the grounds. Clark did a quick sweep of the grounds, making sure they were clear before he suddenly frowned as his vision caught the building. What is it? Asked, glancing around as they were slightly exposed in the open and Clark had stopped moving. I can't see through the walls, Clark stated, his pupils narrowing impossibly small as he focused on the building again, his vision again giving him nothing. We need to move, pressed gently, getting that Clark was disturbed by what was happening, but their priority was getting moving. Of course, Clark stated, snapping back into focus as he placed an arm around and Frenchie, lifting both men over the fence and doing the same for Kimiko. The quartet moved swiftly over the small space that was Sage Grove grounds before sneaking in through a side entrance. Once inside, Clark suddenly felt something. It hit him square between the eyes, and it almost caused him to fall over. Moved and managed to place a hand on the large man's chest that did little to steady him. The man's sheer weight almost sent both men to the ground. It was like a sound was hammering his brain. He wasn't sure how to describe it. It was just there pressing inside his skull. He closed his eyes, trying to focus before suddenly it vanished. You okay? Asked as Clark stood up, shaking his head and blinking hard as he glanced around, refocusing his senses. We're in the right place, Clark responded as he rose up, his eyes narrowing as he started to stride forward down the deserted corridors. How do you know? Frenchie asked, doing his best to keep up with the taller man, who he was making it hard to stay conspicuous. I just do, Clark replied, turning a corner and stopping again as the pressing inside his skull happened again before just vanishing. He twisted around, trying to feel his direction before spotting a series of gurneys left against a wall. Here, when do you get in? And Kimiko gave each other a knowing look before both looked at Frenchie, who just responded with a disbelieving look and shaking his head. Murd. Okay, let's find the security office. Stated as Frenchie climbed on the gurney, covering himself up with blankets and doing his best to look suitably unstable, which Clark felt was just a bit too easy for the man. Clark took the back of the gurney, pushing Frenchie around, whilst Kimiko took the front to guide it, and led the way. As they wandered around the unmarked and deserted corridors, trying their best to not look like they had no idea where they were going, Clark felt the presence again and again. There was certainly a pattern to the inner skull-pressing sensation, and the more it happened, it felt like he was supposed to follow it somehow, but had no idea. Before he could ponder on it anymore, he suddenly found himself stopped as had managed to find an office door with the first sign they had seen read, authorized personnel only. Hey, open up, we've got an emergency. Banged on the small window on the door and was greeted by a security guard's face. The patient is swallowing his tongue. Open the goddamn door. What's wrong with him? The confusion in the guard's voice was evident as he opened the door. He never received whatever lie might have thought up as Kimiko jumped the man, literally flying onto his torso, wrapping her leg around him as she head-butted him hard. The man unsurprisingly collapsed immediately onto the ground. Clark quickly pushed the gurney into the room as held the door, and Kimiko moved the unconscious man into a corner. MM did a quick assessment of the room, lifting his pistol as he checked every corner and saw that there was no one else present. He turned to face the rest of the group only to collide into the back of Clark. Shit, that fucking who dash. Holy fuck. MM saw what had stopped Clark and the others dead. It was a wall of screens showing footage around the facility, especially inside the cells. What the hell is this? The entire wall was a series of screens with a security desk with various buttons and controls on it placed in front of them that the guard had clearly been seated at, as evidenced by the half-eaten sandwich and cup of coffee. What had stilled the group was that every screen depicted a different cell, and each cell was occupied by a very unkempt person displaying a very different, very unstable power. One room was ablaze in fire as the occupant curled in a corner, fire rolling off of her. Another man was blinking in and out of existence. A third room, the wall was covered in bloody dents as its occupant screamed and punched the wall. MM moved to take the security guard's seat, carefully pushing the unfinished food away before hesitantly pulling a keyboard towards him and started to try to access the facility's files. What the hell is this? Frenchie asked, his eyes flicking between the screens, watching as one man pucked acid into a bowl, whilst another vibrated uncontrollably. The tiles around him had already been reduced to dust long ago. Vought is making more super terrorists. No, these people have been here too long. Clark replied, his eyes also glancing over the screen before becoming fixed on screen. He tapped MM's shoulder and pointed to it. We've got company. The screen in question became larger as MM pulled it to the main screen. It showed the cell of a very timed-looking patient who was being joined by a man dressed as an orderly in Stormfront. The orderly had brought in a pushcart with a couple of melons placed on top and looked like he didn't want to be there any more than the patient. Stormfront was just her usual smug self, a wide fake smile on her face as she greeted the young man, who looked terrified of her. Kimiko felt her whole body tense as panic spiked through her. Seeing the woman who had murdered her brother, ice was shooting down her spine, threatening to engulf her whole dash. A warm, comforting hand suddenly appeared on her shoulder. Turning her head, she saw Clark was giving her a reassuring and understanding smile on his face. She turned as she also felt Frenchie's hand intertwine with hers, giving it a reassuring squeeze as he gave her a gentle smile. She gave Frenchie a delicate smile in return before turning to Clark and giving the man a nod in return. Shit, MM cursed, pulling out his phone and saw that they had no reception, which wasn't surprising given what Clark had said about not being able to see through the walls. Do you want to show us a little of what you've been working on? Stormfront's voice sounded from the speakers after MM unmuted the cell's audio. They watched the patient lift one of his hands, causing one of the melons to float. That is very impressive, Tim. Very impressive. That orderly Stormfront's with. MM turned, glancing at Frenchie as he pointed at the slightly scruffy orderly. Does he look familiar to you? Je ne sais pas. Frenchie sounded uncertain as he leaned in to look at the man who was causing a tingling of recognition at the back of his brain. What about headaches? Nausea? Stormfront asked, glancing at the orderly as the now named Tim shook his head in response. Well, that's promising. I think we're getting close. Ma'am, can I go home now? Tim asked, glancing at the floor, unable to meet Stormfront's eyes. He even trembled slightly as he spoke. I just want to see my family. Tim, you were admitted to Sage Grove because you're suicidal. Stormfront moved forward, causing the man to recoil as she gave him a perfect smile that didn't reach her eyes. You could be a danger to yourself. Please, I just want to talk to my sister. Tim swallowed as he summoned every last ounce of his courage to look her square in the eyes. I'm not doing anything else until then. Okay, we'll work something out. Stormfront's smile vanished as turned away from Tim, giving the orderly a clear nod before exiting the room. The orderly closed his eyes for a second, letting out a deep exhale as he took a lighter out of his pocket. He stood still for a moment before he suddenly flicked the lighter open with one hand and brought his other one up in a pushing motion. Tim was suddenly incinerated in a torrent of fire so quickly that he wasn't even able to scream. Lamplighter. Frenchie whispered, his eyes widening as he stumbled back like he'd been hit by a truck. That's fucking Lamplighter. Shoo. MM stood up, trying to calm his teammate down as he glanced at the screens, watching Stormfront heading for the exit. I know, but we need to stay focused. I didn't recognize him without the mask and the hood. Frenchie pulled away from MM, who glanced at Clark as Frenchie tried not to hyperventilate, which he succeeded at by drawing out his gun. Fucking Lamplighter. We have to kill him, of course. No, we can't. MM firmly pushed the gun down his eyes, going to Clark, whose hands were poised ready to act the moment the gun had been drawn. For Madame Mallory. For her grandchildren. Frenchie almost pleaded as he looked at the screen, watching Lamplighter leave his victim behind. Not right now. First, we gotta find out what the fuck all this shit is. Gestured to the room, giving Frenchie a pointed look that the Frenchman grimaced and looked away from. Come on. Listen. Stick to the plan, Frenchie. He's right. Clark spoke, as well as eyes going to the screens, swallowing the disgust lodged in his throat for the moment, as he knew he couldn't help these people now. I don't like this either, but we can't help these people unless we stop Vought, and we can't do that until we figure out what's going on here. Frenchie sighed and nodded, acquiescing to the two men in the room, whilst Kimiko watched Stormfront leave out the front door, following her on the security cameras. Frenchie, and Clark quickly took their chance and started to take everything they could from the office. Frenchie was pulling files from drawers and server banks from where he found them, placing them on the gurney. Clark was searching the room's desks and server towers as well for anything they could take with them, whilst poured through the computer's files for names, numbers, figures, and anything else that might be of use. Sounded out as he leaned forward on the computer, his eyes taking in as much information as he could whilst he wrote down the key points in a notebook. "What is it?" Clark asked, glancing at the screen as he loaded a stack of files onto the gurney. "Found who owns this place, or at least the main front." Called over his shoulder, his eyes raking through one of the oldest files on the system, which seemed to be a scanned document of title deed. This place was set up by something called the Rao Trust in 1953, could be a lead on Vought. "What did you say?" Clark blinked, thinking for the first time in his life he had misheard someone. The Rao Trust created Sage Grove in 1953, according to these Rico Hey. Suddenly found himself pushed to one side of the chair. He was enrolling with speed into the wall as Clark took his spot. Clark's eyes fixated on the single word that for him consumed the entire screen, Rao. Clark's hands became a blur as he pored over the document faster than Frenchie, or Kimiko could follow. The screen became a blur as Clark went through the entire database in a blink of an eye, his mind firing faster than ever before. His head snapped upwards, suddenly scanning the screens for something he had just seen, but hadn't realized the significance of at the time. His hand snapped up as well, pointing to the screen in the very center and at the top of the wall. "There, that one, where is it?" Clark's hand was pointing to a screen that was just displaying a security door, a heavy-duty one, but simply a door nonetheless. "I don't know, man, it's just a door," stated, looking confused and standing up as Clark started frankly looking for a map of the facility, trying to pinpoint the door. Why the fuck is this suddenly more important than getting out of here fast? "It just is." Clark snapped as the presence appeared again in his head, his tone causing to back off just as it vanished again. "Sorry, I need to get to it." "Why?" Frenchie asked delicately, like he was speaking to a spooked horse. "It's the only odd one out. The rest are cells or corridors, not doors, so it has to be it. It has to be." Clark responded more to himself as he traced a finger over a blueprint of the facility he hand found before he stopped it upon finding the spot. "There, you go, get out of here." Clark's statement was accompanied by a sudden departure. He didn't super speed out of the room, but he was close to it, moving so fast that no one could stop him. Frenchie and Kimiko all blinked in surprise at the sudden and very bizarre behavior of the Man of Steel, with each now looking to the others for an explanation. Kimiko was the first to leave. She glanced at the other two and then at the gurney before suddenly moving after Clark. Frenchie scrambled after her before could do anything. "Oh fuck," cursed, looking at the gurney loaded with intel that he had to abandon as he chased after his wayward group. It wasn't difficult to follow them. Clark's attempt at subtlety had clearly been abandoned as he strode through the corridors like a man on a mission. There weren't many people working in the facility, but the few who were eyeing the very tall man who was striding down the corridors like a man possessed. The presence in Clark's head was getting more pronounced. It was still coming in the same pattern, but it was stronger and now accompanied by an urge, a need to reach its source. Clark turned a corner and felt the presence inside his skull start to truly hammer as the door appeared before him. Clark blinked out of existence for a moment before reappearing in front of the door. Clark's hands tore into the metal frame, cutting off as he ripped the door from the wall. The action took considerable force as the door was actually a meter in thickness. The sound was neither subtle nor quiet as Clark unceremoniously deposited the door next to him, forcing Frenchie to jump back. Was about to lose it. This was not the plan, and he wasn't going to let a Supe, even lowest bow, get him fucking killed. However, any reprimand or curse died before it left his lips, as inside the very large revealed room was a long metal cylinder-shaped pod that was hovering off of the ground. Mother of God! Stepped wide-eyed as Clark walked into the room, the large ex-Marine casting a glance at an equally shocked Kimiko and Frenchie. Clark wasn't striding anymore. He was hesitant, and his footsteps were light. The rest of the world melted away as he slowly moved into the room and to the metal pod that hung in the air at just below chest height. His eyes glanced at the foredrip that had been placed next to the pod, a strange golden liquid following down into the arm of the occupant of the pod, with a small hint of green on the needle, which caused Clark to wince as he stepped back a little. However, his eyes rose up from the arm and saw the peaceful resting face of a woman in her mid-20s with neatly cut, shoulder-length blonde hair. She was perfectly still, arms by her sides. She looked as if she was merely asleep. She was dressed in what Clark recognized as a Kryptonian flight suit. It was completely white and covered her from the neck down, except her right arm, where the sleeve had been carefully pulled up. Mon Dieu! Frenchie exclaimed, breaking Clark's spell as the Frenchman stood on the opposite side of the pod. La belle femme. She is well stocked. Clark frowned at the comment that had earned Frenchie a slap from Kimiko until he looked at where the Frenchman's eyes had gone. He quickly looked away as he saw the reason for the comment. The woman was. The term well-endowed seemed a little too inadequate for her. Clark's glancing away, however, caused him to be greeted by a very large, very high-end, standing UV lamp. As he turned his head, he saw that the pod was surrounded by them. As he looked around, what he first thought had been some sort of evil lab design to harvest material from this woman's body seemed remarkably unlab-like and non-evil. In fact, it looked an awful lot like a high-end hospital room. There were clear signs that they had drawn blood from her. A few vials of her blood were placed on a table at one side of the room. However, that was it. There were no marks, cuts, or obvious intrusions into her body. The presence of the UV lamps and the general cleanliness of the room showed someone had taken a great deal of time to keep the woman healthy. More than just that, there was a CD player present in the room, a comfortable chair placed near the pod that looked well used with a novel placed on one arm, and even art hung on a few of the walls. Someone wasn't just keeping her healthy, they were visiting often and were doing their best to make the place feel comfortable. Not for them, but for the unmoving woman. What the fuck? Is this V? MM spoke up. He had ignored the pod, which had proved difficult due to its weird-ass floating and sci-fi themes, but he had been rewarded by a small bench that had a strange filtration system that was turning bright vials of blood into a familiar blue substance. Clark, what the hell is this? I can explain, but first we need to get her out of here. Clark stated the shock of his discovery had started to wear off as he looked at the destroyed door and remembered they were on the clock. And how mon ami are we supposed to move? This? Frenchie asked, gesturing to the pod without touching it. Clark froze, suddenly realizing he had no idea of what to do. He moved to the base of the pod, causing his back to be to the open door, his hands hovering over the okay. It's floating, so it should move if we are G-. Clark was cut off as a torrent of white-hot fire suddenly engulfed his upper body. Kimiko pulled Frenchie back as pulled his gun and saw that lamplighter was standing in the doorway, lighter in hand, directing the intense heat at Clark. The fire lasted only for a few seconds, and although it didn't hurt him at all, it had caught Clark off guard, shunting him forward into the pod that luckily seemed to be unaffected by the fire and didn't move. Clark quickly turned around, the fire rolling off of him as it burned off his clothes, leaving him bare-chested. Distracted by the attack, Clark missed that when his hands touched the pod, the symbol of L appeared, and the interior of the pod lit up. What the fuck are YWHSHIT? Lamplighter cursed as the lighter in his hand was wrenched away, depriving him of his source of fire, whilst a white-hot hand shot up and closed around his throat. Why is this woman here? Clark demanded as he slammed the ex-member of the Seven into the wall next to the demolished doorway, shattering a painting that had been hanging there. Who brought her here? Fuck. Lamplighter gasped for air as Clark pinned him to the wall. However, although the grip was tight, it wasn't enough that the man wasn't able to speak. What woman? I don't know shit. That's might fucking hard to believe. And Mim moved forward, keeping his gun level with the Supe's head despite Clark's disapproving glance. Seeing as you're the one roasting people alive, and we got a scene from the fucking Fifth Element over there. I don't know. I just burn the evidence, okay? That's all I do. I've never been in this room before. No has except Stormfront and a few fucking eggheads. Lamplighter's voice was clearly terrified as Clark leaned in the pressure around his throat, growing slightly. Please, fuck. I'll tell you what I know. Just don't hurt me. Frenchie had his gun out too. It was nestled by his side, and he was itching to pull the trigger to unload the clip into the monster's head. He suddenly felt his arm being tugged rapidly and turned to see the face of his beautiful Kimiko staring wide-eyed at the pod. What is? Frenchie turned his head and saw what had caused Kimiko to ignore the lamplighter drama, playing out, Amos, we have a little situation. Clark and turned their heads around to look at the scene, causing both of the very large men to freeze. Even Lamplighter moved his head to the side to see what was more interesting than his interrogation. The blonde woman in white was no longer in the pod. She was standing, having torn the foredrip from her arm, and was now looking frantically around, clearly disoriented and a little panicked. Now she was standing. The woman was tall, very tall. She was only about an inch or two shorter than Clark. She also possessed crystal blue eyes along with a lean yet heavily muscled physique. Kugi sitiuim. The woman's strange words sounded like a question and were followed by her freezing in place as her eyes met the scene of Clark strangling a man up against the wall. Anyone understand her? Asked. Glancing at the others in the room, Clark carefully put Lamplighter down and raised his hands. She's confused. Clark responded, making no sudden movements as words caused the woman to flinch, the strange sounds doing nothing to stop her panic or end her confusion. You understand her? Emin didn't recognize the language, and although he wasn't fluent in as many as Lois or Frenchie, he had traveled around a bit in his army days and had never heard anything like it before. It's a very complicated language. I've been very busy and sort of neglected it a little. I've been cheating with a translator. Clark tried not to grimace, as it might spook the poor woman even more as he tried to remember what little he had learned of his very elaborate birth tongue. Okay, mean no harm. U, cool, no, ifu, u, elensha. The woman's panic immediately vanished, and although Clark wished he could say it had been replaced by reassurance, it wasn't. His fellow Kryptonian just looked at him with complete confusion, and it was clear that if he had been speaking Kryptonian at all, it clearly hadn't made any sense. The woman just eyed everyone backing up a little, her hand on her neck only for panic to return as she looked down and started frantically patting her chest, looking for something before rushing to the pod. Chilo YC Fing. The woman's words may have been indecipherable, but the panic in her voice was clear as she searched the pod for something. Hey, we can't hear HEY. Clark tried to sound calm, only to see Lamplighter try to rush back out the door, causing him to grab the man again and pin him to the wall. The act, however, caused the woman to jump back in alarm. She raised one arm out and pointed her fist straight at Clark. Kolor Wuokim Millie equivalent you. The commanding tone that and any soldier would recognize was accompanied by her white suit turning jet black, and the wrist of her raised arm now had a glowing green ring around it. Wait, I don't want to H. Clark never finished his sentence as a blast of energy struck him square in his chest, sending him straight through the wall behind him. Clark had never felt anything like it. The blast wasn't hot, it was cold, so cold he felt like his lungs had frozen over, and for the first time in his life, he felt real, genuine pain. More than that he felt truly disorientated, all his senses could tell him was that he was in pain and that it hurt. The world around him became a series of blurry images and loud noises as he stood up, trying to get his bearings. He raised a hand to try to steady his head, only for him to somehow miss and end up falling downwards. Or maybe he was sliding. He wasn't sure as the world around him just turned into a series of blurry images and shaky, still pictures. Clark wasn't sure how long had passed before he felt something hot hit his side. He turned and could make out a yellow-orange haze that suddenly started getting smaller when he turned to face it. The world seemed to be getting slightly more focused as the blurriness was replaced by a kind of haziness, for want of a better word. Clark couldn't describe it well, but he was sure it was getting better, or he thought it was until he stumbled through a wall, or what he was pretty sure was a wall. Clark! MM's voice was oddly distant for something so loud. As he turned, he was greeted by the now in-focus face of MM, who hefted his gun and fired at something. Hey, you there! We need you, or we are fucked. What's happening? Where's the woman? Clark asked as he focused on MM. The single point was making it easy to fight the pain and disorientation he was feeling. She fucked off. MM yelled, turning and shooting a security guard who had appeared. What's happening is every fucking psycho is out. The world finally came into focus, and he could see that he was currently in ground zero of what looked like World War III. The patients of Sage Grove were lost, freed when Clark had evidently smashed through some of their cells, and the freed Supes had taken the chance to stir riot. The very limited staff were being overwhelmed if the amount of blood and torn apart the carcass of orderlies, doctors, and security guards were any indication. Turning his head, he saw that Frenchie and Kimiko were fighting off attacks from both the staff and the patients, with Lamplighter also appearing to be helping, albeit clearly for his own survival. I can SD damn. Clark tried to stand up only to stumble to the floor again. He raised a hand and found that his chest was charred and blacked. I need to get outside. Give me an exit, I'll get us out. Okay, fuck it. Let's go. MM placed one of Clark's arms over his should and started rushing towards the nearest door with the rest of the group running behind them. Once they reached the door, Clark pulled away from MM, using every ounce of strength he had to stand on his own feet and punch the door in front of him. It buckled, but didn't break, causing Clark to exhale in frustration as he took another breath and tried again. This time, the doors flew away, flooding the area with rays of sunlight. Come on, we need to get the fuck out of here, MM stated, taking Clark's weight again as they rushed towards some vehicles parked outside. Frenchie called, Butcher, tell him, oh fuck it, tell him anything. Hey, you're coming with us, Kimiko. The Asian Supe was quick to catch Lamplighter, who was again trying to take the chance to slip away, but didn't get far as the female grabbed him by the scruff of his neck. She wasn't gentle, and clearly seeing he wouldn't be too cooperative, elected for ease of transport over comfort as she slammed her fist into his face, knocking him out. She threw the Exalister over her shoulder and ran over to the van Frenchie was hijacking. Butcher is not answering. Where do we go now? Frenchie shouted as he hot-wired the car, his face a picture of pure malice as he looked at Lamplighter, especially with Clark like that in. With him. Mallory. Fuck, we go to Mallory. MM decided, placing Clark in the back as gently as gravity and the man's sheet weight would allow. Fuck. Clark felt tiredness finally overtake him as the last image of the world he saw before everything turned to black was Kimiko's panicked face as shoved Frenchie's seat and pointed to him. "Oh fuck." Frenchie cursed as he floored it and ignored the war zone around him or the fact the building was being blown apart or that Stormfront had arrived and was now killing anything that moved near her. Kent Family Farm, Smallville, Kansas. Late evening, April 20th, 2020. Martha smiled at the young boy that reminded her so much of Clark at that age. Then she passed him the last dish from supper to dry. She hadn't said it out loud, but Ryan's blue eyes looked so like Clark's it was uncanny. She had loved that unique shade of blue since they had first looked up at her in wonder, and she never thought she would see it in another living soul's eyes. However, looking at Ryan, she saw Clark's eyes stare back. In fact, she was seeing a lot of Clark in Ryan, and that was troubling her. Clark hadn't been blonde, of course, and maybe she was reading too much into things, but every day, a little bit of Ryan reminded more of a young Clark. They had the same frame, albeit Ryan was skinnier than Clark had been. They certainly had the same jawline so much, so that Martha had called Ryan Clark more than once. It was the eyes, though. They had the same eyes. The boy had very little of his mother present. In truth, apart from his manners and style of speech, there wasn't a speck of Becca present in the boy's features. Becca was petite with a lithe figure, brown hair, soft hazel eyes, and a round face, none of which Ryan had. It didn't help that Ryan's small stature, which truly separated him from Clark, was starting to disappear as well. Each day the boy was getting taller, and even started to gain muscles much like Had at his age. "All done, Ma Kent." Ryan beamed up at her, calling her by the affectionate nickname he had chosen for her. "May I please go watch TV now?" He's even starting to sound like Clark was at his age, Martha thought, hearing the rural Smallville accent start to creep into Ryan's voice as she nodded to the boy, who jumped with joy and started to float across the kitchen. "No flying in the house." "Sorry, Ma Kent," Ryan replied sheepishly, landing back on the floor as he rushed over to join his mother on the couch. "You will be if I catch you flying AG dash." Martha started to chuckle, moving to join them to watch one of those sitcoms that Becca and Ryan loved that she just didn't get. Crack. Smash. Martha's eyes widened as the back door of the house that led into the kitchen flew away, replaced by a floating woman with golden blonde hair and crystal blue eyes. It only took a look at Becca before both women were moving. Becca had scooped up Ryan and was running for the front door, her hand already pressing the signal watch. Martha divided into the kitchen and pulled out the loaded rifle she had stored there and fired it right at the intruder's head. She cursed as the bullet did nothing. She threw the rifle away and ran for the emergency backup that she had started keeping in a lockbox under the stairs since Clark told her what V was made from. The blonde woman ignored her as she rushed forward, flying through the air clunky in pursuit of Becca and Ryan. Before she knew what was happening, Becca felt Ryan break free from her grasp and soar around her through the air towards their attacker. He skidded to a halt and raised his fist to defend his mother, and Ma Kent determination burning in his eyes. However, the attacker didn't lash out or slam into him. Instead, she suddenly stopped herself, landing on her feet with the same clunkiness with which she flew. "Viral. IEL say VYUT Kal-El." The blonde woman smiled at him as she suddenly took a knee to be level with him. Ryan suddenly felt the fight leave him as he saw pure love and devotion in the woman's eyes. Becca froze as she watched her son standing in front of the kneeling blonde Supe. She couldn't do anything. She knew that one wrong move, and it would be her life, and likely Ryan's life too. She was praying that Clark was going to show up any second and get rid of this crazy woman. She felt the signal watch buzzing on her wrist, reassuring her help was coming. Becca saw Martha appear behind the woman, holding a small lockbox she was about to open, but she too froze when she saw Ryan was present. "Who are you?" Ryan asked as he looked into eyes as blue as his own, eyes he had only seen on two other people's faces. One was his dad, and the other was Clark. "Yuan Kara Zor-El." The woman touched her chest as she spoke softly. With Ryan feeling a strange yet familiar connection with the woman, it was the same way he felt around Clark. The woman then reached out and gently touched his chest. "Umja, Iau Local, Kal-El." "Step away from him," Martha shouted out, hefting the box. Deciding she needed to act. Clark hadn't shown up yet, which was alarming, so she had to risk this and hope the rocks did work against Supes. "I am warning you, I don't want TH." Martha cursed as she dropped the box that had become superheated in her hands. The woman's eyes had turned red, and just like Clark's rays of heat were pouring out of them. Ryan moved to act, but suddenly found the woman pressing him to her side under one arm and hold so tight he could move. "Hey, let go." Ryan shouted, trying to pry free, but found that the tall blonde was just as strong as Clark, and he couldn't do anything but wriggle in her embrace. "Ryan, no." Becca rushed forward, only to be knocked on her back. The blonde woman shot into the air, smashing through the ceiling and into the sky. "MOM." Ryan screamed as he saw his mother fall and the Kent farm disappear below him. He struggled with all his might as he soared through the night sky faster and faster until the world turned into a blur that Ryan couldn't keep up with. After a few minutes, he found himself released and back on solid ground. He landed in a slump on the ground. His wiggling and the woman's height meant that he had no chance to land on his feet. "I'm so sorry, Cal, are you okay?" The woman rushed over with genuine concern in her voice as she tried to help him up only for Ryan to push her off and get up himself. "No, I'm not. Wait, you speak English." Ryan's eyes snapped up to the very tall woman who was still looking at him with concern. "English? Is it the language those people were speaking?" The woman asked, earning a slow and weary nod from Ryan, who looked at his kidnapper with concern. "One more concern? Oh, no. I am speaking Kryptonian, and my suit has a Mark III AI matrix called K-Layer that translates the local language, so we can talk." She must have heard enough to establish a baseline. "Who are you? Do you work for Vought?" Ryan asked, tensing a little as he eyed the woman, trying to judge if he could run for it. "No, I don't know what that is. My name is Kara Zor-El. I am your cousin, and this might be difficult to hear, but you're not from here." Kara spoke slowly, taking a knee, so she could look Ryan in the eye directly. "Your real name is Kal-El, and you are from another world, a great and wonderful planet called Krypton." "You're crazy." Ryan tried to sound sure, but something in him was resonating with the woman, even though he didn't want it to. Something deep inside was connecting with her. "No, I'm not. I don't know who those people were, or why I didn't wake up as soon as I landed. My ship must have been damaged. I am so sorry. That wasn't the plan, and I don't know how many years I've missed, but I'm telling the truth." "You're feeling a connection, right?" Kara asked, her smile widening as she saw Ryan glance away and knew she was right. "It's okay. It's natural. Kryptonians of a close genetic link can sense each other. K-Layer tracked your genetic code. A genetic code belonging to only one house, ours. You are Cal of the House of El. And together we can save our people." "Our people?" "Yes, Cal. We are going to save Krypton together." Chapter 22. House of El. Grace Mallory Estate, Upstate New York, Adirondack Mountains, 21 SD, April 2020. Annie was staring at the unmoving figure of Clark, who was laying completely unmoving on the table before her, her mind failing to connect the reality of what her eyes were seeing to what her brain knew to be true. Clark was invincible. She knew that. The media knew that. The world knew that. Everyone knew that there was nothing on Earth that could harm him. Yet, apparently there was a glance at his bare chest, which, although now completely normal a few hours ago, had possessed a nasty blackish mark. The black charred mark had slowly vanished overnight, and although they were taking it as a good sign, they didn't really know what to think as Clark had yet to move to respond to any external stimuli. "Well, we're fucked." MM's voice caused her to blink as she raised her head, and the reality of the situation, she found herself crashed unwelcomely back into existence. Annie was currently in what she was generally calling a makeshift recovery/treatment room, trying to avoid the gnawing pit in her stomach at the reality of the room. She was in someone's dining room with a white bedsheet thrown over it, a half-open first kit placed next to her friend, which was just one of the things screaming there was no real plan to help Clark. Her eyes flicked to Lois, who was just sat by Clark. Her eyes were fixed on him, not even the yelling breaking her out of whatever reality she was trapped in. In all, although the kitchen was a very poor attempt at trying to help Clark, it was a scene of tranquility compared to the living room that was right next to them. And thanks to the house's open floor plan, they didn't even have a door or wall to filter it out. Frenchie, Huey had been in near nonstop shouting mad for the last few hours. Kimiko had also joined in, but due to everyone's near inability to understand her contribution had been minor arm waving and looking angry. Lois' sister Lucy was there too, but the woman hadn't said a word from helping her, and dragged Clark from the car into the room. She had disappeared for an hour, but since then she had just kept an eye on Lamplighter, who sat awkwardly on the sofa, eyeing the exit. The other two occupants of the house, however, drew her eye. But not due to their volume, it was for the exact opposite. If the house was a storm, then they were its ever-calm eye. The first was the house's owner, Grace Mallory. For a woman in her late 60s, she was still very imposing, standing as straight as a ruler. Her dirty blonde hair was tinged with gray, and her cold, icy blue eyes seemed to miss nothing. She was standing at the very edge of the living room, and had positioned herself as far away as possible from Lamplighter as she could without leaving the same room. The coldness that ran off of her clearly indicated that she didn't trust herself to get any closer to the monster that had killed her grandchildren, but the sternness of her unblinking stare also showed that her professionalism, or at least years of spycraft, won't allow her not to know where he was. Mallory had in truth been the least helpful out of everyone since they arrived. All the woman had done was let them in and then just stare at Lamplighter, a fact the man was very aware of as he glanced at her every few minutes. The second, surprisingly, was Butcher. Annie had more than a few words to describe Huey's nominal boss, and none of them were good. He had never missed an opportunity to a shot at her or voice his very proudly held opinion on what they should do with any soup they could get their hands on. However, When they had scrambled to bring Clark in, he had cleared the table, gotten a clean sheet to cover the table, and even grabbed the first aid kit, and then had briefly spoken to Mim about what had happened, and then nothing. The man who had come to represent, at least to Annie, the very personification of assholism and a fuck you life philosophy, had just sat on the couch and done nothing. I wouldn't say that exactly. Huey spoke, trying to calm the very tense room as shifted glancing at Clark's unmoving form. Annie bit her lip as she watched her boyfriend's face grimace as he moved uncomfortably, hoping he hadn't pulled any of the stitches that were keeping him together. During their escape from Sage Grove, he had taken a very nasty hit by one of the escape test subjects. However, much to everyone's surprise, the injury barely slowed him down. He had lost a lot of blood, would have a nasty scar on his abdomen for the rest of his life, but once he was patched up and heard there was more trouble, namely Clark in an apparent coma, they couldn't stop him rushing over here. Oh yeah, and what makes you says that? And Mim gave a very clearly unamused chuckle as he gestured to Clark with one open hand, the fact that apparently indestructible ally just got fucking shot. Or the fact that, after being shot, he has yet to wake the fuck up. Or the fact that I just learned that aliens are real and fucking here. Well, are you sure what you saw was, that? Huey winced as he stumbled over his words, looking at Annie for support, who just glanced away knowing MM was right and didn't really have a rebuttal ready for this line of argument. Yes, motherfucker, I am sure. There was a freaky-ass floating met pod thing. You would have loved it. It was right, your white nerd fanboy ally. There was also the fucking lab Tory from fucking Frankenstein that was turning sleep blonde beauty's blood into fucking at V. MM explained as the look of his face showed that although he was now acting calm, he was anything, but especially as he then gestured from Annie to Lois. And the fact that they ain't saying shit tells me I am right. Aren't I? Fucking Supe boy, there's an alien, and so is blonde jumbo tits in the pod. MM addressed his last question to Annie, his eyebrows raised, daring her to refute his statement or come up with some sort of explanation for what had happened over the last day. Instead, the superheroine just glanced at Lois for support. The woman met her briefly before she looked at Clark, then released a sigh before giving Annie a dejected nod. Annie swallowed the lump that had formed in her throat as she prayed to God that Clark would wake up right now and everything would be okay. Yes, but it's more complicated than that, okay? Annie's voice was tinged with more than a little desperation as she tried to control the spiraling situation. Clark didn't know okay. He really didn't. He thought they had a corpse or a piece of shit at most. Okay, I'm out. MM cut off Annie as he moved towards the couch to grab his coat, looking at Mallory as he spoke again. I'm getting my girls and you set up. I'm thinking Canada, like the remotest part possible. What do you mean you're out? Lois' head suddenly snapped up as she managed to stand up with a little effort, the weight of pregnancy almost keeping her in her seat. Fucking hell, LL. I signed up to fight Vought. I'm all in hitting back at Supes, but this. MM trailed off as he looked at Clark and then at the group who all had become quiet as the grave. I ain't prepared for this. Aliens. Ray guns, I ain't that guy. Marvin, please, we can't do this with Dash. Lois looked at one of the very few people she could genuinely call friend, ready to plead with him to stay only to be cut off by her own sister. We got to get to a hospital. Lucy was looking directly at her sister, and her face was one of pure sudden stunned realization, as if MM's words had triggered her brain to make connections, like right now. Lucy, we can't take Clark to hospital. Lois sighed, eyeing MM as she moved over to her sister. Thankfully, her friend didn't take the opportunity to take off. What, Clark? No, we got to get you to a hospital right now. Fuck, I've been so stupid. Lucy cursed as she moved towards her sister, reaching out to grab her arm only for her sibling to quickly walk backwards away from the outstretched limb. Lois, stop being stupid. We need to go now. Lucy, what are you doing? Lois managed to stop her retreat when MM mercifully stepped in and placed a pair of careful hands on Lucy's shoulders, keeping her in place. We need to get that thing out of you. Lucy gestured at Lois' swollen belly, a look of pure confusion, as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. Christ, we have no idea what it's doing to you. We need to get rid of it, like right now. You are not touching my baby. Lois' face went into a mixture of shock and rage at her sister's suggestion. Hey, not cool. Pushed Lucy back as she tried to approach her sister, but found her path blocked not only by but Annie and Frenchie too, both who were glaring at her. Oh, come on. She's got an alien growing inside her, some sort of hybrid freak. We need to get rid of it. Lucy wheeled around looking for support in the room, her anger raising as she found she had none. Butcher, you got to agree with me on TH dash. Agent Lane, stand down. The room went quiet again as everyone turned to look at the man who had just entered the living room. Standing proud and tall, in civilian yet still militaristic clothing, which was punctuated by the shoulder holster he was wearing under his left arm, which itself was accompanied by a very large handgun. Lucy went straight as a ruler, a lifetime of military training causing her to snap to attention, whilst her sister just released a deep sigh as she looked at her father. Butcher finally reacted, standing up from the couch and turning around to face the director of America's every dirty secret and black op, his hands slipping into his trench coat's pockets. Good now, let's G-slap. Sam Lane's face didn't move as the sound of the fast, open-palmed hand struck him across the face. The only reaction he gave beyond stopping talking was a small twitch of the eye. Sam, what the hell are you doing here? Mallory hissed out her question, which in most circumstances would have been ineligible to a room full of people, but was easily heard in the graveyard's silent room. And how the hell did you get in? I still have a set of keys, Sam whispered his response, almost tenderly, causing both his daughter's eyes to widen before he strode past Mallory, casting his gaze over the room. And as to why I am here, Agent Lane informed me of the situation. You've gotten yourselves in a real pickle here. Yeah, a pickle that doesn't require you gov, so you can fuck off. Butcher's voice carried clear across the room as he glared at Lois' father, his eyes narrowing as the man looked at him with an impassive expression, only raising a single eyebrow. Really? So you have everything handled. You know how to help Mr. Kent locate this rogue female and how you're going to get your wife's son back from her? Sam Lane's voice was steady, and even as his questions silenced the room, all of whom just looked at each other. What the fuck are you on about? What happened to my wife? Butcher's narrowed eyes went wide with alarm as he tried to rush the general, who stayed still as Frenchie and stopped Butcher, whilst Lucy moved to protect her father. So, I take it you didn't know? Sam Lane's didn't change at all, remaining steady as he looked at Butcher and then back to the room at large. Late evening yesterday, the female that you released appeared in the skies above Smallville, Kansas. She waited less than 90 seconds before heading to the Kent farm, at which point she broke into the residence, forcefully removed the child, and then headed west. Our surveillance team lost track of her over the Rocky Mountains in Colorado. Surveillance? You've been spying on Clark's family. Huey moved forward, wincing slightly, but resisting the urge to touch his wound. Of course, Mr. Kent, by the military's estimations, is the strongest man on the planet and a viable option in preventing any threat posed by an individual or collective group of Supes. Sam Lane glanced at Clark, his oldest daughter instinctively stepping in front of his vision. The act, however, only caused him to look back at Huey, his expression still impassive. We took measures to monitor his commitment to America and put pieces in place to force cooperation if needed. His mother, for example, is useful leverage. The room went silent at Sam Lane's words. His casual admittance of the military's contingency plan to use Martha Kent as a hostage caused Annie and Huey's eyes to widen in shock. However, as Annie looked at Lois and Huey looked at his teammates, they saw neither shock nor even surprise. The news didn't affect them at all. Annie felt her blood go cold as she looked from Lois and then to her father. The man's calm demeanor suddenly took on a dark undertone, and she saw a glimpse of what Huey had mentioned he had been warned about. She had seen Homelander's murderous side, fueled by his warped perception of reality and lack of human connection. She had seen Stromfront's vile hatred fueled by self-delusion, bigotry, and ignorance. And in her role as a superheroine, she had encountered some truly evil people. Sam Lane, however, was different from anyone she had ever met. Looking at him, she could see why the boys didn't want to work with him. It wasn't his willingness to cross ethical lines or his fervent belief he was in the right. No, what made Sam Lane dangerous was that he lacked empathy. He was devoid of it. To the military man, there was no difficulties in crossing lines or using people. To him, everything was permissible because in Sam Lane's cold strategic mind, human life just didn't matter. Only results, and if those results benefited his cause. Motherfucker, you have changed one bit. Mim gave a harsh, humorless chuckle as he shook his head at Lois' father. Dad, why the fuck are you helping? You hate Supes. I don't know why. Lord knows I've looked. I don't know the reason, but you hate them more than any person alive or dead, including anyone in this room, and that's saying something. Lois spoke up, moving forward so that she was nearly on top of her father, her eyes narrowed at her, who she was still trying to figure out even now. So why would you help Clark? Especially now that you know what he is? Why are you helping? It's tactical. Superman is the only asset we possess that can engage in a direct combat with a hostile Supe community if conflict breaks out. And seeing how things have developed in the last 24 hours, my concern for this country's safety overrides my dislike of your boyfriend. Lois' father didn't miss a beat in his reply, his eyes meeting his daughter's narrowed, judgmental gaze, his feature unchanging apart from his eye twitching at the last word. So, are we going to stand around glaring at each other? Or get to work? You know how to help Clark? Annie's voice sounded out, breaking the silent, emotionless yet intense standoff between the lanes as the room focused on him. No, but I know where we might find it, Sam Lane replied, moving past his daughters so that he was more central in the room so he could lead the meeting. With this sage grove gone, there are only two places we might find answers about this woman and how we possibly might help Superman. The first is the secured medical wing in the 7th Tower. Whilst they have no digital records, they must have physical files hidden somewhere that might hold medical information we can use. The other is a man named Dash. Jonah Vogelbaum. Mallory cut off That slippery bastard would know all about this. Fucker ran everything shady in Vought whilst he was there. Yeah, well, that doesn't fucking help my wife now, does it? Butcher chimed back in his voice, still hard, and his impatience clearly growing. No, it doesn't, Mr. Butcher, which is why we need to divide our resources to cover the most ground. Sam Lane replied as taking charge of the situation. You and Agent Lane can pick up your wife and Martha Kent. They're still at the farm, fortunately. We have contained word of the incident for now, at least. I don't need any fucking he dash. Butcher shot Lucy Lane a dismissive look as the CIA agent gritted her teeth in response. And what should the rest of us do? Asked, cutting off Butcher, not wanting to waste time. Crossing his arms as he looked at the man he never liked, and every interaction they had only reinforced that feeling. You and Jar, Mallory should see Vogelbaum. She has leverage on the man. Even if knows nothing to help Clark, we can still use him against Vought. That threat hasn't receded yet. Sam's face finally changed as his eyes narrowed as the cold calculating gears worked in his head to divide his forces up correctly. Lois and Starlight should stay here protect Clark. No point getting help if we lose who we are helping. Serge and Miss Miyashiro should go to protect Victoria Newman. Her vocal criticism of Vought has made her target, and she is the one you've been contacting to set up a hearing on Vought, is she not? She is, Mallory admitted with a small nod. The look of distaste at working with Sam was present on her face, as if just looking at him left a bitter taste in her mouth. What about the tower? How are we getting in there? The place is a fortress, and given what we just did, I doubt Annie's going to be welcomed in. And the place is a fortress, Huey asked, the intelligent question earning him a very rare nod of approval from Lois' father. So how are we going to get in without, being brutally murdered? Very astute observation, Mr. Campbell. Miss January can't, but he knows a way in, I am sure. Sam raised a hand and pointed to Lamplighter, who had observed everything from his corner very awkwardly whilst eyeing the door. You spent enough time sneaking out and in of the tower, you must know a way in. And why the fuck would I help any of you? Lamplighter stood up. The action meant as a show of defiance was somewhat defeated as he flinched backwards when Sam Lane suddenly strode up towards him. You'll help for 2 reasons. Sam Lane's voice was calm as he placed his hands behind his back, his calm, features narrowing into a steady, icy stare. The first is Vought screwed you and you want revenge. They made you an errand boy cleaning up messes and pushing you out. Fuck you. Lamplighter sneered at the very astute observation, a look of pure bitterness on his face. You think you so clever, I Coilac. Lamplighter suddenly collapsed to his knees, grabbing his throat, as before even Annie could blink. Sam Lane had struck the super hard in the throat. The general's fist adorned by a set of very heavy brass knuckles at that dented slightly at the strike, and the act had bruised his hand, but the old solider didn't show any signs of discomfort. Lamplighter, as he tried to catch his breath and reach for his lighter in his pocket, the act, however, just earned a kick to his hand from Sam Lane, causing the lighter to fly away from them. Hair! Click! Lamplighter went still apart from the wheezing in his throat as Sam Lane placed the barrel of his incredibly heavy handgun flush with his left eye and grabbed his hair, pulling his head up so the two were looking at each other. Lamplighter looked up at the gray-haired man, who was still eerily calm. His expression hadn't changed at all, and even the physical exertion of assaulting a superhero had only caused his breathing to increase slightly. However, there was a glint just behind his eye that stilled Lamplighter more than the gun or the strike. This man didn't want to kill him. He wanted to annihilate him. Interesting thing about Supes, same weak points as regular people. Strike to throat equals the same result, requires much more force, but still valid target against most Supes, especially those whose powers don't enhance their physiques beyond the standard Supe enhancements. Sam Lane sounded a West Point instructor standing in a classroom of fresh-faced first years as he pressed his gun into the man's eye. Now, this is a Smith & Wesson Model 500, slightly modified. It fires a 50 caliber bullet. Usually even firing this against a Supe would do little beyond maybe a bruise. If I shot a regular person in the head at this range, well, I'd be pulling bits of bone from my body. However, my theory is if I shot you at this range through your eye, which is the soft part of even a Supe's body, the bullet might not exit the back of your skull, but I don't think your brain would survive. Should I test my theory? No, Lamplighter whispered. The single word was all he could manage. Good. The second reason you're going is because it's not a request. I have an asset that will join you. Get them into the tower and out, that's it. Sam Lane gave the instruction with his gun, still pointed to the man's head, removing it only once it was finished. Perfect, that takes care of that part. I'm going to... Huey's voice broke Sam Lane's calm, steady feature as he, along with the rest of the room, not currently choking, blinked and looked at the man bewildered. I'll go to the tower and get the info to help Clark. Huey, you're injured. You can't go. Annie moved over to her boyfriend, gesturing at his stomach that they had only just patched up. I have to. Everyone else is needed somewhere else. You can't go. Lois and Clark need you, and besides, you go within a mile of the tower, hell will break loose. Huey then moved away from the group to stand in front of Sam Lane, gesturing at Lamplighter, and then Lois' father. And no offense, but from what I've heard about him and you, there's no way I'm leaving anything that can help Clark in either of your hands. I'm going. Very well, Mr. Campbell, it's your team. My asset will come along to keep that one in line and protect you, Sam Lane replied. You've got an asset that can keep a Tier 1 Supe in line? Butcher asked, raising an eyebrow, his fist tightening in his pocket over the small silver of green rock had retrieved from Sage Grove's freaky alien room during the whole Clark being shot by a blonde busted chick with a Ray run situation. He does, Grace Mallory answered, her eyes narrowing into a steeliness that no one apart from Sam Lane had seen before. I wouldn't trust the asset to keep Huey safe or that piece of shit alive, however. Sam Lane moved to open his mouth, but found himself cut off by, of all people, Huey Campbell. Oh, no worries, I'm bringing my own back up. Huey's statement again caught everyone off guard as he gave a rare proud smile, reaching into his pocket and flipping open a burner phone. Clark gave me her number. Given her history and what's happened over the last 24 hours, I'm betting she will help. Who? Sam Lane asked, his voice taking on a dangerous tone as this new piece entering the board hadn't part of his calculations. Huey only responded by lifting up a hand as the phone rang in his ear, the act causing Sam Lane to blink as Butcher smiled at the young man, who was learning quickly, whilst Lois gave a very supportive nod, and even Lucy had to stifle a giggle at her father's reaction. Hi, Joe. Yes, it's Clark's friend. Can I speak with Diana? Yes, I can hold. Huey waited for a few moments before he heard a new person taking over the phone on the other end. Yes, it's the skinny one. Clark needs help. Yeah, it went bad, like really bad. I need your help. Well, how fast can you get to New York? Las Vegas Strip, Las Vegas, Nevada, April 21st, 2020. Ryan looked around uncomfortably as he tried to keep pace with a very tall, very powerful, very delusional woman that was keeping him by her side. Although she wasn't touching him, Ryan didn't make any move to escape. Since his abduction yesterday, he had already tried a few times, but whatever he did just resulted in the woman grabbing hold of him. She was faster and stronger than him. She possessed all the same abilities Clark did. She also seemed to know when he was about to try something, but he wasn't sure the latter was a result of her powers. Her sixth sense about when he was about to try something seemed very different from the rest of abilities, like it was something she had learned instead of just being able to do. She moved like some of the cops he had seen on TV, her eyes always scanning the area and her body positioned to put herself between him and any potential harm. It reminded him of Clark a little, but there was some more normal in the way she moved. He had spent a great deal of time watching Clark and could probably write a report on the man. Clark walked with confidence. He didn't flinch, wince, or react to loud noise like other people did. He moved completely unfazed about the world around him whilst nearly everyone else slowed, observed, or hesitated at the confusing world around them. As he looked at her, he noticed that she was the third person in her life that, at least to him, seemed too perfect is the word he wanted to say. The only other two people he had seen even remotely like her was his faff, Homelander, and Clark. Both were abnormally tall and board-chested even among Supes. Their faces were perfectly proportioned, a fact that some of the websites Ryan had found seemed to mention a lot, especially the more girly ones, and of course there was the eye color. Ryan's mom had always described his eyes as blue, and they were, but where everyone else had slight imperfections in their iris, a slight tinge of dark shades or hint of another color, Ryan's eyes had pure, perfectly blue iris. Kara glanced at him, her eyes with their perfect solid blue irises connected with his as she gave him a warm, friendly smile before looking back up at the path ahead as a group of people broke apart to let them past. Every single one of them stared at her. Whilst Ryan's clothes were slight torn in places due to having been forcibly smashed through a roof and flown at incredible high speeds, he was at least wearing normal clothing. Kara, however, was striding round in what Ryan could only call a tight form-fitting white skin suit that, although gave her slight modesty, hid nothing and certainly stood out. Fortunately, there were a few women dressed in strange get-ups, many coming or going into the hotels and casinos, most showing a lot of unnecessarily skin, Ryan thought, which meant that although Kara stood out, she wasn't causing a scene. Ryan, however, felt very uncomfortable as they walked down the street of the famous city, as although still early in the day, groups of slightly drunk men could still be found, especially around the entrances of some of the casinos. They actually howled and whistled at Kara, calling out things that Ryan had never heard before and never wanted to hear again. Most were about her very large chest. If his mom knew he was hearing the things shouted, she would have washed his ears out with soap. Kara. Ryan coughed slightly as he tried to get his words right. The woman was crazy, talking about aliens and a mission. He didn't want to set her off or let her be set off if one of the very stupid men around did something because of the way she dressed. I think you might want to change. Why? My clothing is functional. Kara stated, her voice clear and steady, slowly down slightly as she looked at Ryan with kind curiosity. Yeah, it is. But, well, you see, it's attracting attention. Ryan's point was supported by a group of very young men calling at her and making several obscene gestures about her chest. And you said earlier you needed to figure things out. Won't that be easier without, drawing attention? Kara didn't respond for a few moments. She frowned slightly, her face becoming one of thoughts as she looked down at her seamless white uniform, then to a group of males that passed them who were staring at her, and then to a few of the females nearby. Kara's mind was clearly racing as she looked back at Ryan, making an assessment to the benefits of adapting her clothing style to blend in with the locals. She released a sigh and gave a reluctant nod after a pair of very young adult males passed her, one of them openly propositioning her for a sexual encounter, while she was very easily able to ignore as she had seen that it was making Ryan uncomfortable. Very well, it is clear that my current attire is deemed overtly sensual by the standards of this culture. I require instruction on what human females were. Kara addressed Ryan, her tone friendly if a bit monotone, her eyes glancing at the mixture of women around in various styles of clothing. What do women such as I wear on this world? Well, most dress like my mom, I think. You know, a shirt and jeans like her. Ryan had to look around to find a suitable example, but was eventually able to point to what he guessed was a tourist in knee-length jeans, a practical top with a baseball cap. Or, I guess for people like us who would dress like Starlight or Maeve. Who are these individuals? Starlight and Maeve? And how are they like us? Kara asked, genuinely curious at Ryan's statement. As far as she understood, humans were very different to them apart for some slight similarities in outward appearance, and even then only on the board strokes. Like, being able to fly, lift heavy things, and shoot lightning out of our hands. They're Supes. Ryan was actually thankful for being in public, as he spotted a bus nearby, whose side was adorned with the words, "Girls Get It Done," and had a picture of Maeve, Starlight, and Stormfront standing shoulder to shoulder. That's them. That's what people like us usually dress in. Kind of wish I had mine with me right now. Kara examined the images of the three females. Although she claimed to be an alien, her face fell into a very skeptical look as she very eyes glanced over the white leotard Starlight wore. The accentuated importance Maeve clothing gave her chest, and the billowing cape Stormfront had. However, the skeptical look quickly disappeared, replaced by one of contemplative thought as Kara took the information in and then glanced down at her uniform, her eyes showing she was making determinations. It all lasted for only a few minutes until she looked back up at Ryan and gave him a very confident nod. Very well, I shall modify my appearance. However, I may require additional clothing. Tell me, must we produce our own garments, or is there a vendor or facility that provides them? Kara asked Ryan. Her confidence and steadiness was almost infectious. We would get them from shop, but I don't know any around here, Ryan stated before an idea clicked in his head as he tried to sound normal, hiding the thought that had come to him. If we go back to Smallville, the place I know lots of places we could get clothes. That won't be necessary. Kara gave Ryan a smile before she turned around, looking at people nearby, before settling on a trio of women wearing elaborate feathered costumes, with cigarettes in their hands, clearly on a break. Pardon me, fellow citizens. I find myself requiring new clothing. I was wondering if you could direct me to a provider of styles similar to the women on that transportation. The trio of women exchanged glances with each other as they looked at the very tall, very well-endowed blonde, very clearly muscled women in front of them, who spoke very oddly and was pointing at a Girls Get It Done advert. The woman on the far left, who was apparently the leader, got shrugs of the shoulder from the other two. She moved her head slightly to see Ryan, who Kara had positioned protectively close behind her as she spoke to the women. She raised an eyebrow for a moment before deciding that she had heard far weirder requests, and there was no harm in helping another working-class girl, especially one with a kid. You working a gig for your kid there, honey? The woman asked, wanting to confirm her suspicions. The women's outfit clearly meant she was working someplace unusual. It might be a stage show, but she knew all the main ones, so she guessed the woman was for a service. I require the outfit to perform my duties, Kara replied carefully. Her wording caused Ryan to look at her for a moment. It would have been easier to straight up lie, but Kara hadn't. And they're necessary for Cal. I would do anything to protect him. Cal? That a lovely name, darling. The woman smiled at Ryan as she put out her cigarette, and then fished for her phone in her purse next to her, opening it up to pull a map up for Kara. Been there myself before I landed this. Here you go, honey. There's a shop just a block off the strip I used to use. Might want to leave him outside. Not really the Halloween costume scene. Thank you. You've been most helpful. Kara thanked the women, giving her and her friend a nod as she memorized the map in less than a second. Oh, honey, here, take this. It's our manager's number. He's always looking for girls with good features for the floor and stage. The woman gave Kara a business card, who took the card, however, held it oddly. Ryan, guessing she had no idea what it was, or if it did something. The gig might pay less than your current job, but it's a steady paycheck, fixed hours. We've got daycare and child sitting rota worked out for the single moms, and you deal with way less assholes. Just in case you're thinking of a career change. Kara just gave the women another nod before heading off towards the shop they had been directed to. She placed a hand on Ryan's shoulder to guide him down the street. Although the woman was crazy, Ryan was impressed. Kara had only looked at the woman's map for less than a second, took another few seconds to get her bearings, and then was able to walk straight to the store location. Ryan wanted a voice that when he had mentioned how superheroes dressed, he had meant it as an example not for her to go and do it. However, he was still very hesitant in correcting her or trying to push her as he was figuring out how to get back to his mom. Although as they reached the store with female mannequins in the windows dressed in costumes that covered very little, he was really to figure out what to say. His eyes glanced away from the costumes only to be greeted by the store sign that caused him to gulp at the partly neon sign that he was staring at. Triple X, All-American Girl Costumes, Triple X. Showgirls / superheroines inside. Kara, you know that maybe we should try Dash. Ryan tried to speak up, but before he was able to finish his sentence, Kara had gently guided him into the store. She was confused at his gestation and completely oblivious as to why. Do not worry, Cal, we shall not be long, Kara stated with a soft smile, trying to calm Ryan, who was trying to look away from the various images and costumes that he definitely knew his mother would not approve of him looking at, before turning to the owner. Greetings, proprietor. I am in need of additional garments. I'm looking for footwear, gloves, a belt, and a cape as well. Geez, darling, are those things real? The late middle-aged owner of the store stated, ignoring Ryan and looking squarely at Kara's chest, glancing only at the blonde bombshell's face that had walked in. They are, Kara replied, looking at her own chest before raising an eyebrow at the man, finding the interaction odd. This culture was very bizarre in greetings. Apologize, but I must ask again about procuring the items I am after. Oh, what? Yes, sure. Take a look down the accessory aisle. The owner blinked, broken from his hypnosis that had made Ryan want to punch the man as he gestured down into the somewhat large but cramped store. Tell me if you're looking for a specific outfit. I'll be happy to take your measurements, so we get the right size. I shall be fine. How come you will assist? Kara moved and offered her hand to Ryan like they were out at a park. He took it and again wanted to say something, but was stopped as Kara powered on. They spent the next 10 minutes looking at heeled boots, shoulder-length gloves, a few belts, and a couple of capes. Ryan very much tried to voice his objection to their presence in the store, or at least his presence, as he eyed some of the more revealing costumes, causing him to go bright red. Kara wasn't oblivious to his discomfort. However, Ryan quickly realized she just didn't understand what was causing him discomfort. She looked at the clothes he seemed to go red at, and it was like nothing registered in her head that it was inappropriate or too revealing, especially for a boy of 8. As Kara pulled on a red cape that barely reached her waist that had a golden shoulder pauldron over her right shoulder to keep it in place. Probably a parody of Homelander's eagle. Ryan was starting to wonder if the woman wasn't crazy. He still thought she was insane. She was a Supe who was talking about spaceships, being aliens, other dimensions, and a mission, but part of him was starting to doubt. He felt a strange connection with her. She also didn't seem to be able to lie for what he had seen and seemed genuinely clueless about a lot of obvious stuff. What would this pass me off as a native with abilities? Kara's question snapped Ryan out of his thoughts as he looked at the woman who was tapping a holographic screen that had appeared on her white suit's forearm. Ryan's eyes widened as her tapping transformed her white suit before his eyes. The high neckline that had almost reached her jaw lowered. The parts covering her legs and feet receded up to waist, while circular on her chest also appeared. Her white suit had changed into a sleeved leotard and somehow was hugging her figure even more tightly. She was still wearing the red cape with the golden pauldron he had already seen. It had now been joined by a thin red belt with a golden buckle over her stomach and completed by a set of blue gloves and boots over her hands and feet. She gave a power pose to show off her frankly quite impressive new look, to which Ryan gave a hesitant thumbs up. Although she looked like a superhero, part of him felt that as a boy of 8 he shouldn't be looking at her. Yeah, you look good, but Ryan trailed off, releasing a sigh, knowing that his attempt to talk to the crazy lady about clothing was just going to fail. Good. Not that I can blend in better, we can continue with the mission. Kara smiled at Ryan, gesturing for him to move, which he did reluctantly, his mind still trying to figure out how to get away from the crazy woman. Hey, you gotta pay for that. The owner's voice caused Kara to freeze as she was about to leave the establishment. P.I. Kara spoke the simple word very confused, as if its meaning was foreign to her. She gave Ryan a glance, very confused at what was happening. Yeah, those tits might get you free stuff elsewhere, but I see enough fake-chested broads that it don't work on me. The owner's sleazy voice and vulgar statement made Ryan really want to punch the guy. Kara may have been crazy, so I'm going to need cash or plastic. Or else you and me are going to have a problem. Kara, you need to pay for the clothes. Ryan tried to explain, but his words just caused Kara to look even more confused. You know, buy them with money. Moi? P.I.? I do not know these words. Kalayer is not finding suitable translations. Kara blinked at Ryan, his words failing to clarify the problem she was facing. So she moved to the owner. I am sorry, but what is the issue? The issue, sweet tits, is you owe me like $150, so I need cash or a card. The owner tapped his store's card reader that had a contactless strip on top for emphasis and was showing a price of just over $150. Or you need to get my stuff off and out of my store. Ryan opened his mouth to argue he may have only been 8, but there was no way what Kara had picked up was costing anywhere close to what the man was saying. However, Before he could say anything, Kara placed her hand flat against the card reader. A beep was heard, and then the machine registered a successful payment had occurred. The owner frowned a little. Clearly, he had thought the strange woman wouldn't have been able to pay, and so whatever he had thought of as an alternative payment wasn't going to happen. Kara reseated her hand before he was able to look at it, and before he could question her, she was already at the door, gently moving Ryan outside. The two walked for a few blocks in silence, Kara glancing at her forearm, summoning a map that was directing her towards something. Kara. Ryan finally broke the silence, causing her to look at him with a smile appearing just like every time she did. Do you really not know what money is? I do not, Kara answered simply, her eyes darting to her map as she adjusted her route back to the main strip, oblivious that her new look hadn't caused her to blend in as several men took pictures of her from across the street. So you've never bought anything before? Ryan was curious. He also remembered Clark's lessons about gaining as much information as possible before acting, so if he was going to escape more information could only help. This word boat, I do not know it. I am assuming it means the same as the other's PI in Mon I? Kara asked, earning a nod from Ryan, who was glancing at the people taking photos of them. This world is strange. On Krypton, everything that is necessary is provided, including clothes. It is not the same here. No. Here we have this thing called money. People have jobs, and they're given money for doing it. They can then use it to get things like clothes, food, or houses. Ryan felt quite proud of himself at the explanation of money, looking up at Kara, who raised an eyebrow at him before turning back to her map. Very odd, Kara stated, a little grimace on her face, clearly not liking this aspect of human culture. She suddenly stopped her map, having gone blue with a small white dot appearing. Kara suddenly raised her head and started to scan the area. Kara, why exactly are we here? Ryan finally broached the subject that he had been very cautious about in case it set off Kara. K-Layer is scanning for cryptane technology or genetic signatures. It's how I found you. Her power cells are very low for some reason, however, so I am limited in range. Thankfully, you were near your projected landing site, so my limited range scan found you. There were supposed to be more pods launched as insurance, but I do not know how many actually left, so I'm searching the nearest settlement to one of the designated arrival sites. Kara explained, moving forward slightly to try to find what her suit's AI was picking up on. I would recharge Killer, but my pod was significantly damaged. Its fuel cells were lost, along with my zone index apparently. I am surprised it was able to revive me at all. According to the flight log, I was dosed with a high amount of inertron radiation during my escape. It shouldn't have been able to fully revive me, not without a close genetic match to work from. Okay. Ryan's eyes widened. If Kara was crazy, she was super crazy, as she was very convincing with how honest she sounded explaining her story. So are we looking for a ship or a purse dash? Ryan was interrupted by a sudden jet of ice shooting into the air a few hundred yards away that soon melted in the hot Nevada sun. Ryan found himself pulled forward as Kara gently but firmly took his hand, pulled him towards its source. There was a small crowd gathered, and now that they had moved, Ryan could see a large flashy sign nearby. Planet Vought Casino and Resort. Ryan looked up and saw that they were near the entrance of a very large casino that had flashing neon signs, multiple hero symbols on its walls, and now, they closer, he could see the staff was dressed in hero costumes. As Kara moved them through the crowd, as another torrent of ice shot into the sky, they were greeted by a woman with pale skin, wearing basically a white bikini with fur lining. Planet Vought Casino and Resort presents Ice Princess, January 1st to June 15th. Ice Princess did a flirty pose for a male fan that had paid for a picture, as she then did another trick with her ice powers, creating some localized snow for a few seconds. Their presence hadn't gone unnoticed, as several people from the gathered crowds were looking at Kara in her costume, and some of the Vought staff looked at each other. However, no one did anything, as they just assumed that Kara was an overeager cosplaying fan of Supe's, or was something to do with the superhero-themed casino. This can't be right, Kara whispered, her eyes narrowing at the forearm that was displaying a scan of Ice Princess. Ryan looked around at the crowd, finding it odd. No one was reacting to the glowing holograph. It was like only he and Kara could see it. K-Layer, run it again. It can't be right, she's human. Where is this cryoptin genetic signature coming from? What do you mean she's been augmented with cryoptin gene sequences? How did that happen? Augmented by what? It's probably V, Ryan answered, trying to help, hoping if he was helpful he could convince her to let him go. What is V? How does it work? Where does it come from? Kara asked, evident alarm and confusion in her voice as she looked from Ice Princess to Ryan, her barrow furrowing as she processed this straddling information, quickly dragging Ryan away from the crowd. Well, I don't really know how it works. Clark Cody's like super smart. Ryan gulped at the sudden barrage of questions, trying to stay calm as they halted away from the crowd of fans who had went back to watching the superheroine do tricks. I know it's made by this company called Vought, and it's this drug that gives people superpowers like mine and yours. They make it in labs from what I've overheard Clark saying. Gives people powers. Made in a lab, Kara repeated Ryan's statement, slowly her eyes going wide as she looked back over to Ice Princess as her mind recalled the strange room. She had woke up and a needle had been in her arm. She blinked, expelling the memory. Cal, who is this Clark? He says he knows about this V substance. Yeah, he does. He's like the smartest person ever, and he's also Superman. So he will totally help you. Ryan couldn't hide his smile. If he played this right, he could get her to take him straight to Clark, who would save him and take him home. Superman? Kara asked, confused again. The two words translated but seemed strange. Yeah, he's the world's greatest hero. Ryan smiled, and if the universe was on his side, Ryan spotted an electronic billboard that the Vought Casino had put up had changed to an advert that had Clark present in his Superman suit. That's him, Clark Kent, aka Superman Dash. Uncle Jor-El. Kara's sudden shock shout caused Ryan to jump as her eyes went almost cartoonishly wide, going even wider as she saw the symbol on his chest and suddenly remembered the man she had blasted through the wall during her slightly delirious state upon awakening. You know that man? He's, who is he? Why is wearing that symbol? He's Clark Superman. Ryan suddenly froze as Kara rounded on him, her voice loud and high as she pointed to the image of Clark. Ryan was trying not to show panic or fear. It's a symbol. He's had it since he was Superboy. Most think it's just an S, but Clark told me to his family it means hope. Kara finished Ryan's statement, her voice trailing off as she looked off into the distance before looking back down at Ryan's doubt on her face for the first time. She then knelt and extended her gloved hand out to Ryan. Ryan, can you please give me your hand? I need to check something. Ryan froze for a second before lifting his hand and allowing Kara to take it. The woman gently placed his palm flat on her forearm and summoned her holographic display. She tapped the display, and her eyes locked the 3D display of Ryan that was projected as K-Layer scanned Ryan's genetic structure completely. Although it took only a few seconds for Ryan, it felt like an hour passed before a feminine robotic voice sounded out, Kara having made her AI companion audible to share the results. I have run a complete genetic scan and have determined that the individual Ryan is not Kal-El. Kara's eyes widened and was about to say something before K-Layer continued with her results. However, I believe I've determined why my sensors registered him as a member of the House of El and Kryptonian. Why? Kara asked, her breathing slightly elevated as she looked at Ryan, who didn't have the words to describe the look on Kara's face. Because according to my readings, he is. Ryan is genetically a Kryptonian. His previously dormant Kryptonian genes are overriding his human ones. I predict eventually his genetic structure will be 98.2% Kryptonian. K-Layer's explanation caused Kara's eyes to widen again as her breathing slowed as she stared into Ryan's blue eyes. The gene sequences present are from the House of El genetic lineage, making Ryan a member. And Kara whispered as she placed her other hand over Ryan's, their eyes staring into each other. Knowing her companion was leaving something out and not wanting to hurt her, but she needed to know. I have run the data 5 times. The House of El genetic markers, they belong to you. My conclusion is that Ryan is your direct lineage descendant by at least 1, possibly 2 generations. K-Layer answered. Her voice, although robotic, had clear undertones of emotions. I believe Ryan is your grandson. Wait, grandson? Ryan took back his hand, shock running through his system as Kara just let his hand go. Grandson. Kara looked even more shocked as her breathing took on a heavy, almost hyperventilating quality as everything hit her at once more than did Ryan. Grandon, you not Kal-El? I shot him with. By Rao's grace, we need to find him. Ryan couldn't react, as before he could think Kara pulled him into a tight embrace as she shot into the air faster than before gaining altitude. She left a crater behind, and everyone who had been watching Ice Princess was now trying to take pictures of her leaving. However, Kara just held Ryan tight to her side as she gained the needed altitude to run another scan. She knew it would likely drain the last of K-Layer's power, but that was the risk she needed to take. Only one thing mattered now. She had to find Kal-El and figure out what in the name of Rao was going on. Vought Tower, New York, midday, April 21st, 2020. You sure this would get us in? Huey asked Lamplighter as the man lead them down a dirty-looking side alley. Well, Huey guessed lead was a bit of stretch forced was more like it as Huey walked down the street, Dana by his side, as Sam Lane's asset walked directly behind Lamplighter. When Lois' father had said asset, Huey had guessed it was going to be some sort of secret agent or black ops soldier like Butcher or MM. However, the reality was very different. The man was about 6 feet in height, had broad shoulders, and looked physically fit enough that he could strangle a cow by Huey's estimation. It was what he was dressed in that drew the eye. The man was wearing something straight out of urban sci-fi fantasy novel. Jet black Kevlar armor covered nearly every square inch of him, along with orange flared gloves and boots, dark tactical pants, a utility belt, a metal chest piece, and an ammunition belt. The look was completed by a divided half-black, half-orange mask that the man wore over his face, and when he spoke his voice was distorted electronically, which did nothing to settle Huey's nerves. The man was also armed to the teeth. He seemed to have a gun or knife strapped to every possible place on his body that wouldn't impede his movement, which included a large katana strapped to his back. Luckily, the man seemed to have awareness not to draw attention to himself, and had covered his walking urban warfare arsenal with a trench and sweater with a hood. Both were very loose and could easily be discarded. The man had spoken very little during their interaction, and with his mask and armor, Huey had no idea if it even was a man, but he guessed it was due to the broad shoulders and body dimensions. He had asked the man's name when he had arrived at the parking lot. Sam Lane had sent him to meet this asset, but had only received a "that's classified" as a response and had been told to call him Deathstroke. Again, not something that settled Huey at all. "Yeah, I'm sure me and Mr. Marathon used to sneak college girls in this way," Lamplighter responded as he moved an air vent while they were applying to college at least. "Real charmer you." Diana scoffed. She was wearing regular clothes, but was covering her face with a bandana, hood, and sunglasses. "Move it. We are on the clock." Deathstroke's voice was harsh and distorted by a voice modulator as the man glanced down the dirty, empty street. "The tower is largely empty due to Vought scrambling from Sage Grove, but we shouldn't push our luck." Yeah, cool it, Terminator." Lamplighter grunted as a gun was jabbed into his back slightly, earning a shake of the head from the ex-superhero. "This way, there's a secret elevator that's not on the plans. No cameras or sensors that used to move stuff without any trace." Huey looked at Diana, who, although he couldn't really see her face, could tell she was grimacing, her body language screaming that she didn't like any of this. As the group moved into the tower, walking down a dark service corridor, Huey found Diana placing herself between him and the other pair in the group. Her body language screamed that she was expecting something to go wrong any second. However, Lamplighter just seemed resigned to be doing this, while Sam Lane's black-clad enforcer was unreadable. "Huey, what do you know about him?" Dana whispered as they turned a corner, giving a nod towards Deathstroke, who titled his head a little as if he had heard her, which Huey guessed might have been possible. "Nothing. He works for Lois' father. He's operative for the military, or something," Huey whispered back, his eyes on the walking arsenal of the man, who shifted again in a way that clearly showed that he could hear them despite their lowered voices. "Why do you know him?" "No, but I heard rumors of enhanced soldiers running black ops for the Army. They apparently came from a defunct weapons program the Army ran in the 60s. Didn't pay much mind at the time as I was out of the game," Diana replied, her eyes flickering to Huey underneath her glasses, but quickly went back to the man who had seemed tense since the conversation started. "Heard most didn't survive the experiments, and the ones that did fell far short of expectations, so the program was canned by the early 70s. "So wait, the Army was making soups?" Huey asked, his voice rising a little too loud, which caused Lamplighter to glance at them only for the topic of their conversation, to jab his gun into his back to keep him moving. "Honestly, I don't know. From what I heard, it wasn't superpowers they were after, just super soldiers, tough, strong, fast-healing basic stuff without the messy shit soups end up with. Like I said, I only heard rumors. They didn't know about V, so apparently they used Freddy Vaught's advanced research into human genetics to enhance them." Dana recalled the rumor, remembering hearing it from one of the few friends she had left from WW2 days in the 60s. According to the rumors, what they got fell far short of soups. It created some deadly SOBs, but in the end, more soldiers than super. "Honestly, I thought it was a lot of Cold War BS. They eventually reached what looked like an underground load bay. The area was deserted, and if the slight layer of dust was anything to go by, this area was rarely used." Lamplighter moved over to a set of elevator doors with a large biometric pad next to it. It was the only thing in the area that looked modern. Lamplighter walked up to it and took a deep breath as wriggled his fingers in the air, holding it just over the pad. As he did so, his black armored watcher shed his trench coat and jumper. "Okay, moment of truth. Either I'm still in the system, or we about to be swarmed by a lot of guys with AKs. Lamplighter released a sigh as he placed his hand on the biometric pad. "Wait, what did you just say?" Huey asked, his eyes widening as he twisted his head, expecting the guards to appear any second. And boom, bitches. We are in. Lamplighter grinned as the pad light up green and the doors open. He moment of triumph was defeated slightly as Deathstroke pushed him into the elevator. "Hey, watch it. Just do your part. Remember the deal." Deathstroke grunted as entered, followed by Diana and Huey as Lamplighter pushed a button, causing the doors shut and the elevator to rise. "What deal?" Diana asked, her head turning not to Lamplighter, but to Deathstroke, looking at the right side of his mask, which was solid black and had no visible silver as I like the orange side did. "Nothing that needs to concern you," Deathstroke replied, unmoving, his vision fixed firmly forward. However, Huey spotted that his hand that was holding. "And why is that?" Diana asked, her hands becoming fists at her sides as the elevator doors opened with a ping, revealing a semi-light floor with medical equipment present. Here we are, floor 67. This is the medical wing that creates V, so I've held up my end. You boss said I was free to go AF dash. Lamplighter had exited first turn ing, with a grimace of disgust on his face at being forced to do something, but stopped as he suddenly saw a black void square against his right eye. For Helena and Greg, Huey blinked. He recognized the names of Grace Mallory's grandchildren. Lois had told him once when he had asked about the woman. Bang. Because we are not honoring it. Deathstroke lowered his heavy Smith & Wesson model 500 handgun back to his side, his other hand wiping Lamplighter's blood and brain from his mask. His skull did break. Not so much of Tier 1 Supe, after all more like Tier 3. What the fuck? Diana cursed, pushing Huey behind her, raising her fist ready to strike the masked man that had just fired a .50 caliber round into a man's head and was now standing casually. He served his purpose, and this was more than he deserved. Deathstroke replied, his gaze lingering on the corpse that Huey guessed he would have spit on if not for his mask, before suddenly walking away into the floor. Now you have 10 minutes to search the place. Why 10? Huey asked, as they exited the elevator, stepping around the corpse whose leg was stopping the doors from closing. Because in 11 minutes the guards will sweep through this area, Deathstroke stated whilst pulling a small circle device from his ammo belt that he threw against one of the walls. But more importantly, in 10 minutes 20 seconds this place will be a burned out wreck. You think I'm going to let you blow up the tower? Diana stated, moving forward at blinding speed, causing her bandana and glasses to fall away as she grabbed the man's forearm as he was about to throw another device. Yes, I do, Wonder Woman, because of two reasons. Deathstroke didn't flinch at Diana's action and just met her stare, his mask showing nothing. First, you hate Vought as much as anyone. And two, although you could stop me, you don't have the time to stop me and search this place. 9 minutes and 50 seconds. Huey, we need to move, Dana grimaced, shoving Deathstroke's hand away as she stalked off, heading towards one of the labs, with Huey following her as he looked at the explosive device and dead body. If it makes you feel better, these are incendiary devices. They'll burn this floor to ash, but won't bring down the tower, Deathstroke shouted after her as he walked in the opposite direction, continuing to throw his devices to walls. 9 minutes 33 seconds. Diana moved quickly through the floor like a woman possessed as she and Huey started going through the labs that occupied the floor, her eyes glancing at Deathstroke whenever he came into view. Huey tried to ignore the man and focus on his task of trying to find anything that could remotely help Clark or could be used against Vought, which was quite difficult as the man wasn't subtle about his planting of explosive devices. Huey was pulling open a filing cabinet that Diana had busted open, and although the files were a treasure trove of information on V production, it was largely useless for Huey and the team. That was largely everything that he came across. If they had access to this a year ago, it would have been incredible, but now it was largely useless. I'm getting nothing. Huey threw the files he was reading over his shoulder as he pulled another drawer open and poured through another load of documents. Are you finding anything? No. And I don't think we are really here to find something to help Clark. Diana grimaced as she threw the clipboard she had been reading so hard that it impeded into one of the walls. I think this was all just to take out this lab. With Sage Grove in ruins, his would cripple Vought's ability to produce V. Yeah, from what Lois told me, that is something her father would dash. Huey never finished his sentence as Dana suddenly pushed him out of the way of a blade slicing the air where he had just been standing. Diana followed up her save by managing to kick Huey's assailant square in the chest, sending him smashing through the glass wall of the lab they were in. Huey raised his head from the floor and was greeted by the sight of Black Noir silently standing up as he pulled another sword from his back. Noir gripped the two blades perfectly as he titled his head, assessing the woman he was fighting, briefly examining the shattered plate glass she had kicked him through. Diana just raised her hands ready to fight off the man. Huey could swear he saw her smile slightly, as if she was looking forward to the fight. However, Moore took a step forward to start the fight. He was suddenly stopped, his knife suddenly logged into his right shoulder, causing him to turn his head in the direction of the throw. Irving! Deathstroke's yell was loud, and for a brief moment the voice modulator didn't work, and Huey could swear the voice sounded familiar. You and me have a score to settle. Remember Nicaragua? Noir didn't respond. Instead, he glanced at Diana before refocusing on Deathstroke, bringing his swords out to his sides as he started to walk towards his foe. Deathstroke responded by pulling his own sword from its scabbard on his back and lifting his heavy handgun and started to fire at the approaching Noir. The silent Supe ignored the bullets as they logged into his body. Although heavy caliber, they were slowing him down. In fact, Noir picked up the pace and started to run full speed at Deathstroke. Come and get, Deathstroke stated, emptying his clip before throwing the gun away and meeting Noir's blade with his own as the two started a brutal sword fight. Should we dash? Huey looked at Diana, only to be cut off this time as he ducked as the sound of automatic gunfire rang out. Bang! 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 Diana threw herself over Huey, several rounds bouncing off of her invulnerable skin as a number of guards appeared in the corridor, hefting assault rifles. Huey blinked as he found himself oddly not panicking for once as the world went to shit around him. He pulled the handgun Butcher had given him out and waited for a lull before returning fire. Diana went to work. Quickly, she picked up several pieces of debris and threw them at a trio of guards who went down when struck as she charged another set. Huey opened fire on another group, and although he would love to have said he hit something or really helped, all he did was force them to take cover. And Mim would be clipping the back of his with how bad his aim still was even after weeks of practice. Diana was in her element, though, as Huey looked at her. The woman smiling broadly now, and he even heard her let out a laugh of joy as she kicked a man through a wall. As Diana dealt with guards, and Huey did his best to help her with that, he was also privy to the sword duel also occurring. Noir and Deathstroke moved in what could only be described as a ballet with swords. The two moved and bent in ways that made the fight look elegant and graceful. However, that illusion was shattered as a spray of blood marked the wall as Deathstroke managed to slip past Noir's defense and try to put his sword through the man's shoulder. Deathstroke's triumph of skill, however, only result in his sword snapping against the Supe's invulnerable skin, and Noir using the opportunity to slash his sword, his right hand, across Deathstroke's stomach, splattering blood on the wall. Deathstroke tried to recover, pulling a backup gun from his side, but his injury slowed him enough that Noir was able to knock him to the floor with a jab to the face, which the Supe followed up by impaling one of his swords through the fallen man's left shoulder. The blow to his face had cracked Deathstroke's mask slightly. The man tried to pull the sword from his shoulder, but quickly turned his attention to a more pressing issue, namely the other sword aiming from his eye. Deathstroke raised both hands to grab the blade and stop it, his palms turning to red mash of blood as Noir's blade sliced through them. Noir knelt, pushing the blade down towards Deathstroke's right eye, and despite the man's attempt, seemed only able to slow the inevitable. Deathstroke's scream of pain sounded out as Huey watched helplessly as the tip of Noir's blade broke Deathstroke's mask and was clearly pushing into the man's eye. Noir's grunt of protest suddenly sounded out as Dana turned after leaping across the room to smash her fist into the last guard. She was greeted by the sight of Maeve Choke holding her teammate from behind. "Oh, shut it," Maeve grunted as she pulled Noir's mask up with great difficulty and then smashed an almond joy into the man's mouth. Both Diana and Huey blinked as Maeve let go of the man, who, instead of getting up and continuing the fight, suddenly started trying to grab something from his utility belt. As he managed to retrieve an EpiPen from his belt, Maeve just sighed and unceremoniously grabbed the pen and threw it away as the man collapsed on the floor. As Maeve turned to look at Diana, the older Supe just lifted her fists up, not sure if the woman who had attacked her apparent teammate was on her side. However, Maeve turned to face Huey, a scoff escaping her lips. "You're that Twinkie Starlight is fucking right," Maeve asked, already knowing the answer, shaking her head at the shit show she was seeing. About dozen plus dead guards, and the whole floor shot to shit. Yeah, I'm Huey, and that's Dash." Huey tried to answer, gesturing to Diana, who had blood dripping from her fists. "Huey, we need to move." Diana cut him off, her eyes turning from Maeve to the nearby wall, where one of Deathstroke's devices was still ticking down. "This place is about to get very hot. Go. I'll scrub the footage. No one will know you were here." Maeve looked at one of the devices on the wall and frowned, but quickly started to move down the corridor, leaving the area to take care of the cameras. "Tell Clark to call me. I'm still 100% in, and tell your saintly girlfriend she owes me one." Huey gave the Supe a nod as she left quickly before moving over Deathstroke, who was laying unmoving on the floor. The wound to his stomach and shoulder were pouring blood, and Noir's sword was still logged in the man's head. If it hadn't been for the raspy sound of breathing along with the slow raise and fall of the man's chest, Huey would have said the man was dead. As he approached, Huey froze as he could see Deathstroke's face clearly now as his mask had been shattered. Huey gulped before scrambling to lift the man up. He found he couldn't move him as he was still impaled on the floor, so the skinny former Bryman audiovisual employee tried to pull the sword free from his shoulder as the fallen man lifted a weak bloodied hand and pulled the other sword from his own eye. "Huey, leave that asshole." Diana grunted, her eyes darting to the devices that were very close to going off. "Help me," Huey grunted as he managed to somehow pull Noir's blade free, stumbling backwards before moving to lift the man up. Diana opened her mouth to protest. "Please, just help." Diana sighed, but seeing as Huey was for some reason not going to abandon the man that had caused this mess, opted just to help instead of wasting time arguing. She moved over and quickly placed the wounded man's arm over her shoulder and started to move quickly to the exit. She did glance at the man, who she had not expected to have dark gray hair and light age lines all over his face. Huey's mind was spinning about the new piece of information he had just found out and hoped his teammate already knew, or else this was going to be a very awkward conversation. 2 minutes, 12 seconds. "Thank you, son," Sam Lane managed to eke out, just loud enough for Huey to hear. Lois' father looked at him with one clear bruised eye and one that was just a dark wound that was bleeding. His voice started to trail off. "You're a good soldier. A good soldier." Grace Mallory Estate, upstate New York, Adirondack Mountains. Late April 21st, 2020. I should have gone with Huey or gone to get Martha. Annie paced back and forth, resisting the urge to bite her fingernails, a habit she hadn't done since she was 9. Have you heard from anyone? Not yet. Lois answered the question that Annie had been asking all day, shifting in her chair next to Clark's still unmoving form, placing a hand on her stomach that felt odd. Sorry, I know I'm being a pain. Annie sighed, stopping her pacing as she looked at Lois, who despite a brave face had looked more and more uncomfortable throughout the day. It's all right, I'm worried, THH. Lois suddenly lurched forward in pain, as she felt something odd shift in and felt wetness beneath her. Oh shit. Lois, your water just broke. Annie's statement was barely heard as Lois cried out again in pain, clamping her stomach, as suddenly felt more pain than she ever had. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Annie's repeated statement was accompanied by her gently lifting Lois from her seat and moving her swiftly to the couch in the living room. Lois started to swear as Annie moved like lightning to clear space and get her comfortable. The Supe was technically fully qualified as paramedic, and that had covered the basics of delivering a baby. However, Annie would be lying if she didn't say she was panicking on the inside. Training was one thing, but she had never actually dealt with the real thing. She gently removed Lois' trousers and underwear whilst grabbing a set of towels and pillow to make the woman more comfortable. Oh fuck, shit, fuck. Lois cursed as started to dig her hands into the couch's pillows so tightly they tore. Don't worry, just breathe. Your water breaking is one of the first stages. Nothing major will be happening for a 24-hour dash. Annie stopped herself as Lois howled in pain and did a quick check as something wasn't right. She just clicked Lois wasn't here 9 months yet, and her water breaking shouldn't be causing pain. Oh, okay. You've already started contractions. That's okay, we can deal with that. What? What do you mean, I've already? FanFic. Lois' head writhed back as pain shot through her as she felt an overwhelming urge to push. Annie, I can't, I see a dash. I've got you. Lois' eyes snapped open as she turned to see Clark was kneeling next to her. He looked a little groggy, but was awake and gripping her hand. Annie, take her hand. Clark, Annie asked, dazed at seeing the man awake, but quickly did as he asked as he moved to take over. Clark, we need a hospital. It's too early. Actually, it's not. Kryptonian pregnancies are faster than humans. I thought she might come early by human standards, and the birthing process is fairly quick as well. Clark stated as he moved into position to support Lois, whose head snapped up at his words. Wait, you knew. You bast HHH. Lois' admonishment was stifled as pain shot through her as she could only focus on what was happening to her. Annie just held Lois' hand for the next hour, offering words of encouragement as Lois just swore and cursed at both Clark and her. She got especially viscous at Clark whenever he gave her a direction, and Annie would have laughed if not for the seriousness of the situation at hand. Speaking of hands, even with her enhanced strength, Lois' grip was actually hurting her a little, and she guessed if she was human, Lois would have reduced her hand to mulch. That's it, just push one more, and we are. Clark stated as Lois gave one last push. He felt weight in his hands causing him to trail off. The room went silent for a moment before a single piercing noise sounded out as Clark gently moved the precious weight in his hands. What? What? Lois' head snapped up, her eyes going wide as she the source of the noise in Clark's hand. She chuckled slightly as Clark tried to cut the cord with a pair of scissors only for them to break, and he was forced to use his heat vision to complete the task. He quickly cleaned and wrapped the now quieting bundle of joy, moving over to Lois' side as Annie stepped back, fighting off tears in her eyes. Lois' hands shook slightly as she took the most beautiful thing she had ever seen from Clark in her arms. Although she felt drained and just wanted to sleep, she couldn't take her eyes off the small baby girl in her hands. She was prefect. She had a small tuft of jet black hair on her head, and as her eyes blinked open, Lois was greeted by a sea of blue perfection. Hello there, I'm your mom. Lois chuckled a little at the statement as she nestled the child to her chest and raised her free hand to allow the baby to grip her finger. Clark placed a loving hand on his daughter's head and was about to speak when suddenly a loud noise sounded from the front door. Thump! Thump! Clark and Annie shared a look as Lois' eyes widened, knowing they were not expecting company, at least not without prior warning. Lois tried to move and calm her daughter, who didn't like the loud noise but didn't have the energy, and stayed still as Clark rose and gestured for her to stay. He was still shirtless, but that only to Lois' eyes made him more impressive as his muscles were on full display. His eyes narrowed as he peered through the door to see who was knocking. His eyes widened, and before either Lois or Annie could say anything, he was already moving to the door. Annie placed herself between Lois and the door as Clark opened it. Annie blinked as instead of Homelander or some VOT security team meeting Clark at the door, she saw a tall blonde woman in white leotard, with a red cape and huge chest standing next to a skinny blonde child wearing slightly torn clothes. Kelo, Khalil. Author's note. End scene. So extra super long chapter for my very patient fans. I hope you all enjoy it. Longest chapter 1 have ever written, but so worth it. Answered a few questions, set up a lot for next time, and for the rest of the story as we approach Season 2 end and get rolling with Season 3. Until next time. Chapter 23, Knowledge. Grace Mallory's estate, upstate New York, Adirondack Mountains, 22 ND, April 2020. The house was quiet as a graveyard, as everyone sitting in the living room exchanged glances at each other. Clark wore a borrowed shirt that was slightly too small, while Lois sat nearby on the couch, cradling their newborn daughter in her arms, tried her best to keep the child quiet. He wasn't sure if he could have assembled a more awkward group of people in a room together if he tried. Kara sat awkwardly to one side in an office chair that had been wheeled in, as no one else wanted to be near her. Clark really wished he had time to process her arrival and speak to her privately, but Butcher had arrived soon after with both Becca and his mother. The much bigger family reunion hadn't left room for much else, especially when the newcomers learned of a whole new super nearby. It made for a powder keg that Clark was sure was about to blow up into a fight that he would have to step in and stop, but the day had been saved largely by Kara's complete lack of engagement with Butcher and Lucy. That had been followed up immediately by Huey's arrival with Diana and Lois' father dressed in his strange tactical outfit, bleeding from one eye with multiple other wounds all over his body, which apparently wasn't as big of a problem as it seemed, since Huey revealed Sam Lane's dual identity as an apparent super soldier. The general's daughters especially didn't take that well. They probably would have beaten the truth out of him if everything else wasn't happening. Clark's eyes shifted to Lois and the bundle of cloth she was cradling in her arms as his own mother sat next to her, casting her gaze at her granddaughter. The mere thought of that, let alone her presence, caused him to smile. "You have a pleasant dwelling, Kello," Kara spoke, snapping out of his slight haze as she attempted to de-escalate. She even gave a cordial yet awkward smile. "And your social unit seems very nice. Are they all members of the House of KNT?" Clark blinked, then glanced around. Reactions were mixed. Butcher had a look of veiled disgust, and his mother was letting out a slight laugh at the statement. Looking back, he could see Kara was totally serious in her statement, and although she had picked up on the room's reaction, she didn't know what she had said wrong. No, they're not. They have their own houses, and this isn't actually my dwelling." Clark gave an awkward smile back at the woman, who he felt oddly at ease around despite his mind recalling the fact she had shot him. "Kara, I don't mean to be rude, but who exactly are you? Why are you here? On Earth, I mean. I am your cousin, Kara of the House of L, lieutenant in the Kandorian Security Division of the Military Guild, daughter of Zor-El and Alara Nze. My father was the younger brother of your father, Jor-El, the primary and leader of the House of L." Kara stood as she spoke, and the boys and Lucy all tensed. One of Butcher's hands reached for his gun, while the other dove into his pocket. Clark could only blink at the new information, although he was surprised at how unsurprised he was at the revelation. Some part of him just knew she was who she said she was. It was an overwhelming yet subtle feeling he had since laying eyes on her, much like what he felt when they had been in Sage Grove. He made a mental note to brush up on Kryptonian physiology, as he had clearly missed something in his first pass over it. He opened his mouth to speak, but was beaten by Military Guild? So you're a soldier?" the man asked, his eyes raking over the woman, the statement doing nothing to alleviate the concern he had looking at the superpowered being. "In a sense, your language is limited, and the actual term for the guild is more comprehensive than simply military in our language." Kara became more animated, responding to MM's question before sighing and crossing her arms. "I was assigned to the Kandor Security Forces. My duties were mainly protecting citizens and ensuring all ordinances were followed." "Then, you were a cop?" MM raised an eyebrow, casting a glance to Butcher, who just shrugged but kept his hand on his weapon. "You haven't answered my question." Clark's powerful voice cut back as he crossed his arms, hoping the act had some universal transferable meaning as he looked at Kara pointedly. "Why are you here on Earth?" Kara tensit. Her eyes suddenly darted around the room, to everyone except Clark and Ryan. Clark had hoped her response was going to be along the lines of what he had pieced together about his own arrival, that she had merely survived Krypton and Earth had just been the place of refuge selected. But this, paired with what Ryan had told him about what she had done when she abducted him, made it clear there was more than simple survival. "Kal-El, we really should discuss this in private," Kara replied, slowly, her eyes darting back to Clark and trying to convey the privacy of the matter at hand. "This is not a matter for the natives to be concerned with." "Bollocks." Butcher's statement caused Kara to look at him, although his glare at her was undercut by her look of pure confusion at his word. "Kara," Clark refocused her on him. She snapped back to him, fixing her impossibly blue eyes on his own. "These people are my friends, family, and allies. We are not hiding anything from them. You need to tell me. Why are you here?" "It is part of the plan that your father and his allies created when they discovered Krypton was doomed and couldn't convince the High Council of that fact. Kara stated her eyes again, darting to the humans in the room, and clearly uncomfortable speaking about this, but compelled to do so. We are here to save Krypton, or, to be more precise, the Kryptonian race. By replacing us with Kryptonians? Lois spoke up, shifting her daughter in her arms, as a look of horrid relation dawned on her, as she looked from her daughter, Ryan, and then Clark. That's what V is about. Ryan too, breeding Kryptonians through injections of V until either they replace us, or the situation spirals out of control into a war, which the Supes would inevitably win. Clark finished Lois' thought, feeling sick to his stomach. The room fell silent, everyone glancing at each other, with Butcher looking over to Bika, who just pulled Ryan closer to her side. The action caused much of the tension to leave his body as he felt his hand in his pocket relax, his eyes darting up to his Becca. It was a shitty situation, but now they knew what was really going on and could fight BA? What? No. Kara snorted in amusement, cutting off Butcher's thought and causing everyone to look at her as she shook her head in mild amusement. The look she gave the humans, Lois in particular, made it clear she was not impressed at all. The contingency was to hide on this backwater until we could construct a Class 1 ship, use it to open a zone portal, and retrieve the others, at which point we leave and reconstruct our homeworld somewhere more suitable. Wait, what are you talking about? It was Clark's turn to look as confused as Kara had a few moments ago. Hiding? Ship? Zone portal, and what others? There are more Kryptonians. Kara let out a sigh, which apparently was something that truly had a universal meaning, as she crossed her arms and took a few moments to come up with a response. The look she gave the room was one Clark remembered from his early childhood. It was the look a teacher gave when trying to explain something very simple to a room full of young children. Many other species were jealous and envious of our technology. So with our planet gone, the plan required a temporary way station of sorts for us to hide, somewhere we could blend in, but also remote and unimportant such that no one would stumble across us. Kara explained, slowly looking at the room and making sure everyone was following her, hence Earth. I think you left out the part of shooting people up with drugs to turn them into psychotic super beings, to wipe out the locals. Butcher's voice caused Kara to look at the man, who didn't flinch as she took a step towards him. Vought was using you, love, and they created some right cunts. I have no idea what you're talking about. I would remind you that until very recently, I was unconscious. I have no knowledge about a drug, and if I may ask a question. Kara tilted her head as she examined Butcher, her expression clearly unimpressed. What possible benefit would there be to creating modified humans? What value would there be in a world this primitive? You said release everyone. Clark took back control of the conversation, his eyes focused on Kara. What is this zone you keep mentioning, and how are you going to build a vessel? The vessel was to be constructed with a sunstone crystal, which should have arrived with you to this world. Each pod was supposed to have one. Unfortunately, mine did not, due to the haste of my departure. It would have been a crystal about this long in length and white in color. Kara held up her hands about 30 centimeters apart to demonstrate, having no clue as to the units of measurement on this planet. They were all pre-programmed. Once activated, they would have created a Class 1 ship with everything needed. Clark's eyes widened. He knew exactly what Kara was talking about and had already used it many years ago deep in the Arctic. He hadn't known what the crystal was called, but it had created the structure that he had taken to calling his Fortress of Solitude. It's a ship. That would explain all that stuff on engines and interstellar charts that I couldn't figure out before. The zone in question, using the limited language of this planet, you would understand as an interdimensional realm outside the normal space-time continuum. The Kryptonian term doesn't translate well, but you could call it the Phantom Zone. Kara continued, focusing on Clark now as she ignored the others. The zone has, for want of a better word, different layers. Your father and his allies at Kryptonians placed themselves into one of these layers to be retrieved later. There are really other Kryptonians? More survivors? Clark couldn't help but move closer to Kara, his heart beating a mile a minute as he felt something deep inside a move. Yes, Kal-El. However, the task of retrieving them is far more difficult now. Kara gave her cousin a genuine smile, which faltered as she recalled the near-impossible task that was now facing them. I have lost the zone index, which would have allowed a projector to find the right dimensional layer. Not to mention, we would need to now build a projector with the absence of sunstone crystal. Clark opened his mouth to respond, but found himself cut off as the sound of a scraping chair caused everyone to turn. Sam Lane had stood up from the chair he had been unceremoniously dumped into and was dragging it forward as a makeshift crutch as he tried to keep his inside from bleeding with his other hand. However, although still bleeding, missing one eye and looking like he was about to keel over, Clark had to admit Lane still cut an imposing figure. Not to interrupt this fascinating discussion, but we still have a pretty large issue at hand. His voice was steady as ever despite his injuries and the clear exhaustion he was suffering from. Stopping you from bleeding out on the fucking floor, Gov? Butcher's snarky comment was accompanied by his gesturing to the floor and the drops of blood coming from his hasty bandages. I'll be fine, my wounds will heal. Well, apart from my eye, Sam admitted, shifting slightly, so that he could put more pressure. Yeah, because you're a fucking Supe. Mim shot back, crossing his arms as he glared at the man who had been lying to them for years. I am not a Supe. Sam Lane's explosion was accompanied by the chair in his hands, snapping into pieces. He stumbled slightly, but kept his balance. Cough, shit, I'm human. I'm just more so than most. That's not the issue. Neither is whatever the fuck this is. We just dealt Vought a huge blow. They're on the ropes, so we must take advantage now. An audible intake of breath could be heard from Diana, who was glaring at Lane, her arms crossed over her chest and grimacing on her face. It was clear that she wanted to put her fist through the man's skull because of the shit show he had just caused. It was only by the lightest threads she was holding back. And how do you propose we do that? Her question caused the man to look at her, and for a moment it looked like he was more likely to spit on her than answer. Victoria Newman, she has a hearing on Vought, and Supe's all lined up. She's just missing a key piece, Lane answered with a grin. And what? You think Blonde Leia is that piece? Butcher scoffed, shaking his head and rudely gesturing to Kara. You want us to go to Congress and convince them to roll out aliens are here, and you think that'll sort everything out? No, of course not. Vogelbaum is the key. The man has enough dirt on Vought that even Stan Edgar would have to roll over and die. The nearly dead general actually managed to crack a smile as he looked at the room. We already approached him, told us to fuck off. Mallory's face was a grimace, remembering how they had already failed to enlist the man's help. To you, but I'm sure Mr. Butcher could convince him, because we need Vought gone. Lane's eye turned towards the man in question, his smile turning dark as if he could see in a Butcher's head. After all, it's the only way for his wife to be safe. Butcher moved forward, but found himself blocked by Huey, of all people, who just shook his head and stopped him from punching his teammate's father. Okay, I think we all need to slow down and have an actual discussion. Clark moved into the middle of the group, seemingly calming everyone's nerves. Well, everyone except Butcher, who just looked from Clark to Ryan and then Becca before softening when he saw his wife pull the boy closer to him. Before anyone could say anything, the man suddenly turned on his heels and marched straight out the front door. Both Clark and moved to say something, but Mallory just placed a hand on Mm's shoulder, and Lois just shook her head at Clark. Grace Mallory's estate, kitchen, April 23rd, 2020. So it's really happening? Clark asked into a phone in the corner, his eyes glancing at the very odd scene of Lois, Annie, and Huey standing awkwardly looking at Kara on the other side. His mother was also present. She was seated on a chair that had been brought in and was gently swaying her granddaughter as the newborn slept. Yeah, Clark. Gotta hand it to Vic. Even though this was already in the works, she pulled this together damn fast. Vought is reeling and on the back foot. Pete Ross' voice was as chipper as the day Lisa Davis agreed to go with him to prom. It's going to be a joint committee, so I'm on it. I promise, CK. With Vogelbaum's testimony, I'm going to nail these SOBs to the wall. Still can't believe the guy agreed to it. How did that happen? Just lucky, I guess. Clark shifted uncomfortably at the thought of what Butcher did to bring it about. Even worse, no one knew just where the man was. Sorry, my assistant is calling. It's about to start. Are you sure you don't want to be here for this? Pete asked as Clark heard people starting to move in the background. Wish I could Pete, but I've got a situation here I need to take care of. Clark grimaced as he watched Kara pick up a frying pan from the island in the middle of the kitchen and put her hand through it as she tried to tap it lightly. I've got to go. I promise. First chance I get, I'll take you and little Clark out for burgers. Oh, he'll love that. I'll call you after this is over. Pete hung up, which allowed Clark to refocus on the room in front of him and take a deep breath before it hitched in his throat. Kal-El, where's Con-El? Kara asked the question before he could start his own questioning. He should be present, as this concerns him as well. Con-El, Clark asked, involuntarily glancing at the others in the room, hoping someone knew, but they all shrugged. Apologize, I am referring to Ryan, Kara stated as she stood proudly, though her tone was deferential and respectful. By our tradition and the law as a member of my lineage, I have provided him with a name befitting a member of the House of El. Okay, Ryan is with his mother, and Mim and Mallory are watching them. It's been an intense few days for him. Clark responded, feeling awkward. He was expecting restraint or at least confusion from Kara, but she was just being nice. Indeed, I did not mean to cause any stress. I believed he was you. He was near your landing site, had the genetic markers of our house, and Kara trailed off, releasing a very human-like sigh as a hint of sadness flashed across her face. And he looks like my own father's Orel. Genetic markers. So Ryan is a member of the House of El? Clark asked, trying to follow the twists and turns that every new sentence his cousin uttered caused. Yes, Kalayer has determined he is my grandson, although how that is possible is concerning. Kara shifted uncomfortably and gaze narrowed, slightly deep in thought. It means I have a progeny on this world. I can only surmise that during my hibernation my reproductive genetic material was taken and used, which is More than disturbing, it should be impossible. We are not compatible with this species, Kal-El. Apparently, though, somehow we are. Clark couldn't help but glance at his daughter and her existence, although it caused him joy beyond was causing him no end of confusion as to how she existed. Whose child is that, Kal-El? Kara asked, not missing Clark's glance, or that her question caused both Lois and Clark to move towards Martha, who cradled the child to her chest instinctively. She's our daughter. Clark looked to Lois before fixing his gaze on Kara, squaring off against her protectively. My daughter. What is her name? Kara asked gently, looking from Clark to his daughter as a broad, loving smile on her face that deflated any tension in the room. Mia. Her name is Mia Kent. Lois answered, moving over to Martha and looking down at her daughter, who giggled at the sight of her mother. We named her after my grandmother. Mia. What meaning does it hold? Kara asked, moving forward herself with Clark shadowing her as she stood to see the child better. On Krypton, names hold meaning. Kara means beauty. Ko means hope. Drew means selfless. And Mia? Beloved, Clark answered, remembering how he looked into the name when Lois had decided on it months ago. It's one of the meanings of the name. Her name means beloved. A fitting name. Kara smiled before she suddenly knelt, the action catching everyone off guard as she placed a closed fist over her heart, and with her free, placed 2 fingers gently on Mia's forehead. The child suddenly became calm and still. I greet you, daughter of Kal, primary of the El lineage, direct descendant of Iraq, the first of our house. In Rao's light, you are named CIR of the House of El, for you are and will always be beloved. Kara retracted her hand, which broke whatever she had been doing as she stood back up, and Mia suddenly started giggling and wiggling again in her grandmother's arms. Martha just blinked as she looked over her granddaughter, who seemed completely fine despite being almost in a trance a few seconds ago. What the hell was that? Lois asked, looking from her daughter to Kara, moving forward to try to stand in between her daughter and the woman, only to be stopped by Clark, who gently moved her back whilst gesturing to Kara to back up what she did. A Kryptonian naming bond. As the oldest member of the house present, it was my duty. Tradition demands it happen as soon as the child's name is spoken. Else it invites bad luck, Kara answered calmly. Your daughter is CIR, being the most appropriate version of beloved in our language. Kara, Clark said, please, I need to understand why you were in that pod and how you've been on this planet so long. I only arrived a few decades ago, but you've been here at least a century. A century? Kara paused for a second, slightly confused, before understanding crossed her face as the value was translated, although it was again replaced by confusion. What is the date? By our calendar. A Kryptonian calendar. Kellex. Clark moved to take out his phone from his pocket. It was the only method of summoning Kellex until he redonned a new suit. Can you provide the date in the Kryptonian calendar? Of course, sir. The current date will be the 35th Eorks, the 5th cycle of the 3rd Lorpax period, 3331 Amzit. That's not possible. Kara stumbled backwards as if hit by a ton of bricks. I've been in hibernation for 84.6 Amzets. We left at the same time. How long have you been here for? About 25 years from the date my parents gave me, Clark responded. Kara tilted her head at him, causing him to sigh and look at Kellex, who immediately knew the issue and provided the answer. 18.24 Amzets. I'm sorry if you both left your planet at the same time. How could Kara have arrived so long ago and Clark only recently? Then Yuar's theorem. Our pods must have been moving at different speeds, Kara replied immediately, sighing as if the answer was obvious, only to be met with blank stares, causing her to roll her eyes. It's very basic science. I learned it when I wasn't much older than CIRL. An object moving near or past the speed of light experiences time differently. My damaged pod arrived first because my drive was at near full capacity, while Kal-El's drive for some reason was not at peak efficiency, meaning he arrived much later. So wait, you're saying that Clark arrived late? Martha asked, looking at her son, and then at his cousin, which was still a thought she was getting used to. When was he supposed to arrive? If I understand your unit of measurements correctly, and the date is correct, his pod, like mine, should have arrived hours after Krypton's destruction. So by your units, roughly 116 years ago, Kara stated honestly, although even she grimaced at the news, not happy that the plan she was following was so off track. 116 years. Clark could only blink in shock. He had always thought he had arrived soon after his planet had been destroyed. That was what the message in the pod had suggested, but he guessed relativity played a factor. However, his mind suddenly started clicking other things into place. Kara said there were supposed to be other pods. If someone arrived on time and undamaged, that meant they would have been around since the early 1900s. That someone would have a far greater understanding of genetics, perhaps, than a lowly German scientist, and if they had stalled out in acting on this plan of Kara's, then they might have. Kara, who else was suppository dash? Guys, get in here. Now! Lucy's voice cut him off as she yelled in a panic from the living room. Clark and everyone else rushed in, finding Lucy with General Lane, who was lying on the couch, but had propped himself up as he stared at the TV. It didn't take long to see why. The channel was depicting the Joint Committee meeting on Vought and was focused on the wheelchair-bound Vogelbaum. The only issue was he no longer had a head. The scene rapidly turned to horror as another person's head suddenly exploded, followed by more and more as the committee devolved into panic. Clark, we need to G-dash. Annie turned to her friend, only to find she was talking to empty space as Clark had vanished, her eyes snapping to the TV as a crash sounded as Superman appeared on the screen. Clark quickly tried to gain his bearings. He saw Homelander and Stormfront, but neither was doing anything but twisting around to look at the carnage. He saw the lifeless body of Shockwave on the floor, along with at least a dozen people, then turned to see that most of the committee members had already left. However, he spotted one that he recognized that was trying to keep order as he tried to direct the abandoned staff members to safety. CK. Pete Ross gave a smile as he shouted at his old friend, already feeling safe that the godfather and namesake of his son was here. We need. Pete suddenly trailed off as he suddenly looked like he had a migraine and a small trail of blood leaked from his nose. His oldest friend reached up and touched his nose before looking at Clark, who suddenly rushed towards him. He reached him in less than a second, his eyes scanning Pete for injuries, starting his head, and what he saw immediately alarmed him. Pete. Splat. Clark never managed to say anything else before the sickening sound hit his ears and red-hot blood struck his face. He reached out to catch his friend. Preventing the body of Pete Ross from striking the ground, he was only able to stare in horror at the now headless figure of his dear friend. Clark just stayed still for a few moments as his brain tried to make sense of what just happened, and for a few seconds, it just couldn't. Well, shit. Homelander's voice caused Clark to snap out of it as he turned to see that he, Homelander, and Stormfront were all that was left. Everyone else was gone. Even the cameras had been taken. It got on my cape. That's going to take forever to clear out. Hey there, Big Blue. Stormfront gave Clark a little wave, glancing at the corpse in his hands before smiling at him. Yikes, bit of a mess, huh? Oh, by the way, when were you going to invite us over for a good old Kansas barbecue? I'd love to meet Ryan. ASO Clubs, New York City, New York, April 24th, 2020. Butcher stopped as he walked into the hole-in-the-wall waterfront restaurant when he had arranged to meet Stan Edgar himself. A security team was currently standing in his way. One of them lifted up his hand to his ear and whispered into the mic in his collar. The place was an interesting spot for a multi-billionaire CEO to host a meeting. Butcher had been expecting a high-rise restaurant or exclusive club, not a cheap bar and restaurant that proudly displayed a sign that read "Purple Hearts eat for free on Sundays." However, what surprised him most was how insecure it was. The inside was boxed in with no windows, so no trained sniper to keep him in line, and the building layout made covering it a nightmare. He's good to go in. The guard gave a nod to his colleague, who started to pat Butcher down, but stopped at another order. Boss said not to bother, just let him in. Billy's eyes narrowed at that as he moved into the building proper. No pat down was very unusual. Either Stan Edgar was very stupid or supremely confident, given that yesterday had turned into a bloody nightmare, where instead of nailing Vought to the wall, they were now America's saviors. The government and military were lining up to get their hands on V. Hell, even the police and fire departments across America wanted in. So he was going to go in with all the bravado he could. Thanks, Bibbo. Looks perfect as always. Stan Edgar's monotone, calm voice sounded clearly out of the deserted restaurant as he spoke to a large, burly man with gray hair, wearing longshoreman clothes with an apron over the front, who put down a plate of food in front of the man. Just leave the pot. I'll call if I need more. You want anything else for your guest? Bibbo asked as he gestured to Butcher, who was now by the table. I'm good, Gov. Butcher answered, eyes locked on the man he was here to see. The cook just shrugged before moving off to leave the men alone. Interesting place. Not what I pictured when the big slapper agreed to a meet. I've been coming here for years. It's one of the few establishments that all branches of the services come to. Or, they used to. Things have slowed down in recent years. The ASO Clubs was built by Bibbo's father, a WW2 vet. 70 years ago, the room where we're sitting was packed with servicemen and veterans of every branch of the service. I used to come for the crowd. You're a vet? Butcher asked as he took the seat directly across from the CEO, a slight tone of disbelief as he looked over the man. Yes, Stan Edgar replied bluntly in a tone that told Butcher that he shouldn't knock on that door. However, he quickly returned to his calm, detached nature. Firstly, I would like to extend my apologies regarding your wife. Vogelbaum, Stillwell, and Stormfront handled that situation. I wasn't aware of Ryan or you until 4 years after the boy was born. Needlessly messy situation. Wasn't much I could do, but clean up as best I could. Oh, and I bet you handled it differently? Butcher scoffed. He knew the CEO was as rotten as the rest of them. He may play things differently for the press, but everything Stan Edgar ever did seemed to reflect he had no care for the world or human life. Well, Yes, for one, you would be dead, and two, I would have placed Ryan in a far more suitable setting. Actual people, real school, a semblance of a social life. The man's casual statement of both brutal murder and apparent altruism caused Butcher to blink. Vogelbaum was an idiot, didn't consider anything beyond Ryan, and as being Homelander 2.0, never looked beyond the science. I took one look at you, and I knew what you were. And what's that? Butcher asked. He wanted to tell the man to fuck off and get to the reason he was here, but something was causing him to indulge. A soldier, a real one. Stan Edgar gave a small chuckle as he leaned back in his seat, as gave his appraisal of Butcher, the type you don't see in the media or people like to acknowledge they need. You're brutal, unrelenting, utterly ruthless, but most of all pragmatic. You know anything can be achieved if you're willing to sacrifice for it. And you know that in war, rules don't exist. Enough beating around the bush, you know why I am here. Butcher shifted his hand, slipping into his pocket, his hand going to the gun there, but also brushing against his security policy. On the phone, you said you could help, with both Ryan and recovering what we apparently lost from Sage Grove. The CEO ignored Butcher's aggression. His demeanor was now slightly bored as he picked up a drink. I'm not sure what you mean. Ryan seems to be in a healthy position with Mr. Kent, and with regards to Sage Grove, just what did we lose? That boy is your only contingency policy against either Homelander or Superman, and it doesn't work if he's playing around with one or both of them. I can fix that. Butcher gave a confident smirk and let go of his gun, taking hold of the insurance policy. And as for Sage Grove, you bloody well know what Vought lost. It's dirty blonde little secret that I'm sure you are very desperate to get back. Why do you think I would agree to any of this? Betray Mr. Kent and Homelander, just to have a boy and the blonde back. We can cultivate the material for making V artificially in this day and age. Stan Edgar counted, his eyes narrowing a little as he assessed Butcher. You don't want the world to find out you've actually been shooting kids up with. Drugs are one thing. This, though, they'll lose their fucking minds. Butcher's smirk deepened as he leaned forward to emphasize his next words. You'll help, because you're a ruthless bastard. Am I now? Stan Edgar took a sip of his coffee, rather than defend himself from the accusation. You made a racist piece of shite America's sweetheart. What else would you call that? Butcher pressed, wanting to see how far he could get the CEO to go before he either ran out of defenses or else tried to press for a deal. Tactics, Vought's position is still necessary, so I need to make people want V. Stormfront is good at fomenting anger. If they're angry, they want V. Therefore, Vought's position as the sole provider of V is secure. So she, for the time, is necessary. The man took another sip of his coffee before putting it down and fixing Butcher with a blank stare. Maybe you should take a look in the mirror, mate. That bitch should bother you. Butcher narrowed his eyes, feeling sick at the man's banal evil. In that regard, it's not really a matter of concern for myself. Butcher leaned back at the comment, as the dark-skinned businessman completely brushed aside the rogue, Nazi Supe predisposed especially against people like himself. So, Mr. Butcher, let's say you'll be able to get Ryan and Becca away from the others. I can control Homelander and hide them from him, but how do you propose I control the righteous fury of Mr. Kent? He will come after them. Firstly, just Becca. You get Ryan, Becca stays with me. Butcher pressed, leaving no. But that's the whole point, to prevent Ryan from becoming his father. The CEO seemed to tense slightly at the exchange. He needs his mother for that. Give him a fucking new mom, Becca stays with me. That's the deal. Butcher leaned forward, jamming his finger in the table to make his point, causing the cutlery on it to shake. I'll keep her from showing up on your doorstep. And if she does, you just tell her she has to stay away, that it's the only way to protect him from Homelander. And you call me a ruthless bastard. Stan Edgar's eyes glanced over Butcher, but his inner thoughts were unreadable. Very well, but what is the plan for Mr. Kent? This, one of my team napped it after tall, blonde, and busted woke up. Butcher fished the glowing green sliver of rock out of his pocket and placed his hand flat on the table to show. It hurt the blonde, so seeing as she and Clark are fucking relatives, it'll work on him too. I use this, and if you give me whatever you were using to keep her under, I can knock out the bitch too. Butcher looked up from the table, up to Stan Edgar, and the sight caused him to freeze. Instead of seeing the usual blank, emotionless face of the CEO, what he saw was a slight tremble and wince as the man looked at the green rock. That, however, was not what caused Butcher to pause. It was the front of him. It held a look of pure jubilation, but just a hint, lingering, ready to break forth, but held back in case it was proven false. What did you just say? The man's voice trembled slightly as he looked up from the rock, pushing back his chair slightly. As he did so, suddenly the tremble disappeared. The woman's awake, and Clark is related to her. Are you okay? Butcher asked, pulling his hand back as he felt the tension in the room shift suddenly. Answer the questions. The woman from Sage Grove. She is awake. And Clark is what to her? Son, grandson. Stan Edgar pressed, his tone, shifted into something Butcher had heard plenty of times. It was how officers spoke to enlisted men when needing answers without shouting. Yeah, She's awake and stuttering around. From the chin wag, they were having Clark's her cousin apparently. And the kid's her grandson somehow. Butcher replied more so, because of the dark pit he was starting to feel in his stomach than anything else. He drew his hand back fully and swapped the rock into his other hand so that he could retrieve his gun. Edgar didn't notice, or possibly he didn't care, as the look of jubilation before a phantom reared to life as he smiled to himself broadly. It's him, it's really him, and to think I doubted. Stan Edgar whispered to himself, unconcerned about Butcher, as he suddenly looked like a kid at Christmas. Kara's awake, the mission, the plan. We can do it. Finally, we can do it. Hey, what are you doing? Butcher jumped back, knocking over his chair, as Stan Edgar suddenly stood up and then started for the door. Where are you going? I'm finally doing what I've waited nearly a century for, and I. Stan Edgar stopped as he took in a deep, liberating breath like it was the first time he had breathed. And I'm going home. Grace Mallory's estate, upstate New York, Adirondack Mountains, April 25th, 2020. So, on a scale of 1 to up Schitt's Creek, how fucked are we? Lois asked, looking over the group that she found herself in charge of. Butcher was still missing. Clark was still taking calls, and Martha had just placed Mia down for a nap. Becca and Ryan were absent too. Both were resting, and given the hell they had been dealing with, no one wanted to drag them into this mess. Currently, Becca was trying to call Butcher to find out where he was, as the man had yet to show up, and Ryan was helping Martha with Mia in one of the bedrooms. Frenchie and Kimiko were on their way. Newman was surrounded by guards, and at this moment, they needed all the boys together to plan more than some politician needed protection. Supremely, like our usual level plus Butcher's level of crap, and then another mountain of shit. And him crossed his arms as he eyed Kara, who was just glancing to the other room where Clark was on the phone. Vought is fucking king of the hill, and Stormfront is dialing up the fear so high it's a miracle there aren't riots in every city in America. So what can we do about it? Lois asked, releasing a sigh as their worst nightmare, an avalanche of superpowered people, was about to happen. We need to shut Stormfront up and kill this move to get V into the mainstream. I've got something that will put the bitch in her place and slow Vought right down. Been working on for 70 years. Diana spoke up, a wide smile appearing on her face. I'm gonna need to borrow a laptop though, and if anyone has a journalist they know, please let me know their email address. I've got a laptop in the study that you can use, Mallory spoke, nodding in the direction of her study. Are you sure what you got will do the job? Oh, I'm sure. Diana grinned like a Cheshire cat as she moved towards the study, turning to face the room one last time before she left. Been sitting on it forever, didn't want to risk my kids, but now with Vought popping heads, there's not much left to lose. As Diana departed, the group moved back into discussing their next move, which ranged from fleeing the country to going an all-out attack on Supes and everything in between and beyond. About half an hour into their discussion, Lois saw Clark get more animated as his phone started to ring like crazy, which caused her stomach to drop, fearing some new disaster was afoot. After a very long call, Clark suddenly hung up and just discarded his phone and walked over to them with a grimace on his face. He was dressed in a Superman suit, once more, although the bright colors seemed as muted as the man's usual cheerful air. Lois knew he was doing worse than he was letting on. Pete's death and the Vought committee fiasco was laying heavily on him. She remembered a few hours ago, he had been on the phone with his deceased friend's mother, which had been heart-wrenching to watch. Who was that? Annie asked, moving to place a comforting hand on his shoulder. My aunt. Vought's in chaos. Homelander and Stormfront are MIA. No one knows where Stan Edgar is, and apparently there is something over the net that is causing a PR meltdown. Clark responded, releasing a sigh as he crossed his arms over his chest. That would be me. Diana arrived back into the room with a smile even broader as she carried a laptop on the screen facing the group. It showed a Newswire site with a banner headline, Stormfront a Nazi. Told you what I had would slow Vought down. You did this? Huey asked, nodding at the website that had dozens of photos, not just of Stormfront's Nazi past, but also her racially motivated arrests and brutality as Liberty. This is nothing, just what the networks have verified so far. Coming down the pipe is 70 years of me digging up dirt on the bitch. She's fucking done. Diana smiled, and there was a glint in her eye that Huey didn't like. It was very close to how Butcher's eyes looked. Well, that's good. I've had calls all day from every branch of the service wanting me to push V into Black Ops. This should slow them down. General Lane spoke up. His inclusion in the group was very much still in the air. So you didn't lie about being in the army at least. Lucy smirked next to her father, her tone far gone from the near reverence she used to speak with. Did you lie about anything else? Or just being a Supe? Do not call me that. The general's statement was punctuated by him striking the table he was leaning on and causing his fist to go through it. Really? Then what the fuck are you? Lois asked the question, glaring at her father, who, while she always felt distant from now, felt she didn't know it all. It was an army experiment run by Vought. Sam Lane whispered before standing up straight, wincing as he tried not to pull a stitch and looking at both his daughters. Your grandfather was killed by a Supe. A botched save collapsed the building he was in, left me alone in the world. I ran away from home, lied about my age, and signed up for the army. It was the late 60s. They needed anyone they could get, especially with the quagmire that was going on. Vietnam. Mim stated, looking at the one-eyed man who he felt sick just looking at, and that was before learning he might be the very thing he had professed to hate. Yes, Vietnam. Turned out I was a fucking great soldier, one of the best the army ever had, fucking thrived in combat. However, a year in, a dark-skinned woman in a suit showed up with proof I'd lied. She gave me a choice: court-martial in Leavenworth or a promotion and a chance to serve my country. I'm guessing you picked the latter? Lucy asked a rhetorical question with a snort. I did. It was apparently looking for a way to fight the war with fewer soldiers. Fucking thing turned out to be a Vaught's side project. That bastard Vogelbaum was running it using Frederick Vaught's original notes. Didn't understand at the time, but now I do. Lane looked at Kara and Clark as he made the statement, before pushing on with his story. I learned he wanted to see if it could alter our genes to match a specific genetic structure without the use of foreign material. It fucking hurt a lot, and apparently, after 36 dead groups of test subjects, the army had enough. 8 poor souls survived, including me. They wanted to make you super without Kara's blood, make you as close to us as possible without splicing Kryptonian DNA in, all without the randomness of Compound V. Do you know why? Clark moved forward slightly, his face trying to piece the puzzle together, but it still didn't make sense. Never learned that. And trust me, I've looked. With Vogelbaum dead, I guess we'll never know. General Lane gave his own snort at the irony of wanting the man alive. You said 8 survived? Lois' voice caused her father to refocus on her, her eyes burrowing into her. Yeah, we were broken into 2 fire teams, led by the highest-ranking survivors. One team was led by William Wintergreen, the other by my CO, Slade Wilson. Sam Lane said both names with a hint of pride and deep respect before his mood turned sour. We operated for nearly 2 decades the U.S. Go to Black Ops Squad. By the 80s, most of us were dead. I eventually took over what was left. Last time my brothers died in 84 because of more fucking soups. So to be clear, I am not a goddamn soup. We nay crash. Clark found himself cut off as he twisted and watched Ryan's body crash into the wall in the other room. That's a shame, seeing as we were going to be the only people left soon. Stormfront's gleeful voice sounded out as everyone was about to move, but stopped as Stormfront lifted up her left arm. I wouldn't try it. We don't want to hurt the baby now. Wah, wah. Mia's shrill shriek sounded as Stormfront held the baby up roughly to show everyone as electricity crackled over her upper arm, threatening to cook the infant if anyone moved. Clark's eyes flashed red at the same time the front door was kicked in and Butcher arrived rushing and being greeted by Ryan's prone figure in the scene of horror. He lifted his gun, ready the same as Clark to attack Stormfront, but both were stopped by the second floating figure that appeared from the hole Ryan made. Hold your horses, Slugger. You're not fast enough for all 3 of them, Homelander remarked as he held Becca Butcher and Martha Kent by their necks from behind. Now, we all need to talk and get how this is going to work straight. Clark, Lois tensed, wanting to move like everyone else, but was unable to do so, as Stormfront held her child. Homelander held Martha, and... Oh, we could do that in a second, but first, where's that fucking race betraying Dago bitch? Stormfront snarled. Right here, you Nazi bitch. Let the kid go. Diana moved forward and slightly away from the group, knowing what was about to happen. I'm the one, WHH. Diana screamed as Stormfront started cooking her with a constant stream of lightning. The superpowered woman, however, didn't go down easily, which made it worse. Diana crossed her arms to protect her head and chest, but it did little as started twitching and shaking on her feet. Her denser structure absorbed the attack, but did not resist it. Clark looked to Kara, hoping the 2 of them together could end this, but he was greeted by her staring at Homelander, her eyes wide in shock as she stood frozen. Son. Kara's whisper was lost to the rest of the room as Diana was cooked alive apart from Clark, who ignored it, and Homelander, who looked at her shocked. Stop, please stop. Clark tried to move forward, stopping himself as his daughter cried, pleading with Stormfront before turning to Homelander. John, please. Stop this, I am begging you. Clark, his mother's voice caused him to look at her. She was smiling at him as her slightly bloody left hand came into view holding a lead-line box she had somehow kept hold of. I love you. Take care of them. Before Clark could react, his mother opened the box, and in an act that caught Homelander completely by surprise, twisted slightly in his grasp before jamming the green rock hard into his wrist. The superhero's reaction was immediate as his world suddenly exploded in pain for the first time in his life. He dropped Becca to the floor and instinctively squeezed his other hand. Clark took advantage of Stormfront being distracted by Homelander's yell of pain to shoot forward, and before she knew what was happening, Clark had Mia in his arm and had struck the woman in the face. The lightning wielder crashed through the ceiling as Homelander stumbled to the floor, releasing Martha Kent as he pulled the green rock from his wrist, which shook as he held it. He quickly threw it away from him as hard as he could, the rock flying into the sky. He was about to yell, but quickly paused. Mia, Lois rushed over to Clark, ignoring everything else, even Diana collapsing to the floor, burns on her arms, but still breathing as she checked her daughter. "Oh, thank God you're okay. Clark, Clark? Clark was silent as he handed their daughter to her. His face was completely blank, eyes locked on his mother. Lois turned and froze as well. Even Becca, who was still on the floor next to Homelander, stared at Martha Kent, who was lying at the Star-Spangled Supe's feet, her neck crushed and her body unmoving. Homelander blinked at the dead farmer's wife at his feet, bathed in the noon sun from the destroyed roof to his wrist, which was already starting to heal from her attack. What in the ever-loving fuck was that? Homelander grunted, rotating his wrist as the pain left him, then looked up to Clark, who he was sure would see what was the real issue here. Something hurt me. That means it could who dash. Hurrah! The roar was accompanied by Homelander flying backward as red exploded from Clark's eyes and the room's temperature rose. Lois shielded her baby from the heat, but it suddenly vanished, and as she opened her eyes, she saw Clark was gone, a powerful burst of air telling her he had followed Homelander. She turned to see Becca scrambling over to Ryan, whilst Butcher moved to help her, and Mallory moved towards the slightly charred Diana. Lucy was checking on her father, who had been knocked over in the commotion. And Huey ran over to Martha Kent's body. The thought sickened her, but she needed to focus. She turned to look at Annie and Kara, only to find Kara gone, and Annie trying to rush past Huey and to get to the whole Homelander. Clark and apparently Kara had gone. Merde. Lois twisted to see Frenchie arriving with Kimiko, his gun drawn, and both looking horrified at the destroyed house. What did we miss? Lois opened her to say something, but a sudden, loud crack from above caused her to look up and Annie to halt. Both looked up to see Stormfront with a clearly dislocated jaw descending from the skies, her body engulfed in a sea of electricity that was rolling off of her. Lois' face turned to a grimace as she looked over to Annie, and then Kimiko both moved forward, positioning themselves to protect everyone else. Hey, that bitch is mine. Diana's voice cracked louder than the lightning overhead as she moved forward with her upper body exposed and covered in fresh burn marks. So get in line, because I've wanted to do this for a long time. Chapter 24, Revelations. Grace Mallory's estate, upstate New York, Adirondack Mountains, April 25, 2020. As she fell hard to the earth again, Annie was reminded of a preacher she once listened to when she went to the Capes for Christ summer camp as a kid. He was a replacement that summer for the Supe preacher, Oh Father, who Clark's Aunt Mary had pulled from the camp for some reason, something Annie remembered a lot of the kids looking very relieved about when they learned he wasn't coming back. That was the only Capes for Christ camp Clark had gone to, just a year after she had met him. She didn't blame him for not coming back. Usually the sermons, services, and activities at the summer camp were wonderful and filled with messages of love and good deeds. She wanted her new friend to have the same experience as her, and that was why she had invited him. However, the new preacher, who had only lasted the one summer before Mary pulled him to, had ruined it. In the time he was there, he had scared the daylights out of her with his hellfire and brimstone approach. He had focused on the damnation that awaited sinners and was very into the book of Revelations. And with his righteous bellowing, he painted a very vivid picture of the end of days that had been seared into her brain ever since. Lakes of fire, storms sweeping away the unworthy, floods, and just general destruction. The scene in front of her bore a terrifying resemblance to her old nightmares. Stormfront unleashed a barrage of electricity like the one that set the woods and part of the house on fire. The lightning was her only method of keeping Diana, Kimiko, and herself away from her. That wasn't even adding Frenchie, and Lucy Lane into the mix, but their desperate shots only managed to create a slight distraction. She felt herself bodily lifted and flung towards another tree, another reflection of her old nightmares. Clark was pissed. A blur of blue shot over their heads, followed by a pair of twin blurs, one also blue and the other white, and then a wall of force and sound crashed through moments later. It was like a great hand that picked everyone up, shook them like dice, and threw them down again. Annie shook her head as she rolled to her side before leaping to her feet and unleashing a few blasts herself, as for what felt like the 100th time, reassessed the battle raging around them. She hadn't actually seen Clark. Homelander, and Kara were just vague shapes streaking across the area and occasionally knocked into the ground. She was fast-hating when that happened. Being knocked around by air pressure was proving bad enough. But when they slammed into the ground, it was like their own personal micro-earthquake, which was also accompanied by them being thrown around by the air pressure of the passing super beings. As she twisted her head and spotted Sam Lane in the distance, keeping his daughter and granddaughter away from the fight, she felt a grimace appear on her face as she turned toward where Clark had headed. There was nothing but flattened trees and scorched earth as the ground shook again. She had no idea who was winning their fight or what was happening. Die, you bitch. Diana's voice sounded hoarse and more than exhausted as she leapt into the air again, using the scorched trees around them as poles to leap between them and gain height. As she reached the level that Stormfront, she pushed off, causing the tree to splinter apart as she soared towards the Supe. However, Stormfront was a fraction of a second too quick for Diana, who was rewarded for her effort by being blasted back to Earth, skidding into a small crater next to Annie. Or not. Fuck, that hurt. Diana coughed up a small amount of blood as she stood up and looked towards Stormfront, who was distracted by Kimiko, Frenchie, and Mim and Huey attacking her. You still good? I'm starting to run on empty. Annie replied, moving towards Diana, lifting her hand up and showing the dying glow there. She winced as she felt real pain for the first time in her life. How the fuck is she so strong? She got the fucking undiluted shit back in the day that, or maybe she's fucking juicing. Diana spat out loud as she coughed again. Before looking, either way we're fucked. We need someone stronger than us to take the bitch. Well, Clark's a bit busy, Annie panted, catching her breath as she pointed to the direction in which red flashes of light were occurring and the sounds of yelling were coming from. I wasn't talking about him. Diana replied, her head nodding towards the partially demolished house. Ryan's Clark's nephew, or some shit, right? I bet he can take her. Yeah, maybe. Annie nodded as she looked towards the house, where she suspected Becca and Mallory were. She hadn't seen them since the fight broke out. So what's the plan? You get the kid. I'll see if I can fuck up the Nazi bitch in the meantime. Diana gave a snarl, and without waiting for a reply, she charged towards the fight, where Kimiko was currently being electrocuted. Annie fought back the urge to follow the woman. Her every heroic instinct told her to head towards the danger, but her more rational side prevailed as she turned and raced towards the house. She passed General Lane and Lois. The latter was cradling her daughter in one hand whilst holding a gun in the other, whilst the former was leaning against a tree, still clutching his bleeding stomach, doing his best to keep them safe. As she arrived at the house, she was greeted by the swath of destruction caused by the initial confrontation, as well as the sight of Becca and Mallory digging into the rubble that Ryan had been knocked back into. Ryan, please say something. Becca's voice was hoarse as she shouted for what was likely the 100th time as she tried desperately to find her son. Starlight. Mallory's voice was exhausted but still commanding as she pointed to a large piece of the roof that had collapsed onto the area that Becca was digging into. Ryan's underneath here somewhere. We need you to lift this. Annie moved forward, lifting the large piece of the roof, her muscles slightly straining as she discovered that Mallory's house had been reinforced, so it was more than just wood and support beams she was lifting. She managed to lift it to about her chest before stopping as she heard the piece of debris start creaking, threatening to break apart in 100 pieces. Becca and Mallory were quick to duck down and quickly spotted the bright red, blue and gold that was Ryan's Superboy suit. The two quickly started to move more rubble out of the way and try to get Ryan free. The boy was mumbling and sounded like he had a concussion. Damn it, we can't get this beam off of him. Ryan, can you hear me? Mallory cursed as they found that one of the steel reinforcement beams was lying across Ryan, who only mumbled in response. Shit, we need something to use as leverage. Move. Butcher's voice caused Mallory, Becca, and Annie to blink. The man appeared to be panting slightly, and he hefted a long crowbar underneath the beam and started to lift, but only barely. Don't just gop, you divvies, fucking pull him free. Becca and Mallory managed to drag Ryan free from the rubble. With Annie lowering the piece of the collapsed roof, she held once they and Butcher were clear. As she turned, she saw Mallory kneeling next to Ryan, now free of the rubble and bathing in sunlight that was streaming in from the hole in the roof. The boy was shaking his head and blinking slightly as his mother smiled at him, and then looked up to her husband, giving him a grateful nod and mouthing thank you at him. Where have you been? Annie glanced at Butcher with a grimace as she looked at the man who had walked out on them. Doesn't matter. We need to get out of here. Butcher grunted in response, looking at the devastation around him, trying to figure out what the fuck happened. I'm guessing the wanker and the cunt showed up? Yeah. Ryan, you okay, buddy? Because we really need your help. Annie focused back on Ryan, who was suddenly looking a lot better as he managed to pull himself up on his feet. She could see the light bruising on his head already vanishing. Yeah, I'm good. Ryan nodded, blinking hard to dispel the last of his concussion before looking at his mom. You need to go? I need to help Clark. I'm not Ladash. Becca reached out her hand and placed it firmly on her son's shoulder. Guys, fucking move. Lucy Lane's voice cut off Becca as everyone looked towards the massive hole in the side of the house. The woman, along with a bleeding and limping MM, were running towards them. Crack. Smash. Everyone in the room was thrown backwards as a blur slammed into the center of where they were standing. Annie felt herself hit the back wall and then fell face first into the floor. She felt she now had her own concussion as she looked groggily up. The blur had been Diana, who was now practically naked and looked more like charred meat than a woman, but amazingly, she managed to get to a knee before she was slammed back down as Stormfront slammed into her feet first. The superpowered Nazi didn't look any better. Her costume was riddled with bullet holes, and she had deep gashes over her torso from both Annie's blasts, and where she had been struck by Diana and Kimco. Stormfront tried to say something to Diana as she put her foot on the woman's throat, but could only mumble through the broken jaw that Clark had given her earlier. However, given the glint in the woman's eye and the dark broken smile she managed to create, it was clear it wasn't anything pleasant. The woman's smile grew darker as she pressed down her foot on Diana's neck and also spotted the person lying in arm's reach. Annie fought to get up as she saw Stormfront reach down and grab Becca Butcher by the neck, lifting the woman clear off the ground, the Supe's eyes glinting with glee. Stormfront looked down at Diana and gestured with her hand to give her a second before refocusing on Becca Butcher. Stormfront's hand started squeezing as Becca's eyes widened in shock as she desperately tried to claw it away. Stormfront, however, paid it no mind. She was done with all of this and just wanted this over. First, she would kill this pathetic insect, then the race traitor underneath her foot, and finally find the baby, so this all could be sorted out. Ryan would fall in line once he understood his role in the new world they would create with her as his mother. The baby would only add to their ranks and was key to controlling Clark. She could already see it. Clark was the true Übermensch, the greater being crafted beautifully from the woman her husband found in the ice all those years ago, but he lacked the understanding that Homelander had of his place in the world. She didn't know how he had been made, but she would find the people responsible and kill them. His introduction had nearly ruined everything. However, he could still become a crucial part of the new order, and once they had the baby in hand, she would force him to embrace his role, maybe tell him to go and flatten Israel or something that should wake him up. No. Annie blinked as she saw Butcher managing to get to his feet before her, or Ryan, who she spotted, was getting up. The man rushed forward holding out a small green shard in one hand as charged. Whatever was Stormfront suddenly stumbled, removing her foot from Diana's throat, and suddenly looked pale. However, before Butcher could reach her, Stormfront twisted and blasted him a blot of lightning while still holding Becca in her other hand. The man crashed backward again, this time hitting the floor with an almost sicking crunch before he collapsed away, the green shard dropping from his hand and slipping into the rubble below. "Mom!" Ryan roared as she stood up, his eyes going red as he looked at his mom in the Supe's hand. Annie took the opportunity as Stormfront turned around to look at Ryan to let out a final blast at the woman, feeling the last of her strength go. However, her eyes widened as she saw in a second she unleashed her light blast. A beam of red had gone from Ryan's eyes, and a blot of purple lightning had been thrown by Stormfront. The world seemed to slow to crawl as Annie watched her blast, which was slightly off-target, crash into Stormfront's hand that was projecting the lightning at the exact same moment Ryan's red beam struck it. There was a millisecond of silence as a strange orb of light was created in front of Stormfront, who in a panic used Becca as a shield before a white light engulfed everyone. Boom! A few minutes earlier, pain. That was all he was feeling as he soared through the sky. It wasn't the crippling emotional pain he had felt all his life, but real physical pain, and it sucked. Homelander felt intense pain explode in his ribs as Clark struck him, there sending him hurtling towards the ground. Blood exploding from his mouth as his eyes fired a beam of red at Clark, who didn't even dodge it. The red beam smashed against Clark's chest, and all it seemed to do was cause the man to get angrier as suddenly shot forward and struck him again, this time in the stomach. They streaked past something purple and bright before hitting the ground hard. Crack! Homelander hit the floor and felt something go in his back, pain exploding down his spine, which was only overshadowed by Clark crashing into him, causing more pain in his chest. "D, you goddamn monster." Clark's statement was accompanied by a blurring fist striking him in the face repeatedly before Clark stopped for a moment, rage on the man's face as he yelled at him again. "I should have stopped you. I should have STO dash. Kal-El, stop. Please." Homelander blinked as his vision started to clear. Clark stopped punching him as an Angela blonde woman appeared holding Clark's forearm. "He is kin. All our laws, all our customs. We don't harm the family. He is my son. He killed my mother." Clark's eyes flashed red, blasting a surprised Kara back, who was flung into the air and countered with her own heat vision. The two beams collided, causing them to fracture like a prism, with beams of pure heat blasting off from where the two main ones met. Homelander, although bleeding and in pain, smiled at the beauty of what he was seeing. The beams turned to ash everything they hit, scorching the earth with their power. However, what his main focus was on was the woman and her words. As he managed to refocus on the world around him, her face was one he recognized because it was one he had long imagined in his dreams. "Please, I am not saying forgive Kal-El. I need to understand. Kara slowly lowered herself back to the ground, looking from her cousin to the man. Every inch her being told her was her son. Conflict on her face. How he exists, who turned him into this? He killed her. Clark roared back, throwing Homelander towards Kara, who watched as the bleeding and bruised man rolled to a stop near her feet. Kara opened her mouth to respond, although she wasn't sure what exactly she could say to Kal-El. Everything that came to mind about Crypotian culture, tradition, and history just wouldn't work. Mainly because it was clear that either her cousin didn't care because of his human upbringing or else was ignorant of the sheer taboo, the absolute impermissible nature of attacking a member of your own house. To Kryptonians, family was more than a word, it was everything. It was a fundamental tenet of their culture ingrained into the heart of every single one of them, that family, and nothing was greater than it. However, as she glanced at the man the world knew as Homelander, she also felt disgust rise in her, as the man had killed Kal-El's adoptive mother. Blood, or not, Kal-El claimed her as kin. So this man had committed the very act she was trying to prevent Kal-El from committing. She felt her heart and mind torn as she was faced with an issue that had not occurred since the time of Iraq. Kin had slain kin, and justice was required. Kara was spared anything as a dark, sickly chuckle sounded out from Homelander, who managed to push himself onto his knees, spitting blood onto the charred earth. The man's face was bruised and bleeding, but he gave an insane grin as he lurched up and looked at Clark, not an ounce of anger or fear present. Clark froze as he saw a mad, depraved, warped version of pride present, as Homelander gave a few nods of approval. Ho ho ho, man. This is what I was going for. Some rage, some fury. This is what we are meant for. Homelander gestured around to the destroyed, desolate landscape around them. We are gods, Clark. We could do whatever the fuck we want. You're angry, fantastic, that's what we need. You see what you can do when you let go. You're a monster. And insane. Clark spat back disgust and rage, moving forward in a blur and holding Homelander by the neck, raising his free hand into a fist. This is what you wanted. You kill my mother. I'm going to tear you apart. Oh, come on, son. That ant was Noth Dash. Homelander started to speak, wanting to show Clark how Martha didn't matter once he embraced the power like he was doing. I am not your son. You crazy, insane idiot. Clark's wrathful voice was equaled by the punch that landed across Homelander's face, causing blood to spray from Homelander's mouth. She is your mother. You are a mad science experiment gone wrong. My parents were Martha and Jonathan Kent. My mother. Homelander, although reeling in pain and still losing a lot of blood, managed to blink as he looked up to Kara, who had flinched at her cousin's strike. Red flecks of blood darted over her white costume, but a look of pure concern was on her face. Yes, and we are not even from this world. So get it through your bleached blonde skull. I am not your son. Clark's rage slowed into burning fury as he took in labored breaths, his eyes flashing red, and he readied his fist. Now let's finish this. Kal-El, please. Kara moved forward, however she froze, unsure of what to do to protect the child she didn't know how existed, or let the cousin she swore her life to carry out his version of justice. It's funny. If I had known this is what it would have taken to make you embrace your true self, I would have killed her first, then the other one. Homelander's words caused Clark's fist to freeze in an instant, an inch from his face. The man was becoming half-conscious and was starting to feel the effects of blood loss. The other one? Clark blinked first in confusion before a look of tentative, horrified understanding appeared. What do you mean the other one? What? That hick farmer, of course. Thought you knew. Homelander scoffed, either accepting Clark was going to kill him in some messed up belief it made him right, or else he had now lost so much blood his mind just wasn't working right. Fucking Bug was too stupid to be scared. He told me to leave. Me, couldn't even handle a light squeeze to the throat. Died on the floor, scrambling for his pills. You killed my pa. Clark's rage returned twofold as his fist started to slam into Homelander's face, causing more blood to spray across Kara's white uniform. D. Crack. You. Crack. Fucking monster. Crack. I'll kill you. For my parents. For my... Clark froze again. His fist dripped with blood as the rage and fury left him like tears being wiped away by a kind and gentle hand. Kara's eyes widened as she watched her cousin let go of Homelander, who collapsed to his knees, his arms limp by his side. His face a pulverized mess, but the shallow breathing showed he was alive. No, never that. Clark's whispered words as he took a deep breath, and his face scrunched up briefly as he willed himself to do this. He took a deep breath before fixing a look of pure, unrelenting determination on his face as he picked the limp, bleeding, half-dead Supe from his knees, bringing the bloody mess of which was his face up to his own. You don't get to decide what their lives meant. You don't get to decide anything anymore. Clark gasped out as he fought back what every inch of his being was screaming for him to do. You don't get to use them to turn me into you. They were insects, nobodies to you? Well, those nobodies just saved your life. Those nobodies taught me all life matters, everyone matters, even things like you. They taught me right from wrong. They taught me to value life. They saved you, understand? They saved you. Clark took a moment as he closed his eyes and could still see them, his perfect memory conjuring their ghosts before him, their loving, kind smiles, his father's proud eyes, and his mother's heartwarming gaze. Their names were Jonathan and Martha Kent. In their name, in their memory, I'm letting you live. Clark lifted Homelander again, bringing the man, who he wasn't even sure was conscious, back up to his eye level. I'm letting you live, but you're done. No more doing whatever you want or I will stop you. And you stay away from Annie, Huey, Lois, my daughter, and the rest of them, or I will dash. Boom. Clark felt the explosion as he turned and saw an explosion rip apart what little remained of the left side of Mallory's house. Clark dropped Homelander and in a blur sped towards the new destruction. However, the man didn't hit the floor as Kara caught him in her arms. She went to her knees, cradling the man who was the spitting image of her own father, just with her mother's blonde hair, instead of the black hair, near universal to the men of the House of L. Her eyes glanced towards where Kal-El had headed and then back to the man in her arms for the first time in her life. She had no idea what to do. None of this had been in the plan. Clark, for his part, had arrived mere seconds after the explosion had ripped through the building, and the sight that greeted him was awful. Stormfront was lying in the middle of the room. Her limbs were gone and her entire body was charred. She was incoherently muttering something in her native German. However, Clark ignored that, focusing on the two other wounded people. Diana was alive, but barely, and looking at the pieces of bone and burn marks on her back, she had thrown herself in the last second to shield Butcher from the blast, as he was the only non-powered person present that she could have reached. However, what drew his eyes was Becca Butcher. She was on the floor a few feet from Stormfront, and looked somehow worse than Stormfront. There wasn't an inch of her body that was intact, or wasn't bleeding. No, Becca, stay with me. Butcher was kneeling next to his wife, blood pouring from several wounds, and most of his left side was burnt from the explosion. We can get help. I can. He's good. He's good. Remember that. Becca lifted her hand and touched Butcher's face before it fell lifelessly to the floor. Butcher brought his shaking, burnt arm, and ignoring the pain, he managed to caress the now still and cold face of his wife. He looked about to cry when suddenly he turned his head and looked at the only other occupant besides Clark, Ryan, who was still on his feet. The boy was bruised, and the prototype Superboy costume he had been wearing was largely torn or burned, showing the wounds on his chest that were already healing in the sunlight. He was trembling and looked like he was trying to speak, but the sheer shock at both the devastation and his mother's death was causing him to freeze. You? Butcher growled and stood up after gently placing Becca down, moving towards Ryan, but he suddenly stopped before even Clark could react. The anger and rage left him as he looked at the terrified boy, his head turning to look at his wife before he briefly closed his eyes as he fought down whatever darkness was trying to break loose. Butcher opened his eyes again and then looked not at Ryan, but at Clark with a slight grimace. You look after him, or else I will fucking end you. Butcher delivered his threat and then turned around, picked up his wife, and then just left without saying another word. Ryan, Clark spoke after a few moments of silence, moving forward and placing a hand on the boy's shoulder. Ryan, I'm H-. Clark was cut off by Ryan turning around and hugging him hard, nearly knocking the wind out of him as his gaze rose from the boy whose pain he understood all too well to the destroyed house around him. Clark's eyes were scanning the rubble for his mother when he heard something to his side. It was distant as he was distracted by his surroundings. He turned and saw Annie managing to stand on her feet in clothing burnt and torn by the explosion. Clark, what do we do now? Annie managed to wheeze out as she felt her lungs on fire and was pretty sure at least 2 ribs were broken. Clark paused as he looked around the demolished house. His arms were still wrapped around Ryan as he saw Lois with their daughter and the rest of the team limp into view. We do better. Central Park, New York City, New York, July 1st, 2020. The park was lovely as the warm summer air lingered perfectly enough to let the cooling breeze that picked up every few minutes feel wonderful on the skin. 2 joggers passed by, and one of them gave a second glance, almost recognizing the occupants of the bench for a brief moment before they dismissed it. Clark didn't watch them. His eyes were focused on the great lawn in front of him, even though it was still early in the morning. Several games were already in swing on the baseball pitches. Huey's sorry he missed the funeral and only showed up for the wake. Annie's voice caused him to turn to her. She was in her civilian clothes, sipping the black sugar-loaded coffee she loved. He's just started the new job, and time got away from him, and again, he's super sorry about Dash. It's all right. I understand. Clark leaned back and gave Annie an understanding smile that stopped her from going full ramble. So how's he finding working for Newman and the Federal Bureau of Superhuman Affairs? He's optimistic, excited. I think it will be good for him to step out from Butcher and Lois' shadows. Annie smiled, remembering the smile that had been on Huey's face as he talked about his new role. You know, he's asked me to see if you'd reconsider. Working for the Bureau? Clark looked at Annie, who nodded at his question, causing him to sigh. Tell him thank you, but, Annie pressed, eyeing her friend, who had a look she knew while he had a plan or an idea in his head. But I've got my own idea about moving forward. Clark looked back out over the park and the simple scene of ordinary people living their lives. Tell them if they need help sorting anyone out that they can't deal with, I'll be happy to lend a hand. Will do. So what's this big idea of yours? Working with Lois Fathermore? Or do you and Diana got something on? Annie asked with a smile on her face as she leaned back on the park bench, curious what her friend was planning. Diane is healing up at the moment and back with her kids. Lois' father? Well, he's officially retired now. Can't be in the army with one eye. Clark replied. His words caused Annie to raise a very skeptical eyebrow at his news. I did say officially. Lois tells me he's already working with Mallory on off-the-book stuff. She says he's opening his own private military company as a front. That sounds like it's going to be not a problem at all. Annie scoffed, already picturing the headache Sam Lane was going to cause for them in the future. She looked out at the park for a few moments before speaking again. Have you heard from Kara? No. She's disappeared. I've looked but found nothing. Clark's face fell into a grimace as he crossed his arms and let out a deep breath. I'm sure she'll show up her and the other one. The other one? Annie asked, tilting her head at Clark, whose eyes narrowed as his mind started working. It's the only thing that makes sense. There's another Kryptonian on this world. One who's been in the shadows for a long time. Clark revealed his thinking, each word causing the pit in Annie's stomach to deepen. I thought V was about replacing the human race, but that was Stormfront and Frederick Vought's plan. No, how the lab with Kara's pod was set up and everything around it tells me something else was going on. What do you think it is? Annie felt a chill go up her spine as the warm sun bathed them in its warm rays. I think all of it, all the human experiments, all the trails, all the chaos V created, was just collateral damage. I think Compound V was just about getting Kara out of that pod. Clark felt a sour taste in his mouth as he spoke out what had been turning in mind for weeks now. How could V get her out of that pod? Annie asked, confusion overriding her sense of dread for a moment as she failed to put the pieces together. V was made from her. Kara said certain Supe's register as having traced genetic material of the House of L, and the pod she was in needed a close family genetic match to revive her. Clark ran a hand through his hair as he felt the sourness in his mouth to even bitter. I think V was just a means to that end, and superpowers were just a byproduct. The experiment that created Sam Lane was trying to create a genetic match to Kara as close as possible. I just happened to stumble across her before someone like Ryan was born and brought to the pod by whoever is behind this. Which leads me to my biggest concern. What is this person going to do now that Kara's awake? Annie guessed her own mind, wondering if the world could survive two people like Clark following some strange alien plan they didn't know anything about. There's that. But if I'm right, it means someone unleashed chaos on the world without regard to the damage and the potential it could wipe out the human race, all just to save one person. Clark swallowed the sourness he felt in his mouth, but it did nothing about the bitterness that lingered there. That's what worried me more. That V isn't part of some grand ancient plan, that it was just a means to an end, and that Supe community is the way it is not because of malicious intent, but just complete apathy to the consequences. That is someone very dangerous, more dangerous than Homelander. Well, at least we don't have to worry about him now. Annie reached for the one silver lining that she had found from the whole Horde affair. You saw the press conference he gave, apologized to me. Maeve admitted to the world Stormfront was a Nazi. That guy's cowed. Hell, he's not even threatened Ashley since you beat him down. For now, Clark responded, shifting, fighting the urge that lingered in him, the one that wanted to find Homelander and beat him to death. I just hope he stays that way, for his and everyone else's sake. I'm still surprised you didn't throw him in jail. Annie scoffed, remembering her surprise that she had seen the man still walking around the tower free, albeit cowed, after the beating Clark gave him. Government wouldn't go for it, even with me as a guarantor. Clark sighed as he remembered. Lois spoke to Newman about it. She said unless I'm willing to permanently solve the issue, he's still a no-go. I'll just have to keep him in line. We will keep him in line. Annie smiled, feeling the pit and stomach vanish as she smiled to her best friend in the world. I'm with you all the way. Homelander, alien plots, how you can bring on Martians and wizards, and I'll be right behind you. Good. Clark chuckled and smiled right back to Annie, feeling the weight on his shoulders lessen just with her smile. Because of that idea, I had is going to need it. Oh yeah, so what is it exactly? Annie asked, her enthusiasm and curiosity rising with each second. It's likely going to take a year or two for me to get everything set up, legally and financially, so we're separate from Vought. Clark looked Annie straight in the eye. But I've got an idea for a new way of doing things. A new team, more to league actually, shake things up that sound good. Oh hell yes. Annie raised her sugar-filled coffee before draining it and feeling ready to take on the world. Grace Mallory's estate, upstate New York, Adirondack Mountains, April 25th, 2020. After Clark and everyone had left. Via está. Stormfront struggled to move as every inch of her body felt pain and even though she felt them, she knew she had barely any limbs left attached to her body. She was twisting to try and see whose shadow had appeared over her, but couldn't move to see anything but a dark, featureless shadow. "Look at you." Stormfront froze. She knew that voice well. She hadn't heard its strange accent and commanding tones for decades, but it was the same one that she had overheard her beloved Frederick talk to, the one that had gotten them to America and helped them understand the secrets of the pod. All that power, and you end up like this. How disappointing. Why you? Stormfront's eyes widened as the figure moved into her view, and she finally had a face to go with her memories. It was the last person she ever expected. "Yes, me." Stan Edgar shifted slightly, so he could coldly look over her charred body easier, as he then turned to assess the rest of their surroundings. "Untermensch, you can't be him. You're just an dash." Stormfront tried to spit the word as bile and rage built up while she flailed on the ground. "Humph. A century on this backwater, and I still don't understand the importance some of you place on such insignificant things as skin pigmentation or belief in a particular deity." Stan just shook his head as his eyes suddenly found what he was actually there for. "There you are. Where are you going?" Stormfront cried as the man just stepped over her and walked away, ignoring her like she's something he would scrape off his shoe. "Get back here." Kara was cradling Homelander, who was still unconscious from the vicious beating Kal-El had given him. She knew her cousin had departed with Con-El and his life mate, but she couldn't just leave a member of her house like this. Her head snapped up as she heard and felt the approach of someone nearby. For a moment, she hoped it was Kal-El. If he returned, they could work through this and hopefully salvage the mission. However, the person who greeted her was someone she never thought she would see again. A mixture of hope and relief exploded in her chest as she knew everything was going to be all right. "Uncle, is that you?" Kara asked tentatively in case this was all just a cruel joke played by the universe, and the man just looked like the man she had known all her life. "It is, child." Stan Edgar spoke softly as he came to stand in front of Kara, a gentle smile on his lips before he turned into a half-serious, half-joking tone. "But is that any way to greet your commanding officer?" "Sorry, General." Kara gave a happy chuckle as she gently placed Homelander on the floor, then placed one hand on her chest and moved to kneel before her commander. "Lieutenant Kara Zor-El, reporting for duty, General Zod." "Good. Now get up and hug your uncle." Zod opened up his arms and enveloped Kara in a deep, heartfelt hug before breaking apart and looking at the woman who he had helped raise by Rao. "It is good to see you awake. Finally, we can complete the mission. Uncle Drew, Kal-El is unbalanced. Kin has slain kin, and I do not understand what has happened." Kara grew frantic, and uncertainty rose in her as she looked at her son on the floor, gesturing to him. "How does this man exist?" "I know. I can explain everything, including this creation." Zod's confident presence banished all of Kara's fears in a second. He nodded and smiled benevolently. "Kal-El just needs time to calm down, and then together we will convince him of his true place and of the importance of our great work. We have time. He will join us, and we will go home." "Home." Kara whispered the word as she felt relief flood through her. "What do we do first?" "First, we let this world show Kal-El its true colors." Zod looked down at the creation he despised, the warped, cracked, and pale reflection of the family he had known since boyhood. "And then we show him a better one." Chapter 25, A New Society. August 1st, 2022. The rain was heavy and cold, but welcomed as its constant beating on the ground and against the gathered people drowned out the world around them. He wasn't sure who, if anyone, was speaking as his eyes remained fixed on the center of everyone's focus. He felt warmth grip his hand as he turned slightly to see Annie take his hand and give it a gentle squeeze that he couldn't feel in his numbness. He looked at her face, which was still battered, bruised, and slightly swollen, his eyes darting down to her other arm, which was still in a cast and sling. His vision flicked even lower to the wheelchair she was currently occupying. The numbness he felt quelled any hint in his chest that he knew should be there as he looked at her broken limbs and bruised face. Nothing at all came to him. The dull emptiness had been his constant companion ever since it had happened, and he wasn't sure what would be worse, its continuing presence or inevitable absence. Its presence rendered him unfeeling, cold, and distant to those around him in the time they needed him, needed his warmth, his constant optimism. However, he feared what his departure would bring when whatever shadow had cloaked itself over him fled in the cold light of reality when feeling would return, and it would reveal him broken to the world. He scoffed at that thought. Broken to the world. The world was the one that was broken. The proof was before his eyes as the coffin lowered into the cold, wet earth. Kent Family Conglomerate Building, downtown Los Angeles, California, May 20th, 2022. Mr. Kent, I understand what you think you want, but this is risky. Clark resisted a sigh as the lawyer repeated in slightly modified terms what the other 12 had been saying for the past 2 weeks. We would advise that this endeavor be placed on hold for a while. What we mean, sir. His eyes turned to the lawyer nearest to him, who shifted under the piercing gaze of his blue eyes, is that this project isn't beneficial to you or your family in any way. You're sinking a huge amount of your capital into it, and at its best, it will be merely self-sufficient. Gentlemen and ladies, I do understand your concerns, Clark replied, looking over the faces seated at the long conference table and giving them a polite smile. However, this project is going ahead despite any objections or reservations. So what I want to know is it ready? There was silence. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see the one person in the room who was smiling at the situation. His Aunt Mary was chuckling to herself at the awkward shifting of the team of lawyers she had helped her nephew put together. She let out one last silent laugh before leaning forward and pushing her own folder across the table. It's ready. Sign these, and give or take 2 months, it will all be live, to borrow a phrase. Mary gave a little smirk as she saw how flustered the lawyers in the room were at her news. So, we're really doing this? Yes. Clark smiled at her and nodded as he quickly super-speed read the paperwork before him and then signed it. Thank you for your time. I will be in touch if we need anything further. The lawyers all either sighed or shook their heads, but no one said anything further as they all quickly left the room, leaving Clark and Mary alone. He looked over at his aunt, his eyes examining her head to toe. The 2 years since losing her sister had not been great for the woman. Outwardly, she appeared to have aged a decade. Her hair was shorter now and fully gray. She had been a wreck at the funeral, and it had taken months for her to pull herself back together, only for her to then throw herself fully into Clark's project. Although he was more than thrilled to have her with him, he was worried the stress and the incredibly long days she had committed to weren't doing her any good. That wasn't even mentioning her balancing act between her job at Vought and everything else, although she had stopped towing the company line, which was making her a pariah at work. I'll get these filed and contact everyone on your list. Mary stood up, grabbed the paperwork that Clark had signed, and gave her nephew a deep smile. I'll also be handing in my resignation to Vought. Are you sure? He asked, looking at his aunt with more than a little concern. I know everything that happened, and I'm not saying to stay, but the company has been your life for a who dash. They dash, he killed Martha. Mary cut off her nephew, who could see her hands tightening on the documents she was holding. I've only stayed to protect and help you, and I want to do some good in my life before my time is up. Clark gave his aunt an understandably sad look and was about to say something else when he felt his phone in his pocket starting to vibrate. He quickly withdrew it, giving his aunt an apologetic look, and just sighed as he saw the text message and accompanying email that had been forwarded to him. He looked at the time and frowned as he tried to work out how to sort out everything else he needed to do today and resolve this new situation. Your wife. Mary's words caused Clark to look up from his phone and give a rueful smile. The boy or the girl this time? The boy. Clark gave a small chuckle. He always did forget that Mary had raised her own children and so was very good at recognizing all the looks parents have. Go. Mary said firmly enough that Clark knew that there would be no arguing with her. I've got everything else here covered, and besides, I don't want to deal with a pissed off Lois. I'm good, but not that good. Clark smiled and thanked his aunt with a quick hug, an act that she still only begrudgingly accepted before he turned around and left via the window. Mary shook her head. Despite living around Supes all her life and having been a fixture in Clark's life, she would never get used to him jumping out of windows to leave. She went to double-check all the paperwork she had, making sure none had gone unsigned. This project had so many moving parts that all needed to go off at once that one missed signature could cause it to grind to a halt before it launched. Just as she was about to leave the office for another day of balancing Vought, her nephew's agency, and his new project, she felt her own phone ring. She pulled it out, and when saw who it was, her own eyes narrowed. That man somehow always managed to call just after Clark left to deal with something. For a moment, she considered ignoring the call, but she knew that would only result in her phone buzzing at her for the rest of the day until she answered it. Yes. Mary slammed the accepted call button before plastering the phone to her ear as she power walked to her office in her nephew's building. What do you want? Such an aggressive tone. Stan Edgar's calm, monotone voice sounded out on the other end of the line, just causing Mary to snarl. Why such hostility? We are partners after all, and you did come to me for help when this all began. Stan Edgar was still the CEO of Vought, and despite the speed bumps the company had suffered over the past few years, he was still one of the most powerful men in the world. However, whilst before he had always been a behind-the-scenes backroom dealer, now the enigmatic businessman had gone full-blown deep-state shadow broker. Hardly anyone had seen the man since he briefly fell off the radar 2 years ago and started running the company by teleconferences and emails. Mary had been spending a lot of time trying to figure out what game he was playing, as he was still no closer to figuring out what his true agenda was. I'll say again, Mary reached her office and slammed the door behind her as she placed her phone on speaker and deposited the paperwork. What do you want? Dr. Shetty has experienced a delay in her Woods project and is going to need additional support. I would suggest you move funds through the Martha Kent Foundation. The VOT CEO was as casual as ever, and the professionalism Mary had admired before now just raised her blood pressure. Furthermore, I wanted to see how you were getting on with your nephew's bold new project. Firstly, if Shetty needs funding, I will sort out however I deem fit. I can't keep using the foundation. Clark will notice. Mary tried to keep her voice as calm as possible, knowing that getting angry with the CEO would accomplish nothing. And secondly, how the fuck do you know about the project? It's one of the very few options left to a man with his morality, although the odds of it succeeding are very low, but you know that. It's why you reached out to me. Stan Egger's words caused her to frown as he was being as cryptic as ever. I'll leave you to it then. If you need anything, please do call. Also, one last thing. I wish to thank you for your many years of service. I will be sorry to see you leave VOT. You were a very useful asset to the company. The line went dead before she could say anything. She felt her right hand turn into a fist that she slammed into the table to release the pin-up rage inside of her. She hated that he somehow was always 5 steps ahead of everyone, and nothing she did could ever catch him off guard. She felt her eyes drift to the few photos that she had in her office, over the ones of her children and grandchildren before settling on the one she had spent the most time reflecting on in recent years. The picture was from Smallville's Corn Festival and showed Martha, who had just won the Miss Sweet Corn Beauty pageant, with her arm wrapped around her little sister. Mary felt a weird mixture of rage, regret, sadness, and longing as she looked at the photo, her eyes focusing on her sister. I miss you so much. I miss you. I miss you. Mary whispered the words like a mantra as she released the tension from her hand, unmaking the fist she had balled it up into. I know what you'd say, I love Clark, but he's the only one, the only good one, and he's not really. He's not. He got you killed. They have to go. All of them. She just stared at the picture, wanting a sign. Anything that told her that Martha would bless the path she had decided to take. It was all her fault anyway. She had let her sister keep the vet-up baby she found, and it had all led to this. She desperately tried to put it out of her mind as she focused on the paperwork in front of her, knowing full well all of this would be a waste of time. What Clark wanted to build would never work, not in the real world, so there really was only one option left. Her eyes glanced back at her sister as she felt her heart turn cold and sink in her chest. Forgive me. Kripke Academy, Los Angeles, California. Mid-evening, May 20th, 2022. Clark shifted in his seat as he held the now 2-year-old Mia in one arm, trying to keep her from getting away as she twisted and turned to look at the new environment she was in. He glanced over to Lois, who kept smiling at Mia and placing a finger to her lips to keep her black-haired, superpowered daughter quiet. His eyes quickly looked back to the person who had called him to this meeting, the Dean of Kripke Academy, one of America's top private schools, Dean Garth Ennis. Thank you for coming. Dean Ennis gave a polite smile, his eyes glancing to Mia, who just looked at him for a moment before her eyes, however, drifted away as something else took her interest. She can wait outside with Ryan if you want. I understand this is probably very boring for her. No, it's best if she stays with us, Lois replied, briefly glancing at Clark, whose tight grip on Mia was the only reason she was floating around the room to look at things. So you called this to talk about Ryan? Yes. As you know, here at Kripke, we are dedicated to not only academic development, but social and mental development as well. The dean shifted slightly as he looked at the two guardians, who shared a quick, frowning glance to each other. We've been having issues with young Mr. Butcher. Has Ryan been getting into trouble? Clark quickly glanced at the wall next to him, his sight penetrating it to see Ryan, who was sitting just outside the office reading a very heavy book. No, not exactly. The dean sighed as he scratched the back of his head, feeling this was one of the most awkward conversations he was ever going to have. Although getting into trouble is at the heart of the issue here. Sorry, I'm not following. Lois stepped in, leaning forward and fixing the educator with one of her most critical gazes. If Ryan isn't getting into trouble, what is the issue? Ryan has been involving himself whenever a student has any kind of issue or problem. Dean Ennis met the woman's gaze, being no stranger to the type of high-powered mothers the children of his school had. Now, we fully encourage our students to be civic-minded and help out, but Ryan has been, shall we say, overly enthusiastic. So Ryan's being too helpful? Clark raised an eyebrow at the man's words. Too helpful is an understatement. He doesn't let any of his fellow students try to solve their own problems or come up with solutions. He never lets anyone else carry heavy sport equipment. He always is the one leading study sessions during the lunch hour. He has practically ended bullying in the school, and he has been lecturing students on safety. The dean looked between the two adults sitting in front of him. His eyes, however, focused more on Clark than Lois. Whilst we are thrilled he likes to help, he has become overbearing. Many students are in fact afraid of him, and he doesn't really socialize with others. He just protects them. It's not healthy. Okay, so what do you suggest? Lois asked, her eyes briefly looking over to Mia before focusing back on the dean. Ryan is not in trouble, and we don't want him to lose his sense of purpose. Helping people is a noble goal. Dean Ennis' words were clearly rehearsed and was doing everything he could to prevent a confrontation or misunderstanding over the school's intentions. What the guidance counselor and our resident psychologist have suggested is that Ryan just needs a little change of perspective, to know that he doesn't need to jump in every time, to let other students try even if they fail. And how do you think we can affect this change? Lois' tone was slightly hostile and suspicious as her eyes narrowed at the man. The psychiatrist had a few ideas, some group sessions, one-on-one appointments, and the like. But honestly, I was thinking the best person to talk to Ryan and show him would be you, Mr. Kent. The educator shifted, so he was looking directly at Clark and avoiding the steely gaze Lois was giving him. Me? It was Clark's turn for his eyes to narrow at the man. Yes, whilst the faculty and the other parents aren't aware of the details. I do know who you are, Mr. Kent. The dean gave Clark a wide smile and shifted awkwardly a little. I'm a big fan, always have been. I think if you show Ryan how you do things, show him how you see people, that it is okay to help, but not every single time. It might help make him a little less overbearing. Clark finished the sentence, nodding a little as he believed he understood what the dean was saying. The meeting didn't last much longer after the rest of their conversation turned towards the particulars of Ryan's situation and what else could be done to support his growth. Apart from his apparent, overbearing, helpful nature, he was doing quite well academically. He was excelling in all of his classes, and his teachers described him as bright. Clark's mind was already firing with ideas and had a general idea of what he would do as the meeting finished. As they exited the dean's office, Ryan just looked up from his book at his guardians with a hesitant smile, as if he wasn't sure if he was in trouble or not. Clark just nodded and handed him Mia, who clapped with happiness at being given over to her honorary big brother. The 2-year-old quickly engaged in a much more comprehensive conversation than she should have been able to. As they walked out of the academy, the two adults trailed a little behind, watching the children interact, Ryan saying something that caused Mia to burst into giggles. Clark frowned a little as he watched. He was starting to worry at how fast Mia was developing. While he had no real reference to how quickly Kryptonians developed, he knew he had developed faster than most children, which meant Mia was something else. He wasn't sure if it was because he had been using Kellex's early learning programs he had found in the Fortress's archive that were geared towards aiding young children's fundamental knowledge. When he had first used it, he had found it far too complex for a child of barely 2, but Mia had taken to it like a fish to water and was starting to outpace her peers at school. So, what's the plan for Ryan? Lois asked, slipping her hand into her husband's and giving him a little nudge to break him out of his deep thoughts. You gonna take him on patrol? Introduce him to some cops that you work with. Stick him with Diana for a weekend? I'm gonna take him to the Fortress. Clark's answer caused Lois to almost freeze. She knew what the Fortress was, but as far as she knew, Clark had never taken anyone else there. I still can't do much with it, but the archives are very instructive, as are the personality matrices. I thought you told me that all you could do with the personality matrices was play the pre-recorded messages your biological parents left you. Lois frowned, remembering how Clark told her that his biggest frustration with Kryptonian technology was the personal holograms of parents. Well, yes, but they're supposed to do more. Clark shifted a little as they reached Lois' car, which Ryan and Mia were already inside. Even those messages are very enlightening. He turned his head away. And I'm also going to take him on patrol and maybe leave him with Diana for a long weekend /. So, the do everything and hope something works technique? Lois raised an eyebrow at Clark, who gave an embarrassed shrug. Even the Man of Steel sometimes made things up as he went along. Yeah, pretty much. Clark moved into the passenger seat, fixing his seatbelt before looking at the children in the back seat with a smile, before looking back at his wife. Mary's getting the project launched. Says a month or 2 and it'll be up. That's good. Lois gave a nod as she stayed focused on the road, winding her way through the LA traffic. Does that mean we can skip that stupid premiere in New York? Mary thinks it's best if I still go. Keep up appearances and stop looking too closely before it all goes live. Clark looked out of the car window at the quiet, sunny streets of LA, which for the moment didn't need his assistance. I can go by myself. You don't have to attend. Besides, we have to get Diana out here to watch the kids, and it's a long flight for her. And leave you alone with Lana Lang for the night? I don't think so, buddy. Lois' tease caused Clark to chuckle as she gave him a quick glance. Besides, it'd be nice to see Huey and Annie again in person. Haven't been in the same room as either of them since the wedding. I'll tell Mary it'll be the 2 of us then. Clark gave his wife a quick smile as he also thought about the opportunity, maybe a dinner with Annie and Huey as well. Sounds lovely. Lois gave her own smile back, although it quickly took a mischievous turn. Although, I suppose it is a high-profile show. You're buying me a new dress for this, right? I'm not having the big fashion designer and movie star, Miss Lang, upstaging me. Oh, of course. Clark just shook his head a little at Lois' competitive side. We couldn't have that. Vought Towers Lamplighter Memorial Theater, New York City, New York, May 31st, 2022. For the first time, Clark scorned his body's inability to fall asleep due to tiredness or boredom. He tried not to nudge Lois, but she dozed off about an hour ago, having long since given up trying to follow the plot of the movie. Clark, for his part, turned his attention to the crowd, who were the usual mixture of company bigwigs, heroes, and celebrities that attended these types of events. However, two people took his interest tonight. The first was easy to spot, given he was the film star and the fact he was wearing a bright blue suit with a flag draped across his back. Homelander wasn't moving. He was just staring blankly as the seven teamed up to defeat Stormfront on screen. Clark's eyes narrowed. For obvious reasons, they had not interacted much over the past 2 years, beyond Clark appearing every now and again to keep the man in check. According to Maeve and Annie, he was like a caged animal, quiet and respectful to everyone, but they could see something smoldering just behind his eyes, screaming for release. He was also aware that the man had been spending a lot of time searching for Kara, utilizing every contact and resource he had to find her, all without success. Although Clark had much more to go on than just the face and description the other superhero had, he too had found no trace of Kara since that day. It was like she had vanished into thin air. Still, he put that unpleasant topic out of his mind as his eyes turned to the other man who was drawing his attention. Stan Edgar was making a rare public appearance for tonight and was seated a few rows behind Clark, which meant he had to turn fully to look at the man who basically had an entire row to himself. The CEO wasn't watching the movie. Instead, he was directly looking at Clark, unemotionally staring as if gazing right through him. And for a second, he thought he saw something flash across his eyes. The moment passed, and the businessman gave him a polite nod before returning his attention to the movie as if nothing was amiss. Clark frowned as he turned to look at the seat next to the CEO, which was empty, but he knew from looking at the guest list it should have been occupied by Victoria Newman. The congresswoman had in the last few years become a major political force and was head of the Congressional Oversight Committee for the Bureau of Superhuman Affairs. Yet despite her prominence in policing the superhuman community, aiding the boys in Congress, and being Huey's technically boss for 2 years, Clark had never met the woman in person. Every time their paths were supposed to cross, something always came up, and the closest he had ever got to her was a series of phone calls they shared where she tried to convince him to basically become the Bureau's enforcer. Even that had felt half-hearted, and when Clark turned her down, she seemed to accept it far too easily. As Clark turned back to face the front, he put Newman from his mind for the moment and refocused on his project. He wasn't naive enough not to recognize that what he was attempting to do was pretty radical, and all of the scenarios Kellex had run showed that it was a long shot at best. But his options were this or face a few 100 million dead in the next couple of decades, when the superhuman issue exploded into a conflict for control. His biggest issue at the moment was membership in the organization he was creating. He had done his research, and there were quite a few Supes that would work, however convincing them would be a problem. He knew Annie would sign up, and so would Maeve, but that was because of their experiences with Vought, an experience many other Supes didn't have. Anyone who joined, he was asking to cut ties with an organization that fed, clothed, and paid all of them for their entire lives. Vought might be monsters, but for Supes, they were the monsters they knew and monsters who were on their side. The clapping that signaled the end of the movie caused Clark to refocus on the world around him as he politely clapped as well. He chuckled a little as Lois startled herself awake and blinked hard as she saw the movie she could only describe as "I murder was over." He had to give her credit, though. She managed to put on a smile that nearly convinced him that she was genuinely thrilled to be here rather than what she actually felt, which was disgust and 1 degree away from murdering a Vought executive. Just before they exited the cinema to do the obligatory photo op and answer a few questions, they spotted Annie and Huey getting ready themselves. "French blue looks good on you, Huey." Lois managed to surprise him by approaching in his blind spot, causing him to jump a little, although he smiled when he saw it was her. "Although, I think a double-breasted suit would work better. Don't you think, Annie?" "Don't listen to her, Huey. You look great as is." Clark shook his head as he stood next to his wife, his appearance earning a smile from Huey and a friendly hug from Annie. "My wife has the unfortunate habit of always wanting to improve people's clothing choices," says the man, wearing basically the primary color collection and a cape. Lois shot back with a slap to Clark's chest. "If you listen to my husband, you'll end up wearing a colorful costume and calling yourself something stupid like the mighty Huey or the super bureaucrat." "I've missed you, Lois," and chuckled as she looked at her best friend's wife, who she hadn't seen in over a year due to their busy schedules. "I guess you got Diana babysitting Mia again. She must love that." "Oh yes, although she's pacified by the fact that Clark gives her his credit card, and so she basically has unlimited takeout and a free LA shopping spree." Lois gave Clark a knowing glance. The last time Diana babysat for them, she had basically bought out several shops on the LA Strip. She also knows it is either her or Mallory, and the Colonel is busy running the CIA's off-the-book stuff. "I'm guessing things still weird between you." Your dad and your sister? Huey's question caused Lois' eyebrow to raise slightly. Huey was getting more confident, it seemed, and less afraid of upsetting people. Oh, why would they be weird? Just because my dad is running a PMC that is secretly contracted by the CIA to help contain Supes, and that he turned out to be a failed super soldier that he never thought to mention? Lois, or that my sister skipped my wedding, thinks her niece is a hybrid freak and vanished into some secret mission that I can't find out about. Yeah, that. Huey gave his best non-phased shrug, earning a laugh from Lois as she gave her a teasing grin. So not weird then. Okay, before we unpack any more pin-up resentment, trauma, or anything else, let's get this over with. Clark stepped in to end the good-natured ribbing as he gestured to the doors as the quartet exited together, causing the paparazzi outside to go into a frenzy. It didn't take long for Annie and Clark to become separated from their respective partners, as the media wanted single or joint shots of the two heroes. Although he could see that Huey was a little irritated and snubbed by the event, Lois didn't seem bothered at all, not caring for the limelight in the least. However, he did see her frown a little when Lana Lang and him did a few photos together. His ex was dressed in a very tight outfit that left little to the imagination and was pressing up against him very closely. Luckily, there were only a handful of photos before Clark excused himself and ended up standing next to Lois and Huey, his eyes darting to Homelander, whose eyes twitched as he saw the attention Annie was receiving. Clark suddenly turned his head, causing both Huey and Lois to look at him. As his eyes narrowed at a seemingly blank section of wall, he let out an audible sigh. As he could see, Butcher was waiting in the wings, obviously, to sneak up on Huey and ask permission to conduct an operation. Butcher was working off the books for the Bureau of Superhuman Affairs, and his job was to track down Supes, find evidence of their crimes, and report to Huey. Although very simple, and he was incredibly effective at it, he had heard from Lois that Butcher was being used less and less, something about his toxic personality. Huey, Butcher's waiting for you in the male restroom, Clark said, leaning over to Huey. He turned his head away from the cameras to prevent anyone from lip-reading him, just in case. Great, Huey sighed before plastering a smile on his face due to all the cameras around. Must be the termite situation. I'll catch you later. Clark, Lois, and Annie were eventually free from the media's grip and walked off of the staged red carpet to a small after-screening reception that had been set up. Annie wasted no time in grabbing one of the double chocolate muffins from the buffet that had been set up, earning her a grin from Clark. Before he could relax, however, his vision spotted Stan Edgar again. The man was alone, but he was again staring at Clark. However, the second he noticed it, the CO looked away. What made it even more strange was that Clark hadn't even looked at the man. His own advanced sense had told him what was going on, but the second they had the CEO had stopped staring. So, I got the message from Mary. Annie's slightly mumbled words caused him to refocus on his friend as she finished her donut. We're really doing it. Yes, Clark gave a happy nod as he focused on the project, so close to his heart. I believe about mid-July we will go public. So, you, me, Maeve, Diana obviously, and who else do you have? Annie looked around the room. Noticing Maeve was present with her girlfriend, both looked as happy as Lois to be here. You think Dwight or Cameron would be interested? They were both solid when we were in the Young Americans together. Dwight had a small mental breakdown a few years ago. He lives in rural North Dakota in a log cabin and believes the government is currently people through pudding. Clark released a deep sigh, remembering his former teammate who had never been all too stable. He actually shot me when I showed up to talk and rambled on about me being part of it. Oh shit. Annie blinked in surprise. Dwight had always been a bit too gun-happy for liking, but never thought he would lose it like that. And Cameron? He's in Montreal studying with Cirque du Vot. I asked him if he was interested in a change and to do something new. Clark's face told Annie that her other former teammate wasn't going to impress her. And Annie pressed, readying herself for disappointment from her old teammate. He asked how much the new gig would be. Clark gave a mirthless chuckle, remembering how concerned Cameron had been about finding the right part and how much it would pay, and that he couldn't do less than $650K plus. At least Alex is willing to come to the meeting. Annie tried to find a silver lining, remembering how excited the Sonic superhero had been to get a call from Clark. He's really looking forward to it. Didn't you guys have another teammate? Lois' question caused both superheroes to look at her as she tried to remember the name Huey had told her once. She had that weird religious gimmick, didn't she? Holy Mary, wasn't it? What about he dash? No. Both Clark and Annie refused at the same time, Annie being slightly too loud, whilst Clark gave an involuntary scowl. Okay, I'm guessing there's some bad blood there. Lois looked between her husband and his best friend. She knew enough about Supes that whatever it was she didn't want to know, I won't pry. Hey, sorry that took longer than I thought. Huey arrived smiling as he walked up to the group, kissing Annie on the cheek as he moved next to her. So what are we talking about? Well, I know what I want to talk about. Lois' tone turned deadly serious as she looked at the group intensely. When will Vought stop making endless superhero movies? Seriously, the VCU is done to death now. They need to stop. Clark couldn't help but let out a laugh that was joined by Huey and Annie, as Lois broke out into a wide grin. For the moment, Clark wasn't worried about the future, the conflict he was trying to avoid, or the league he was trying to build from the ground up. No, for tonight, he was going to enjoy himself and have a good time with his friends. The Boys' Office, Flatiron Building, New York City, June 3rd, 2022. Butcher was alone in the office. He glanced around the empty room as he threw another dart at the board he had placed on the wall. Kimiko and Frenchie were out doing who knew what. Not that he fucking cared. And Mim had left them to go play pretend house whilst his wife was seeing another man. Huey had fucking turned pencil pushed and Lois. He wasn't sure if Lois' decision to go play mommy pissed him off the most or least. On one hand, she had seemingly traded in her exceptional skills and a chance to do what she was best at, to change diapers and pretend to be normal, as if she didn't still dream of the night her friends died. On the other hand, though, she was raising the future. There was no argument the two most powerful beings in the world were going to be the kids she was raising, and he wasn't sure there was another person he would trust to do that. That thought made him think of Ryan. He had largely kept his distance from the lad, not wanting to fuck the boy up with his own personal shit. However, he did pop in on occasion to play the odd game and made sure Lois Boy Toy wasn't turning him into a cunt. I heard Termite is going to walk. Butcher froze. He turned to see the approaching figure of Sam Lane, a thick black eye patch over one of his eyes, wearing a trench coat, gloves, and a suit. Maeve's intel was solid, and she hates the man. Surprised she's not here. Yeah, well, she's busy running around with that steel-headed idiot you have for a son-in-law. Butcher grunted, not bothering to ask how Lois' father knew the termite op had gone bad. Apparently trapping a shrinking Supe in a bag of coke to save a life was extreme and unnecessary. It seems no one really cares about punishing Supes anymore, whether they almost killed a member of my team. Fucking Huey and his new pals traded him away for fucking talking points. Yes, I hear Supe collateral damage is down a whole 60%. Sam Lane joked without any joy as he moved next to Butcher and picked up a dart from the table, throwing it perfectly for a bullseye. Would be better if Supes were down by 60%, don't you think? Haven't you heard, Gov? It's peacetime. We're winning apparently. Butcher grunted as he shot the man a look before throwing another dart. Not that I don't enjoy you popping in all James Bond and shit, but I don't enjoy it. So what the fuck do you want? Same thing as you. Sam Lane responded, moving over to the board to pull out the darts, then walking back over to Butcher, offering the darts as if they were an olive branch. I doubt that. Butcher ignored the offered darts and instead moved over to grab some coffee. You forget I know what you are. In my books, you're the same as them. Well, be that as it may, I have something for you. The former general deposited the darts on Butcher's desk before his hand reached into his trench coat and pulled out a thick file. Butcher took the file and gave a quick flip through. It was originally from Vought. Based on the photos, the handwritten nature of the info and dates he was seeing, it was pre-1990 and had never meant to be seen again, once shoved in a locker in a vault somewhere. The entire file was about Soldier Boy and his former teammates in Vaught's previous #1 hero team, Payback. Soldier Boy and Payback, so what? Butcher glanced up from the file, his eyes narrowing at the ex-general. You remember how Soldier Boy reportedly died? Lois' father just crossed his arms, completely unfazed by Butcher's withering gaze. Stopping a nuclear meltdown in Ohio. 83, 84 I think. Got buried beneath the reactor. Butcher grunted out. He only knew this piece of Supe history because of MM's obsession with the dead hero. Always thought it was a bunch of bollocks. Well, you're right. Last set of documents. Read them. The temperature around Sam Lane seemed to drop as he nodded. What the fuck is this? Butcher pulled out the documents in question, his eyes widened, and then frowned as he read what he was holding in his hands. What's BCL read? According to every rumor and conspiracy about Soldier Boy that I've heard for the last 4 decades, it's the weapon that killed him. He died in '84 in Nicaragua during a CIA-backed operation called Charlie. Soviet special forces showed up with BCL Red, killed him, and took the body. How do you know that? Butcher closed the file he had been given, placing it on the desk next to him and narrowing his eyes. I was there, part of the CIA forces, but the truth is I don't really remember much of it. The ex-general's face fell into a painful scowl as he recalled one of the worst events of his life. I spent nearly 2 years in the hospital after the fiasco. My team was dead, and the last thing I remember was Black Noir ripping one of my teammates' spines out before smashing my head in with it. Everything before that is blurry at best. You think this weapon could be used on Homelander? Butcher pushed past the bleak snippet of Sam Lane's story. He had no interest in sympathy for the man, not after the things he had seen him do. It's a possibility, after Homelander, Soldier Boy was the strongest hero Vought ever had. Sam Lane uncrossed his arms and then reached back in his jacket, pulling out a set of vials filled with green liquid. If I were you, I would start with Payback. They were there too, and Soldier Boy was their leader. Use these in case something goes wrong. What the fuck is this? Butcher moved over and took one of the vials. I got it from my source and Vought along with the files. Lane responded with his eyes looking from Butcher to the vial the man was holding, It's called V24. It's supposed to give an ordinary person superpowers for about 24 hours. Supposed to? Butcher scoffed, putting the vial down on the desk. It's apparently still in our... High chance it works, though, Lane responded without any hint of concern before sighing and looking Butcher in the eye. Look, Payback may be a bunch of degenerate idiots like all other Supes, but they were some of the strongest people on the planet once. They are dangerous, and you'll need this to go up against them. And what makes you think that me, of all people, would want to be like them, or you? Boother moved so that he was standing in front of the man, fixing him a disgusted snarl. I'm not a fucking sellout. Tools of your enemy, Butcher. Despite what people think, the war is still raging. Sam Lane didn't react. Instead, he turned around and started heading towards the door. We have to use whatever we can to win. Use it or don't, I don't care. But keep in mind, this is likely your best shot to kill Homelander. Why the fuck do you care? About Homelander? Butcher called out to the back of the man who stopped at the exit. You hate Supes, but never tried to off that particular cunt. Why now? Multiple fronts, Butcher. You fight a war on multiple fronts. Sam Lane evenly, still unemotional as ever. You kill Homelander, and it makes things easier. Butcher just watched as the man left, his eyes lingering on the door for a moment before looking back down at the set of files and the temp V shit he had been given. He felt disgusted at the thought of becoming anything like the people he hated. However, he pushed that down for a moment. He flipped open the files he had been given, searching through them until he saw what he was looking for: Payback's weakest links, Crimson Countess, and Gunpowder. Those two idiots had been closest to Solid Boy, so if anyone knew what had killed them, it was one of them. As Butcher started putting a plan together in his head, Sam Lane was busy riding the elevator down to the car waiting outside. He was confident that Butcher would follow down the path that he had laid before him. The man's biggest weakness was his hatred of Homelander. However, in the rare chance he was wrong, it wouldn't be the end of the world. The other projects underway were the real focus. This was something he was doing on the side to hedge his bets. Although he had to be careful. Most of his colleagues had been against this route, and one in particular wouldn't be pleased. They had been adamantly against it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Miss Clark, how can I help you? He answered his secure phone, pulling it out of his pocket and silencing its buzzing as he listened to the woman's request. More funding for the woods. I can deal with that. I'll route it through my holdings in Panama. Yes, I gave him the file. Well, if Mr. Stan Edgar doesn't like, he can go fuck himself. Take care, Mary Call, if you need anything else. As he hung up, he felt his grip tighten on the phone for a second before he relaxed. He was working with people he hated, but it was necessary. Supes were going to destroy the world, and he needed to stop that for the sake of his daughters, even if it meant killing the ones one of them loved the most. Chapter 26, League and Beginnings. Federal Bureau of Superhuman Affairs, Manhattan Office, New York City, New York, late June 14th, 2022. Huey was long past feeling the weight of the day pressing down on him as he lifted his eyes from the screen he was working on and saw what the time was. He sighed as he picked up his phone and texted Annie that he would be running late again. Not that it mattered much. Annie was currently across the country attending a meeting Clark had organized, but it did mean he would miss their scheduled video call. He let out a sigh at that. In between Annie's rising fame, Clark's project, and his own job, the two of them were spending less and less time together. In truth, he wasn't anywhere near finished sorting out the mess Butcher had made with the whole termite situation and with sorting out the paperwork for the arraignment for the Supes Vought had handed over for termite. However, he was completely out of any drive or energy to continue going through the hurdles and nonsense of bureaucracy, so he decided that he would call it for tonight. He let out a small yawn as he got up from his desk and headed out of his office. His assistant's desk was empty, as was the entire floor, which was no surprise. It was basically midnight. He was the only one who worked this late, well, him and Vicky, but she was on a whole other level. It was like she didn't need sleep. She had actually been in the office not too long ago, but had just left needing to get ready for an interview. She had to defend the increased budget their bureau had just been given. As he walked through the deserted office building, he decided to go out the back through the service exit. It was closer to the subway station, and it was a simple swipe of his card instead of a whole check by security at the front desk. It didn't take him long to reach the exit, and the only person he encountered on his route was Al the janitor, who just gave him a brief nod and friendly smile. His tiredness was somewhat dispelled as he swiped his card and exited the building, the powerful aroma of garbage assaulting him as he stepped into the back street. He picked up his pace as he headed towards his station, which was just a few blocks north, and fairly quick if he took the back street. Nadia, talk to me. Huey's head snapped toward the side street he had just passed as the clearly angry voice sounded from it. Normally, he would think first before heading towards shouting in a dark back alley in the middle of the night, but what caused him to move was both the voice and the name being called. He recognized the voice as belonging to the man who had been hanging around the offices the last few days. The name was also the same one he had been calling Vicky by and had healed about when Huey had ejected from the building the other day. As he rounded a corner, he crouched down behind a dumpster. His position obscured him from view, but gave him an excellent angle of the alley. He could see Vicky standing in the middle of the alley, her back to him, as she spoke to this slightly disheveled-looking man in front of her. However, she clearly wasn't distressed or concerned. Her arms were crossed the way she always did when she was annoyed but not quite angry. "Tony, you've simply got to stop this." Victoria Newman's voice had a slight edge to it as she shifted her eyes, taking in a man who had once been her only friend in the world when she was younger. "You can't keep coming around here. I'm not Nadia anymore. We were best friends." Tony shot back, his voice both angry and devastated at the same time. I need you to help me convince people, tell them the truth about Red River, the tests, the experiments, all of it. Please, I need people to know. It's not that simple, Tony. I can't just..." Newman just released a sigh as she uncrossed her eyes and brought a hand up to her eyes, rubbing them in frustration. "How are you even here? How did you get out?" "That's what you worried about." The fight between Tony's anger and devastation was decided as his anger won out. "How I got out? I was always there for you, Nadia, always." Okay, you're right." Newman's voice went soft as her body language changed as she moved closer to Tony, placing her hands gently on him. "We should talk. We should tell people." "Yeah." Tony's anger seemingly left him as Newman looked him in the eyes before pulling him into a hug. "Thank you, Dash. Arg, you bitch." Tony's sudden curse was accompanied by him pushing Newman as hard as he could away from him, sending her smashing into the dumpster that Huey was hiding behind. He managed to move swiftly enough that the shunted dumpster didn't hit him and still managed to stay hidden. As he regrouped, he saw that Tony's nose and eyes were bleeding as he looked like he was fighting off a migraine as he rushed forward at superhuman speed. Tony wasted no time leaping on top of the floor Newman. He quickly flipped her over and started to smash her head violently into the floor. Crack, smash, crack, smash. Huey would have moved to help if he hadn't noticed the two most bizarre aspects of the assault that caused him to freeze. The first was that Vicky wasn't bleeding, not even scratched. The sheer force of her head being slammed into the ground should have caused it to crack like an egg, but there wasn't a mark. The other was that Tony was covering Vicky's eyes. His grip on her head was actually quite weak as he was putting all of his effort into keeping his hands on her face and digging in her eyes. No. Tony's voice was equal parts anger and panic, with the latter growing as suddenly Newman's head stopped as she raised a hand and started to pull one of Tony's hand away from her face. The man's desperation grew as he put everything he possibly had into keeping his hand on her face, but it was all for nothing. Newman pulled Tony's hand off, revealing a look of pure fury as her arm strained just enough so that she could. "Huh!" Huey's eyes widened with shock as the man's hand suddenly exploded in a way that was chillingly familiar. Tony let out a scream as he reeled back, stumbling as he looked in horror at the bloody stump which had just recently been his hand. However, it only took him a second before the screaming stopped and his own eyes widened in realization at what he had just done. His head snapped back to Newman. He found that with him off of her, Vicky had turned on her back and was just looking at him, her face no longer angry but just resigned. "You should have stayed away," Newman sighed as her eyes flashed white for a second as she looked at her friend one last time. "Huh!" Tony's head exploded in a geyser of blood for a few seconds before it stopped as his decapitated body fell over, but not before covering Newman in a shower of gore. Huey stumbled a little at what he was seeing and was about to knock into a garbage can, revealing himself when he found a hand over his mouth. He was about to panic when he turned his head and saw a very familiar face which had all the standard Lane features. However, it wasn't Lois, but her younger sister Lucy. She was dressed in dark casual men's clothing with a baseball cap over her face. If he hadn't been right next to her, he would likely have thought she was a man. The younger Lane sister just lifted a single finger to her mouth to keep him silent as she frowned first at him and then over at Newman. The Congresswoman was recomposing herself as she glanced at Tony's body again, causing it to explode with a sickening pop into a puddle of bloody goo. Vicky took a few deep, calming breaths before reaching her hand into her inside coat pocket and pulling out a phone Huey had never seen before. Lucy removed her hand from his mouth, giving him a nod before she turned her attention to Newman. "It's me. I'm in trouble." Newman's voice was a little shaky as she took a few more breaths as she calmed herself down. "Fuck. I need a team. Do you need my location or..." "Okay, I'll wait. Just please hurry. Stay fucking quiet and follow me." Lucy's voice was barely above a whisper as she gestured for him to follow her. She waited for the right moment before moving. Huey was in a haze as he quietly followed Lucy first from the alley and then through the streets of New York onto the subway train where they sat separately and then finally into an apartment. It took him sitting down on the couch before he realized that he was in his own apartment. Looking around, he saw that Lucy had led him home. He took a few moments trying to get his head straight, but suddenly heard his fridge door opening and slamming shut. As he turned, he saw Lucy walking towards him with a beer in one hand and the sandwich he made for his lunch tomorrow in the other. She took a deep sip of the beer and then a bite of his sandwich as she sat in the apartment's only armchair. "She's a Supe," Huey was the first to speak, looking at Lucy, who looked a lot more like Butcher than Lois since the last time he had seen her. She's the head popper. She murdered Raynor and all those people at the hearing. Yeah, no shit. Lucy scoffed as she finished off the beer, before pulling out another one, uncapping it, and taking a swig before giving Huey a little shake of her head. You really know how to pick them. You knew. Huey's eyes narrowed at Lucy, who had just laid back in the and grinned as his question brought a chuckle out of her. No. Lucy gave Huey a slight scoff at his attempt to look imposing, glaring at her with narrowed eyes. We suspected, though. We? Who's we? Lucy just raised an eyebrow at Huey's question, causing him to exhale with a grimace as he figured out what was obvious. Your father, of course. How long have you suspected Vic Dash? Newman was a Supe. I'm not sure how long the old man suspected it, but I guess at least since the hearing attack. It was fucking weird she didn't get her head popped like the rest of the committee, Lucy replied, her tone sounding bored as she finished off his sandwich and her second beer. Tonight was a bit more of a confirmation than I would have liked, but hey, results are results. You sent that guy after Newman. Huey shook his head as he rubbed his eyes. Newman being a Supe was a nightmare, but one he didn't need to be made worse by Sam Lane gunning for her. This is what you've been doing for the last few years. Firstly, sent is a strong word. Alls I did was get him out of the shithole Vought stuck him and he did the rest all on his own. Lucy let out a snort, as if the idiot Supe getting himself killed was her fault. Secondly, no, this isn't what I've been doing. It's a trail to hopefully get me on the right path. The right path to what? Huey scoffed in disbelief at Lucy's callous attitude towards. Classified. Lucy responded curtly. She stood up looking at the watch on her wrist. You're not in the CIA anymore, Lucy. You went AWOL. Technically, you're wanted for desertion. And you're... Huey trailed off and blinked as Lucy stood up, making no effort to clean up the beers or crumbs she had left all over the place. Where the fuck are you going? See who's coming to clean up her shit. I've got an asset keeping tabs. It should be done by now. The whole point was to find out who's pulling her strings. Lucy gave a shrug as she quickly looked in the mirror by the door, making sure she still wasn't easily recognized. Anyway, say hi to Lois for me. And, have fun telling Butcher you've been working for Supe for the last 2 years. He's gonna fucking love it. Lucy just departed without waiting for a response, letting his front door slam shut behind her his mind, taking a few moments to catch up with what had just happened. Newman's a Supe. Lucy's on some weird quest shit that involves her. Newman just popped the guy like a balloon because she's a Supe. The Bureau is bullshit. Newman's a Supe. I've wasted 2 years working for Vought, and oh yeah, Newman's a Supe. Fuck. Huey cursed as another thought lodged itself in his brain. Butcher's never going to let me live this down. Recently repurposed U.S. Air Force testing facility, outskirts of Los Angeles. June 14th, 2022. Annie looked down at her phone, smiling slightly at Huey's message. Even though he knew she wouldn't have time for their scheduled chat, he still wanted to let her know he was working late. However, her smile dropped a little as she looked up at the wide-open conference room that Clark had prepared for this meeting. He had converted the entire facility he had purchased a few years ago into what was to be their new headquarters and had clearly spared no expense. It was the most impressive thing she had ever seen. The hangar was now a massive meeting room with a round table that could easily seat 100 people. The monitors gave them live updates across not just the country, but the world, and that was just the one building. The others on site made the conference look tame. The reason for her smile dropping, however, was plain to see. This was supposed to be the pre-launch of a new team, Clark's project's first big step into the light, a new, better way of doing hero work, a shining beacon for future gene ratio. Clark, there are 12 people here. Annie looked over the room and just let out a sigh as she didn't see the champions of justice she had been hoping for, and 6 of them, not including Diana, are super duper. Annie's eyes drifted to the superhero team, where Bobby was laughing at something so hard he looked like he was about to wet himself, something that Joy, Diana's number 2, was clearly trying to avoid. She felt a lump forming in her as she saw that the only other attendees were not Diana, Meave, herself, or Clark were Alex, their old teammate, and to her surprise, Groundhog. However, the latter was slumped in a chair and looked to be either just starting a hangover or was still drunk and about to pass out. Yeah, there was slightly less turnout than I hoped, but it's still a start. Clark stood next to her, his hands on his hips, a confident smile on his face. You said there were going to be 40 to 50 people. Anno couldn't help a sigh that escaped her lips as she stood up. Groundhog slumped forward in his seat, his head hitting the table as he started to snore. What happened? A lot dropped out when they realized I was serious about the whole not being paid part aside from a reasonable standing of living wage. Clark shifted, although he kept his confident smile, and he could tell he was slightly embarrassed by the situation and was just trying to make the best of it. The rest, well, Vought it was Vought. Most were spies. Turns out I was not as successful keeping the secret as I thought. So they were no-go, and the rest, they got bribed to stay away. Susu, not great. Annie released another sigh, shaking her head, the less than stellar start of the project. It could be worse. We've Groundhog, a solid established household name. He's also a good dash. Clark pointed to the hero who had hammers for hands who let out a loud, drunken snore that startled him awake, undercutting Clark's point about him. We have Alex at least, it's a start. Annie didn't respond beyond a resigned sigh, and moved forward as Clark took his place at the large round table, which looked comically big now due to the lack of people. Instead of spacing out, everyone just sort of took the same edge as Clark and turned to face him as he cleared his throat. Annie took a brief moment to look at the entire establishing roster of their new team, all of whom were in costume for the occasion, and hoped they would look back on this as funny when this all eventually worked out, she hoped. Thank you all for coming. I want to cut through all the pageantry and speech-making, as that isn't why we are here. Clark's calm, commanding voice forced Annie out of her worries for a moment, as he looked over the people he hoped would help him fix the system. We all know Vaught's broken. The superhuman society is less than ideal. In fact, it is downright corrupt. So this is our new way of doing things. I want to welcome you all to our league. Our league. The question came from Joy, who leaned forward. Her red costume with a gray domino mask looked the most practical compared to the other members of her team. Yes, our league. Anyone who joins will have an equal say in how we run things, how we operate, and how we're going to change things. The league is outside of Vaught's direct influence, but still with the full legal protections superheroes operate under, so we won't be sued into oblivion on our first save. Will we be working for the government? Groundhog's gruff voice caused Stool Shadow to jump as the lumbering, slightly out-of-shape man sounded much more sober than his previous state had implied. I'm all for getting away from Vaught's shit after making me the heel to the Nubian and the fucked-up situation I walked myself into with them, but I don't want to trade private sector assholes in nice suits for public sector ones in cheap suits. We won't. We answer only to ourselves and who we want. Diana drew every eye in the room as she leaned forward to address Groundhog's question. We've structured ourselves, so dealing with us will be complicated for everyone involved. Legally speaking, we are something new, nothing else like us. We can present ourselves as something different to anyone who comes at us. A non-profit organization, a charity, a security firm, or even a PMC if we have to, and that is only listing a few. Diana was seated directly to Clark's right, and it wasn't just her explaining their new independence or how they were legally ambiguous that drew focus. No, it was her costume. Diana was not here as Aunt Sis, but as Wonder Woman. She looked somehow equal parts stunning and imposing in a manner that Annie had never encountered before. She couldn't help but glance at Maeve, whose own costume now looked like a teenage girl's Halloween parody costume. It was clear that Vaught had styled Maeve's look on Diana's. However, Maeve's costume was slightly more revealing, and its color scheme was very muted compared to Wonder Woman. Diana's costume had the evidently patriotic color scheme of red, gold, and blue complete, with a shield bearing a very American-looking eagle on the front of it. The rest of the meeting went by fairly quickly with Clark showing them the specifics of how the league would operate. In truth, it wasn't overly complicated. The only things Clark had to explain were the systems he had set up, so they could respond to real emergencies and protocols all members would have to follow. Most of it went over the core members of Super Duper, who were clearly only there because Diana was, and they were more to be protected than used. Amazingly, the only real complaint that was raised was Groundhog's resistance to going into rehab for his alcoholism before Clark said he could operate. However, the man did acquiesce fairly quickly. Eventually, the core briefing ended, and the newly created team split up to discuss ideas, introduce themselves to people they had not met, or just explore the facility. Annie drifted over to the Super Dupers, specifically Lady Fold, who was shifting a little uncomfortably as Groundhog tried to introduce himself to the woman he towered over. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Maeve glance at Diana and take a few steps towards her before losing her nerve and going off to look at the facility. Annie chuckled a little at the sight of the usually confident, self-assured powerhouse of a woman securing off like a shy superfan. As Annie moved off, she also spotted Alex walking over to Clark. However, where Maeve's nerve had stopped her, Alex pushed through the clear discomfort he was feeling to speak to the source of his nerves. Clark turned to face Alex. He could have sensed the man's nervousness even without his enhanced senses. As the two men faced each other, Clark put on a polite smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. For Alex's part, he managed a nervous smile as he pulled down a gulp into his stomach as he tried to settle his nerves as he spoke to Clark. Some team you've got here. Alex broke the ice after a few awkward moments of the two superheroes just looking at each other. You're going to do a lot of good with them. You got my full support. Clark just released a sigh as he looked at the man he hadn't seen in person in 6 years. Not since the incident with the orphanage. It's not my team. Like I said, this is our league. This isn't Superman and Friends. It isn't a support act. It's change. I know. Alex quickly blurted out, shifting as scratched the back of his head, trying to keep calm. I just meant you set it up and you're going to be the leader, chairman, or whatever. So, Alex, I want you here, part of this, but not. Clark took another moment and released another, sigh, taking a moment to get his words right before addressing the worry he had about Alex's presence. But not if this is all out of some sort of sense of debt to me. Alex was silent for a good few minutes as he just looked at Clark, his face unreadable even to the Man of Steel with all of his enhanced abilities. Just as Clark was about to say something, Alex's voice sounded out barely above a whisper. I got children killed, CK. Alex's face fell into such somberness that he looked like he aged a decade. His breathing turned heavy, and he suddenly couldn't meet Clark's eye. I got fucking high, and I owe something I can't ever repay. I need to do this. Alex, the orphanage wasn't your FEU dash. Clark tried to console his friend over the incident, which it clear. Don't. Alex's sudden raised voice caused a few people to glance at them as the sonic Supe met Clark's eyes again with a resolve he had never truly thought him capable of. Don't let me off. I dragged you to that club because I was fucking junkie who wanted to impress strangers, and when I could have saved lives, I was too fucked up to help in. Alex trailed off as he felt his anger and rage at himself flare up again before releasing a deep breath to center himself. He had spent every waking moment since Annie had signed him into the rehab center after the incident trying to be better. He hadn't touched a drop of alcohol, a pill, or anything else in 6 years. He was stone sober and had done everything he could to repent for the biggest mistake he had ever made. Alex, why did you never come to me? Clark's eyes lost the slight hardness they had been observing Alex, with seeing just how different his friend now was. Because you're you, Clark, you're near perfect, and it's hard to talk to walking perfection when you're messed up. Alex gave the much taller superhero a rueful smile as he shook his head at the situation he was in, trying to explain to Clark the flaws other people had. Hell, I was a coked-up loser whose only redeeming qualities were powers that turned out to be another drug. A mild singing voice wasted on Vought garbage and his friends, which I also did my best to fuck up. Even before I tried milking your fame, I screwed my relationship with Annie by sleeping with Patricia. She didn't even use her powers. I was just an idiot. You were more than that, Alex. I know you had your struggles, but you were a good friend. Clark placed a hand on his friend's shoulder, hoping he could remind him of the good times they had had. Remember after our first team photo shoot, you took us all to your family's ranch? That barbecue we had, you tried to teach Annie to ride a horse. Jesus, Clark, you were something. Alex just chuckled at Clark. The man could find the good in anyone before his mood turned somber again. I still hear them, CK, the children upstairs, the flickering of the light, and when I dream, it's the same dream. I do owe a debt, Clark, and it's why I'm here, but not out of guilt. Then what is it? Clark's eyes narrowed as he looked at Alex, not out of suspicion, but curiosity at what the man was and had gone through. To be better, to make things better, so no one else makes the same mistake I did. To be more like the boy who held up the ceiling and not the one who stumbled in through the front door out of his mind on drugs. Alex's eyes, although looking at Clark, were seeing something beyond the man in front of him as he tried to explain why he was here, abandoning Vought and the life he had always known. After I got clean, I tried to set up an AA program within Vought. Help you know, but no one cared. It didn't get past my manager. I'm not making an excuse, but when I struggled with life, with everything, the people around me just gave a young kid what he asked for, then gave him pills, then needles, and it spiraled from there. I just think maybe if that young boy I was had been given a slightly different path. I don't know, Alex. Clark sighed as the man's focus returned to him as he asked a question that Clark just couldn't answer with complete certainty. I would like to think it wouldn't, and that's what I hope we can achieve here. Me too, that's why I'm here, because I want to make a world that creates Supes like you instead of ones like me. Alex's face became a broad smile as he truly looked at Clark, feeling the weight he had in his chest, not pulling him down for once, but giving him a foundation to stand on. When you fly overhead, Clark, you don't do it to overshadow the little people below like others do. You do it to inspire everyone to look up and reach for a better tomorrow. To believe just for a moment that we can join you in the sun. I'm not a savior, Alex. Clark shifted. Although he was glad Alex was here for the right reasons, he was worried about the almost worshipping look Alex was giving him. I'm just a man trying to do the right thing. Christ, I know, CK. I ain't gonna pray to you or anything. Alex let out a very genuine chuckle as he moved next to Clark as the two started walking towards Annie, Groundhawk, and Super Duper. You forget I was there for Hold the Hamburger incident. You certainly know savior. You caused it. Clark let out his own laugh as he shook his head at Alex as the two approached Annie, who had moved towards them with her phone pressed to her ear. No, I didn't. Alex gave a coy smile, shaking his as he pretended to think hard about it. I don't remember it like that at all. Oh, yes, you did. Annie, back me up on T-dash. Clark cut himself off as he saw the look on Annie's face as she lowered the phone down from her ear. What's wrong? We need to get to New York. Annie glanced at Alex, who just looked confused as he glanced between his two oldest friends. Like now. The boys' office, Flatiron Building, New York City, June 18th, 2022. The office was ice cold as the boys, along with Annie, Clark, Lois, and Diana, sat in a makeshift circle, whilst Ryan looked after Mia. In a corner, the two were distracted by a game that Kellex was projecting between them. Everyone present was in their civilian clothing. As Clark looked at Kimiko and Frenchie, he could see bruising, new scars, and at least one broken rib. He could tell they had not been ideal. Neither had anyone else. In the 4 days since Huey had learned about Newman, or Nadia, as she really was called, Everyone in the room had dug into her life as much as possible. Clark had gone through every public record, financial statement, campaign trail, speech, and even high school photos to find a thread he could pull at. Lois had gone through her contacts, old news articles, and files at the planet looking for anyone remotely fitting Newman's description involved in anything super-related. Diana had asked around the Supe community as quietly as she could about anyone named Nadia who would be around Newman's age. What they had found was very telling. Nothing. Well, nearly nothing. Huey had managed to find something from his Red River lead, but everyone else had come up short. Which told Clark and everyone else one thing. Someone very powerful and very skilled was protecting Newman, someone related to Vought, which at one point would have narrowed the field to only a few people, but now narrowed it down to one. Stan Edgar. So I managed to get into Red River posing as a potential adoptive parent. Huey stood in front of everyone, his right hand in a cast as he turned a monitor so everyone could see it. There was basically nothing to find, but like Lois taught me, systems are only as good as the people using them. Found this in a computer folder with a load of other random files. Someone had just dumped files. The video wasn't of great quality and showed a very young girl, about 12, Clark guessed, sitting in what looked like more of an interview than an adoption meeting. She looked different from the woman they knew as Newman, but it was undeniably her. The quality of the video and its slightly off-kilter angle showed that this video wasn't meant to have been taken and was likely a result of someone hitting record either by accident or autopilot. Please give us the room. Stan Edgar appeared on the screen, gesturing both to the Red River staff and his own to leave, only turning his attention to the girl in front of him when he was sure they were alone. Hello, Nadia. I have a proposal for you that will take you from here and give you a wonderful life. Would you like to hear it? Nadia sat for a few seconds with mistrust on her face as she narrowed her eyes at the strangely calm man whose voice didn't seem to change tone or have a hint of emotion. What kind of proposal? Well, first I will get you out of here. Second, your past will be gone. All the mistakes, all the bodies vanished like it never happened, and from there, well, let us discuss an agreement. Stan Edgar moved from his position, towering over the young girl, to being sat down in front of her, a purely business smile on her face. Lois' focus shifted slightly from the video that was engrossing everyone else in the room as it turned first to Frenchie and Kimiko, who she had heard had gone to see Crimson Countess, resulting in the woman disappearing after running through Vought and firing blasts of energy everywhere. She made a note to follow up on that before she moved a little to stand next to Butcher, who in her opinion looked like he was fighting off the strangest hangover ever. The man twitched a little every time he moved, even a little. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked to be fighting a constant headache. However, apart from that, he was physically fine. As she assessed what parts of him she could see, there wasn't a scratch, bruise, or even a bump present. Her eyes narrowed, however, at his right arm, where he had scratched a very particular spot a couple of times since they had started the meeting. The twitching, headaches, bloodshot eyes, and scratching of his right arm were actions that Lois had all seen before. It was all consistent with heavy drug use. However, Butcher didn't look to be impaired or getting physically weaker, and drug use wasn't consistent with what she knew about the man. He would get himself absolutely blackout drunk, but drugs were one thing he never touched. Butcher, what's going on? Lois whispered as she kept her eyes on the video in front of her as Stan Edgar made an offer to unofficially adopt Nadia in exchange for her doing certain actions in the future. The big slapper's been playing both sides is what, and Huey the fucking idiot's been working for the cons for the last 2 years. Butcher grunted back, shifting a little as he glanced at Huey, his eyes narrowing. That's not what I'm talking about, and you know it. I know my dad came to see you. After which Frenchie and Kimiko created a shit show with Crimson Countess, and I also hear Gunpowder's dead. What the fuck has he got you doing? He just gave me a lead, that's all. Butcher's whispered voice turned slightly venomous before he released a deep breath and turned his head slightly to look at Lois. What I want to know is what the fuck is Lucy doing? Huey said she told him that Newman was just something to get her on the right trail. I don't know. I haven't seen her since that day. Lois' face dropped as she glanced towards Mia and Ryan, who were completely distracted by the strange game Kellex was projecting for them. Whatever my dad has got you looking into, I was about to say drop it, but this is fucking you. Just be careful. You know me, always am. Butcher whispered before turning his attention fully back to the room as the video of Newman's adoption finished. Okay, so Newman's more of a cunt than I already thought. So let's fucking end the bitch. Butcher, we are not killing anyone, Clark stated bluntly, his eyes narrowing at the man whose blood chemistry was a little strange. Although it was normal now, Clark could tell the man had taken something in the last few days that had done something to him. We need to establish the full extent of what this means. It means the bitch killed Raynor, the fucking committee, including your friend and God knows who else. Butcher wheeled around to face Clark, moving forward so that he was nearly nose to nose with the man as his anger flared up to a near unprecedented level. It means the last 2 years meant shit. We are at war, and we're fucking losing. And you're super friends, happy everything's going to work out, because your team isn't going to solve SHIT. It means Ryan is in fucking danger, because you can't do what all know need to be do dash. Butcher, that's enough. Stepped forward, pulling the man back, as Clark just stood silently, taking all the abuse thrown at him. The room went silent for a few moments, as everyone just looked between Clark and Butcher. The former standing calmly unfazed by what had happened, whilst the former didn't look to be cooling off anytime soon. Even Mia and Ryan had taken notice in the corner despite Kellex, trying to distract them from the situation that looked to be dangerously close to turning violent. You done being an ass? Diana's voice ran out as she scoffed at the scene, shaking her head at Butcher before standing up from a position leaning against one of the tables. The Bureau's out of the question now as a solution. It's a vote play to control both sides. What we need to know is why. Why? Huey asked the question with a frown, thinking the answer was obvious. Why Newman? What makes her special? Why play both sides? Why not take over the country with a Supe army like Stormfront planned? Why was Kara kept alive and safe? Why any of this? And who the fuck planned it? It's all too perfect to be random or chance. Diana frowned as she looked around the room at the people who knew the most in the world about this but still didn't have a clue. This took a level of forethought and planning that borders on fucking omniscience. Newman's position in this country is a master play, but it's one small part of a whole game. So, who the fuck are we actually playing against? The room fell silent again as everyone considered the questions that Diana had voiced. Clark's frown only deepened. It wasn't anything new that he hadn't asked himself a million times. Newman, being a Supe and double agent for Vought, had caught him by surprise, but after the initial shock had worn off, he wasn't truly surprised. It was a great play. Control both sides. Keep Supes in line with the Bureau and the government off your back by still having the trump card of having superpowered people on your side. The only issue was Clark had no idea what the play was ultimately for. He felt he was playing a game he didn't know the rules to in the dark with headphones on against a master. Clark! Ryan's voice broke the silence, and Clark was out of his thoughts as he turned to face the young man who was pointing at a projection that Kellex was showing. Clark's eyes, along with everyone else, widened as they saw the news announcement that Kellex was displaying. It was Kara, as bright as day, standing on a stage in a more formalized version of the costume she had created with Ryan, with a smile on her face as she had her hands proudly on her hips. Clark waved a hand, causing the previously muted audio to come to life, as his eyes narrowed as a familiar figure took the podium next to Kara. Thank you all for coming today. I have a couple of announcements today, but let us start with the main reason we are gathered today, to introduce the newest member of the Seven. Stan Edgar gave a wide smile that was clearly just for show as he gestured to Kara, who started to float off the ground. But as he turned back to the camera, there was a glint in his eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce Power Girl. Now, any questions? The room was filled with the flashing of cameras and dozens of reporters trying to ask questions all at once. Lois turned to look at Clark, but blinked as she found that he was suddenly gone. A small shifting of air along with an open window, the only indication that he had suddenly left. However, it didn't take long to figure out where he had headed, as barely a second passed before Lois' eyes shot back to the press conference. Clark appeared on the screen in his full Superman costume, hovering in the air next to Kara as a blast of air accompanied his sudden arrival. Ah, who better to introduce their newest team members than their own cousin, Superman? Stan Edgar's words caused a few seconds of silence in the room before it exploded again into camera flashes and questions being hurled at the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Superman and Power Girl, the next era and the hope of tomorrow. Chapter 27, Last Days. Stan Edgar's office, 7 Tower, New York, New York State. Very early morning, June 19th, 2022. The room was deadly quiet, apart from the small, almost minute clinking of glasses that would have been lost if there had been any noise. Clark's eyes darted to Kara, who was standing like a statue by the windows, her arms crossed behind her, looking every inch like a soldier waiting for orders. His eyes, however, quickly returned to the main focus of his attention, Stan Edgar, who was more animated than he had ever seen. The man placed 3 strange glasses on the table as he pulled out a bottle in the shape of a pyramid filled with a liquid that kept changing color in a beautiful swirling pattern from his cabinet. Ah, Shangri-Lanian brandy. Those pacifist monks make a fantastic drink. The Vought CEO twisted the cap off and smelled the puff of gold that briefly appeared. Clark fought back a smile as he caught the scent. It smelled like home somehow. I honestly gave up ever hoping to have an opportunity to open this, but here we are. Truly, the only similarity between us and humans is that we drink to celebrate important events. Clark's eyes just watched as, with barely contained joy, Stan Edgar poured out 3 glasses and gestured for Kara to join them, which she did, suddenly relaxing and smiling at Clark. The 3 had been together for nearly 3 hours, but this was the first chance they had to speak in private. They had been kept on the stage for most of that time. In truth, he had expected Homelander to appear as well, but the man had yet to make an appearance, something that Clark was both relieved and troubled by. He took the glass that the VOT CEO offered him, but didn't take a drink yet, observing that neither Kara or Stan Edgar had. "You're a Kryptonian, aren't you? It's the only way to make sense of everything." Clark spoke the words in his birth tongue. His pronunciation was crisp and clear, earning him a surprised look from Kara, but making Stan Edgar just smile wider. "I've been practicing. I didn't want a repeat of last time." "Huh. No, that would be bad." Kara had let out a small laugh before coughing and straightening up. Glancing at Mr. Edgar apologetically, she too was speaking her native tongue. "Sorry, sir." "Don't be, Kara. This is an informal event, and a happy one at that. So please do not stand on ceremony. Take a glass and join in this happy reunion." The CEO spoke the Kryptonian language with a slightly harder edge on certain sounds than Kara, yet his tone was undeniably more elegant. Kara was blunt in her connections, and bubbly was the best description he could muster for her tone. She spoke significantly faster than Edgar. This time, Clark couldn't help but smile as he realized he was hearing Kryptonian accents. He was listening to his birth tongue, as it would have sounded had he been standing on his homeworld himself, something he never dreamed he would experience. However, he quickly dispelled his smile as he remembered why he was here as Stan Edgar spoke, his eyes focusing on the man. "And to answer your question, Kal-El, I am indeed a child of Krypton, same as you. My name is Drew, of the House of Zod, first to the military guild." The revealed Kryptonian offered Clark a glass after he passed one to Kara. Clark eyed the drink, but still took it. As he took the glass, both Zod and Kara turned the glasses in their hands 6 times before taking a small sip. Both then looked at him expectantly. Although he just wanted to press on with his questioning, he was still reeling from the very blunt, honest statement that Stan Edgar had just made, so he clumsily imitated the act the two had done before, taking the smallest sip possible. His eyes widened as he felt the liquid evaporate as it passed his lips, and he felt for a moment a sense of complete bliss. "You appear human. How?" Clark managed to ask as he straightened up and placed the glass on the table next to him, not wanting whatever it was to inhibit his focus. "I've scanned you multiple times. You are human. Even now. So how?" "Kal-El, it is extremely rude to set down an off-dash." Kara's eyes went wide as she stared at his discarded glass before fixing her eyes. "It is all right, Kara. Kal is largely a stranger to our ways. We can forgive his lack of decorum." Zod raised a hand to cut off Kara, keeping his eyes on Clark. Then he unbuttoned his shirt and ran his thumb along his chest, causing it to glow in bright golden colors and patterns Clark did not recognize. "I use this. It is a Malik Andron's biomorph skin, a gift from a fellow survivor of another doomed race who abandoned this world during the 1960s when humans disappointed him too much. It compresses my height and gives me human vitals both to scans and sight." "Let go of me." Clark's head snapped to Ryan's voice as the door flung open, revealing Homelander holding Ryan in one hand who was cradling Mia in his arm. "Clark, let them go now." Clark's eyes blazed red as Homelander stopped. His face was a scowl, but it softened as he looked at Kara, who just shifted uncomfortably at his gaze. "Let them go, or I swear I will dash." "You'll do what?" "Remember, you aren't fast enough to UGH." Homelander's scowl turned to gasp for air as he was suddenly lifted off of the ground by his throat. Clark blinked as he had gone from seeing Homelander holding Ryan and Mia hostage to being pinned against the wall, whilst Ryan was standing next to him and Mia was suddenly in his arms. Homelander's assailant was Stan Edgar, who had dispelled the very last doubts that Clark had that he wasn't a Kryptonian as he held Homelander easily aloft and against the wall that cracked at his effort. Homelander immediately unleashed his heat vision that smashed into his assailant's face. However, after a few seconds of attempting to melt a hole in his head, Homelander stopped as he saw the man's face not even slightly red, let alone scorched. "WH, what are you?" Homelander gasped out in fear as he looked down at the impossible sight before you. "That is not your concern. My instructions were clear. Bring them, but no one is harmed." Zod spoke English once more as he pressed the man higher and further into the wall, all with seemingly no effort, his eyes narrowing at the man. "So, you left everyone unharmed, yes?" Homelander could only nod as a deep bruise appeared over the man's throat. Zod simply turned his head and looked to Ryan, who stiffened under his gaze, but nodded in answer to the unspoken question. However, although satisfied that his orders had been followed, the man didn't release the world's most famous hero. Instead, he just kept him pinned to the wall. Clark's eyes widened as the bruise started to deepen, and Homelander's eyes grew desperate as he tried to thrash in the man's grip, vainly attempting to peel the hand off his throat. "Sir, please, sir." Kara suddenly moved forward, her eyes glancing at Homelander, concern growing on her face, although it was mixed with a very clear aversion to the man. "Please. Please, uncle, please." Thud. Homelander's body collapsed to the ground as the man started to gasp for air, pulling it into his lungs. That only caused him a cough and wheeze because of the very prominent bruise on his neck. Kara made a motion to help him. but stopped herself and recoiled from him. She was clearly both repulsed by and concerned for the man. As she straightened herself up, her gaze was met by her fellow Cryoption, who for the first time that Clark had ever seen, had a look of concern on his face. Kara, we have discussed this. Zod reached out, placed a hand on her shoulder, and gave her an almost fatherly look of concern. This thing is not family. He is a result of human arrogance and stupidity. We would do well to get rid of it. I am sorry, but what the hell is going on? Clark readjusted Mia, who was nestled in his arms, as he pushed Ryan behind him. Why did you bring Ryan and Mia here? I apologize for the manner of their arrival, but I have few options on this world. Zod turned back to Clark, his face falling back into an easy smile that Clark still thought looked unnatural on the man's face. I had them brought here because Kara has successfully returned from her mission, and we can begin to enact our departure from this planet. Me mission? What mission? What departure? Homelander managed to push himself off of the ground. His voice was hoarse and raspy, his eyes fixed on Kara. I looked everywhere for you, all over the world. I couldn't find you. I was not on Earth, Kara replied, she too speaking English, her eyes darting to Zod, who made no move to stop her revealing what she had been doing. I was scouting suitable locations for re-establishing Krypton. I have found one in the Xeno galaxy. Which means we can finally leave this backwater of a world and return home. Zod spoke again, crossing his arms as his eyes lingered on Homelander, discussed present before looking back at Clark. Krypton was destroyed. There is no home to return to. Clark's eyes narrowed as he kept Ryan behind him and his body between Mia and everyone. And even if there's only 3 of us left, although I suppose you plan to release more from the Phantom Zone. You want to rebuild our world with convicted criminals. You think rebuilding a world for our kind to be a difficult task? And you would call your own mother a convicted criminal? Zod's response was made with a small smile as he saw the rarest of sights, Superman frozen. Clark felt his world spin and suddenly halt as his eyes locked on Zod and found nothing but complete honesty present. He turned to Kara, who just had a gentle smile on her face as she nodded at him, causing his heart rate to increase 100-fold. My mother. Clark found his voice was soft and slow as he turned fully to face Zod and Kara, allowing Ryan to move next to him and was no longer shielding Mia from them. My biological mother is alive. Yes, Cal, she's alive. Kara spoke softly as she gazed lovingly at both Mia and Ryan with a smile on her face. She's in the zone, along with the rest of the survivors, and none of them are criminals, I promise you that. It was all part of the plan, the mission your father Crete dash. Wait a second, what the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck is a Krypton, and what is all this? Homelander's patience was falling to pieces. Son, KR dash. Kara stopped herself as she saw Zod's face flash into a snarl at her use of the word son. She readjusted herself, and then began to speak a lot more clinically and emotionlessly than before. Homelander, Krypton is the world we come from. I was born on a planet far from here. When I escaped, I was dosed with a dangerous level of radiation. General Zod here was already on Earth when I arrived. He helped create V in an attempt to create a close genetic match so my ship could heal me. So, I'm not your father. Homelander looked at Clark, who just nodded at the man who just sighed at the information before a smile fixed on his, but we are from another world. Huh. So, I really am a superior being sent from above to save this war dash. You are nothing but an abomination. Zod suddenly erupted. His eyes flashed red as Clark saw fury and anger present on his face. Unlike anything he had ever seen, a hybrid freak that disgraces the very essence of what it means to be Kryptonian. If you're so disgusted by him, then why did you create him? Clark responded, his anger rising as although he hated Homelander. The man had asked to be created, and here was his creator berating him for his existence. I did not. Zod turned on Clark, anger still present, but he just sighed his anger, leaving him as he looked into Clark's eyes. He was created by Vogelbaum and Stromfront without my knowledge to advance their own plans. They ripped the genetic material from Kara, spliced it with human DNA-augmented V, and implanted it into a surrogate. It was when I learned of his existence that I created Stan Edgar, so I could regain control of the situation and minimize damage. I've made you millions, if not billions. Homelander moved forward, an action that usually caused people to step away from him in fear, but Zod just stayed still unfazed. I'm the world's greatest hero. I'm Dash. A failure. Zod's 2 words caused Homelander to freeze, and Clark saw genuine hurt on the man's face. You were made ill-formed, more ape than Kryptonian. The only contribution you have made to the universe is Con-El, and thankfully I got to him early enough to purge his genetic structure of your failure. You're the reason Ryan's genetic structure has been changing. Clark glanced at Ryan, who just shifted under everyone's gaze. Indeed, I'm not a scientist, but I have learned enough to do that. When he was old enough, I would have brought him to Kara, revived her, and we would have enacted the plan, which we can now do with the survivors present and leave this world. What's this plan? Ryan spoke up, his voice more than a little shy as he shifted, looking at everyone, trying to make sense of what was going on. Sorry, but I know about Krypton, Clark told me. I know it's gone, so what's this plan you keep mentioning? Where are we going? Kara moved to speak but stopped when Zod raised his hand. A smile on his face once more as he merely slipped his hand into his pocket and pulled out a flat shield-shaped pendant. Kara's eyes went to it, and Clark saw a broad smile appear on her face whilst he, Homelander, and Ryan just frowned. I will show you, young one. Zod laid the pendant flat in one hand and ran a finger along its edge, causing the pendant to start hovering and glowing. And I will show you as well, Kal-El. You will know our true purpose and that I speak the truth. A blinding flash of light occurred that caused Clark to raise a hand and shield his eyes from. However, as he lowered them, the room they were in was gone. Everything was gone, not just the room, but the floor beneath their feet, the city outside, everything. They were just floating in a black void. However, as Clark was about to speak, he saw colors and shapes starting to form around them. What is this? Clark asked as he saw great spires and buildings of impossible beauty rising out of the blackness, everything around them appearing to shine brightly beneath the deep red sky that was now above them. Zod's almost wistful voice caused Clark to turn, and he beheld not the smaller figure of Stan Edgar that he had always towered over, but Zod in his true form. The man's features and skin color had not changed, nor had his body shape in truth, but he was now larger and taller. He was just shorter than Clark, clearly possessed the dense muscular mass Kara and Clark had, and when he turned to look at Clark, he saw that Zod's eye color was now a solid black. Home, Kal-El home. Krypton's lower council chamber. Kandor, Krypton, 118 years ago, second to last day of Krypton. The roaring crowd was seated inside the perfectly circular room with their numbers rising straight upwards into the heavens, so high that the top of the room could not be seen. The crowd was not seated on a slant, but instead rose straight up, with each member occupying a small balcony in what was a giant cylinder. However, what drew everyone's attention was a platform on the floor of the room that floated just a little so it was level with the first balconies. I would like to know why we are debating a matter that is already settled. V.A. Cox strode forward, his house's crest proudly on his chest. As he took center stage on the floating platform, he was dressed in white luminescent robes, as were 1/6 of the other people present. As one cast their eyes around the room, one saw that the cylindrical was divided into 6 groups, each dressed in robes that seemingly glowed in 6 different colors. The first and largest group was white, the second was blue, the third was silver, the fourth was gold, the fifth was red, and the sixth, and by far smallest, was black. Clark guessed that these were the 6 primary guilds: the Lawmakers Guild, the Military Guild, the Science Guild, the Religious Guild, the Artisans Guild, and the Technicians Guild, with the colors being a marker of which one you belong to. The central mainframe of the Brainiac system has already determined that the quakes and seismic activity are nothing to be concerned about. The last one ended 6 half rotations ago for Rao's sake, and we haven't had one since. All the sensors have reported the issue was corrected by the very stabilizing system Jor-El created. So why are debating Jor-El's discredited Thero Dash? It has not been discredited. V.A. Cow turned to see another individual in white gently floating from a nearby balcony. As you well know, 1/3 of our guild have independently verified or agreed with Counselor L's research. The Brainiac system is wrong. Krypton is on the verge of destruction. We have to act, no dash. The lapdog speaks. Araya, Jor-El's assistant. It's a true miracle of Troleus. She opens her mouth, and Jor-El's voice sounds out. V.A. Cow Mock was greeted by more than a few chuckles, but mostly murmurs from the gathered people. Tell me, are you incapable of thinking for yourself, or has the great Jor-El invented something to think for you? Please listen. Jor-El's findings indicate that the instability in the core has already reached critical mass. The planet will explode in a matter of days, possibly hours. Araya ignored the mocking, and the man instead pleaded to the chamber at large. He could not convince all of the other members of High Council. So please listen to reason. Jor-El's plan is the only hope we have. Let us intact the mission. Can't you see it's the only way to save our stash? What I see is that we have indulged Jor-El and the House of El for too long. The age of Bethgars is long since past. We do not simply bow to the great House of El without question. V.A. Cow pushed past Arya and addressed the entire assembly, who fell silent as he raised his arms to gesture to them. I, like many in the Scientist Guild, have followed Jor-El. The man's mind is without equal, his achievements stand without compare, and has represented us well with honor on the High Council. But I must ask, why this insistence on this false narrative of doom and an insane plan to transport us to the zone? The chamber fell silent. Araya made a move to speak, but stopped when she saw how many in the room were hanging on the man's every word. As Clark turned his head, however, he saw that although V.A. Cow had seized control of the chamber, not everyone was silent due to agreement. At least a third of those in white looked disgusted at his words, and the entire section in black seemed to be simmering with a low, burning anger. I will answer you. Ambition and power. Jor-El and his supporters are attempting to seize control of the High Council and have any who oppose them trapped in the zone. I call for a vote to remove Jor-El from his SE dash. How dare you? You Ronder. Kara appeared on the stage, having leapt from a balcony near the top of the structure, although this version was wearing black robes and their house crest was much smaller. My uncle is a great man trying to save you and the world, and I will not let him be insulted by so dash. However, whatever Kara was going to say was drowned out by the sheer wave of noise that exploded from the chamber's attendants. They started shouting and calling at her using words and expressions that, although Clark did not know their meaning, it was clear they were insults. Many abandoned their balconies floating in the air to better voice their disgust and anger at Kara's presence on the platform. The noise only grew as others left their balconies to defend Kara, hurling insults and accusations of their own. You see, the House of L disregards all protocols and codes. They think themselves above the rule of law. The Cow raised his voice, pointing at Kara, somehow managing to be heard above the noise ringing through the chamber. No member of your guild may address this chamber without a vote. You disgrace the very nature of... Bang! The Cow trailed off as the large doors of the chamber slammed open and 3 individuals walked into the chamber. The one in the middle he recognized as Zod. Although the man's hair had fewer tinges of gray than the version, he knew his presence had silenced the chamber, and he hadn't said a word as he walked steadily to the platform, but did not step onto it. To his left was a woman who was much shorter than him, with sharp angular features and even sharper violet eyes, who seemed only able to scowl. Rounding out the trio was the largest person Clark had ever seen. To call him boarded-chested or muscular was an understatement. He was literally a walking mountain of muscles and made his 2 compatriots look like children next to him. Although Zod's arrival had silenced the chamber, he had yet to say anything or do anything apart from standing where he was. His eyes fixed on V.A. Cal. No one moved or spoke for a good few minutes, as the leader of Krypton's military guild just stared unblinkingly at V.A. Cal before raising his head and looking at the floating members of the lower council. His gaze caused them to quickly scurry back to their balconies like they were school children being caught out of their seats by a teacher. Without a hint of satisfaction or annoyance, he merely returned his gaze to V.A. Cal. The Cryopton shifted under the gaze and looked away, unable to meet the general's eye. The act caused Zod to scoff the first noise he had made apart his footsteps since his arrival. The general then turned his gaze to Arya, giving her a smile who straightened up and took center stage, forcing Vakau to move. In light of this break of protocols, I propose a suspension of today's session, and we shall reconvene tomorrow for the vote. Arya shot a glance at Kara, who was still on the platform, but now looked mortified and was trying to avoid glancing at Zod herself. All in favor? Every member of the chamber's presence quickly raised one hand, signaling their approval, and with that the floating platform in the center of the chamber descended and merged with the floor. Everyone quickly filled out with expectations of Zod's trio, Kara and Arya, who stayed where they were until everyone else was gone. Arya released a frustrated sigh as her calm demeanor disappeared as her head snapped to Kara, who flinched as the woman approached her, opened her mouth, but said nothing, instead releasing a grunt and shaking her head. Jor-El's assistant turned on her heels and headed to the door, passing between Zod and the giant on his left, stopping for a moment before she left. You speak with her because we are now going to lose a vote. We cannot afford to lose. Araya's whispered voice was laced with anger and frustration as rubbed her eyes with one hand, seemingly aging a decade with stress in just a few seconds. I'll see you tonight, Jor-El. Going to have to call a meeting after this disaster. May Rao help us. As the woman left, Zod turned his head to watch her go before releasing a sigh himself, his face falling into deep thought as he turned back to Kara, who had yet to move. Uncle, I didn't mean to, Kara moved forward until she was standing in front of the general, her head bowed and looking at the floor, her voice low and sheepish. First rule, Zod spoke, his eyes falling in an almost fatherly affection, but his voice held the strict tone of an officer reprimanding a subordinate. Head not heart, Kara straightened up, earning her a smile from the woman on Zod's right and a nod from the towering figure on his left, whilst the general's face remained stoically passive. I'll control my temper better next time, I promise. See that you do, Zod responded before turning on his heel, departing the hall. Kara and his companions fell in a step behind him. As long as there is a next time. House of L dwelling, Jewel Mountain Range, outside Kandor, last day of Krypton. The scene before them suddenly dissolved before being replaced by a place that Clark felt he knew somehow, but couldn't quite place. It was a house or dwelling of some kind. It was grand in scale. The room they were in was as big as the Kent family barn, but despite its grand scale, the room had a warm, friendly family feel to it. The walls rose straight up, and ever so often a little platform jutted out of the wall to allow someone to stand on it. Clark guessed that if one had a limited ability to defy gravity like Kryptonians had developed due to the planet's sheer size, then their architecture wouldn't emphasize stairs or walkways. The walls had shelves, pictures, books, and even murals on them that Clark did his best to absorb as though he didn't know the people in them. They all felt familiar somehow. The ceiling drew the eye as it was completely transparent and showed the night sky above them shining with stars and constellations that Clark had never seen before. The room was filled with people from seemingly all aspects of Kryptonian life. Everyone was wearing styles of clothing that Clark thought even the most ambitious fashion designers on Earth would not dare to try, in a range of colors that went from simple primaries to ones Clark had no earthly name for. His attention quickly went to the first person he recognized in the crowd. Kara was standing next to a woman. Clark guessed was her mother. The woman had Kara's long golden hair and curvaceous body shape. However, she was wearing blue instead of black. And when she turned her head, Clark could see that she had golden eyes, not blue, that held a scrutinizing quality that made him feel like he was being judged. However, his attention was soon diverted from the large room as he saw that the main focus of this vision was instead a smaller room that jutted out of the grand hall. Although smaller, it was still incredibly large. As he entered it, it was clear what this room was. It was a laboratory, half-built devices littered the benches, designs were projected on screens, and completed devices stood passively running as they were being tested for faults. In a place of pride in the center of the room was a set of 3 objects, which Clark recognized instantly. They were all identical to his pod and Kara's pods. As Clark looked at them, he realized they most likely were his and Kara's pods. The central sleek metal pod rested with its side lying on the floor as a man tinkered with it while several other people stood behind him watching him work. One was Zod, who stood with his arms crossed. The other was Arya, who looked both worried and exhausted. The third, Clark for a second mistaken as Homelander. However, he had dark black hair with streaks of gray and did not radiate John's aura of toxic self-confidence. Clark felt his eyes widen as he saw the man who was working on the pod stand up and place the side back on. It was his father, Jor-El. However, unlike the emotionless hollow image the fortress projected that played the same messages over and over, Clark could see the tired bags under his eyes, his graying hair flecked with sweat and a sheer calmness that seemed to surround him. "Brother, this is serious. We need to switch off the main systems and fix whatever is wrong with Brainiac." Zor-El sighed as he watched his brother raise his hands as Kellex appeared and cleaned them with a ray of red light. "After today, we cannot rely on the lower council to force through our plan. Not after Kara's outburst makes it look like we are planning a coup. We need to AC dash. I've been removed from the High Council." Jor-El cut off his brother as he turned to face his 3 companions, all of whom looked shocked at the news they called a vote last night, apart from Zod, who was absent. I'm sure by their design, it was unanimous I'm no longer head of the Science Guild. Arya looked the worst affected. She just opened and closed her mouth as if the news had caused a stroke. "But you're Jor-El, the greatest mind of our generation, by Rao, the greatest mind Krypton has ever had. You negotiated the Apocalypse New Genesis Accords, cured the Shadow Phase sickness and the Black Zero Plague, solved Ruel's unsolvable theorem, and rebuilt the Brainiac system. They can't remove you." "Well, they have. Not that it matters now." Jor-El didn't even sigh as he moved over to a massive arch-shaped device that created a control panel when he arrived, allowing him to interact with it. "With my removal, I can no longer correct the issues in the mainframe that the Brainiac system is making. We can no longer delay it. By my estimation, we have less than half a rotation at most before the planet explodes." "Ovak," Zor-El whispered as he staggered back as if physically struck at his brother's words. "Is there nothing to be done? This is it, the plan, the mission. We failed?" "No. Although I hoped we could persuade either or both of the councils, I did have a contingency plan if that failed." Jor-El stepped back from the large arch he had been using. It suddenly hummed to life and revealed a portal to a strange, shadowy realm. "I and select members of the Science Guild have modified key transmatter portals around Krypton, like this one, to be able to open to the planned layer of the Phantom Zone." "Wait, you've been planning this without informing us?" "Without informing me, your brother?" Zor-El's eyes widened again, as if Jor-El had followed up his first verbal strike with a punch to his stomach. "How long have you been doing this?" "It was necessary to keep the circle small and away from people the High Council knew I would reach out to. It was nothing personal." Jor-El's serenity seemed to crack a little as he released a sigh and seemed to age a decade in the space of a second. "And to answer the second question, since Cal's naming ceremony, when Drew became my son's guardian. So we need to get as many people to these modified transmatter portals as possible, either before the planet explodes or the security forces stop us." Zod spoke up, his eyes glancing at the portal that was used to move not just across Krypton in an instant but across the universe. But since the tremors that feature had become too dangerous to use. I already sent out the signal just before everyone arrived for the gathering. Everyone who is able to is to enter the Phantom Zone now, or else board the pods we have created to head to the rally points on Earth. Jor-El crossed his arms as he also turned his gaze to the portal. Everyone here tonight will enter the zone now, whilst I, Drew, and you, brother, take these pods to Earth. What of Dash? Zod's face turned into a worried frown as he returned his eyes to his oldest and most trusted friend. I've already contacted them. Ursa and Lore are safely in the zone. Nan saw to it. Jor-El moved forward and placed a comforting hand on the man he, by Kryptonian tradition, he had chosen to raise his son when he was old enough. I couldn't let anything happen to my trusted ward, could I? Now we must move swiftly before the council reacts and attempts to SD Dash. Boom. Although he knew the holographic display couldn't hurt him, Mia, or Ryan, he still found himself shielding his daughter and Ryan from the explosion that ripped through the room. The entire far wall blasted apart, sending everyone to the floor. Several pieces of debris crashed into the pods, two of which smashed to the floor, damaging their sides, while the third was completely destroyed. Zod was the first to his feet, his clothing already changing into a set of black armor as he lifted one arm. The wrist of it glowed green. Halt all activity, surrender, and prepare to be Catalo Dash. A large, slender drone with a triangular head with 3 glowing green dots appeared in the hole where the wall once stood. It floated rather than walked. However, a precise shot from Zod destroyed its head, causing its floating form to collapse to the floor. The victory was short-lived, as a dozen more appeared before them, their slender metal forms descending from the sky to swarm on the opening. Zod moved forward, letting off shot after shot that fell the drone with each strike, but it appeared futile as each one destroyed, another took its place. Clark's head snapped back to where they had come from as he heard screams, yells, and more shots being fired. One look out the window. Crack! The world turned blue for a second as a wave of energy washed over the area, causing the drones to freeze and then collapse to the floor suddenly. The source of the wave became clear as Jor-El stood up. He was holding a small spherical-shaped device that was glowing brightly in his left hand. His face was fixed in an angry grimace, which turned into a wince as the spherical device blinked and then sparked, causing Jor-El to drop it. Falco, I thought I fixed that. That won't keep them down for long. Jor-El raised his forearm up and pressed a symbol on the vambrace he was wearing. We have to move before they reset. Kellex, get Lara and Cal here now, and tell Alara to evacuate everyone through here into the zone. What in the name of the flame bird was that? Zor-El was less calm than his brother as he rose to his feet, his forehead bleeding from a bad cut from where he had fallen, and stumbled over to look at one of the fallen metal attackers. They're Brainic service drones? They shouldn't be armed. What is going on? It must be those fools on the High Council. They couldn't be sure the Circuity forces won't side with me. Zod moved over next to Zor-El as Jor-El reactivated the gate as the guests from the party started to fill in as the tall blonde woman from earlier directed them forward. So they armed these drones to take us into custody before I could rally my forces. I'm not sure. This seems to Dash. Jor-El's face was a mix of worry and confusion as he watched the crowd of people filling into the portal, before the room suddenly started to shake. Boom! Crack! A bright light pierced through the windows, which illuminated the entire room, first in a flash of white, then in a dark, sickly green. The shaking continued as the room started to shake violently. The cause became clear as the first flash dissipated, showing where once the proud and majestic jewel mountains of Krypton had stood. There was now nothing except a huge fiery column that was ripping the mountains apart. The room was silent for a moment as everyone watched the apocalyptic scene. Everyone apart from Jor-El, who scrambled to a panel on the wall, striking it with his hands as a field of energy suddenly surrounded the L's ancestral home. It was just in time as a piece of rock slammed into the field, enveloping the room in another flash of light as the fiery piece of mountain exploded against the shield. By Rao, everyone into the portal now. Zod's voice cut clear across the room that was still violently shaking, his commanding voice causing everyone to start rushing to the portal. The crowd, now energized by the certain doom that was occurring outside, started to disappear into the portal at blinding speeds. Jor-El, his brother and Zod, however, moved to the pods, lifting the 2 remaining ones with great difficulty off the floor where they had been thrown into an area just next to the portal that was designed to allow them to be launched from there. However, both Jor-El and Zor-El kept looking over to the thinning crowd, Zor's eyes on his wife and daughter who were directing the last people through the portal, whilst Jor's eyed the door, his worry growing. Jor-El. Clark felt his heart both stop and leap up as his biological mother appeared, clutching a crying swath of red cloth in his arms. I'm so sorry we were in the solar annex playing, and the quake slowed us down. Jor-El left Zod, and Zor to complete setting up the pods as he rushed to his wife's side as the last people disappeared into the portal, leaving only the house of El and Zod. Jor-El reached his wife and quickly gave her an embrace before his hands went to calm the small baby in her arms that was still crying as the room continued to shake at random intervals as flashes of light burst through the windows. "It's okay, my love. Take Cal into the zone. It'll be but a moment for you." Jor-El reluctantly let go his wife and child. Lara opened her mouth to respond, but Jor-El stopped her. "Please, my love, go. There is no time." Lara just reluctantly nodded and started to head towards the portal where her niece and sister-in-law were waiting to accompany her into the zone. As Jor-El turned back to the pod that his brother and best friend were trying to get ready, he saw that Zor-El had stopped working and his eyes were fixed on something outside a nearby window in the direction of the capital city. "What? Brother, candor, it's being HH." Zor-El suddenly vanished as a beam of blue energy struck him, and Jor-El let out a cry before his head snapped in the direction of the shot as Kara and her mother screamed as well. Situation critical. Proceed with catalogization. The drones reared back to life, floating up as they swarmed on the few remaining Kryptonians. The room turned into a firefight as the drones unleashed fury onto them, seemingly unconcerned with the deteriorating state outside the house's protective shield that was starting to strain as the planet truly began to rip apart. Clark watched as his father dove for cover, trying to reach his mother and the infant version of him, whilst Lara herself was desperately trying to make the last few meters to the open portal before her. "Mother!" Kara's terrified scream pierced the air as a shot struck her mother, causing her to evaport just as Zor-El had down. Kara lifted her own arm and blasted the offending drone to pieces. "Let go! Let GH!" Lara's voice became a hoarse scream as a drone grabbed her from the floor she had been crawling on. She was barely a meter from the portal, lifting her up by the neck, and then to her greater tore her child from her. KKKL. Annalsing, L'Ariel, Adult, Scientist Guild. Designation, Essential. Kal-El, Infant Unassigned. Designation, Non-Essential. The drone with robotic, unfeeling care simply threw Cal away, causing Lara to thrash in its grip, but to no avail. Kara moved with blinding speed, blasting one drone as she ran across the room, leaping through the air to catch her cousin, who was hurtling towards the ground at blinding speed. Zod, for his part, had been fighting a trio of drones trying to cover Jor-El as he tried to reach Lara, his eyes fixed on Lara, as the drone raised its hand preparing to blast her with a blue ray, just like Zor and Alara had been. Annalsing, Druzod, Adult, Military Guild. Designation, Threat, Terminate. He twisted to fire at the drone, holding Lara, ignoring the one that was approaching him with one arm, turned into a blade to impale him. Just after he fired a shot, something slammed into him, knocking him to safety. The world seemed to slow as Zod took in the two events that occurred at the same time. The first was that his shot hit its mark, blasting the drone apart and saving Lara, who was thrown back and into the portal as a result of the force of the blast. However, Zod was only vaguely aware that it happened as the second event took his entire focus, as standing before him WS Jor-El, who had knocked him down to save him. Jor-El was standing over him with a blade piercing through his chest as a spatter of blood splattered over his face as Jor-El coughed up blood. Both Zod and Kara's reactions were immediate as they let out a cry of anger and blasted apart the last few drones. Zod caught Jor-El as he fell away from the destroyed drone. His friend, who had always been a pillar of strength, was now limp and bleeding in his arms. No, why? Why did you do that? Zod was cradling Jor-El in his arms as the man was growing paler and weaker every second. We need to get you help. We need a G-dash. Rumble. Crack. The room shook even more violently than before, the ceiling and floor cracking as the shield outside started to flicker out of existence as the planet entered its final death throes. Zod was halted in his panic as Jor-El managed to impossibly pull himself upright. Although he's still relying on Zod's support, he did manage to fix his friend with a look. They looked at the portal that was starting to flicker and, clearly with the planet breaking apart, was no longer safe to use. "It's too late. Get me to the pods." Jor-El almost pulled himself away from Zod as he tried to go to the two remaining pods. Zod did not raise an objection as he helped his friend over to the pods whilst Kara rushed over as well, cradling Kal-El in her arms. Zod rested Jor-El against one of the pods, and miraculously the man continued to work even as the last vestiges of life bled out of him. He removed a white crystal Clark recognized, pressing it to his head for a few moments before placing it back in the pod. Zod took the infant Cal from Kara as Jor-El removed a strange black vial that Clark didn't recognize and a metal pendant that Zod had used to start this vision. "Is that what I think it is?" Zod's eyes widened at the black vial as Jor-El stumbled out of the way, holding the pendant and the black vial Zod had nodded to, allowing the general to place the infant in the pod. Yes, it was a contingency in case we were discovered. I can't risk it with Cal. Jor-El managed to eke out as his eyelids started to drop, and he felt his grip slipping. Quickly, we must act. Cal must go now. Jor-El's words were accompanied by him collapsing to the floor, the act causing his niece to rush to him, whilst Zod turned and placed his hand on the side of the pod, turning it on. We shall meet again, son of El. Zod spoke softly as he watched the pod rise and rocket out of the El's ancestral home as it started to break apart. Remember, you are loved, and in you survives all that is best of Krypton. My route guide you, my son. Forgive me for failing you, for failing our people. Jor-El was trailing off now, his eyes barely open as the bleeding started to slow as he felt his strength leave him. Now that he'd seen his son was heading to safety. Kara, take the pendant, the index to retrieve. Everyone is inside. Here, General, take it. Kara rose from her uncle, pain on her face at leaving him as he was, even if it was for a moment, as she went to the general and the last remaining pod. It's been an honor, sir. Tell my cousin. Tell him I served Krypton till the end. Tell him I loved him. Kara. Zod placed a gentle hand on her shoulder as he reached, as if to take the pendant from her, giving a gentle smile. Tell him that from me. What? Hey. Kara's eyes widened as the man who had helped raise her, the man she admired most after her parents and uncle, suddenly shoved and pulled her towards him and threw her into the remaining pod. Her hand went to her neck, where the shield-shaped pendant had formed into a necklace. Zod had pressed it against her upper chest with expert skill when he had thrown her into the pod. The capsule started to spring into life, although one side of it still showed damage, and it seemed less bright than the previous one. No, General. Uncle, please. It should be yo dash. Kara was cut off as the pod forced her into hibernation. She went into the sleeping position, and her black armor turned into the flight suit Clark had first encountered. Zod stepped back as he watched Kara's pod lift up and rocket past the now collapsing shield. His eyes widened in worry as a blast of green fire that had once been the mountain Hatu briefly engulfed her pod. However, as the torrent of death dissipated, he saw her pod still soaring into what remained of Krypton's skies, which were now shredding apart. Zod merely turned and headed to his friend kneeling before Jor-El, who for a moment, Zod believed had joined their ancestors and would be waiting for him. However, a staggered, bloodied cough relieved that the prime of the House of El still had strength enough to bear witness to the end. Drew, my brother. Jor-El managed to smile as he raised his one free hand to rest weakly on the general's shoulder, whilst the other clutched the black vial tightly. Thank you. You are a good man. Rest now. We will see our parents again shortly. Your ancestors will be proud to greet you. You saved our people. Zod placed his own hand on Jor-El's as he gave a fragile smile as he felt the room truly starting to break apart. Looking at the man he had known all his life, I owe everything. You saved my family, my home. So thank you, brother. Don't die here, brother. Jor-El's eyes closed as his words caused Zod to freeze as his brother's hand left his shoulder and gestured to the portal that was flickering off and on as the room broke apart. Get to the portal. Live, see them again. Raise Cal. Teach him. Tell him I loved him, that I will watch with pride with his aunt's dash. Zod saw the life leave his best friend and brother, as all the color left Jor-El as he stumbled backwards as if he had collapsed to sleep. Yet Zod knew he would never wake. He knelt there frozen for a moment as he looked at his friend's body, his last request ringing in his ears, before he suddenly sprang into action. He pried the vial from Jor-El's hand, glancing at it with disgust before placing it into a chamber on his suit's forearm, as he lifted himself and ran to the portal. His path was nearly impossible as the room shattered as the shield outside finally failed, and Zod felt himself both freeze and burn as Krypton's doom hit him. However, through sheer will and a lifetime of training, Zod pushed past the near insurmountable pain and reached the portal as he felt the house break apart the room he was in, cracking into 3 pieces. The whole left side disappeared into a gorge formed next to the house, heat radiating from it as torrents of magma shot upwards. Location: Zone Sublayer 001. Before Zod looked at the readout, and on instinct his hand connected to the panel, and he saw the destination change. Location: Earth. Warning: connection failing. 1.21% chance of successful arrival. For Krypton. Zod's words were accompanied by launching himself into the flickering portal at the very moment the House of El shattered apart in a huge explosion. Clark watched as Zod's world turned into a different type of pain, as he was pulled, squeezed, stretched, torn apart, and put back together in the space of a second as he suddenly found himself crashing into solid ground. The portal had opened far up in the sky, causing him to fall a few miles before hitting the earth below, resulting in a crater and pain exploding through his body. He took a long time to just move as he pulled his helmet from his face and felt his lungs explode as he tried to breathe in the air his body was actively rejecting. The sound of footsteps caused Zod to finally push himself upwards, gripping his helmet in one hand as he managed to lumber out of the crater he had made. His armor was smoldering and still felt immense pain, but as he left the crater with its pieces of green rocks dotted in it, and as he was bathed in the strange golden rays of this world's dawn, he felt his strength returning. He was greeted by two men dressed in strange thick grabs of cloth, and what looked like animal hide. One was wielding a piece of wood with 4 pieces of metal on the end, and the other a very primitive lantern. Клянусь царем, что ты? The one with the lantern spoke the strange tongue with obvious fear as he moved backwards behind his armed and slightly taller companion. Zod just looked at both of them and then just turned away and started to walk as he lifted up his arm first, checking the contingency plan was intact, which it was, and then summoning up a map of the landing sites. All he had to do was go to them, collect the other survivors, including Cal and Kara, use one of the sunstones to build a ship and his own projector, retrieve everyone using an index, and they could leave this backwater behind. It shouldn't take more than a week or 2 at most. Judging by the natives he just saw, they didn't want to spend any more time on this world than was absolutely necessary. 20 miles south of Kharkiv, Ukraine, Russian Empire, February 29, 1904. Stan Edgar's office, 7 Tower, New York, New York State. Very early morning, June 19, 2022. The projection didn't end, but it turned into a series of quick images rather than a continuous vision as it had been doing as the world turned back into focus. Zod moved forward, looking at the images with a look of sadness and disgust as it showed, images of lynchings, riots, WW1, and other human-made disasters of the early 20th century. I waited for years. No one arrived, no one came. Zod spoke with obvious distaste and sadness as he relived his early decades on the planet Earth. I watched as the human race waste the abundance of their world and slaughtered each other over nothing. Whilst I could do nothing but wait for any sign of hope. My suit was running out of power, so I could no longer track if anyone came. So I had to keep moving between the landing sites to check and wait for any sign, and just when I gave up, the scene showed Kara's pod crashing into the Arctic Circle. However, instead of Zod being their small research vessel bearing the flag of the Weimar Republic arrived on the scene. One of them was a man everyone recognized. It was a very young Frederick Vaught, whose eyes seemed to glow as he looked at the strange metal pod. Scenes flashed by of Vaught bringing the pod back to Germany, managing to get it open, a disgusting look of desire on his face as he saw the blonde, blue-eyed creature inside, and then him studying every inch of her. Humans found Kara first. I, however, soon discovered a pod had arrived, so I began tracking who had taken it. The scene suddenly showed Zod in his black armor, and with his helmet on, lifting Vaught up by the neck, his lab destroyed, and his assistant all dead. It didn't take me long, however. Kara was suffering from radiation poisoning, and the pod could keep her alive, but needed a close genetic match to revive, so I compromised. V. You let Vaught live helped him to create Compound V in hopes one of his gene splice test subjects will be a close enough match to revive Kara. Clark spat out. His statement earned a nod from Zod, who didn't look at all concerned at the callous nature of his act. And you didn't think about the damage V would create? The world you created? Created? Until that thing was made, I wasn't involved in Vaught at all. I stayed at Sage Grove. I cared for Kara, and when I wasn't there, I was keeping this world safe from external threats. Zod pointed disgust at Homelander, whilst his words caused images to appear showing him diverting asteroids, seeing off the occasional alien passerby, and generally protecting the world as he had said. I gave humans a tool, nothing else. I gave them the power of the gods. Don't blame me if instead of trying to save the world, all a human could do with that was try to conquer other humans or make money. They're selfish beings, Kal-El, not like us at all. Don't. You manipulate all of this, the entire situation. You have been running Vaught for years now. Don't try to pretend like there isn't blood on your hands, that you didn't help create this MES dash. Yes, I have run Vaught for years, and in the time, tell me, have I taken over the world? Has anyone else? Did Stormfront create her army? Have not kept these monsters made by weaker beings in line, and the damage to a minimum. Zod cut off Clark moving forward. And as he spoke, Clark could feel a connection like the one he had with Kara, and it made him sick as he could tell Zod was being honest. Who has kept the mongrel madman from killing everyone? Kept Con-El and his mother safe? Allow you to be raised by decent parents. I am not blameless, Kal-El. I have done much wrong, but lay the crimes of humans at their feet, not mine. All I have done is for Krypton. All the humans have done has been for greed and self-interest. It is true. Kal-El, the general has told me everything. He will be reprimanded for certain actions he has taken, but Kara stepped forward, her eyes flickering to Homelander, who like Ryan was silent as he absorbed everything that they had just been shown. But if you are looking for the criminal who created the toxic mess and monsters that plague this world, it is human nature, greed, envy, lust that did this, not us. This world was doomed even before I gave them V. They could have used it to save Femslevs. Instead, all they saw was either a weapon or profit. Zod was now in front of him, and he placed a gentle hand on Mia, who just giggled and smiled at him, causing Clark to feel something unpleasant building up in his stomach. So Kal-El, you must see, this world can't be saved. Join us, and we can restore one that doesn't need to and save countless others. Others? What other worlds? Clark whispered as he felt his head spinning, as the certainty he had a few moments ago felt like it was slipping further and further away as he looked into another Kryptonian's eyes and saw complete trust there. Kal-El, we were the most powerful race in existence. We stood above beings that called themselves gods. We kept the balance. We kept the peace. Zod saw the look in Clark's eyes and pressed his advantage. When our world died, the universe broke into chaos, wars, genocide, and worse. Kara has seen it. The universe needs us. We can sort this world before we leave. I promise, I have planned for that. Simply kneel, Kal-El. Pledge yourself to us. Help us, Kal-El. Help us save everyone. Clark opened his mouth, and for the first time ever, he froze as he didn't know what to say, as he just looked at Mia and Ryan. He wasn't sure what he felt. He wasn't sure what he trusted. He just wasn't sure of anything. He felt his heart and his heart both pulling in two directions at the same time, as his instincts went to war with themselves.